Give me just a second. Okay. All right. So we are live on YouTube now. All right. So let's see who's in the guest request box. I'm looking forward to sitting back because again I'm on half brain right now.
These conversations going. I can't wait.
Okay. Let's see who's in the box. What's up, Brian?
Thank you guys for the gifts.
Whew. Brian is one of our mods on YouTube. He's a nerd, but he's also one of our mods on YouTube. He rarely gets to be here in the beginning of the show, so I think this might be his first time watching Freeform Friday from the beginning too.
No.
Yeah, and like Maven and Brian are doing such a good job with modding the YouTube. Um, like I'm so appreciative of what y'all do over there. And then Brian will go through the 11-hour edits. I mean tapings, and he'll like mark something that he thinks is important for people who come in the future and watch it and be like, at this
Oh,
marker.
that is wow. That's
Ain't
super
that
dope.
awesome?
Yes.
Cause what? It is a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that's pretty awesome. Like, wow.
But if you
Uh,
like, write it down or whatever, take notes, and then you can go, of course, back. So I'm not sure if he does that, timestamp it
that's
and
what he
then
like.
go back.
That's what he. Well,
No, what
I
I'm
don't know
saying,
how he.
like write a note so that when he goes through it, the 11 hours, he
Mhm.
automatically know where it's at. So he can then timestamp it. I'm not
I
sure
think
if he
that's what
does
he's
it that
doing.
way.
He might be
Oh,
doing
okay.
it while, yeah, because he's like, I don't know what it means when it says managing mod. So I think that he can like make edits. Like
Mhm.
do the time. I don't know how he's doing it, but it, I think that I don't think he's sitting there after the fact going through the 11 hours. I think it's while he's like watching it for
Oh,
the first
okay.
time, but he's like making timestamps, and I think that's pretty awesome because it is hard to find like the nuggets in an 11-hour live. And then I went on there today trying to make an edit out of what we heard before we shut down today. The guy admitting to the unaliving people, to killing people.
Oh, yes. Oh my
I had
gosh.
clipped that. Let me tell you
Oh
how crazy
my
this is.
gosh.
I clipped
Yes.
it and I put it on my page, and it was getting lots of views, and it only had 5 likes. I was like, wait, this many people watched this and skipped it? Like nobody had thoughts about that part of the conversation. I was like, let me take this down because something's wrong with the algorithm or humanity is just fucked. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Huh?
You said nobody watched it all the way through,
Mm-mm.
or they what?
I only clipped that part. No, it had views, but it only had 5 likes and one comment. And I'm like, this is weird,
That's
ain't it?
Mhm. Maybe it was on the wrong side of
Either that or
TikTok.
the algorithm was messed up. But he, like, yeah, he was admitting
Thank you,
to have done
Crystal.
drive-bys and killing people, and now he is saved, right? And I
Hmm.
ended it on you saying, and all he has to do is repent. I ended it on you because it was like the perfect end. Because everybody was silent. Because you was like, "You okay, Thinker?" And I was like, "This man just came in here and admitted to taking the life of other people's children," and then I just got silent. And then you go, mm, and all he has to do is repent, and then it ends like that. But for
But
real,
it's
like,
true.
oh
Oh my
yeah,
gosh. That was just, I'm like, I hope nobody opens any cold cases.
right? I covered up his face because I ain't trying to be called in for a
Right.
witness for shit.
Right.
So like I covered up his face, but he's on YouTube. In the name on his profile is like blasted on YouTube. Like, do you know somebody is sharing that shit? Because when we came off live, we had 9,100 views. That motherfucker is well over that by now. And within 30 minutes we was at 10,200 views. Ain't none of my YouTube videos got that many views. I said somebody is sharing this link.
Somebody is. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Damn. Y'all better watch what y'all say.
Right.
I don't know nothing.
Maybe we need to like start saying the disclaimer. Be careful what you say. You are being streamed live on YouTube. I don't know. We
Yes,
need to like
yes.
start giving a disclaimer or something because somebody is sharing the hell out that link.
Okay. I mean, they get comfortable. Especially like I said, since they repent, probably feel like they've been forgiven and you know, it's all said and done. And so they feel comfortable to confess.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago's like, let them confess.
Brian, where are the numbers at right now on that video? Like, can you check it for me right quick? Is it well over 10,000? It was like the numbers were like moving to the views as I was like looking at it and editing it. The views were like jumping 200 at a time, like within seconds, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
It's, mm, they are sharing that.
Yeah, they
Did
got to
you
be
put like
sharing it, huh?
that's can you hear me?
Yeah, what'd you say?
I said, did you put a caption for that particular live or you don't? You just let it
I just used the same
run.
caption that I put
Okay.
into Streamlabs. Yeah, I'm not. I told y'all like my ADHD don't let me edit. My ADHD don't let me do. I can't do TikTok videos and these lives at the same time. I can't care about what the caption says on YouTube at the same. I have to hire somebody to do that. And I did hire somebody to do that and they're working on it. We like they did some edits and I asked for some changes. And I felt so bad asking for changes, but I needed changes. And so we're still there on that. But my ADHD, I can't. I don't have it. But are y'all ready?
Mhm.
Let's sit back and chill.
I show is yes.
Okay. All right. So we have the guest box. So what we're gonna do is gonna bring up the non believers first.
Okay.
What's up, Miss Charlene?
Hello, my loves. How's everyone
Hey,
doing?
Charlene, why she look oh, there she go. I was like,
What?
what is that? I was a
I don't
bit
trust you
scared
no
for a
more,
minute.
Mezzo.
I had nothing to do with
What's
that.
up, Mezzo?
I don't trust you no more, dude.
I was so weirded out by that because normally when someone says like, "Hey, you got to come here," this someone sounds like you go listen to it and you're like, "What the fuck do you think I sound like?" Like they sound
Mm-mm.
so
And then
weird.
did y'all hear the voice effect just now? Did y'all hear it
Oh, it's because
like when he
I'm
came
I'm
in?
jamming over here. I was jamming
Uh
with
huh.
you. You playing my
Uh huh.
songs.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
okay.
Uh-uh.
I love that song.
I am a sinner. Oh my God. We're gonna trust you
What?
tonight. Your twin was in the guest request last night. He left before we could bring him up on stage. I think he think we didn't want him back because we do like the 1-on-1. So he left before we could bring him on stage. But if you talk to your other self in the mirror, tell him that he's welcome back.
He seemed pretty cool. He
Okay.
doesn't like seem to like have much to say in this particular place. Like it's not a thing that you usually cover like the I don't know what words we can say, but the psych Demelic type of religion thing doesn't usually come up in your lives, I think.
Oh, that's what he's into?
Yeah, he was saying that he's into
Okay.
like spaghetti with mushrooms on it.
Ah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He's into the flying spaghetti monster with mushroom.
Why is there
You
mushrooms?
know what Jesus said, what Jesus told John to go and buy when he was on the island of Patmos so he could have a spiritual experience, what the Church of Laodicea was selling in the eye salve.
Yeah, the stuff Mario eats.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
It's
Dr.
tripping me out
Seth.
how many Christians don't know that Jesus used to get high. Like that's
Mm.
and it's like right there in the Bible. Like and he did it through the eyeballs. Like that's what's tripping me out.
What you
I
mean he
have
did it through the
no idea what you're
eyeball?
talking about.
Jesus used to get high?
He used to get high
Yeah.
high.
He used to get high. The eye salve? The
What?
eye salve. We talked about this.
Oh yeah, he
The
used to
the eye salve that Laodicea when he's talking to the church at Laodicea, the eye salve was a concoction that got Laodicea rich. Like that's where their wealth came from, and it used to get them high. They used to get have
Mm.
have hallucinations and spiritual. Jesus called it a spiritual awakening, right? Like an experience, but it went through the eye. So he's telling John, he's like, go buy some eye salve, put it on the eyes, and have a spiritual awakening. But the concoction used to get them high, and that's where Laodicea got their
People
wealth,
think they're gods.
huh?
And this, I said that's probably why they all think they're gods and
Mm-hmm.
disciples and second comings.
Yeah, yeah. John is on the island of Patmos having like when he's saying that he's talking to Jesus, he's having a trip. Like when he says I'm in the spirit,
Oh
like he's
wow.
on. Yeah, he's high. He's having a trip, like a meditation. Like yeah, like the Bashar.
He ascended.
He's
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Wow.
He was high as fuck. Yeah, and then like in the temple, they would burn cow dung with uh ganja
You can't just hot box
and
anyone's
their
shit.
incense.
Like,
Right, that's
They found a human body, right, that was buried in Israel. It was a woman. She had died during childbirth, and she had residue. She had THC in her lungs,
Mm.
and they said that the rabbis or the priests, they didn't call them rabbis at the time, had given it to her to calm her down, right, during death, and that was something that they used back then, like as a medicine to calm them down. Like she had THC in her lungs.
I was wondering too, because I've been looking up like stuff about Hinduism just to kind of know a little more about other things. And I've heard of this a little bit before, but in reading about it, it's like, wow, that makes sense. That the idea that during the missing, whatever, I think it's 9 or 19 years where we don't really know where Jesus was, that he could have been traveling abroad a bit and getting some ideas from India and other places, because the stuff that he brought back was sort of similar. And along with that, coming back, I mean, plants move from country to country.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting idea.
It's very interesting. That's something they like. So you don't believe Jesus exists? I think there might have been a human that existed, and that human liked getting high. Like if you look at the two different storytellings of when he healed the blind man, right? On one of them, he spit in his hands, rubbed some dirt together, and did what Vespasian Flavian did. On the other, he didn't. The other one, the dude was like, I see tall trees. I see tall men that look like tall trees. Like, like dude was high. Like that eye salve, bro. Like Laodicea was the dope dealers of the Levant area. That's where they got their wealth. They
Well,
were
all the
Wow.
like
the trap house.
revelation type stuff too. Like when you start seeing
Gosh.
multiple eyes on things, that is like what happens when like you're on bad acid, you know. Like and
Yeah.
I know they didn't have that exact acid back then, but they had like other types of things like that for sure. And like seeing multiple
Mhm.
eyes, like the that thing called pareidolia. I don't know how to say the word, but where you see faces and things. Do you know that thing I'm talking about?
Like
There's
the
like
wheel, the
no,
Ezekiel's wheel.
there's just a natural phenomenon for humans where we see faces in things. It's like the reason
Oh
that
yeah,
we
that's one on my kitchen counter that looks at me every damn
yeah,
day.
right. It's like why people see Mother Mary in toast. It's why our outlets look like they're going, "Oh," at us. Like every outlet in
Yeah.
your house is like, "Oh."
Yeah,
Yeah, right. And so like
that
there's a name for
surprised
that. It's
look
like
on the face.
someone's going to say it's like pareidolia or so, yeah,
Oh,
pareidolia, yeah. And
is it something wrong with our brain?
no, it's something right with our brain. It's like that so that when we're young baby infants, we can recognize our fellow like humans and know who to follow
Huh?
along. Like it's a good evolutionary trait, but if like we kind of just see it more often than we should, and if you mix that with psychedelic toxins, you start to see fucking eyeballs everywhere. Like that's part
Oh
of
my god,
why.
that would
Yeah.
freak me the fuck out. I have trichotillomania too.
No,
Like
no, no.
I
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
can't
with the
see
holes.
that.
Mm-mm.
And that might be so
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Mm-mm.
That makes sense
Mm-mm.
because I can't stand too many patterns. Like fucking get that shit away from
Yes,
me.
me too.
It freaks me out. Just
I
even thinking
found
about
Same
patterns in
here.
things too.
trichotillomania right now got me fucked up in the brain. Like I can't do it. Like we went to the museum and they had a whole motherfucking expedition of patterns and I fucking freaked the fuck out and ran out the room. I can't do it. Don't put too many patterns around me. I can't do it. Like my hands are shaking right now. My fist is in a ball. Like I cannot do it. It breaks my brain.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-mm. But there is a like y'all, my stomach is hurting right now. Just think about trichotillomania. But uh,
We fucked you. We got you way off track. I'm sorry
Oh,
about
damn.
that. She's like spiraling downward. She's in I can hear you on the floor in a ball crying.
It's gonna
oh
be
my
all
god, I
right.
feel like I need to reset. Shit. Hold on. There is a face on my counter, on my kitchen counter.
Yeah.
And she looks like she fucking scared. She looks like she's screaming. And I'm like,
What?
what the fuck happened to her? Yeah, like there's a face, like the pattern on my kitchen counter. There is one of the patterns is in the face of a woman, and she just looks horrified. So like I'm sitting there like every morning, I'm fixing my coffee, and I'm like, man, what the fuck happened to her? Like that's what I can see. I don't know. It's yeah, but I didn't know that there was a name for that.
I have
But
one in my bathroom on my floor, and I sit on my
Wow.
chair all the time and look at the different patterns of faces.
Yeah. I mean, it's a weird, amazing thing, but it's also why like artists can do very little, like do minimal paint and still make us see a whole face, like with just one color and a few lines. Like we get it. Our brain is able to like fill in the rest of the gaps on that. It's really fascinating.
well, I'm gonna have to look into that and see it. Sorry. What's up, Rodney, into the YouTube family? What's up, Maven? If you are a believer and you want to be on stage and participate in the Freeform Friday, we have 2 spots on stage for 2 believers. Go ahead and send your request in right now. Cheney Cheney? Is it Cheney Gentages? Cheney? Lala, do y'all see him on stage or her?
No, I just see. Oh, I see him now.
I just see a
Yeah,
black
but it's a
box.
black screen. I clicked on it, but I could see. I just see a black screen.
Okay. Right now, there's no believers in the box. That was the only non-nerd or non-friendly in the box. So, if you are a believer and you want to be on stage or participate in the 2-on-2, or if you have a off-topic question tonight is the night to do it. I know we started late, y'all, and again, that's my apologies, but we're here now, and so let's just move on. So go ahead on and hop up in the box. If you're from YouTube and you want to come and participate in the conversations tonight, the stage is open for you all. Congratulations, Mama Dula. She's having another grandson, y'all. She just found out today.
Oh, congratulations.
I can't get the box open. Can you see who's in there? There's 4 people in there. The box is not opening for me. Hey, Travis. Let's see. What's up, Yo Kamari? Let's see. Bobby Rocks. Are they not?
Bobby's coming. Bobby was in the chat talking about scrying. He was saying that thing is called scrying, but I understand scrying, the thing where you see faces. I understand that to be like, mirror on the wall, like the idea where you look into mirrors and crystal balls and try to like see, like other spiritual faces emerge out of them. Is that right, Bobby?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think it's different for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no like cookie cutter, but those that scry, and when I say scry, I would describe to somebody like, if you're in a good place, a good vibration, you see things, you're open-minded.
I'm so sorry, but I didn't mean to interrupt. Thinker, okay. I did not mean to start a whole like spiritual conversation with this man. So if you want to like, you got to qualify him first.
I thought you were asking for believers. I was just trying to help understand.
No.
You can drop me if you want. It's fine.
You're good, Bobby. I'm interested in knowing what it is. I was over here and I'm still trying to figure out what the hell it's called. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's I don't know how to spell it, but scrying is what it's called. One of my, I would say, someone I respect and has beautiful gifts and also shares those. That's where I use the word scrying. So she actually will take a piece of paper with charcoal, and she's a beautiful artist. She has, it's just such, we got so many beautiful artists out there. But anyway, she's just this artist, and over the years she's learned through her art how to see images and pull them out of paper. So think of like putting charcoal on a art piece of paper, like a 8x11 or something a little bit bigger, and then she sees the lines. I think others sometimes see it, but I would say not most of the time, no, but she does. And she puts together like a reading for people. And I will say has helped so many people just open up their mind. Not that they see it, but some people have the gift, and it's all very positive message. You know what I'm saying? It's never like fear or negative. I mean, sometimes you say, hey, you should watch out, you know what I'm saying? Or there's something here in your life that, that she gets out of that. So I look into the clouds and I look into rocks and I can see things. I look into trees like have been cut off and you can see the inside. But I mean, I have the gifts of being able to see that. I don't tell people. I'm lucky to find my soulmate, and she sees things too. And I also see a lot what she sees. But I got a message through scrying yesterday that pertained to a lot of what was going on.
This is what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm reading about it, and it says that it's an error in our brain. Like that is an error. It's not. It's an error in our brain pattern recognition for faces. But who the fuck don't see a face in that?
Is it pareidolia?
Everybody in here see a face in that. Am I right?
What picture are you looking at? I want to see.
Thinker, it's an error because it's not a face. That's the only thing. Like, you're seeing something and your brain thinks face, even though it's not like an animate object. That's the only thing they mean by error. But I think it's also, like, as far as I understood it, I mean, not for scrying, but for pareidolia, it's also the case that it's why infants are able to recognize their mother. You know what I mean? Like it works. Our brain works in that way.
Right. What I was getting ready to ask is, could this be possible why I don't tend to recognize people? Like people be like, "Hey, how are you?" And I start freaking out in my head, like, "Okay,
Do that all the time. I can never remember.
No,
is that?"
what you guys have is called it's rudeness.
I thought they called that what is that?
Oh, Mezzo.
No,
IDGAF syndrome.
I totally have that too. Like I have such a hard time remembering people's names, faces, and like just everything about. Like I have to ask my kids their birthday still. I have a hard time.
Yeah, like so that's what I thought. Like maybe that's why. But I mean, everybody sees a face in this, right?
I
That's
wonder
not.
how it works for people who have
I
like
would think
face
that one's
blindness.
obvious. The top left.
Yeah, that's
that's
obvious.
big time obvious.
That's
Looks like
obvious.
a dude I used to hang out with and
Mhm.
party together. He turned
There's
out to
a
be a
face
real
in there.
jerk, and the guy doesn't look very friendly either. So
Yeah, like I don't know.
But this is why people
Yeah.
see Jesus in their taco and stuff. You know what I mean?
I
like
don't.
that
I ain't
it's
never
that same
seen Jesus in
phenomenon.
a taco.
I
I
never
think
saw
that's.
Jesus
I
in
think that's
pizza or a
something
taco.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something different.
When
Let me see.
when there's a beard included, you actually need like less definition. You don't need a mouth. You know what I mean? Like artistically, it can be even less, specific.
There's a face. But that fucking shit's nasty. But goddamn it, there's a face.
I don't know if you can show all this on what is that? I can't see in the bottom left what that is.
I don't know what that is. That's a finger, I think. Or I don't know, but it might be a potato, a rotten potato, maybe. But look, there's the beard. Like he got a long beard right here. He ain't got no lips, so this one is European. No, I'm joking.
Ooh.
I'm joking.
I thought you were going to say that was Jesus, and I was like, okay, we should debate that one.
Look up Jesus one. Look up like Jesus taco or Jesus bread or something.
Hold
Let's
on.
see some of them. Oh, come on.
I think
Somebody drew that.
yeah.
Yeah, these are all going to be fake.
That's from My Name is Earl. I don't care what nobody say. When Earl made that grilled cheese and put Jesus' face on it for Mildred, that is from My Name is Earl. Hold on. Let me see. Oh God, I'm trying to go smaller. Wait. I don't see no real ones.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that was just a like urban myth type of thing.
Yeah. I think it's just like everything else about Jesus. But yep. All right. So, do we have any other Christians that want to join the stage? And let's get this party started.
I don't know if Bobby is. Bobby, are you a like religious Christian person? I don't know.
What? So I was baptized about 6 years ago, and God spoke to me at a stoplight, and when I was at the lowest of I would say, of my life.
Just
And,
yes, then probably right.
Yeah, like I got a long journey, but I don't like to use labels. I mean,
can I give you? There's a like non-label label
stuff. You know what I'm saying, for some Christians, because I grew up in a very Catholic neighborhood, the Methodist kid in the Catholic neighborhood, and I just had a lot of just not very nice people who called themselves Christians, but just awful people to not necessarily me, but to other people. And so I've had some problems with Christians. Am I a Christian? I don't.
There's actually like a bit of
I'm
a
a believer.
movement.
I would rather use that word.
Yeah, there's a bit of a movement of people who are feeling the same way as you, where they believe the Bible, they follow the teachings of Jesus, but the word Christian has been a little bit soured. People from like the far right use it and stuff like that. So it's not really a group. Like they don't get together and hang out, but there is a name for it, which is Sadakmak Bivtaj. And I know that seems like a really long, terrible acronym.
That's a long word.
Yeah, people just say Sadakmak. That's the easier way. But like when you come up into lives like this, if they're like, hey, are you religious? And you don't want to say that whole speech, you can go, I'm Sadakmak. Yeah, and they'll go, okay, I got it. And then we know exactly what you mean.
Wow, I learned a new
writing
word
it
today.
in the chat there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Look,
the word's
give
been
me give me
around
What's a
just
since
a
like the
second.
wetback?
70s. It's an old word, but it just is
To
now it's getting popular.
to the rude
That's
ass
funny.
Christians on YouTube that's over there being rude to Maven.
Even the point.
Like exactly. Like and then he types like Maven's like, hey, cabs are not allowed, right? And he goes and types he or she because his name is Brandon goes and types in all caps, my name's Ethereal and I lay in the bed all day and just watch other people's lives and tell people not to type in all caps. Like that is the personality of many Christians that we come across on this live. And that's why your own fellow brothers and sisters in Christ don't even want to be associated with you.
Hallelujah.
Brandon, like that's ridiculous. And you can come over here and join the live, Brandon. You can come over here and join the live. Like that's fucking ridiculous.
Please do. I'd love to like be able to speak to someone who just like really sucks at their religion and is being a jerk. I mean, like you got to come over here and like say it out loud because just typing is super weak. Like it's a really weak way to get your point across, I think.
Yeah. Manohar, if you want to join the live, you have to come over on TikTok and request to join the live. But I think it shows like I don't know. They just have really bad personalities to me. I don't know. And this ego, their ego, they have the worst control over their ego because you can't say if you say don't type in all caps, their immediate response is to do the thing that you said don't do to you or don't do in your space because how dare you tell me what I can't do. And like Fee messaged me about the free will thing because we both shared reposted a video of another creator who's a deconstructionist on here, and she was talking about how we don't have free will or free choice because scientists can track the choices that we're going to make neurologically, right, through data. And she was just like debunking free will through science. And I shared it, and Fee was like, hey, friend. She said, I know you don't like the free will conversation, but we both shared the same post, and I'm just trying to figure out why you shared it. And she was like, I know you're over talking about free will. And I said, I shared it because maybe the hate watchers that follow me will see the repost, and they'll understand it from her explaining it, and they'll just like let the whole thing go when they try to come on my stage. But I realized that they're talking about choice, and so it took me a minute to understand where they're coming from and to not give a fuck that they're using the wrong word, right? Because they're not going to change it. They need it to be free will because for them, it's a powerful thing that stops their God from being the God that he's supposed to be to them and to the world. So it explains why the God doesn't show up in the world the way that that they believe he can. Does that make sense? So for them
Yeah.
to call it free will, they need that. And they're not going to let it go. They're not going to let you say that it's the ability to make decisions without constraint of necessity or fate. They need it to mean that they have the power to do whatever along with consequences because hey, that God is still powerful. He's just limiting his power to respect my free will. And they need to take blame for his shit.
And there's still consequence.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that you had kind of taken that route with it. I've done a similar thing. Like I had no idea. Like that's just game recognizing game. I guess like there's this like okay, you're not using the word the right way, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and kind of like try to like okay, when you say free will, I'm just going to hear will. Got it. Fine. Like I can kind of like move past it because we can get into a semantics. We can get into the science of it. It's not going to change anything that they do with the word, but we can kind of move the conversation on anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do plan on, because I think they don't realize how powerful they've made free will. And free will is damn near like another entity now. It's like it's doing something, right? Along with Satan, along with sin. So free will, Satan, and sin have become their own trinity with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
And us, it's like the fourth God. Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't realize that they've done that. And the free will motherfucker is powerful as hell. But in reality, if you add that trinity together, it's just the human, right? The human's trinity is free will, Satan, and sin. That's their trinity. And the God can't the one thing that the God cannot control is the human, the mind of the human, the free will, the evil part of the human, and the sinful nature of the human. That's the thing that the God can't control. And when you think about Jacob wrestling with the God, right? And Jacob overpowering the God and the God having to use supernatural abilities to get out of the headlock, that's basically their whole entire story summed up when they talk about it. Where is it in the Bible? It's in Genesis 28, I think.
Okay.
Or Genesis 38.
I've heard about it a lot, but I don't remember if I like looked through it before.
Hold on, let me see.
I gotta find my Bible.
Can I pose a question to everybody?
Yeah, because we don't have any Christians.
I would love to ask this because I would love to get like people who have loving, that are respected, that are good people, but to actually, the whole topic would be free will and how people would not necessarily describe free will, but how much free will do you think you have truly? I mean, so I've met a few people, we had a little bit of this discussion, but I think free will, first of all, is one of the coolest things that you have because you can choose. I mean, I think you can choose, right? We make thousands of decisions every day. Some we think more on, some are just automatic, but we're at crossroads every day in our life. I think it's the crossroads of choosing to be righteous or not be righteous. Depends on what, whatever difference you're sending, your direction, your energy. But the question I have is, what percentage? So if we have no free will,
hold on, your laugh just reminded me of the guy on that 70s show that was sitting in the garage. Have you ever watched that 70s show?
Yeah, a long time ago. I haven't watched TV in over a decade, but I remember I watched some of the shit. It was pretty funny. I liked the dad. He was such an asshole. And
do you remember the friend that do you remember the older guy that would sit in the garage with them and queef with them?
You mean the dude with the black curly hair dude next door?
No, not him. I'm finna find him.
Oh,
Tommy
good.
Chong. Yeah.
Him. I don't want to wind you.
No, not Tommy Chong. Hold on. Nope. I'm finna pull him up. But your laugh and the way you talk, and even looking at your picture.
Did you just say Tommy Chong?
No, not Tommy Chong. No,
okay. Because we're gonna remake a movie, and we're gonna remake the old Cheech and Chong movies, but in a different, more fun way.
I'm finna find him, but go ahead and keep going. I'm gonna show y'all who I'm talking about. Go ahead.
No, so like what I would love to ask people, like have a discussion and, an intellectual, respectful discussion, this open discussion and that is how much free will do each one of us really have? And I think people will answer that differently based on obviously their experiences, but also how healed they are. Whether or not if they're a victim still, for whatever reason, just where they're at with, I guess.
What are you measuring it in? Like, it's hard to say how much of something when there's not like a
let me define it
data marker. Like I have 3, I have 4. Like how many free will do I have?
Well, can I finish describing it, please? So
yeah, I just wanted to make sure you heard my whole question as well.
Never mind. I'll pass. I appreciate it, though.
Huh? What just happened?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. What happened?
Did you not want to respond to my question? You just want to answer your own questions, or what's? I just wanted to understand what you meant by it.
It's all right, man. It's I appreciate y'all having me up here and stuff. I just thought this was a safe space to ask a question.
Yep. Nope. Not doing that. I don't know. You just like flipped out, but I don't know. This is who I was talking about.
He thought it was a safe space to ask a question, and so when I asked a question, he couldn't answer. That's what it was. It was a question. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't know this.
Okay,
Oh, I know that guy.
Yeah, that's who he reminded me of when he was laughing and talking, and then his picture kind of reminded uh me of that too. But yeah, the crash out was like weird.
We didn't even do anything yet.
yeah.
It was literally like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, and
I'm
this
out.
definitely, yeah, this definitely is not a safe space. I don't know where he got that. Maybe he just like rolled up in here and ain't never watched the show, but this is not a safe space. But yeah, if you are a Christian, the guest box is open if you want to join the live. This is weird because when it's Freeform Friday, right, and the Christians can come on stage 2 by 2, like Jesus told them to go out, they don't do it. They rather come on stage 1 by 1.
And
Isn't that
then,
weird?
but no, then why are they always whining in the comments for you to let them up? Now you're giving them a chance to come up more than one, and they're nowhere to be found.
I don't. Yeah, pure goddess, do you have your demon with you tonight? Like, I think like I don't think you're a Christian, right? But I think you are.
But the demon is. The demon's a Christian.
Oh goodness. Like I don't know. It's just a weird thing. And then they cry about it only they'll be in the comments saying, you guys are wrong because you won't let more than one person on the stage at a time. You're ganging up on Christians, you're
It's
just
an echo
bullies.
chamber.
Yeah, let more people up. But then when we do it, the night that we do it, they don't come. But then on the nights when it is 1-on-1, there's 40 of them in the guest request. Like y'all are weird.
Thank you. I just remembered something I wanted to tell you about the other day when you had all those flat earthers come up in a row. I know all those guys. So like I was loving that because when I first started doing debates on this app, I was just doing flat earth stuff and it just became really not fun because it's the same people over and over again and it's those people and they're so annoying and they're so bad and you just fucking stomped on them so good. I was just like laughing all morning. I had such a wonderful day from it. I just wanted to thank you for that. It was so good.
Yeah, that was irritating and fun at the same time.
They
They be
always come up
thinking
in the
they
same order. Like one person that you had one guy who kind of like what happens is he didn't mean to come up about flat Earth. He just kind of came up, and then after he got stomped, he went to them and said, "Someone over there just said that the Earth is round." And then Enoch of TikTok comes, and by the way, that guy like literally has been like gotten in trouble for going to schools and handing out flat Earth flyers to children on buses and stuff. Like he's terrible, terrible, terrible person. Like just a bad person, and goes back. Like he has like restraining orders on schools and stuff. And then the next guy comes, Angels of Light come, like they come in order. Like I remember all them, and they're all just like so pointless, such pointless people.
Yeah, he was I had the most fun when he was on stage because I had fun fucking with him. But this is the crazy thing. Like they be thinking that they're triggering me is a bad thing. But what they don't realize that when they trigger me, I get to have fun. That's the thing. Like you unleash the thing that I try to keep contained. They don't realize that. They think they're like, oh, she's so triggered. Yep. And I'm glad you did it, motherfucker.
You're in your sweet spot. Like you're like, now I'm nice and mad. Let's go. Like
Yeah.
I can do it. Yeah, it's amazing.
Can I ask a question? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. I was getting ready to introduce Pure Goddess, but go ahead.
Oh, no. Go ahead. I was just, never mind.
No, go ahead. Alpha said, "Go ahead, Mama. go ahead."
Oh, I was just wondering. I was kind of was going to change the subject a little bit because I had wanted to ask you about this. Your thoughts on the story of Dinah in Genesis?
Oh, where they raped her?
Yes. Well, yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen this on TV or read the book called the Red Tent.
Mm-mm.
It's the story of this situation of uh what is it, Jake? No, who was it? Her father was Jacob. Yeah, Jacob. It's his story, right? When he went and found Rachel and all that, and it tells how he came back, how he left and came back, and his children. And it tells the story where Dina went and got raped by the prince, and then he fell in love with and wanted to marry her. And so I guess I was wondering. I can't make up my mind what I think about that, because on the one hand, she's not mentioned. She has this whole storyline in this book, in this chapter in Genesis. You get up to what happened to her. You get up to how he wanted to marry her, but you get up to how her brothers tricked all of them into being circumcised, and then went in and killed everybody, and she's just kind of just disappears. Her whole story just disappears. And I just was wondering, what was the point of that story?
It was just to show like a political alliance, right? Um, they used women for political alliances, and I think that's just what that. I I don't know. I think it was just to show like a political alliance and to show how women were used to do that. But basically, they just say that she saved the lives of the Israelites.
She did
Like
what
she
now?
was like she saved the lives of the Israelites through that alliance, and basically her body was a sacrifice, right? And she ended up saving the lives of the Israelites by marrying the prince. It was like
But
an alliance.
but no, no, because she didn't get to marry. Well, okay. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. Where Jacob's sons went in and killed everybody. I mean, they wiped them all out. All the men that was there, killed them all, and then took her back.
Yeah, and he asked for an alliance to marry her. Hold on,
Why
let me
they?
pull it up. Hold on.
It's
Okay,
chapter 34.
it's 34. Yeah,
Is it Genesis?
it's
Yeah.
Genesis 34.
So it's I
Uh,
mean I have it here. I don't need to read the whole thing, but yeah, it's like Dinah is the daughter of Leah, whom she had born to Jacob.
Right.
Seshem is like the prince, seizes her, grapes her, and then says to his dad, "Please get this girl to be my wife." And so they do some like negotiating, and and maybe this is what you're talking about. Let me find favor with you. Whatever you say, I will give. Put the marriage present and gift as high as you like, and I will give whatever you ask of me.
Right. That's
Only
what
give me the
the
young
king
woman to be
did.
my wife. So they like hand her over, and then the brothers go, hell no, and they come in and wipe everyone
And
out.
wipe everybody out. And then, so okay, this is my thing, because I know in the scripture it says that he raped her, right? I don't know, but I kind of wonder if that's how it happened, or if she may have, both of them might have, like, liked one another, fell in love, and did, and then he wanted to marry her. I mean, she was already, she's no longer a virgin, right? The king comes to Jacob, tells him what happens, and brings the bride, asks him whatever bride price you want, he'll give him for Dinah. And I think they did go back, but like you say, the brothers, he said the only way that they could correct the wrong was they had to be circumcised, because that was their custom, right? The Jewish men had to be circumcised. So he told them that all of the men in his land had to be circumcised in order for him to get her back. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Charlene, it says that like he saw her, he seized her, and lay with her by force. Like, it's
I
pretty
know it.
clear,
I
right?
mean, I know what it says. I do know what it says. But when you read about some of the other behaviors that they do, I don't know if it's well. Anyway, yeah, it probably was by force. But I guess the thing was he fell in love with her. What I didn't understand was he wanted to marry her, and instead of
I think the marriage was more so about an alliance, though. I don't think it had anything to do with him loving her.
that's what it says.
That's what.
It says that he loved her.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Mm.
I mean, I
If
don't
any of these are real people, it was probably written like the victors always write history, so it was written by the brothers and Jacob and in this side of things, Dina's side of things. So of course they're going to say, yeah, that
yeah.
guy raped our sister, and they were trying to set up some sort of a like circumcision truce for whatever reason. Uh,
But the reason was they wanted them to be, down because they all the men in the camp had been circumcised, so they was down for the count. You know what I'm saying? They little Winky was all tore up, and so while that happened, while they were in recovery, so to speak, Jacob's son came, and all of them came in the camp and wiped out all the men, took all the spoils, took took all of that, took Dina back. And so now you took your sister back, but now she's been soiled. So it ain't like she's going to marry somebody else now at this point. So, and she just disappears. The only mention of Dina after this happens is when they went into Egypt, when Joseph brought all of them into Egypt. She was named as one of the people who went with them into Egypt. But I mean, it just seemed like the way they do women, I didn't understand. It just seemed like such a waste.
this is a really like almost comically weird moment like around verse 18 where like the men of the city are all saying, okay, listen guys, they want us all to circumcise ourselves. I
Right.
know this sounds bad, but think about it. Like we would have all their cows, we would like share daughters with them, we'd
Yeah,
give
they
them
get to,
be able to get rid
right,
of our
get to
daughters, we
marry.
can have theirs, like we can
Hmm.
have all their cattle, the livestock. I think we should do it. And they do. They all are like fine, and they all just go for it, which is like such a weird moment.
Well, I think because they took them at their word, they believed them that they were going to, I guess, combine and become, in-laws and brothers and, work together, how everyone say
Oh,
it.
this is the thing. It was a setup.
It was a setup. That's my whole point. That was the
Oh
whole,
shit. So yeah,
yeah,
then it
that's what
says
I was
on the third
saying.
day when they were still in pain, two of the sons
Right.
of Jacob came. Yeah, so they were like, yeah, you guys will do this. You just all circumcise yourselves. And
The,
while they were still like
in
recovering, they
recovery,
came in. Oh, that's amazing.
that's what I was saying. They set them up by having them circumcise themselves, knowing that they would be in no condition to defend themselves if something popped off, because all of them laying down with the hurt Winky, right? And
This
then
is like
they sneak into the camp
yeah.
and kill them all, and then take everything they had.
Only in like this area of Earth during that time. Like imagine if Sun Tzu's Art of War was like, and here's a great trick. You tell them all to circumcise themselves. And they'd be like, no. Like everyone would just say no, we're not doing that. But here they're like, all right, I guess that looks pretty
Okay, but they said yes because they had rulers. They basically had no choice. It was the king that made this law. He said,
Yeah.
okay, my son wants to marry this people's person. Let's
Right.
And they
get
they
circumcised. They
got in
had no
trouble.
choice.
No, well,
Yeah,
their dad got mad, right? Jacob got mad about it,
Jacob got mad
he
about
got
it
right?
mad.
Yeah,
because he
because
felt like he had
they acted
dishonored
out of.
Leah.
Well, no, he got
Yeah,
mad because he feared retribution,
Oh,
right?
you mean after they did what they did?
Yeah,
yeah.
But
yeah,
they
because
killed all the
they
men. So what? I guess from the other kingdoms around them, because they even killed the king, the prince, and all the servants. Every man they killed them.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a story about like political alliances and why certain things didn't happen, and then honestly, the story is pointless.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
it's yeah, but it's
Well,
about
it's a story of military trickery also. Like they're also showing like let's use this moment to take advantage of them and get them while they're down.
well he had offered a alliance, right? He was like, my city will be open to you. Like okay, he did this thing. He's like, okay, let me marry her, right? And we'll have an alliance, the Canaanites and the Israelites, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they falsely accept it,
Yeah.
and then they go in and they kill them, and then they take their wealth, right? Like
Right.
the whole story is about uh like Israel and Canaan, Israel taking what Canaan has, right? How treacherous Canaan is. They were so bad that they couldn't even, that there was no alliance to be made with them. Like they're
But it seemed like the
that
Israelites were more treacherous than they were
well,
because they
he raped their sister, so it makes them look like the victors, and then it makes Jacob look like Jacob's like, why did y'all do this? Right now, the treacherous Canaan. Now we have to watch our backs with the treacherous Canaanites, right? Like this is before they go in and they actually take over
take
the
the
land,
land.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just about like showing how they couldn't do alliances, and because he did offer an alliance after he raped her, and they falsely accepted it, went in, took everything, and then Jacob's like, why did y'all do that? Now we have to watch our backs.
I guess my thing is my heart went out to Dina because she got caught up in all that mess. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, she's not mentioned no more. She was just a pawn while her brothers and father just moved her around. And that was just how they did. Like you said, that was what they did to women back then. Cause they
Honestly love that story because it shows their humanity now. Because when you read the Bible, these people feel like stones, like their laws are so strict and stuff. But when their sister got raped, they stepped in for her, and that was kind of like sweet because you don't get to see moments like this. And then Jacob is gonna be mad that his sons stood up for their sister. Like I don't understand, but I like that story because it's so sweet. Like look at these sibling.
I definitely wouldn't call it sweet, but
I
it's
want to
a
call it
it's
sweet.
Yeah,
a
that's indulgent.
Yeah,
It's
it's just interesting. I don't know about sweet, but
the
now
story
I
where
don't know
where
that that's a
the
like I don't know that story. I don't know. It's not one that I talk about a lot. Like it's
A dark sweet guys
I
because
guess I got into it because, like I said, I had saw that movie, The Red Tent, about this, and of course, they go in that movie. It's different, of course, than it is in the Bible because you actually get to hear her story being played out after everything happened in this movie, in this little miniseries. So that made me curious to come read it, read it here. And when I was reading it, I was just,
Dear Goddess, are you able to turn your phone not vibrate but silent? That's her phone, right?
oh yeah, it's the typing. Let me quickly do that.
Oh, that's you typing? Did she say typing?
Love
yeah,
when I type and then I want to feel and hear the vibrations. But let me switch it off.
it's on a
Huh?
really high vibration
Let me
setting
see.
for your typing.
for real.
Yes, it's on
Girl,
100%.
It sounds like a motorcycle.
You said so that you can feel the vibrations and hear? Is that what she said?
In her hand, I know you can do
Oh, in
that with
her
iPhones
hand.
where like as you touch the buttons it goes dick, 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 and jolts just a little so you know you actually touched it, but she's got it on supersonic. Like that is really really intense.
I love writing on my phone. Like I write books, so I want to make sure that I feel every letter that I type in to just make sure that it's there.
I didn't even know that was a
But
feature
I
on the
think I
phone.
switched it off now.
I never even heard of that
Yeah,
feature on the phone. Okay. Is there another Christian that want to join the stage? Everybody's quiet now. Are y'all
Charlene, thanks
okay?
for sharing that with us though. I
yeah, I
mean,
don't
I haven't heard
see.
of it before. It's a really sweet story, and so I'm just really glad to know it.
Um, there's no one in the box or in the request.
A letter?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, that's okay. We'll take you down. All right, y'all. While we wait on the brave Christians to come in the room, because I don't know what the fuck. Like, do they? I don't know. Like, what does this say? Does this mean that they have more confidence in themselves that they can like? Where did Miss Charlene go? What happened to Miss Charlene?
She's trying to find that buzzy feature on her phone.
Oh, is she?
No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
No.
Oh,
Oh, she just dropped. Miss Charlene.
oh, there she go.
I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi did something funky. So I had to use my cellular daily. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, you're good. So I guess until we get some brave Christians in here, so to let y'all know, the other day when we had the conversation about the different accounts of Paul, I went in and I made a graph, so y'all can see the differences in Paul's conversion story. Hold on, so I'm gonna pull it up. We can go over that. I don't know if we need to continue with Freeform Fridays because the Christians just get weird on Thursday. I don't know, y'all.
They want to talk to you. They don't want to talk to
It
us.
doesn't make any sense. They should want to, like, they cry about it being one person at a time on stage during the week, and then when I say they say, oh, you don't listen to feedback, you're narcissistic. But when I listen to their fucking feedback and set one day aside for them to come up with their buddies, not be alone, and to be able to change the topic, they don't fucking show up. They're weird.
It's not even
They're
the
weird
Sabbath.
humans. Huh?
It's not even the Sabbath. Like, there's no excuse.
Exactly. Like, it's just weird. And they're in here. There's
The
447.
thing,
Of course
the
they're
thing with
in here.
Christianity, the thing with them is that they go to church and then the pastor teaches them snippets of the Bible, not even the whole thing, just like a snippet. So when they're with people that actually study the Bible that aren't Christians, they don't know how to back themselves up because they only learned what they've learned in that church. Like, how can you take one verse out of a chapter and make it a whole sermon? No background, just vibes. And so obviously they're not going to feel confident when they have to stand up against people that actually dig deep into the Bible.
No, they'll
Because then
come
they
up
don't
here
have,
by themselves. They come up here by themselves. It'll be 40 or 50 in the queue waiting to do a one-on-one. But when we say, hey, on Thursdays you can come up here with two or three Christians at a time and talk to two or three non-believers, they don't show up. But during the
that is
week,
very,
they're crying about it being unfair that there's only one Christian allowed on stage at a time. And they say, oh, you just want to bully Christians. Let somebody else on
that is
stage with the
very,
other. Like they just, this is why I say stop all the fucking whining. And I can't stand their whining because there's no point behind it. They don't mean what they say. They just want to fucking whine.
Do you know what might work is if you seated them first. So all of us kind of stayed down and it didn't look like one person had to jump up in a lion's den. And it was like, okay, there's a whole thing there. I can be the first Christian and then just bring in one. Because right now, if someone joins in, they're scared it's going to be like, 3-on-1 or whatever.
No, I'm literally saying 2-on-2, right? I'm literally
Right.
saying 2-on-2. Like I don't get it.
But they don't listen.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like they just want to complain. They don't think, like, I don't know. That's why they irritate me so much. And then I be asking myself, am I too hard on the Christians? I don't think I am. I don't think I'm too hard on them. Like, God damn. Okay. So, until we get a team created, we could go over Paul's conversion. Y'all good with that? Because I want to show y'all how
Yes.
different his conversions are, like how different his stories are. Because that smug ass guy the other day with his lying ass. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make this easy, huh?
This is on Discord, right?
No, I haven't put it on there yet.
Oh,
Not yet. Yeah, I just created this maybe
oh.
2 or 3 days ago.
Well, I was.
But okay.
Can you send me a link to the Discord? Because I'm trying to put Thinker uh, on my tablet. The
You should be
Discord.
able to do that since you're already in there.
I tried. Like I thought I could. I thought I should because my phones are linked up. But I don't know what I'm doing. But okay, I figure it
Um,
out.
okay. So all you should have to do is just sign into your Discord account. Look, now that I'm talking about Paul's conversion and the contradictions, there's probably 3 Christians that just popped in the box. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What is this? Why? Why are y'all in the box now?
I was getting excited. I got all comfortable and shit.
Why do they do this? Look, what contradiction? They're coming out the fucking woodworks now.
Is this timeline like all from Paul's own like writings, him saying what happened that don't line up?
It's Paul and Luke, right? So
Okay.
Paul doesn't go and like, look, now God loves me. Shut the fuck up. Y'all shut the fuck up. And when I whisper, that means I'm pissed. It don't make no sense. Like now I gotta add, look, now here's the why you mad LOL bullshit. Now like I can feel the like I don't know, like it's yeah. I just want to go, yeah, there's 6 of them motherfuckers in there now. What the fuck is it? What's wrong with them? I just be wanting to understand their minds. Like, why do they behave the way they behave?
Let them up. They need to hear this thing about Paul.
It's weird. It's weird behavior. Okay, so, all right, so Paul's account of his conversion is in Galatians chapter 1, 15 through 20, right? And so Paul says that he didn't go up to Jerusalem to see the apostles. He says he waited, and that when he had the conversion, he doesn't go into details, right? When he had his conversion on the road to Damascus, he says he didn't talk to any human. He didn't confer with anybody about it. And he says that he waited 3 years, right, to go up to Damascus, and that he didn't go to James and them. That's what Paul says, right? So let me pull it up. Galatians 1, 15 through 20. And this is what I was asking, dude, like, where did Luke get his details from? And this is also like how we kind of see with Matthew. Mark says things happen, right, with Jesus, and then Matthew comes back and he elaborates, and you get all these elaborate stories around what Mark said. But where did Matthew get those details from? But Paul says, but when the one who had set me apart before I was born and called me through his grace was pleased to reveal his son to me so that I might proclaim him among the Gentiles, I did not confer with any human, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were already apostles before me, but I went away at once into Arabia. Luke doesn't mention Paul going to Arabia. And then Paul says, and afterward I returned to Damascus. Then after 3 years, I did go up to Jerusalem to visit Caiaphas. I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's Peter. And stayed with him 15 days. But I did not see any other apostle except James, the Lord's brother. And what am I writing to you before God? I do not lie. So this is Paul's account, right? Now in Luke's account, Barnabas has to take Paul to James and Peter and vouch for Paul because according to Luke, James and Peter were afraid of Paul because Paul was persecuting the Christians. Now, another thing that I find interesting, like if we keep in mind, right, with our outside biblical research and bring in Marcion, right? Historically, Marcion had Paul's letters first. Marcion believed that this Christ was the son of a different deity, right? Not the Hebrew God. So when he says, but when the one, right, who has set me apart, it makes me wonder if this was in capital and it meant like another God, other ancient authorities. See, that's supposed to be a God. It's supposed to be another God, because that's what Marcion believed the Christ that he was giving to the Gentiles was. It wasn't the Hebrew God. But when the one who had set me apart before I was born had called me through his grace, was pleased to reveal his son to me. And then look, so the original text says in me, right? Not to me. But they changed it to say that he revealed his son to him because it matches Luke's telling. You see what I'm saying? So, and the fact that you're saying other gods are fallen angels in defense of Paul tells me that you're defending something that you don't even know what you're defending, because you don't even know what you just said. And with you saying that, you're kind of like agreeing with us. Oh, we don't understand? You're fucking agreeing with us and you don't even know it when you write that. Okay, so now Luke's account in Acts 9:19-30. So that's Paul's account. And taken into Marcion, it would have been a different God. All right, hold on. 19-30. Wait, what? 9:19-30. This is the first account that we get. All right. And after taking some food, he regained his strength. For several days, he was with the disciples in Damascus, and immediately he began to proclaim Jesus in the synagogue, saying, "He is the Son of God." All who heard him were amazed and said, "Is not this the man who made havoc in Jerusalem among those who invoked his name? And he has not come here for the purpose of bringing them bound before the chief priests." Saul became increasingly more powerful and confounded the Jews who lived in Damascus by proving that Jesus was the Messiah. After some time had passed, the Jews plotted to kill him, but their plot became known to Saul. They were watching the gates day and night so that they might kill him, but his disciples took him by night and let him down through an opening in the wall, lowering him in the basket. When he had come to Jerusalem, he attempted to join the disciples, and they were all afraid of him, for they did not believe that he was a disciple. But Barnabas took him, brought him to the apostles, and described for them how on the road he had seen the Lord, who had spoken to him, and how in Damascus he had spoken boldly in the name of Jesus. So he went in and out among them in Jerusalem, speaking boldly in the name of the Lord. He spoke and argued with the Hellenists, but they were attempting to kill him. When the brothers and sisters learned of it, they brought him down to Caesarea and set him off to Tarsus. So this is a completely different account from what Paul said happened in Galatians. The book of Galatians was written before Acts. Galatians is prized to have been written around 35 CE, and Acts sometime after 90 CE, like 90 to 100 CE. Okay, so that's Luke's account to what Paul did. Hold on, I want to go to. Hold on, let me see. I want to go to the conversion. Did I? Hold on. Wait, no, hold on. Did I put it down here? Hold on. Give me just a second. Let me see.
At that screen, guys, let's get to 100,000. Let's double these shares. Don't forget to gift the host as well as the panelists.
Hold on. I put the wrong scriptures in there, y'all. My bad. Hold on. Okay. Oops. All right. So this is Paul's recount of Luke's conversion. Of Paul's conversion. Meanwhile, Saul, still breathing threats and murder against the disciples of the Lord, went to the high priest and asked him for letters to the synagogues at Damascus, so that if he found any who belonged to the way, men or women, he might bring them bound to Jerusalem. Now, as he was going along and approaching Damascus, suddenly a light from heaven flashed around him. He fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? He asked, Who are you, Lord? The reply came, I am Jesus, whom you are persecuting. But get up and enter the city, and you will be told what you are to do. The men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice but saw no one. Okay, y'all see that? The men who were traveling with him, verse 7, the men who are traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice but saw no one. Saul got up from the ground, and though his eyes were open, he could see nothing. So they led him by the hand and brought him to Damascus. For 3 days he was without sight and neither ate nor drank. Now there was a disciple in Damascus named Ananias. The Lord said to him in a vision, Ananias. He answered, Here I am, Lord. The Lord said to him, Get up and go to the street called Straight, and at the house of Judas look for a man of Tarsus named Saul. At this moment he is praying, and he has seen in a vision a man named Ananias come in and lay his hands on him so that he might regain his sight. But Ananias answered, Lord, I have heard from many about this man, how much evil he has done to your saints in Jerusalem. And here he has authority from the chief priest to bind all who invoke your name. But the Lord said to him, Go, for he is an instrument whom I have chosen to bring my name before the Gentiles and kings and before the people of Israel. I myself will show him how much he must suffer for the sake of my name. So Ananias went and entered the house. He laid his hands on Saul and said, Brother Saul, the Lord Jesus, who appeared to you on your way here, has sent me so that you may regain your sight and be filled with the Holy Spirit. And immediately something like scales fell from his eyes, and his sight was restored. Then he got up and was baptized, and after taking some food, he regained his strength. Keep in mind, he was baptized here. Okay. All right. So now let's go to Acts 22.
What's the scales? Do we know what that means? Like he just had like scabs covering his eyes and then they kind of fell off?
I think so. I think it's like mimicking Zechariah when Zechariah was blinded for not believing that John the Baptist, believing what the angel said about Elizabeth getting pregnant at like 90 years old, is to signify the blindness. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Acts 22. This is a different account, and let me see if this new variety, and it's still Luke recounting Paul's conversion, but notice the differences. Brothers and fathers, listen to the defense that I now make before you. When they heard him addressing them in Hebrew, they became even more quiet. Then he said, I am a Jew, born in Tarsus in Cilicia, but brought up in this city at the feet of Gamaliel, educated strictly according to our ancestral law, being zealous for God, just as all of you are today. I persecuted this way up to the point of death by binding both men and women and putting them in prison, as the high priest and the whole council of elders can testify about me. From them, I also received letters to the brothers in Damascus, and I went there in order to bind those who were there and to bring them back to Jerusalem for punishment. Now, hold on. This is Paul's writing. But when the one who had set me apart before I was born and called me through his grace was pleased to reveal his son, I'm going to say in me because that's what he originally said, so that I might proclaim him among the Gentiles, I did not confer with any human, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were already apostles before me, but I went away at once in Arabia, and afterward I returned to Damascus. Then after 3 years, I did go up to Jerusalem to visit Caiaphas and stayed with him 15 days, but I did not see any other apostles except James, the Lord's brother. And what I am writing to you before God, I do not lie. Now, look at his writing, right? This sounds like somebody forging some shit and like a test of like a confession of like I was persecuting them and I was it you know what I'm saying? It doesn't sound like something that he would say. Does that make sense? Like a story that was created after the fact. While I was on my way and approaching Damascus about noon, a great light from heaven suddenly shone about me. I fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to me, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? I answered, Who are you, Lord? Then he said to me, I am Jesus of Nazareth, whom you are persecuting. Now those who were with me saw the light, but did not hear the voice of the one who was speaking to me. Do y'all see the difference here? Now here they saw the light, but didn't hear the voice. Here in Acts 9, here am I, Lord, get up straight. But hold on, that's Ananias. Right here, the men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice, but they didn't see anything.
That's it.
Yeah. So when I was asking him, when he was like, what is your evidence for supernatural? One, if they saw the light, but they didn't hear the voice here in this account, how in the fuck did it make Paul blind, but not them? Right? I asked, what am I to do, Lord? The Lord said to me, get up and go to Damascus. There you will be told everything that has been assigned to you to do. Since I could not see because of the brightness of the light, those who were with me took my hand and led me to Damascus. How? If they saw the light too. How could this light only blind Paul?
They have those eclipse glasses that they were handing out.
It's exactly something. But as I was explaining to the guy, this is their attempt, right, to say, oh, we have a witness to what Paul is saying happened to him on the road to Damascus, and the witnesses are the people that was with him. But the stories don't corroborate. Did they see the light, or did they just hear the voice?
This is like exactly why when police catch teenagers doing something, they separate them and ask them the same questions and make sure that their stories get all straight, because of like stuff like this from the past, where you hear a group say something and you go, oh, okay. And then like later you realize, I don't know if that makes sense. That doesn't all add up. Like there was a few discrepancies between them. And if you go ask them again, by then they've talked and they're like, oh yeah, no, let's say we did see the light. Yeah, okay, that's cool. So like it's going to mess it up later,
Exactly. And yeah, he was saying that a claim is evidence and it's not. And then, but my thing is like, even if, let's say that it's just, first off, this is Luke writing this. Both times it's Luke. And let's say Luke just accidentally said, later on when he's writing it again, he just accidentally flipped it and was like, oh, they saw the light, but they didn't hear anything. Okay, let's say that happened. You still have to question, well, which account is true? Right? Which account is true? And if they saw the light with Paul, how the fuck did they not go blind, but Paul did? Right? And the reason why they don't go blind is because, one, they need to be served as a witness, and they have to lead Paul to Damascus, which he in his letter that was written decades earlier than this, he didn't say shit about going to Damascus, right? He said he went to Arabia and then he went to Damascus, and he said that nobody was with him. That's Paul's account. He doesn't say anything about a Jesus coming to him. You see what I'm saying? Like, so this just sounds like somebody writing a suicide letter after the person's dead. This is, I mean, Acts 22. To me, this sounds like a forced confession, like a forged confession after the person is dead. That's what it reads to me. Okay, then he says, a certain Ananias, who was a devout man according to the law and well spoken of by the Jews living there, came to me, standing beside me, and he said, Brother Saul, regain your sight. And that very hour I regained my sight and saw him. What happened in 9 when the scales fell off his eyes? Hold on. But again, I answered, Lord, I have heard from many about, hold on. At this moment, with Ananias, now there was a disciple in Damascus named Ananias. The Lord said to him in a vision, Ananias, he answered. Okay, we're back on Acts 9, just to let y'all know. Here I am, Lord. The Lord said to him, get up and go to the street called Straight, and at the house of Judas, look for a man of Tarsus named Saul. At that moment he is praying, and he has seen in a vision a man named Ananias come in and lay his hands on him so that he might regain his sight. But Ananias asked, Lord, I have heard from many about this man, how much evil he has done. Hold on. I want to go to, he laid his hands on Saul and said, Brother Saul, the Lord Jesus who appeared to you on your way has sent me to you so you may regain your sight and be filled with the Holy Spirit. Do y'all see this? The Holy Spirit is in Acts 9. In Acts 22, he just comes to him and says, regain your sight. And he regained his sight at that moment. There was nothing about the Holy Spirit. And immediately something like scales fell from his eyes and his sight was restored. Then he got up and was baptized. So here he just comes and he's like, regain your sight. Paul regains his sight. Then he said, the God of our ancestors has chosen you to know his will, to see the righteous one, and to hear his own voice. For you will be his witness to all of the world of what you have seen and heard. And now, why do you delay? Get up, be baptized, and have your sins washed away, calling on his name. So you got him being baptized. He told him to go be baptized, I think in 9. Got up, and then he got up and was baptized. And after taking some food, he regained his strength. You delay, get up, be baptized, and have your sins washed away. Well, I think he baptized him both here, but one of them had to do with the Holy Spirit and the other one did not.
I wonder if the Holy Spirit is good for like glaucoma, if you know what I mean.
Probably so.
Like if when they say Holy Spirit, they mean he just like brought a dime bag.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the easiest way to see it, and the reason why I haven't put it in the Discord yet, because I'm not finished with it yet, because it's a lot, and you have to like bounce back and forth between 3 books and catch all of the differences. Hold on. But yeah, so Paul goes to Arabia. He doesn't go to Jerusalem for until 3 years later. When he meets Peter, and when he goes to the disciples, he only meets Peter and James. Paul doesn't mention Ananias. Paul's revelation is directly from Jesus, and then he doesn't immediately start preaching. But with Luke, Paul immediately starts preaching after his conversion. He's introduced through Barnabas, right? His conversion, he gets like hold on. With Ananias, his conversion is through like the Holy Spirit, and then he gets healed of his blindness. With Luke, his revelation from Jesus is uh like a like through the Holy Spirit, like what we see Christians say today. According to Paul, it came directly from Jesus, and then he immediately goes and starts preaching, according to Luke. I know that's a lot. So like once I'm finished with it, I'll put it in the Google Doc. But yeah, it's a lot of contradictions between Luke's account and Paul's account.
Are those the only two
Especially the
places
Barnabas thing.
Are those the only two places where it talks about like what happened to Paul on that road?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul doesn't give an account of anything that Luke says happened. And so the belief is that, Luke is either using a historical account, or Paul told Luke himself, and Paul is writing from like what Paul is saying to him. But it's a lot more, like, but I have to like bounce back and forth and kind of like read it several times to catch the contradictions. But the biggest for me is the conversion itself, like the witnesses that were there. Did they see what happened, or did they just hear it? And if they saw it, why the fuck didn't they go blind too? It doesn't make, that's the biggest thing that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's a plot hole.
Yeah. And the writing, the letter, like it just reads like it's like it was somebody trying to make up a story about the conversion. So it kind of to me follows what Matthew did with the book of Mark, and how the writer of Matthew took the events in Mark and just expanded on them, right? And kind of focused more so on prophecies in the Bible, trying to prove that Jesus was fulfilling prophecies and bringing in the concept of faith, because Mark doesn't focus on faith or prophecies. So it looks like Luke did to Paul what the writer Matthew did to Mark, if that makes sense. Like it's just all jumbled in my mind, but it'll be a second before I get this in the Google Doc.
Well, it's really interesting, and these types of things, like once it's in the pages, which is like, this is why your channel's so goddamn good, is because it's in the pages, and you're not really doing anything but just reading the words and comparing them. Like you're you're just doing the thing that you're supposed to do perfectly. And so like what they're forced to do now is go, okay, obviously, yes, there is a discrepancy here. If it's the case that God, made different people see different things for some reason, then it becomes a like theological question of what the fuck is God doing any of this for? Like it becomes even more confusing. It's much more easy for me to believe that like, yeah, some people wrote this and they got it wrong. You know, they wrote the story wrong. They didn't quite line their stories up before it happened, or after it happened, or if it happened at all.
Yeah, and I think I would respect it more if believers said, you know what, yeah, this is an obvious contradiction. Somebody got it wrong, instead of them trying to explain it away with like spiritual eyes and shit. Like I would respect it if they didn't try to mind fuck people and try to convince people that they don't see what they see.
When there are some people who go like, yeah, that is a contradiction in the Bible. Humans wrote the Bible, but the main message is still kind of there. You know, be cool with your neighbors and go to heaven. It's a dope. Then like that's like, okay, neat. That's cool for you. It's when like it's the idea of like following the letter of the law instead of the spirit. No pun intended, of the law. You know, like when every single like letter, every word, every sentence has to be 100% true, you're fucked. Like it just doesn't line up. These are different stories.
Yeah. The crazy thing though is different stories from the same writer. That's the thing that like you have to also address. And then kind of like the arguments, there are so many arguments amongst the apostles, but like them not being willing to admit that James and Paul are arguing back and forth, right? That's one of the things that irritates me too, is that you can clearly see that they don't agree on whether faith without works is the thing that makes you righteous or that gives you salvation. But they want to try to mind fuck you and explain that away instead of saying, yep, they didn't agree. They didn't get along. Like Paul literally in so many words and what I say antiquity curse out, he literally curses Peter out. Like he talks shit to Peter and tells Peter that he's being fake because when the Jewish people weren't there, Peter chilled with the Gentiles. He lived like a Gentile. He ate with the Gentiles. But as soon as the men of James come in town, Peter all of a sudden is a devout Jewish person and following the Jewish customs. And he don't fuck with the Gentiles. He turning his nose up against the Gentiles. And Paul's like, you fake ass bitch. Like he talks shit to him. He talks shit to the other apostles and him calling them super apostles is him talking shit. Like they're arguing in this book, but they don't want to admit it. They try to make people think that they were all on one accord. Paul gets his ass beat probably like 3 or 4 times in here. But they don't want to admit that. And it's coming from the men of James. That would like the fact that they don't just accept what the story says. Like that's the thing that irritates me.
This is, well, okay. What's for 2 things? First, I don't remember the name. Someone in chat will know it, or maybe you know it, but like when someone is code something, like when someone is like around a certain group of people, they speak one way. Around another group of people, they speak another way to like
code switching.
Code switching. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Peter's kind of doing a little bit here with his like Jewish buddies. He speaks a certain way, which is funny. But the other thing about like, you know, with Paul's 2 accounts, it just reminds me very much of when we, you know, for lack of a better word, interrogate my son after we know he had a bad day at school. Like his teacher will send us a note, right? And say, oh, your son kind of fucked up. He wasn't doing this and that, and kind of say it at school. And we go ask him, hey, how was school? Right? Like, let's just see like if he's going to kind of say what's true here, or if like he's like, you know, if this is what really happened. And like sometimes when we know, like if we can't hear from his teacher, I'll ask him first and my wife will ask him second, and we kind of see, and it's always different because he's 9. He's a liar. That's what 9-year-olds do. Like he's in trouble. He knows it. He's lying. He's trying to get out of it. And, you know, we're trying to teach him like, if you tell the truth, you'll have a little consequence. But if you tell a lie, then you'll have a bigger consequence, right? So we kind of like want him to learn that so that he'll learn to be honest with us for when we don't have someone else like a teacher telling us, right? But yeah, it sounds very much like Paul accidentally like wrapped himself up in this and gave us 2 different accounts. Like the first account is to mom, the second account is to dad in this case, and like now we go get together afterwards and go, what did he say? What did he say to you? What did he say happened?
I used to think that. I used to think that this was all on Paul, and I used to think that Paul was a Roman op. But now I think that whoever this Paul is, and the reason why I say that, I don't think the person's name was Paul. I think they made that shit up because it's just too similar to Saul and Paul being a Benjamite and being the Pharisee, like his name going from Saul to Paul. And Saul, the King Saul, being a Benjamite, and he fucked up, and like the Israelites blame Saul for shit. Like it's just too fucking much. So I don't think that the writer's name was actually Paul, but I used to think that he was a Roman op. I no longer think that. I think whoever this writer was really believed in this Christ, really believed that he was the son of a different God. He was not talking about the Hebrew God. Right. And whoever it was, because like if you look at, I think it's Romans 9, where Paul says that there's only one command that sums up the law that Gentiles already know. And he's saying that it's love your neighbor as you love yourself. He does not add love the Lord your God with all your heart, which is a law from the Hebrews, which is what Jesus said. And then if you think about the fact that the writer has Jesus saying this centuries later, well, not centuries, decades. I'm going to say decades. Decades later, after Paul's letters are already in rotation because the Gospels were written after Paul's letters. You see what I'm saying? Paul's letters were in rotation first before
Yeah.
any of the Gospels were ever
Okay,
written.
can I ask you? I know you don't believe it anymore, but just I think I know what you mean by a Roman op. That he was, like he was just a Roman dude, and he was like, "Oh, these people are following someone, and we can like capitalize on that and go say, hey, everyone, be submissive,' and so that we'll be able to get them to do what we say." Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah. I
Okay.
thought that the writer of Paul was helping Rome create this religion so that Rome could consolidate all of the religious culture in all the lands. Because one thing that Rome would do when they would conquer a land, they didn't care who you served, like what religion or God you served, as long as you added the Roman gods to your pantheon, like to your tribute.
Okay.
In Israel, like they refused. They wouldn't do it no matter what. They wouldn't join the imperial cult. And so I thought that this was a way for Rome to get Israel and everybody else to join the imperial, not join, but for them to consolidate all the lands that they had conquered into one religion, because it would be easier for the emperor to control them, right? He didn't have to worry about all, because there were a lot of rebellions happening, religious rebellions happening in the land, and it was getting hard for the emperors to control the religious rebellions. So it makes sense to create one religion that has aspects of them all. You know what I'm saying? Which we still see that. We still see different aspects of all of the religions in Christianity. I still think they did that, but I don't think this Paul character, I don't think his original intent was to do that. I think they turned it into that.
Well, I mean, it's
when
a
they
little bit
took
more.
the letters from Marcion.
It's a little bit more fun to think that he was a secret agent, right? Like that is actually like a really kind of like, ooh, let's read this again. Exciting way to kind of like consider it. But I mean, there's kind of a like Occam's razor here where like usually it's the more simpler explanation, which is that like someone else just wrote this. You know what I mean? Like it's a much easier than like all the conspiracy version of, and like you're saying, some of that
But
for
it
sure
is
did
conspiracy.
happen.
Yeah, because I'm
Just
not
not with
saying
Paul,
that
right?
Rome isn't involved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the later Paul, if this makes sense. So the original letters of Paul, do I think that writer was like his original intent was to help Rome? No. I think it later turned into that when the early Catholics took over the Pauline writings from Marcion, and they took over Marcion's churches. When they exiled Marcion for heresy, they then become the owners of the Pauline letters. Then you start to see interpolations, right, to make the letters more orthodoxy, right? So then you can kind of see why there is a blend of, is Paul a Roman op, or is he really this beat down, mentally ill believer of a deity, right? Did he really believe this? Because there are aspects where I do believe that this writer was somebody who did believe in a deity, and was willing to take ass beatings for it. And then you also see one that's like, he gets to like invoke his Roman citizenship and live his days out in Rome in a rented house protected by a Roman centurion. And then later you hear from Eusebius, the known liar, that he was executed.
So
You see what I'm saying?
You mean that he really did believe, but then later some people like used his writings as to kind of like turn him into an op.
That's
like
what I think.
Post mortem, you know.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That's not, that ain't not what some scholar has said. That's my theory from my research. Huh?
Like we still see that kind of thing happening today, where people like use the Bible and kind of interpret it in certain ways to get people to do political things, right?
Yeah.
Like that happened last week, right? Like,
exactly.
Yeah, that's still going on.
Because most Christians be like, Paul was martyred, and I'd be like, well, where was he martyred? They think that the Bible says that Paul was killed by Rome, but it doesn't. Most Christians don't know that the book of Acts ends with Paul renting a house in Rome when he's taken before the Jewish elders, and he asks the Jewish elders to send him to Rome. Like, he invokes his Roman citizenship. He goes to the Jewish elders in Rome who have never heard of Paul, right? And he's like, Paul's like, yeah, I'm Paul, and I talk about Jesus this and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, we don't know you, dude.
Who?
They're like, we ain't never heard of you.
Who?
Yeah. And yeah. And but they're like, well, and we'll talk to the emperor for you though, because I mean, Jew. So they talk to the emperor, and he gets to rent a house, and he gets to preach about Jesus, and protected by a Roman centurion, right, and live out his days. And then you hear later on in extra biblical writings of the early church that he was martyred.
He retired
Right?
in a
But this
gated
comes
community.
yeah. Yeah. And then that's why I say it's just interesting. And like when you think about how Jesus is having this conversation with Peter in front of Caesarea Philippi, which is the symbolism of paganism, with the Greek god Pan, who was one of the main gods that was being worshipped at that time by the Hellenistic Jews. Rome took over Pan, right? And now you see Jesus saying that upon this rock I will build my church, right in front of the shrine of Pan. And then he's like, the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And then later on, you see Eusebius and Jerome say, oh, this is symbolic of Christianity stomping out paganism. So this is also how you see Rome involved in this. It's just, it's a fucking lot. And it's all jumbled in my head.
He said upon this rock, and he was like pointing at a
in front of it.
like this motherfucking rock right here, the one I'm pointing
What he was calling. So there's two thoughts on that. So it's not like he was pointing at the shrine of Pan, but they were in front of the shrine of Pan having this conversation. The shrine of Pan is a mountainside that goes on for miles, and it goes even all the way to Damascus, and it's a double walk. Like, it's still there to this day. Like, you can tour it. I think it's like $800 to tour the shrine of Pan. But this is the place that they're saying Jesus had this conversation with Peter, right? But in antiquity, it was the place that worshipers of the Greek god Pan would go to worship the shrine of Pan. They would talk to the sages, and the opening of the shrine on the side of this big mountain had like, it was a big opening, and they would call that opening the gates of hell. So when you were entering the shrine of Pan, you were going through the gates of hell to go in and worship the Greek god Pan. Right. And so Jesus is having this conversation with Peter in Caesarea Philippi. It's like a big ass city, but the shrine goes on for miles. And he tells Peter, he names Peter Rocky, or Rock, and he says, upon this rock I'll build my church. And so some people say, oh, he wasn't calling Peter the rock. He was saying that he was the rock. Right. Jesus was saying he is the rock, and upon him he'll build the church. Yeah. But the Catholic Church believes that he was calling Peter the rock. Right. And that that's symbolic of Jesus handing control to Peter.
Pope. Yeah.
Yeah. And well, Jesus handed it to Peter, and then the Holy Ghost, when Peter died, handed it to the popes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I just mean like that lineage begins the papal see.
I was always taught that what he was saying was he was gonna, when he asked him who the men say, who they say I am, and Peter told him that, and I thought he was saying upon that revelation, Peter's revelation of who he was going to use that as the foundation to build his church.
Like for who Peter was, or who?
No. When Jesus asked Peter who was he, right? Mm-hmm. And Peter told him who he was, and so it was like, okay, he was saying, like, upon this revelation that you just gave me of who I am, because
but that word there doesn't mean revelation. So like, that's somebody putting that there. That word means rock or stone.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said, I'm sure it is, because that's how I learned it in church. But I'm saying, y'all was saying how y'all had always thought it was, and I was just saying, I was taught that it was upon the foundation of what Peter said that Jesus was going to build the church upon that knowledge, upon that revelation.
Yeah, and that would make sense, right? If he said that, but and this I think this is how when we get into like theology, right? And
Mm-hmm.
why I say like I don't deal with theology because people can make it mean whatever they want, right? I don't think there's a correct way because we don't know the intentions of the writers back then. We're talking about people who wrote 2,500 years ago,
True.
right? So it's in a different cultural context. So it's hard for us to say, oh, this is definitely what they meant, right? But we can get as close to the writer's intent as possible if we just follow the language and the culture at the time. But then when we get into theology, right, and dogma and spiritual interpretation, the word rock then becomes revelation. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore, and you can make it say whatever you want it to say. But that word Petros means rock or stone, and he was saying upon this rock, upon this stone, I will build my church. And he was in front of the shrine of Pan. Like they put him right there in front of the god that the pagans worshipped at that time, in front of that shrine.
Right.
And so when Jerome, who was an early church father, Jerome and like his name is Plutarch. So the way it goes, Plutarch writes a story about a man on a boat, and he hears a voice while he's out on this boat tell him that the great god Pan had died, right? And he tells the man to go and tell everybody that Pan is dead, and then to do two or three things. The man decides to go back and tell people, and that there's this big lament in all the world. People are crying out because Pan is dead. So from Plutarch's story about Pan's death, and just to let y'all know, Pan died the same time Jesus died. Pan died during Tiberius' reign in 33 CE, the same time Jesus died in 33 CE, according to Plutarch. So then Jerome writes about what Plutarch wrote, and Jerome says that this is symbolic of paganism, Christianity stomping out paganism. And then Eusebius comes, adds to Plutarch's story, as Eusebius does. He adds some extra things to it, and then he elaborates on how this is the death of paganism and the rise of Christianity. So, like, it's symbolic to paganism dying out and Christianity taking over. Does that make sense? So that's to me, that's why they placed him at Caesarea Philippi.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I know it's a lot, and it sounds like jumbly, but if you think about the religious wars that were happening in that part of the world, and Rome needing to get a hold of it, then you think about the reason Constantine called the Council of Nicaea, right? They were arguing over whether Jesus was God or not, and Arians were rebelling and fighting amongst the Christians, and so Constantine basically pulled everybody to the table and was like, "Figure this shit out, and whatever y'all figure out today, that's what the fuck it's gonna be, and nobody better say anything different after this." And that was his way of being able to control it by saying it's going to be one thing, and after this, it ain't nothing else. Because there were a lot of the Christians were fighting amongst each other and causing a lot of disturbance in Rome.
And they're still fighting amongst each other.
not stopped, haven't
Hadn't
stopped
stopped.
since.
Mm-mm.
I was just trying to look up to see if the author of Peter Pan actually did like base the names off of where Peter and Pan were in that scene, but it's not. I mean, Pan does seem to be from the like the deity, but Peter was like just some guy he knew. It's not that Peter.
It actually is. There's a lot of scholarly articles written on it. I actually did a video on it. It's on my page.
Oh, really? Here I am
Yeah.
looking it up, and you have the answer. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on my page. I can pull it up here in just a second and kind of like play the audio, so y'all can get like the resources. But that one pissed a lot of Christians off too. But
Have you ever been to Rome?
yeah, no.
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, I got to go once. It's sick. Like, it's so cool. It does, like, it feels ancient as hell there. Like, I mean, there's also like, amazing food, and then like random like mimes and like, street art people. Like, it's kind of annoying too because it's like a tourist place, but you can go through some of the ruins, and it's like, it's weird. Like, it is like, wow, this is where so much happened. Like, so much happened here.
I wonder if those people actually thought that we would be talking about what the fuck they did back then, and like how much. Because sometimes I just think about what the decisions that they made, and I get upset because I'm like, these motherfuckers fucked up our society.
Yeah.
Like,
I
did they
don't
know?
think this far. I don't think they thought this far at all, because like when you think about like even right now, like now we have a way better concept of like how long humans have lasted and will last. Like we have this more figured out. We're closer to understanding like how long we've been here. And like if someone right now says like, think your life that you're doing right now is going to change the world. Like it's going to change. They don't mean for the next 4,000 years. Like they mean for like
Right.
your lifetime, like tops. You know what I mean? That's what you're talking about. Sometimes you do stuff where it's like, this is going to change for generations, but not for 2,000 years. Nothing that we're doing right now is like this. They're going to know about this in 4024 what is that, whatever the year would be. Like that's too far.
Look at the last comment in the chat. What the fuck is wrong with Christians? Who sounds upset on the stage? By the way, I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Can one of y'all like talk until I get back?
Hey, make sure you're tapping the screen up there. And I don't know. I'm not very good at this. Lala.
So when did the these letters and all these things, when did it come in the English is not my first language, in the hands of Christians? Because what I think basically is being discussed is that somewhere there was a hijacking that happened, and maybe during this hijacking is where things maybe got edited or changed. But obviously scripture did not Christianity or Christians weren't the first people with the word, but it somehow winded up in their laps. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
like,
I
when
mean,
did this like hijacking
in
take
some ways,
place?
I think it's still happening, right? But I think there probably was some like earlier, yeah, like what you're saying, like during that time period, people were having different versions, and when you pass around a version back then, there's no printing press, right? So if you want to make a copy, someone has to literally, you have a scribe rewrite it, and during those rewrites, you can take all the liberties you want. You know what I mean? Like there's some opportunity there to make adjustments. And so, I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, I'm definitely not the right person to answer. Like at what time did everything get handed over? I don't think it's that easy. I think it's like with most things, it's blurry, right? Like there's certain parts were probably handed one way and other parts got kind of changed as they went that way. And, over time, eventually there's like, they have these councils where they get together and go, okay, we have all these books, we have all these different scrolls and shit. Like, which ones are we going to put together and make the book out of, and which ones are we going to get rid of? And they have a big meeting about that kind of stuff, But that was like I think one, like, is it the year like 150? I don't know, something like that. I have to look it up.
You talking about which council? The Council of Jerusalem or the Council of Nicaea?
I was thinking of Nicaea, but is Jerusalem before that?
Yeah, Jerusalem. The Council of Jerusalem is actually talked about in the Bible, and
Oh,
then the
so that
Council
was
of
like an Old
Nicaea
Testament
is around
version?
325. That's in the New Testament. The Council of Jerusalem is where they where Peter and Paul are discussing whether the Gentiles need to be circumcised and whether they uh, need to honor the law.
Oh no, she was asking more about the book. Like, so it's Nicaea then. It's more about like when did they take the scrolls and actually get a hold of them and put it together? Because she was saying like different religions basically had different versions of the book back then, like or of all the books back then. Like, how did it all get into the hands of the Christians, really?
Oh yeah. So there were different scrolls. They didn't actually have one book with everything in it, right? There were different scrolls that were being passed around. So one community may only have read Matthew and the New Testament that Marcion had, or and they may have had just the book of John and maybe the book of Mark. Like, so nobody had one complete set of books. And there were other scrolls in rotation at the time that people were believing. And so what they did was they took the books that were widely known, that people had already accepted and what people were already believing. They took those first, and then they took books or scrolls that was more in line with their orthodoxy. And if it was attributed to an apostle, they would accept it. They if they focused on like numerology, so like they had 5 criteria for how they decided what would become scripture. But it took like maybe 200 or 300 years before they finally got to like a set list of, okay, this is scripture and don't nobody change it. But it wasn't a complete book that they had. And then they ended up taking the Jewish scriptures and marrying it to what we call the New Testament scriptures today. They were not originally together. And in the first century, like nobody really thought that this Jesus was the son of, in the early first century, like nobody thought that this Jesus was the son of the Hebrew God. That development came later.
Can I ask, like, after the Council of Nicaea, when they are like, okay, we did it, we had this hard meeting, everyone's tired, but we have the Bible now, or like, and they didn't call it that yet, probably, maybe they did, I don't know, but like, they don't do a press release. Like, how then? Like on stage, like Apple, right? Like, well, here it is, the Bible. It's like, how then does it, because everyone else still has a bunch of different scrolls kind of scrolling around. So how do they go? Do they go around and say, this is the new thing? This is it.
Constantine ordered 50 copies of what they decided would be scripture to be created. And then they went around and burned a lot of what everybody were already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then some people
I forgot about that. Of course they did.
And some people like just hid what they were already reading and studying. They hid it in caves, dug deep into the ground and hid their stuff so that they wouldn't get burned. That's why we have some of the stuff we have today.
I always forget that people do awful things.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to log into, give me just a second. I want to log in here and let y'all see the complete list. The first approved list of New Testament scriptures. Hold on.
And this is like the year 200 or something.
I think it was like 180 something.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me just a second. But don't quote me on that because I'm probably wrong on that. I have to log in to EverEnd. But that's why I said we'll never really like have a definitive answer on what they were trying to do, because it's a lot. They did a lot to combine these religions into one, and it took centuries to do. So like to be able to understand it all in one full swoop, we're not gonna be able to do that. It's a lot.
Right.
And then they married two different religions, two different cultures, and then interpolated and changed shit, redacted shit. Like it's
Yeah, that's what I was saying while you were gone too. Just like, because they didn't have a printing press, anytime you make a copy, you almost certainly will have changes, both accidental and intentional.
yeah. And that's why some stuff just don't make sense and don't seem like it matches up.
Yeah.
The redactor, like you gotta wonder, like could the redactor read and comprehend? And is it the lack of being able to comprehend? Is that being passed on to the believers of this text because the redactors, the scribes, didn't give a fuck about comprehension at that time? All they cared about was, like Dr. Bowen was saying, they only cared about making sure a certain theology was within a specific book. They didn't care if the facts were cohesive. They just cared about putting a specific idea inside of a text that they knew people were reading.
Right.
And because it wasn't one complete book, consistency from one story to the next was not the priority. And then people couldn't read at that time. When these scrolls were written, they were written with the intent to be read aloud by the person who could read to those that were illiterate. So their focus wasn't consistency and making sure facts matched up. It was more so about putting a specific theological idea in the text. And I think that's why, Christians harp on the fact of, interpretation. You have to interpret the text to mean what you need it to mean today, because if you just read it, it doesn't mean what modern day Christians believe it means.
You have a good question from the comments that said, what language did Jesus speak? He didn't speak Hebrew or Greek. I think the answer is Aramaic. Is that correct?
Yeah, the widespread belief is that he spoke Aramaic, but that he also could speak Hebrew and Greek. There are some scholars who try to argue that Jesus knew Hebrew. But the wide belief is that he spoke Aramaic because that was the language. When they came back from the Babylonian exile, Hebrew wasn't as popular of a language anymore. Aramaic was the language that was being used. So he would have spoke Aramaic. But he also would have been able to speak Greek living in a Roman province. But they need him to be able to speak Hebrew too. So they're arguing that he also knew Hebrew.
That is incorrect.
They need him to be multilingual.
No, that's incorrect. The correct answer is he knows all languages. He is omniscient. So you could have said literally just every language listed out. He would have accepted it.
He speaks English now, a language that just now came like a young language. He spoke Middle English, Latin, all of that.
I always say Portuguese for some reason. I just think like that's he's like, of course he spoke Hebrew, Greek, Portuguese, and Aramaic. Like, I just like to put that in. For some reason, it just sounds funnier because, like, that's a way later language, And then it's like, wait, why? I was like, yeah, he knew all the languages, obviously.
Let me see. I think we got the New Testament writings appear in the Paschal Letter, 1945. The Gospel of Thomas. Let's see. The canon list of Athanasius. I think that's who created the final list. Everyone agreed that we should be constituted New Testament. It says that right man. Why should they? Council of Trent. Oh no, it was actually not until like 1500. I told you I was probably wrong about that. Hold on. Okay, so this is how y'all can see what they used. Hold on. Okay, let's see.
Can Jesus speak Klingon was the question to that person. I would just say, Hab social cooch, okay? He knows what I mean.
Okay. How do you say that? Catholicity? I can't say that word. Don't even look like it should be a word. Catholicity? Do you see what word
I can't
I'm
read
talking
it. It's
about?
too small.
Hold on. What the fuck? It doesn't look like it should be a word. Catholicity? Catholicity?
Yeah, it's like
Catholicity?
Catholic City.
That's what it looks like. Huh? Catholicity?
Catholicity.
Catholicity. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you.
They
Shit.
probably emphasize the O. It's probably Catholicity.
Catholicity. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck?
No,
Okay.
I went to school. I know a few things.
Man, oh my God. Okay, because the English language is fucking stupid because in one word, yes. Like this is like Catholic, right? Catholic. Right? And then like in my mind I'm like Catholic City?
I tell you, I studied Mandarin in college for like 2 years. I don't remember any of it, but I remember like as I was doing it, like, this is nuts. How can anyone ever just like memorize all? Because you have to memorize like 30,000 words, right? Like you just have to memorize them. And I was like, that is just not how language should work. And then years later, I'm like teaching my kids English, and it's like, you basically just have to memorize these words. Like the rules don't ever apply to anything. Like all the rules are backwards. You just have to sight read every single word. You have to memorize all of them. It's the same thing.
I'm still not going like that's the crazy thing. Fucking say the word again, Mezzo.
Catholicity.
Catholicity, thank you. Cause my head, I'm still gonna hear Catholic, and I'm telling you, next week I'm still gonna fucking say the word wrong. I don't know why. I don't know why.
You
But
know
yeah,
why?
why?
Because you always say.
No, I don't know why my brain does that.
You called me
don't know.
Mozo for the first 2 months that you knew.
I know. I don't know. I said Mizo. Mizo. Yeah. I don't know why. And why was I thinking about that the other day? That when I first met you, I kept calling you Mizo. But yeah, I don't fucking know why. I will forget again because this is not the first time that I've talked about this, and I'm like, what the fuck is this word? Because it doesn't look like it should be a word to me. But yeah, Catholicity was one criteria for deciding what would be scripture.
What does that mean? Like, just it's Catholic enough?
If it,
Okay.
Yeah. So I can read it. First, Catholicity. Oh my God!
I didn't mean to make you go back.
Catholicity. Yeah. Shit. Catholicity. I'm telling you, in my head, I just hear Catholic, and it don't fucking fit.
Why wouldn't it be Catholicness?
I don't know. Catholicity. Catholicity. What?
That's it. I think it's right.
Catholicity? Oh my God. Catholicity was a book known in and used. What the fuck is this word? Liturgy. I can't say that word. Liturgically.
Yeah.
Liturgically, all over the empire. If it was not, it was dubious, since a real apostolic writing would have had time to circulate more widely. The fewer quarters of the church, it was known in the greater the likelihood, hold on, the fewer quarters of the church it was known in, the greater the likelihood it might be a forgery. Why didn't we hear about this gospel of Wally until now? I smell a rat is how the logic went. The little book of 3rd John had trouble passing muster on this score, but it made it in because it was evidently by the same author as the popular and renowned 1st John, so that it was reasoned that its short length had caused it to be largely overlooked. And practice, Catholicity meant more widely known. That's what it means. Whatever its contents, because long familiarity and wide readership meant there had been more opportunity for the rough edges to be worn away through harmonizing exegesis. But if it was unfamiliar, the foreign ring to the prose jumped right out. This is what happened to the Gospel of Peter. Bishop Serapion was asked to look at a copy in rural Syria where it was popular. The bishop had never heard of it, so he took a look but saw no problem. Then someone advised a second look, and he picked out of Docetism the belief that Jesus had only seemed to suffer while remaining divinely impassive. So the book was condemned. So like it didn't fit their orthodoxy.
Thinker, this is amazing because I know other people have already figured this out, and this is the point. But like, they didn't accept books that had not been changed enough. Like, that was a double negative. Let me rephrase that in a better way. They only accepted books that had been altered the most over time.
To
the
fit
ones
their
that yeah, the ones that like most people had like spent time copying them and refining them and fixing them from their original state. Those were the ones that they took. And the ones that were like, oh, this one hasn't changed enough because not enough people have read it and rewritten it. So it's too weird for us now. That's really interesting. They only accepted the books that had changed more.
Yeah, because it was easier for them to adopt it, right? And then the second, which leads into orthodoxy, right? Did it promote the Catholic orthodoxy? Did the contents promote the rule of faith, which was the emerging creed? Again, Catholicity might overrule this, since unorthodox elements could be harmonized if the book were held in high esteem. For instance, no one complains about the numerous Gnostic, Docetic, and adoptionistic verses in Paul's letters. No one complains about it because they don't see it.
Docetic? What is? I don't know what that means either.
I don't know, but the Gnostic teaching, huh?
Catholicity.
Yeah, it's Catholicity.
For
I just double
real,
check. I have to look it up.
for real,
Because look, I didn't want to, because you were copying me, and if I was wrong, it was going to be not cool. Like,
I mean, it makes sense. My brain just doesn't think it makes sense.
Like,
because the word is Catholic, and you would think, I don't know, my brain is just fighting it. Kind of like the word superfluous. And it took me a minute for my brain to be like, like I'm looking at the word and I'm like, superfluous? And no matter how many times I trained my brain to read that word as superfluous, I always read it as superfluous. It took me a minute to remember superfluous. I don't know why my brain does that. I don't know. Like, it's just, it's like my brain is saying that shit shouldn't look like that. Like, that word, the letters don't go. Like, it shouldn't be like that. I don't know why my brain does that.
I'm looking up the docetic thing. I don't know. The AI overviews sometimes aren't great, but it says that it's a Christian heresy that teaches that Jesus Christ did not have a real physical body, but only appeared to have one.
Which to me would still be like a part of Gnosticism, but I guess it's a specific form of Gnosticism. I don't know. I didn't even know that there were people teaching that.
He was an illusion. Cool.
Which would make sense, because aren't Christians today docetic then? Like, I mean, they believed in history that he had a physical body, but today he doesn't. He's an illusion to them when they
Oh
see him
yeah,
in their
now, but I mean, that's the whole thing. Is back the whole thing is the reason it worked. The reason his blood was so good, his sweet blood was so good, is because he was human blood. He had physical human blood during that time, not God blood. Joel and I have been talking about blood a lot lately in our lives, back and forth. God just loves blood so much.
And that is still a question in my head as to why they need the blood.
They love it.
Yeah. Why? It doesn't make sense. Yeah. But yeah. For instance, no one complains about the numerous Gnostic, Docetic, and adoptionistic verses in Paul's letters. Even so, evidence of Docetism could prejudice the decision, as with the Gospel of Peter on the Acts of John. A book might also be spurned over something as simple as citing other books no longer considered canonical. Barnabas cited First Enoch as scripture and was not canonized, but Jude cited First Enoch and it was accepted. Though someone tried to replace it with Second Peter, a book which incorporates most of Jude and cuts references to the Assumption of Moses and First Enoch. A book might also be rejected, not because of outright heresy, but because it risks letting the camel's nose under the tent flap. In this way, late apocalypses like the Shepherd of Hermas was considered dangerous because they were of later vintage. And if one could accept them, there would no longer be any clear reason not to accept the prophetic rantings of the Montanist prophetess Maximilla. Other books were rejected, not so much because of their content, but because of guilt by association due to long or notorious use by heretical sects. The Gospel of Thomas was probably excluded because Valentinius and whatever his name was used it. Their interpretations were by no means the only way to read the book, and had it been included in the canon, it would not sound heretical to anyone today. The familiar Gospel of John came near to sharing Thomas's fate because it was popular among the Gnostics, which makes sense because when you read the Gospel of John, he does sound Gnostic, and he goes against what Jesus says about hating your brother, your sister, your father, and being his disciple. The Gospel of John, not the Gospel of John, I think it's First John, that says anybody that hates a brother or sister that they can see and say they love a God that they can't is a liar. So and then he's calling people like false apostles. So I think whoever the writer of John was did lean more towards Gnosticism.
Pretty sure it's Gnostic though, just for future reference.
Stop fucking with me.
Never.
No, I know that word. The anti-monotonist Gaius thought it might have been written by the Gnostic Cerinthius himself, a whole group dubbed by their enemies the Algo opponents of the Logos, witless ones, opposed John. And in fact, John probably was Gnostic. Yeah. A Boltman showed it was toned down by an ecclesiastical redactor to make it suitable to Orthodox ears. The third criteria was I'll
pray for you.
Yes.
Because I would never
These
get this
fucking words. Apostolicity.
Ooh, that was good.
Why the fuck? It doesn't even sound like apostle. Like apostolic. Like you would expect this word to be apostolicity. Apostolicity, right? Is it apostolicity or is it apostolicity? Which one? Because apostolic, apostolic. But when does it become apostolic? Do you see what I'm talking about? Because you have apostolic writings.
I think because you added the itty to it.
No, it says what? What did I add to it?
I'm saying because of the last part of it.
But I'm saying like but it changed What, Miss? What happened?
I was saying, you were saying, why isn't it apostolic, right? And I just
No,
said,
apostolic,
I meant
right? Like
yeah,
the
apostolic, yeah,
yeah. So you have apostolic is a denomination,
right.
right?
That's what I
Which means that
was,
they follow the teachings of the apostles.
right.
This right here, apostolicity, means that the writings had to be attributed to an apostle for them to choose it. They like it still means that an apostle, it's the writings of the apostles. Why is one apostolic and why is one apostolic? You see what I'm saying? And
But you know what?
How do you know when to go there?
Because sometimes even we say pooey, being an apostolic person, we also say damn.
You see what I'm saying? Like how the English language is just fucking stupid to me because
Like I said the first time, what I said the first time, apostolic. We go back from apostolic to apostolic.
yeah, but I'm saying why do they do that? I get the suffix, right? I get the suffix, but why the fuck? Why does it have to go from a to
I know.
to a because of the suffix? Like I it's just the English language is just fucking stupid to me.
It really is.
But yeah, apostolicity. Apostolicity was it written by an apostle or by an associate of an apostle? So that was the other criteria. We have seen how important this criterion was, but it was a wax nose, easily twisted. If a book was widely known and deemed orthodox, then an apostolic byline could be created for it. So if the book had already met the criteria of Catholicity and orthodoxy, then they created an apostolic byline for it. So they attributed the book to an apostle, although an apostle didn't actually write it. So when we see some of the letters of Paul being attributed to Paul, like Hebrews, 1st and 2nd Timothy and all of that, they attributed those books to Paul because it had already met the Catholic orthodoxy. So they created a byline for it. Huh?
Did you see what Sophie put in the thing?
What
When we were
what's
trying to pronounce that Apollo cider vinegar.
oh god.
Apollo cider vinegar.
Yeah, it's autumn. This is like the perfect word for the season here.
You said autumn is the perfect word for the season?
Well, it's in the autumn season. You have apple cider. It's like apple cidericity.
What?
Apple cidericity.
I'm sorry, it's going over my head.
Someone in chat just said that the word sounds like apple cider. That's all.
Yeah, they said.
Oh,
Yeah, they said Apollo cider vinegar.
appelicity sounds like apple cider to y'all?
I think when we was trying to pronounce apostolic, and we were doing all the papas and then.
Y'all know I'm neurodivergent, right?
Move past it. Move past
Yeah,
it.
like y'all know my fucking mind. I'm neurodivergent. I don't fucking
Yes,
get it.
it does. I mean, I even like when it was
What?
happening, I had a flash in my mind of apple cider.
What? I don't hear it. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it, baby. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry.
I told y'all think I'm playing when I told y'all my brain is fucking weird as fuck. Okay. Okay. Where were we? You was hearing apostle salad? Apostle salad? I could see that. I could see apostle salad. I could see that. But
it's a word salad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely that. I swear I hate the English language. But if a book was widely known and deemed orthodox, then an apostolic byline would be created for it. In this way, to secure entrance into the canon, the anonymous epistle to the Hebrews was ascribed to Paul. It was also possible to claim some tenuous link between the ascribed authorship of an apostle, as when Mark was made Peter's secretary and Luke's Paul. Mark was made Peter's secretary and Luke's Paul. Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
If a book sounded too blatantly unorthodox despite a clear apostolic authorship claim, such as the numerous books attributed to Thomas, Peter, Paul, Matthias, James, and John, it could be dismissed as a forgery. While Eusebius embraced the chiliastic, millenarian, I don't know what that means, teaching of Revelation, he ascribed it to John, son of Zebedee. So Eusebius ascribed that to the revelations to John. Once he rejected the doctrine, he decided the revelation must have been the work of another John, after all. Similarly, one is forced to wonder whether the reason Matthew's gospel received its apostolic inscription was because it was by far the most popular of the gospels, while Mark and Luke were damned with faint praise through the assignations. Assignations, am I saying that right? Anybody know what that word
I
is?
lost you.
Assignations, right here.
Yeah, assignations probably.
Assignations.
Real quick, just sorry to interrupt, but the millenarian thing is the groups of people who want to fix solutions to like present crises that are happening like politically, and they're using a radical transformation of politics or religion.
Radical transformation of what?
Like of politics. So like to basically like really quickly change everyone's mind in order to like overthrow the government or fix some like crisis that's happening right now.
Oh, okay.
Which is like,
so when he says
like
similarly, one is forced to wonder whether
Revelation is about Nero, like that type of stuff. That's probably
okay.
Is that kind of thing.
Okay, that makes sense.
Wait, you saying? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. You saying the Book of Revelation?
Yeah. So, well, he's saying that this word millenarian.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that it means basically when people would take are you saying like specific writings like this and apply it to political issues that were happening at the time to get people to think a certain way?
I think it's the idea, as I understood it from just reading it just now, not knowing it before, is that it's the whole idea is like as he was writing it, it is thought that he was writing it to use to like basically trick people into joining Christianity with like that's why it's so scary in Revelation, so that we can really quickly change something about this. It's basically like a fear-mongering tactic to fix something right now. And I think what they're saying here is like these can be kind of they were sort of mostly dismissive when things were like that because they wanted them to have like an evergreen longevity. Right. And so you can look at Revelation and think this, but it was so codified that it took us a while to go back and figure out that's what he was really meaning. And there's probably some other books, as I'm understanding this, that like they were like, oh, yeah, this one is just about right now. They're talking about like who's the emperor of Rome right now. This isn't about like the eternal heaven stuff.
Okay. And then they ended up changing their mind about it. But it looks like Eusebius was the deciding factor on that one too, and I just realized that, which makes it even more questionable. But, so yeah. Similarly, one is forced to wonder whether the reason Matthew's gospel received its apostolic inscription was because it was by far the most popular of the gospels. I already read this. While Mark and Luke were damned with faint praise through the assignations of sub-apostolic names. By the time the grossly different John was added to the equation, Gaius, remember, had suggested Cerinthius for its author as a function of its Gnostic content. Wait, so they didn't even know who the author of John was?
Who's Cerinthius? I've never
heard of that either.
Yeah.
What you say, Lala?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I hit the thing. I was tapping and I.
It looks like they were just
Cerinthus?
assigning names, people.
I bet you his name isn't even Cerinthius. I bet you say his name like Cerinthus.
Yeah.
Who is he? He lived between 50 and 100 CE. He was a Gnostic who was prominent in the early church. So he was a Gnostic. So they wanted to attribute the book of John to him. To go so far as to grant it a fully apostolic pedigree was a counterblast. Had no one gone so far as to credit it to Cerinthus, it is likely no one would have overcompensated with Johannine authorship. It is parallel to the criticisms aimed at the erotic Song of Solomon in the first century among rabbis. Shouldn't such a piece of pornography be ejected from the canon in public reading? No, came the reply. In fact, the book was said to be especially holy, rendering anyone who touched it ritually unclean. From one end,
it's holy, so you're unclean?
anyone who touched the book of the gospel, I guess.
Well, it just says if you touch it. It doesn't say the book.
Hold on, I think they're talking about the book. Hold on.
If you're reading Saul, or if you're reading Song of Solomon and you touch it,
then you're unholy.
Yeah,
that
makes sense to me.
That would make you unholy if you're touching it while you're reading.
Hold on. It's parallel to the criticisms and the erotic song in the first century of the Shouldn't a piece of pornography be ejected from the canon? So the pornography, the piece is the subject, right? Shouldn't such a piece of pornography be ejected from the canon?
You should be saying corn, by the way. You're gonna you're saying it on repeat. Yeah.
No, came the reply. In fact, then I don't. No, came the reply. In fact, the book was said to be especially holy. Yeah, the book. The book was said to be especially holy, rendering anyone who touched it ritually unclean. It's talking about the book.
Right.
Touch it with what?
Okay.
Not y'all said right at the same time.
Okay.
But I still don't get why, if it's holy, then you're unclean for touching it. Don't you get its whole? I don't know what holy means. Never mind. We don't have to get into that. You can keep going.
I guess they're treating the book like the Ark of the Covenant, maybe.
But only this hot book.
That book was so hot.
This book is too hot. Don't touch it.
Touching it, it is unholy.
They're doing that thing where they touch it and go tss, like with little sizzle noise. Like, ooh, that's a good book.
Y'all know that. They said it was pornography, y'all. Don't y'all know.
I'm good.
I think what Goldie Kayla is saying, like anybody who tries to remove the book could be unclean, I guess.
Oh, that's interesting. Like, do not touch it. This is all we have. Right? Like, I'm not good at drawing, and we don't have much else. I need this. Leave this in here.
Whoever was reading the book and touched it was unholy. Y'all know that's what it's saying. I don't know why y'all fighting it.
You just did what the Christians do. Like you just literally added a word to it.
I know.
Oh my God.
Thinker, don't reset your gift goal.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so fourth numerology. Oh, the fourth one is numerology. So we got what do we go through?
Catholicity.
Mm-hmm. Orthodoxy.
Apostolicity.
Apostolicity. And now
numeralisticness.
Mezzo. I'm a drop you.
Numerology.
Don't fuck with my mind. Like I can't help it. I can't help it. I warned y'all. I told y'all that my brain some words my brain just ain't gonna fucking let me do it. Is my brain gonna be like, nope.
When I first started listening to you, Thinker, there was this word you used to say every
Baruch.
time. What was it?
Is it Baruch?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's the scribe. It's Jeremiah's scribe.
And every time you would say it, I say it again.
His name is Baruch, but I would go Baruch. Baruch.
Sounds like you're dropping like a rock in water. Baruch.
I just feel like that's what it would sound like. Baruch.
How you
Baruch.
say it?
Baruch. I just feel like that's what it would sound like. I don't know how you say it. Like these names don't make no sense.
You're
Whose
good
scribe
at
was
sound
it?
effects.
Jeremiah's scribe.
So you know how like anytime there's like kind of an annoying boss and they have like an assistant, they do say their name like 1,800 different ways. You know what I mean? Like they'd be like if
Yep.
their name was like Jeff, they'd be like Jeffy, Jeff, Jefferson, what's up? And you know that he was up there going like Baruch, what's up, Baruch? Like doing all the different ways of it.
Yeah. Okay, so numerology. Irenaeus was desperate to include Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and equally zealous to crowd out the Valentine Gospel of the Valentine Gospel of Truth. He reasoned that there could be only 4 canonical Gospels due to the fact that there are 4 winds, 4 compass directions, and 4 Argus-eyed creatures in the heavenly throne room in Revelations chapter 4.
wow.
So that's why there's only 4 Gospels.
Argus
Yeah.
eyed creature. Well, what does Argus mean? Like,
I have no idea. Let me
is it
see.
like the way the eyes are set, or is it the number of eyes? Argus eyes.
It sounds like it might be a place. But it's in
Argus-eyed
Revelation.
is like so it's like these many-eyed giants in Greek mythology. And Argus-eyed just means kind of to be like it's almost like all-seeing.
Yeah, it
So
says
they have
vigilant
so many
or
eyes
observant.
they can see everything. Yeah, so like having keen eyes.
It was
Yeah.
like it's like Kaka Lois.
Miss Charlene. Miss Charlene.
I'm sorry. I had a beer. Excuse me.
Oh my God.
He said all seeing, and you know that's how Kaka Lois was. I'm just saying.
Oh my God. Miss Charlene.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But when you think about it, would they consider the angels that had all the eyes an Argus-eyed creature too? Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea. It's just you have so many eyes so you can see like so many more things.
Yeah.
You know more about what's happening in the world.
So is that what makes the God all-knowing? Because he has Argus-eyed creatures everywhere?
Covered in eyeballs. Tip to tail eyeballs.
Okay. Okay. So Irenaeus was also attentive to the perfect number 7, the number of planets known to the ancients, each worshipped on one day of the week. Paul's epistles.
Sorry.
Why you say that?
Because I work in the space stuff, and it's just they were wrong about the number of planets. So it's funny that they thought it was like this is the perfect number, and they didn't know dog shit about Neptune. Like they just had no idea, or like Ceres, like closer planets. Like yeah, they just were dead wrong about it, and like it makes a big difference because 7 being like this lucky number,
It's the number of completion.
it would be a different number. Like everything
Yeah,
would be
it would be
different
a
numbers.
different number.
Yeah. If they knew about Pluto.
Well, you
That's
know
interesting.
they took Pluto off again, so he's no
It's still
longer.
a planet. It's just it's a dwarf planet.
That's not what Neil deGrasse Tyson say.
Yeah, but I got words with him about that.
Okay.
No, I know.
Wait,
like,
didn't he come to your house? Did y'all do your thing?
Yeah. But
You
we didn't.
for real.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that too much. But I do like even like within the realm of astronomy, dwarf planet is still a planet. It's not a sun. It's not an asteroid. It's just a type of planet. It's like saying that humans are apes. Right, like it's within that same classification. We're like part of the great apes thing. It doesn't mean that chimps are humans. We're just both great apes. You know what I mean? So it's like just a type of a classification. There's more too. Like Ceres is in the asteroid belt. Like there's a dwarf planet between Mars and Jupiter that people don't think about or know about that much, and they sure didn't know about it back then. And it's like right there.
Don't they think that the asteroid belt was really a planet that was destroyed?
Probably a few, yeah.
Planet. It was a planet between those two things that got destroyed, and the remnants of it became the asteroid belt.
Most likely, yeah.
See, I know it too.
And there's a bunch more past Pluto. There's Sedna. There's Quarrar. There's a whole bunch of weird names, Maki Maki, that are out there. And so like I don't know, I like this kind of topic, but also it's just I love it when early on people like were so dead set on something like 7 is the number, and they're just incorrect blatantly.
And we have people that still go by that today, and it was just fucking wrong.
Yep.
In the end, they will refuse the new information that you have, and you work in the field. Like, that's what's crazy.
Oh, that's what you do, Mezzo?
Well, not work in the field. Like you, no, you're a marketer, right? But you do a lot of stuff with, like,
I
the
work
space.
I work in space stuff. Yeah, I don't like to say publicly like what my actual job is, but you can DM me and I will tell you absolutely every detail about it. But I just don't like to say it out like fully publicly because I don't know, it's weird to do that.
Well,
I feel you.
Did you know about the aliens in the ocean?
I don't believe any of that is true.
Okay.
There are
every bit
aliens
of
in
all
the
that
ocean.
alien story
That's
is
what
absolute
they talk
hogwash.
about on Capitol Hill now. They do
They're
have
in the ocean. They're not aliens. They're Earthlings.
There are aliens in the ocean.
Are you saying there are? Or are you saying?
Yes, and they're mermaids.
Oh, I believe that. I do. I believe that.
Mhm.
I mean, the ocean is one place that's never been explored to its full, to what's down there. So I can believe it.
Yeah,
I
I've
think it's
seen the
funny
movie
that Tyson,
Atlantis, right?
somebody on YouTube has joined the chat. His name is Tyson DeGrassi.
Really?
Yeah, it's like they heard us talking about Neil, and they were summoned. I guess I don't know.
Neil, is that you?
Come on over
Come on
TikTok.
in
Jump up on the stage.
the room. Come on in the room.
Okay. Let's see. So we at numerology. Paul's epistles were first organized according to the 7 recipient churches. Rome, Corinth, First and Second Corinthians having once been combined or confused. Galatia, Philippi, Thessalonica, Colossae, Ephesus. But this arrangement threatened to leave little Philemon out in the cold, to say nothing of the pastorals. Once these were added, one could count epistles, not recipients, and this brought the total to 13, with 2 each to Corinth and Thessalonica. Hence the need to make Hebrews a 14th Pauline epistle, resulting in 2 7s. One could have as easily ascribed Hebrews to Apollos or Clement or Barnabas, as some did.
Why are there 12 disciples? Like, why didn't they make that 14?
That's a good question.
It's just like every time I hear about the stuff where it's like the number 7 shows up a lot, and it's like, and now you're seeing like, yeah, they made that the case.
But there's more than 12 disciples. I think they're like 30 or whatever, but they are a lot. My question has always been, if there's more than 12, why only focus on the 12? Because more than 12 people walked with Jesus that were his disciples, but they just focus on this group, this small group.
Yeah,
I think one of the kings had 12 officials, so I think it might be something to do with the numerology, too, and Jewish typology. One of them had 12 officials. I think it might have been Saul.
Someone said 12 tribes of Israel down in the chat too. I don't know about that. I mean, look, the thing is anytime you find like there's a number, you realize like there's also a whole bunch of other numbers in here.
But there's like 13 tribes of Israel though, so I don't know. Couldn't be 12 because of 12 tribes.
Okay, so it was King Solomon who had 12 officials, which were like his right-hand man. So Solomon's officials are in 1 Kings 4:7. Let's see. So I think like a lot of the New Testament also uses Jewish typology, by Jesus back to the Jewish God. So it might be this. Let's see. Solomon had 12 officials over all Israel who provided food for the king and his household. Each one had to make provision for 1 month in the year. These were their names: Ben in the hill country of Ephraim, Ben Decker and Makaz Shabalim. I'm not gonna read all that. Ben let's see.
More bends, more bananas, more
Yeah,
bands, more
like
bananas.
damn. This I think this is why people fall the fuck asleep. Let me
I should be
see.
doing that. It's after midnight.
Yeah, we
I'm
still
surprised
got
that
over
you are still
700
here.
people in here.
And no Christians want to join the stage like that. I don't know. But
There's
so
still no one, like, not, it's just like, that's weird.
I mean there's 10 people in the live in the box. I think they think that they're going to come up and talk about this. Like I think it's crazy when we were asking them to join the stage at the beginning so that we could have the conversations, but as soon as we start talking about this, then they join the box. I don't know.
Well, I mean, this is fascinating. Is numerology the last one? Is it at the 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's
really
the 4.
cool. Yeah, that's an interesting. It's cool. Like, even though like I'm not a big fan of the Bible, I think it kind of, I think it's like trash. But it's cool that they had criteria. They got together and they're like, here's how we're gonna set these apart. Like, we got to do something with this. Let's kind of make a thing. It's like, it's a good conference that they had. That, you know, they had an agenda and they stuck to it. It seems like, or maybe they sorted this out as they went. It's, I mean, obviously the really big bummer is all the stuff that we missed. There probably were people who were really close to Jesus, like really close, and wrote down some really important stuff that he did that they burned and threw away. You know, that like would have either, hey, maybe you guys are right, the Christians are right, maybe it would have proven more thoroughly that he was real, or it would have said like, and then Jesus, you know, took a shit over here, and it would have kind of like made everyone go, oh yeah, he's just a guy. It's all lost now.
Yeah. If there was a historic Jesus, we will never know.
Unless we find
I
more
think
old stuff. I mean, like, you know, archaeology is still a possibility, right?
it's still a possibility. Yeah. But it would be interesting if it, was found out like in our lifetime.
Is the Gospel of Thomas the one where he goes around with a wand? He has like a
I don't
magic
know.
wand. There's one where he has a wand, and I want to read that one.
I know in the Gospel of Thomas he did do a lot of magic, but I can't remember if he had a wand or not. He did a lot of magic. And he talked a lot of shit. Like there was, I think, a kid like bumped into him, and he like looked at that kid and said, "Die."
Oh yeah. That's that one.
Yeah, and they were
Oh,
like,
that's
what type of child do you have?"
He
And
did what?
he looked at a kid, like some kid bumped into him, and he looked at the kid and turned around and said, "Die." And they brought the kid to Mary and Joseph. Like, what the fuck kind of child do you have?
because
And
this
they
is when
were,
Jesus was young. Jesus is like
Oh, you
11.
saying that's what
Yeah,
Jesus?
yeah.
Okay, gotcha,
yeah,
gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, that wasn't
Oh, right,
clear.
right.
Sorry. Yeah, a young Jesus bumped into another young kid. Yeah.
Gotcha. And he was
and
supposed to
then
have made some kind of dead bird flower, something, wasn't he?
I don't know. I don't remember. I only read the Gospel of Thomas one time, but I know he told them when they told him to bring the little boy back to life. He was like, "I'm gonna bring him back to life, but you tell him to stay away from me. You tell him I'm nobody to play with."
Oh wow,
Yeah,
damn.
he's like, you keep him away from me and tell him I'm nobody to play with.
And they looked at the Catholicity of this, and they were like, Jesus is far too gangsta in this. We cannot have this.
Yeah.
Y'all, why am I sitting out here this in the cold with my damn dog in my pajamas? And he better hurry his little ass up.
Oh, you taking him for a walk?
No, I just rode out here for him to go to the potty.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find this list. Oh, then it gets into all the books. Hold on. I don't know. This might not even be the book I was reading with the complete list. But I think the list was finalized by some bishop. I don't know. Let me see. This might not even be the book that I was reading. I don't know. I'll find it and I'll put it in the Discord. But yeah, this is the name of this book is the Pre-Nicene Text, 54 commemorative text. So like you can read all of the texts that were rejected by the early church.
Oh, all
you can
in this
read,
thing?
Yeah, all in this one book. These are all of the texts before it was redacted and interpolated. So you can read all of Paul's letters before they were redacted or interpolated. The books that were rejected, they're all here in this text.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I got excited. Is that link that you're looking through where you can click on each one? Is that like a public thing, or do you like have a subscription? Okay. Yeah, I want to go look at that because that is very interesting.
Yeah, I read the gospel, the book of John the Baptizer in here, and when John was told, when Zacharias was told that he would have John, he says, like, in so many words, he's like, I haven't touched this woman in years. Like, are you telling me that she? He's like, you telling me she gonna have a child? Like, hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Wait, is he saying like she's too old for me now, or I'm too old for her now? Like what?
Both. Like, but he basically he's calling her old. Like, and the way he says it is funny as hell. But hold on, let me find it. Let's see. Oh, Zechariah. Oh, Father, get up. Oh, Zechariah then raised his right hand and struck Eleazar on the head, saying, Eleazar, great noble. But it's for me in single day. Okay. I'm close to it. Hold on. It's got to be either on this page or the next page.
So are they insinuating that John the Baptist was another immaculate conception?
Yeah, the Bible says that he was immaculate conception.
Oh, I know they say he had the Holy Ghost in her womb.
Well, not a virgin birth, but immaculate because Elizabeth was old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, why?
Let's see for the daughters. Let me see. Okay, so he says here, hundreds of gold stars required to write a divorce certificate, so he simply abandoned her at once and never again asked about her welfare. But as for me, has there been a single day and but as for me, has there been a single day in which I did not come and look to see the scroll of Moses, son of Amram? Has there been one day when I came and failed to pray in your synagogue to justify you all being false and dishonest and spreading rumors about me that begin with you? Where is a dead man who has returned to life? No more can Elizabeth bear a child. Where is a blind man who regains his sight? A lame man for whom his feet walk once more? A mute who learns to read aloud from a book. No more can Elizabeth bear a child. Today marks 22 years since I have had relations with her. No,
Aww.
Elizabeth shall bear no child, whether mine or yours.
That's too long.
Yeah.
That's sad.
He's like, I ain't touched this woman in 22 years. He like, tell me a dead man that can get up.
Like, like it's gonna be a miracle. I think like he's talking about how like I can't get it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like this is an interesting book because when John talks to Jesus, an angel or some other deity is talking to John, and Jesus comes to John and he's like, and speak the name over me that you use that to invoke. Right. That's what Jesus is saying to John. And John, he doesn't want to. John doesn't like this Jesus. And they call him the deceiver in this book. Jesus is known as the deceiver. And then the angel speaks to John and he's like, baptize the deceiver.
There was some verse that you and I read a while ago that it did make it in, that they call him that too.
Which book?
I'm gonna have to like look around for it and like find it later. There was some time that you and I were reading something for some reason, and we came across that. I remember being like, I remember you noticed it. I didn't like even think about it, but you were like, "Oh, they call him the deceiver here." I think it's the deceiver.
I think maybe it's this book. I remember reading this one on live. Let me see if I can find that.
No,
part.
it was on my live. We were just reading the Bible, like the real Bible.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, I'd have to dig around for it because I don't remember if it was in the King James or if it was in the NRSV, and like where it was, but I'll look around for it, and I think it was in Mark or Matthew somewhere.
And also in this book, y'all notice they call Paul a Messiah.
Dang. Messiah Paul.
Mm-hmm.
They were just throwing that around at everybody.
Yeah. Yep. I'm trying to find where it's on. John, you are like a scorched mountain on which no grapes can grow. You are like a dried up stream on whose bank no vegetation thrives. You have become a plot of ground unattended, a tottering empty house. You have become a false prophet with no one left who remembers your name. Who now will give you necessities and food, and who will come to your grave to mourn? When John heard this, a tear came to his eye. A tear wet his eye, and he spoke. It would be pleasant to take a wife, a great delight to have children. But if I do not take a woman to wife, what happens? Then sleep comes, and desire for her seizes me, and I miss my night prayer. If only desire would not awaken in me and cause me to forget my Lord and put him out of my mind. If only desire would not awaken in me and make me neglect my prayer every time. When John said this, a letter came to him from the house of Abathar. John, take a wife and start a family, and see that you do not let this world come to an end. On Monday night is the wedding, and Tuesday night go to your first bedding. On Wednesday night and Thursday night devote yourself to your holy prayers. On Sunday, take 3 hours for prayer and leave 3 for sleep. Take 3 for prayer, leave 3 for sleep. See that you do not allow this world to come to an end. At this, the angels fashioned a wife for John out of you, O region the faithful. From the first conception, Handon and Sharath were born. From the middle conception, Biram and Rahamai were born. From the last conception, Nasab, Sam, and Radiant and Ar were born. John opened his mouth and spoke to Nahar, his wife in Jerusalem. Instruct your daughter that she may not perish, and I will enlighten my sons and teach them, so that they may not be hindered on their heavenly ascent. At this, Anar opened her mouth and spoke to John. I have brought sons into this world, she said to him, yet I have not given birth to a heart for them in the world. If they are willing to receive instruction, then they will ascend to the region of light. But if they are not, then the blazing fire will devour them. John opened his mouth and spoke to Anhar in Jerusalem. If I leave the world, tell me, what will you do after I am gone? I will neither eat nor drink, she answered him, until I see you again. You have spoken a lie, Anar, and your word has come forth clothed in deception. After a single day comes and goes, you will resume eating and drinking and will put me entirely out of mind. I asked you rather by great life and by the eve of the day, whose name is precious. If I leave the world, tell me, what will you do after I am gone? I will neither wash nor comb my hair, she says to him, until I see you again. Again you lie, and your word comes from garbed in deceit. Once a single month passes, you will wash and comb your hair and put me clean out of your mind. Again, I ask you, Anar, by the bed of our wedding night, if I leave my body, tell me, what will you do after I'm gone? I will don no new garments until I see you again, she answers him. Again, you have lied, Anar, and your word is clothed in guile. Once a year passes by, you will don new garments and forget me, put me out of mind. Why do you not tell me everything, John? She says to him. How your words make me ache all over. If you depart, when will you return, that my eyes might light upon you? If a woman goes in labor, If a woman in labor goes down into Sheol, do they hang up a bell for her in the graveyard? If they paint a picture in Sheol, does she then go forth to a feast in the graveyard? If a bride parades in her finery in Sheol, do they celebrate her marriage in the graveyard? If the wedding guests borrow money to sponsor the feast in Sheol, do they repay the debt in the graveyard? Nay, it's too late. Then she answered him, My Lord, how can it be that a woman in labor goes down into Sheol and they hang up a bell for her in the graveyard? That they paint a picture in Sheol and then she goes forth to a feast in the graveyard? That a bride parades her finery in Sheol and they celebrate her marriage in the graveyard? That the wedding guests borrow money in Sheol and repay the debt in the graveyard? If you know this never happens, he answers to her, why do you press the question? When will you return? I go hence and will not return. Enjoy the day in which you still see me. If there were both departure and returning, one would find no windows in this world. If there were departure in returning, then there would be no orphans in this world. If there were a departure and a subsequent return, no Nazarenes would be found in this world. At this, Anar opened her mouth and spoke to John in Jerusalem. I will buy you a brick grave with precious gold and have wooden coffin built for you in the graveyard. But John opened his mouth and spoke to Anar in Jerusalem. Why would you buy a brick grave for precious gold and have a wooden coffin made for me in the graveyard? Are you, after all, so sure I will return that you say, let no dust fall on him? Instead of buying a brick grave with precious gold, go out and distribute bread in my name. Instead of getting a wooden box made for me, go and have masses for the dead read for me. At this, Anar opened her mouth and spoke to John in Jerusalem. You shall go hence and forget about me, and I shall be abandoned here where sinners dwell. But John replied, If I forget you, let the light dwelling forget me. May my eyes never look upon Abathar. If I ascend to life's house, your wailing will rise to my ears from the graveyard. That I think that's a good message of like, don't do wasteful shit. Like if I die, live on. Don't spend money on a beautiful casket for me. Go feed people. Like I think that to me, that's a good message of that. Why y'all so quiet?
I was looking for something. I was really trying to find this thing because, yeah, I don't know how to dig it out. But I was kind of listening to you too, but I was trying to find this thing, and so yeah, I can't find it. I gotta keep looking for it. Sorry, that was rude, but
It's okay. I'm trying to find where he calls Jesus the deceiver.
I think what it was is that it was just saying how the Jews of the time referred to him as the deceiver, maybe, so that which is like obvious and not as interesting in this. So that's why I did.
Here it is right here. It's on page 53. But this here it's right here, but I don't know where it is in the Holy Bible. But this is where the interpretation come from. Look how Jesus finesses John here. John is going to put Jesus through a test, and Jesus is going to finesse him with words. And this is how we're going to wait. When you see what Jesus does here to John, y'all are going to feel every bit of what we get when we talk to believers. But hold on, can somebody let Joel up? Hold on, look. Hold on, let's see.
Now you were just reading that about John. That was a conversation about John the Baptist, right?
Yeah, that was John the Baptist and his wife.
And his wife. Now you were saying how sweet it was that he told her not to spend that kind of money, but give it to the needy, right, on his grave.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Jesus had a hoe come in there and used the finest of of ointment on his feet.
Mm-hmm. And Judas was seen as evil for saying, "Hey, go sell that so that we can feed the poor." And they was like, "Oh, he didn't really mean that. He was a thief. He was the person that carried the money, and so he secretly in his heart he wanted to steal the money." Like that, and it's in parentheses when it says that. So like it's a narrator's note, right? There's nothing in history or anything that says that Judas was a thief, but the narrator adds that notation so that you would be like, oh, he only said that because he wanted to steal the money.
Yeah, I think Jews got a
So
bad rap
yeah.
at this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. But hold on, let's see. Okay. This is where Jesus comes to John to get baptized. John proclaims in the nights, John in the evenings of the night. John proclaims in the nights, glory rises over the worlds. All of the chapters in John the Baptizer starts off like that. Who told Jesus, Messiah, son of Mary? Who told Jesus that he went to the bank of the Jordan and said, John, baptize me with your baptism and also utter over me the name that it is your custom to pronounce? If I thus show myself to be your disciple, I will mention you in my gospel. If I do not prove myself as your disciple, then erase my name from your page. At this, John answered Jesus in Jerusalem, you have lied to the Jews and deceived the priests. You have cut off all descendants from men and deprived the women of pregnancy and delivering children. The Sabbath, which Moses made obligatory, you have undone in Jerusalem. You have lied to them with a fanfare and broadcast disgrace with the shofar. At this, Jesus Messiah answered John in Jerusalem, if I have lied to the Jews, may a blazing fire consume me. If I have deceived the priests, let me die a double death. If I have cut off men's descendants, may I not cross over the sea of death to the land beyond. If I have deprived the women of pregnancy and childbearing, then truly a judge looms over me. If I have undone the Sabbath, let the blazing fire swallow me up. If I have lied to the Jews, I will gladly walk on thorns and thistles. If I have broadcast disgrace with the sound of horns, may I never look upon Abathar, who weighs the deeds of all mankind. So then, baptize me with your baptism, and utter over me the name that it is your custom to invoke. If I acquit myself as your disciple, I will mention you then in my gospel. But if I make a poor showing as your disciple, then erase my name from your page. Then John spoke to Jesus Messiah in Jerusalem. No stammerer becomes a scholar. No blind man pens a letter. The scion of a childless house does not rise into heaven, and no widow becomes a virgin. Foul water cannot become sweet, nor does a stone soften when rubbed with oil. At this, Jesus Messiah offered a rejoinder to John and Jerusalem. A stammerer may yet become a scholar. A blind man may write a letter. Come on, go to the next page. A cup of wine. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, Jesus Messiah offered an answer to John in Jerusalem. Wait, I done lost my page. Become a scholar. Okay, a blind man may write a letter. The scion of a childless house may indeed rise into heaven. A widow may yet become a virgin. Foul water can become sweet, and a stone may soften with oil. At that, John spoke to Jesus Messiah in Jerusalem. If you can give me examples of these things, you are truly a wise Messiah. At that, Jesus Messiah offered an answer to John in Jerusalem. A stammerer may become a scholar when a child who comes from the womb blossoms and grows big. Through paying fair wages and by giving alms, he rises on high. He ascends and beholds the region of light. A blind man writes a letter when a villain becomes virtuous. One who forsakes what? What? What the fuck
Prophylactic.
is that word? Prophylactics.
I can't see.
Pro,
Profligacy.
profligacy?
What is
Profligacy?
it?
Profligacy?
Point to
What
it.
the
Well, you just
fuck
have to
is
say
this word?
prophylactic.
Point to it. Oh, okay.
Profligacy. Profligacy?
Prophylactic.
It's
Profligacy.
What is it? Say it again.
Profligacy.
Profligacy? Profligacy.
profligacy, reckless extravagance,
Profligacy?
Profligacy.
or wastefulness in the use of
Profligacy.
resources.
Profligacy. Profligacy. Proflig-
What does that mean?
A reckless extravagance or wastefulness in the use of resources. What a great word.
Wow.
I think it's unnecessary. Okay, no, but
Yeah.
it's good. We learned a new word. We learned a new
Okay.
word, profligacy. Profligacy means wastefulness. Miss Charlene, profligacy. Profligacy means wastefulness. Okay. One who
Profligacy.
profligacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
One who forsakes profligacy and stealing and has arrived at faith in almighty life. The scion of a childless house who yet ascends to the light is a man of position who humbles himself. He left his palaces and forsook his pride and built a house on the seashore. He built a house on the sea, and two doors opened into it, so he might bring in with him everyone who lay down there in misery. To such he opened his door and received them to himself. If one was hungry, he would spread a table before him along with truth. If one were thirsty, he would mix for him a cup of wine with truth. If one required rest, he made a bed for him in truth. If he were ready to leave again, the man would lead him out unto the way to truth. He led him forth upon the way of truth and of faith, and then he ascends and beholds the region of light. A widow who becomes a virgin again is a woman who has been widowed already in her youth. She kept her privates closed and remained until her children are grown. If she passes over into the next world, she does not go pale at the sight of her husband, since he remained ever faithful to him. She remained ever faithful to him. Foul water restored unto sweetness is a promiscuous girl who has regained her honor. She walked up and down the streets of a hamlet without unveiling her face. A stone softened with application of oil is a heretic who descends the mountain of darkness where the archons meet. He abandoned magic and sorcery and professed faith in almighty life. He found an orphan and satisfied his hunger and filled the widow's pockets with coins. So baptize me, O John, with your baptism, and pronounce over me the name you are accustomed to invoke. If I show myself a worthy disciple, I will mention you in my gospel. If I fail to distinguish myself as your disciple, then erase my name from your page. When Jesus, Messiah, said this, a letter appeared from the house of Abathar. John, baptize the deceiver in the Jordan. Lead him down into the Jordan and baptize him, and lead him up to the shore again and leave him standing there. Then Spirit made herself like a dove and projected a cross of light on the face of the Jordan and made its water turn various colors. O Jordan, she says, you hold me sacred and you sanctify my 7 sons. This Jordan in which Messiah Paul was baptized, I made him into a baptismal pool. The bread which Messiah Paul receives, I made him into a sacrament. The drink which Messiah Paul receives, I made him into a supper. The headband which Messiah Paul receives, I made him into a priest's mitre. The staff which Messiah Paul receives, I have made a shepherd's crook. So that's the story of Jesus getting baptized by John.
So why was they
But
calling him Messiah Paul?
I don't know. So Paul's letters were in rotation before the gospel. So there were believers there were followers of Marcion. So Marcionites were people who believed in a Christ, but the Christ that they believed in was the son of a different God. And so so this letter of John the Baptizer could be, right, the writer saying, oh, there's a different Jesus coming in. Because if you remember, Paul in Romans, Paul talks about different Christ being taught, different Jesus is being taught to them. Right. So this writer, whoever is writing this in that point in antiquity, could be saying, okay, this Jesus is a deceiver. So this person was most likely a follower of Marcion. Does that
You
make
got a
sense?
you got a spammer in the chat, but also so like I guess what happened is John was like prove it, and if not then like you can erase me, if I'm wrong, you can erase me from the books and you can like ignore me. And then Jesus kind of like turned it back on him and was
No, that's
like,
what Jesus said to John.
I thought he was saying it back because John said it. He was like, well, no, if I'm wrong, then you can erase me from the books. I thought that's like why it did twice.
I don't think
Okay.
John said it back. No, like that. So one literary device is that they would often repeat themselves.
Oh, that was Jesus both times. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And the way Jesus does it, like when he gives him the riddles, right? Or I don't even know necessarily if they're riddles. Like the answers that Jesus gives is all interpretive, right? And that's when we talk to Christians today, words don't mean words, right?
Yeah.
So that's how Jesus, finesses John to show that he has wisdom. Because the thing is, John is like, if you can prove to me that you are a wise man, then I'll baptize you. And Jesus does it by, finessing the words. And so he says, John says to him, no stammerer becomes a scholar. No blind man pens a letter. The scion of a childless house does not rise into heaven, and no widow becomes a virgin. Foul water cannot become sweet, nor does a stone soften when rubbed with oil. And Jesus is like one of the things he says, that a virgin can become a widow if she becomes a widow when she's young, and then she becomes a virgin again, and then when she goes to heaven, she sees her husband, and she just kept her faithfulness the whole time, because she became a virgin. She became a widow very young. Does that make sense?
And
So
they
like
get to fuck again in heaven.
yeah. So like Jesus kind of finesses it, and that's what we see too when we talk to believers and we're like reading the Bible and we're like, we don't do theology, it's just like literary analysis, and what we read, those words mean what they mean. And they're like, nope, that ain't what it means. Hate doesn't mean hate. Hate means love.
Oh, do you have the song ready by chance? The words?
Oh, what song?
Words don't mean anything.
He has a song for that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have it ready right now. No, I'm just listening to the book here, and I know I'm probably not supposed to, but I think I touched it.
Oh my God.
Well, you holy now. You holy. You done made it unholy.
You are both holy and unclean.
Capone, I think we had this discussion the other day. I did not say Marcion was a follower of Paul. Marcion was a follower of Paul's teachings. Marcion and Paul did not live during the same time. The fuck?
Listening ears, put on your listening ears.
I went to school with Marcion.
Miss Charlie.
Is it just me, or does this stuff is it just better than Bible? Like, I feel like it's like more enjoyable than Bible.
Yeah, like it really is.
Very interesting.
Director's cut.
Mm-hmm. Even the like little riddle that Jesus does is like still annoying, but it's just less annoying than the parables.
Maybe it's just
Like
because
a
it's
biblical
new.
soap opera.
Yeah, maybe it's just the newness of it. But the stuff about like the graveyard, the rhythm of that, like I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, me too.
It was like a little
I think
rap.
that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a beautiful rap.
Mm-hmm. It was. I was in here
It doesn't make you want to go to sleep either.
No, it don't make you want to go to sleep.
No, you didn't say they did. You said I said that with your shaking my head emoji. Like for some reason you come here just to fucking disagree when there's nothing to disagree about.
Yeah, Joel.
Sorry about that. My mistake. I just thought that.
How dare you?
I thought disagreeing was the name of the game. I was just trying to add some drama.
Not tonight. The only the person who came up, I asked them one question, and then they freaking tanked immediately.
Oh yeah, he had a complete meltdown. Damn.
It was
Over
pretty
nothing.
weird.
Really weird, but
Nothing. Yeah. I guess
I don't
probably he
remember.
didn't want to be questioned while he was talking. That's the only thing I could see. But still,
Oh,
it was just weird.
I remember he said, wouldn't it be cool if we could like see how much free will people think they have? And I was like, how would you measure that? Like one free wills or three free wills? Like what's the measuring thing? And he was like, I can't. I can't do it.
Thank you. I've
He's like, do
enjoyed
you
it.
want to answer the question yourself, or you want me to? Like, what?
What do you want
That
to do?
guy's got half a mile of free will.
You heard it.
Yeah, exactly. In liters, do I have to convert
Yeah.
this to metric?
He thought he was
How
in
much free will do you have in Canada?
What's the decibel level for your free will?
In America, we have 0 freedom units of free will. But I don't know what they have in metric. I don't know what you guys call it there.
Ours is in Fahrenheit, I think.
Okay.
There's 10 Christians in the box who want to come up and debate y'all on how much free will y'all have.
Oh Lord, no. Mm-mm.
Let me see. I'm gonna let them up and see. That is crazy. That I don't know. Let me stop complaining about it because they are who they are. My box won't open though. Lala, can you open it and see who you can bring up?
Okay.
Joel, stay quiet about that.
Yeah, I'm just like, holy shit. I'm going to have to touch it again.
No, stay quiet.
Oh my God. Wait, what did I say?
Nothing.
Your box won't open.
Nothing.
Your box won't open.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Let's see. Who is this?
Bishop.
Bishop? Hello, Bishop? They've fallen asleep to symphony music.
Sounds nice.
It's 2, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Somebody, if you're in the guest request box and you are a believer of the God of the Bible, go ahead and let us know if you're there so we can skip the accidentals, please. I don't think that person's there. If you are a believer and you sent a request to be on stage, can you comment and let us know that you're waiting to come on stage? Black Swan? Is that what it is? Black Snow?
It's blacks now.
Is what? I can't see. Black Snow. They're not there. I don't know who's in this guest request box. Reese, Sleepy, Dawn, Sydney, Kelly, Christine, Kojak, and Daddio. I don't think any of them are actually here.
We did do like a 4-hour deep dive Bible study. They might have fallen asleep. Dadodio.
Is that what it is?
Dadodio? Is that look correct?
Daddy. Yeah. What is
Daddio?
it?
Daddio? I was gonna
Man.
take everybody out. I don't think they're
Yeah.
here. I'm just gonna decline everybody.
And they
Okay.
can jump back in.
Yeah.
I should probably leave. I mean, Joel's here. I don't want any like contentious stuff. I know we have like sometimes it gets heated between him and I. And see, you're doing it again.
That's not fair. I thought we were going to hang out. And also, like, it's almost 4 a.m. where I am. So,
Yeah,
like,
you're late.
Yeah, I know. I was at work.
He's like, it's not fair. Why did I come to the party late?
Yeah.
Everybody, like Freeform Fridays just be weird as fuck.
They're getting whacked. I don't know.
Huh?
Maybe we should do the deconstruction lives again instead.
Yeah. Instead of doing Freeform Friday, like, and
Right.
then, but they're going to complain about not being involved in that. Like, that's the crazy
At
thing.
this point, I don't. I mean, then maybe if they come up, they come up. But At this point, I really don't care because it's, you know,
Do you think they just have the spirit of wanting to fight? Like when it's a hey, let's learn from each other, they're not
hmm
interested. But when
right.
it's I don't believe in your God, that they're interested in. So they just have like the spirit of wanting to fight.
That could be it. That could
Yeah.
be it.
Which is just weird to me because they claim that their Jesus, their Holy Spirit is about love and peace. They
Yeah.
yeah. But whenever they have the opportunity to like exemplify it, it
Hmm.
doesn't work that way.
That never happens. Even when
It's
they're up here, it just never happens.
they have to spend like their whole rest of their normal life like pretending to be nice to people at church that they don't really like, so that when they come here they have to like blow off the steam of all that fake niceness and just like be absolute pieces of shit.
And it's probably like fucking them up that we actually care about like learning and researching. And some of them are probably like, damn, I thought atheists were devils.
Exactly. You probably still do.
I don't know. We could go to Dr. Bowen's book. We could read some Canaanite mythology. We
Ooh,
could
Mm.
that
read
sounds good.
we could
Yes,
study.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Give me just a second.
I
Bring
really
on the
do have to leave
kids.
though. It's not because of Joel
Well,
entirely.
well, you're gonna leave
You
me
gonna
with
leave them?
Canaanite mythology?
You're a party pooper.
It's just it's because if I hear Canaanite mythology I might like succumb and accept it and become a Canaanite, and I don't want to
Yeah.
risk that.
The next thing you know, sacrificing babies to Molech or
Yes,
whatever.
I'm worried about that.
DJ said, "You guys are nicer than 85% of the Christians that I've met." That speaks volumes.
Who are
Wow.
these other 15% of people that you think are nicer than us? Fuck them.
Yeah,
Get them out of here.
they're pieces of shit.
Yeah. Wait, we're doing it again. And he's like, now it's 80%. Oh, damn. We're tanking.
Hold on, there's some
Those
people in the
15
guest
sound
box.
lovely. Oh, okay.
Joel,
Let me
are you
see.
gonna go live tomorrow during the day?
Today during the day, later
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I really should go to bed. I'm thinking of like 2 p.m. or 5 p.m. start. Oh no, wait, 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. start. I'm tired.
Okay.
That's
Well,
my time. So your time that it minus the
it's mine's in free
carry
wills.
okay, yeah, right. So
I
it'd be
know.
like 7 free will.
Do you guys want to talk about this a little more up here, like our scheduling stuff?
I
Or
mean, it's fascinating. Like the two people that were in the box hopped out when I joined them on
What?
stage. So they were accidentals. There's 800 people in here. 800.
I dare any one
Yes,
of you
they're
to
ready
come
to
up
learn.
and debate us about our schedule.
Why
You
don't
don't think they all see you?
Tinker, why don't you switch to the secret special prompt that you have, which is Christians are all cowards, and we'll see if
Oh, I might have that.
I think that is weird that they need us to talk bad about them in order to have a conversation with them. That is so fucking weird to me.
I'm Christian and I'm not a coward.
Is it because
we'll
we said you
see.
were a coward? Like, are you up here because somebody said Christians are cowards?
No,
Is that why you hit request?
no, I actually hit that request button before.
And he ran. Check that out. He just
Oh.
Really? Really?
You know how at church they say, "Is there one? Is there one?"
Right? Yeah. This is the
Out of
exact opposite of
800.
that. Like we're at the back of the church going, instead of up there, come this way. Come talk to us instead.
Oh gosh, did he get a phone call? Oh, so what made you hit request?
Does God love the the Gentiles as much as the chosen?
Mhm.
I would say yes, he does.
Why would you say yes to that?
He loves them as much as the chosen, but he doesn't have. But you won't have the love of God.
Huh?
What?
Say what?
Yeah, he loves you, and he wishes that you could be one of the chosen. But I
You know
mean,
what? Do you know what I mean when I say the chosen? Like we're talking about the Israelites.
um,
I'm not talking about the spiritual chosen.
no, the Israelites became the church.
Huh.
I
Cool.
get the whole grafted in thing, but the question is, does the God love the Gentiles, which who you guys became the church, right? The spiritual grafted in Israelites. But when I say the chosen, I'm talking about the Israelites, like the children of Israel in the Old Testament.
Well, that has been abolished
I
after
didn't
the New
ask you that.
Testament.
I asked you, does God love the Gentiles as much as the chosen? I asked you if it was abolished. The question is, does he love y'all as much as he loves them?
Yeah, but I'm answering your question.
You're not.
I am.
You think
And
you are,
answer it
right?
directly.
You
Mhm.
think you're answering my question, but you're not answering my question. I didn't ask if the Old Testament was abolished. I didn't ask if Gentiles became grafted in spiritual Israelites. Didn't ask if the Gentiles became the church, right? What I asked was, does God love y'all more than them, and why?
Well, I would just say no because no, the chosen are not the Israelites.
Oh, well,
Wait,
Like
so he
like like
doesn't love
oh,
y'all more than them, or he does love y'all more than them?
I'm
You
answering your
said first you
question.
said yes, now you're saying no. I'm trying to clarify which one is it?
Well, I'm trying to answer your question. It's
Okay, so clarify. Are you when you say
I'm
no
trying
and
to.
then you
I'm
say,
trying to.
oh, you said no because they are not the chosen. That makes no sense. Does he love them more than y'all?
Does he love? Like, I'm answering your question like theologically correct, and
Does just say, does he love the Gentiles more than the chosen? Yes or no?
no, he wouldn't. No, no, he
So he
wouldn't love.
loves the chosen more than the Gentiles?
Yeah, and the chosen would be the church.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It
In the
is though.
question, you can
It
see it's
isn't.
contrasted with the Gentiles. It's like there's two groups of people here. There's the Gentiles and the chosen, who are the non-Gentiles. It's not talking about like
Yeah,
the
I
church or
want
the
y'all.
spirits or anything.
Yeah,
He's
and
pulling a Jesus. Do you see that? Do you see what Jesus did with
Yeah.
John the Baptizer? This is what I mean.
And
Like he's pulling a Jesus. Words don't mean words anymore.
Like, I don't know,
I didn't
John.
even want y'all to be for real.
John, do you think we could pull up a scripture from the Holy Bible that says that the Israelites are God's chosen people?
we can, and I can't think of it, but I think it was Paul who talked about it, where
Yeah, so
damn,
I think that I
I
think
can't I can't think of the scripture right now, and
all
forgive
right,
me,
well, let's
I
assume
can't.
that the scripture isn't there. The thing is that this
Let's assume it
prompt
is.
the thing is that this prompt is obviously saying that the Israelites are considered the chosen people in the Bible, and the Gentiles are the other people. So does God love the Gentiles as much as the chosen people? And that's the question. And without being too semantic about it, you probably could just answer the question a little bit more directly.
Well, I'm trying to, and you know, forgive me because I don't have a scripture off the top of my head. I know Paul talked about it a lot, and I know it's there, but
but
It's us, the church, who became the new Israel, because that's what Jesus came down to fulfill. Was he came down and fulfilled this promise that we had, and
Wait. What promise did the Gentiles have?
no, it was the promise that the that us chosen had.
But
Who
you're claiming the chosen are the Gentiles. So, what promise did the Gentiles have?
Okay, would you guys like to allow me to do a little bit of looking, if that's okay,
Sure.
The
just so
one,
I can give you some actual scripture or context?
John, the one thing that I would request is if you're going to make a claim that Jesus did something and came to do something, that you have Jesus saying that he's doing those things. I understand that Paul is going to renegotiate everything, but if this is going to be something that Jesus is doing with the Gentiles or whatever, then maybe we should see him saying it as opposed to saying, I only came for the lost sheep of Israel. Okay?
Okay, all right, I get your question.
Pure Goddess, stop spamming my chat before you get blocked.
By the way, this is a lot of work for something that you could just answer just based on Gentile versus Israelite, and it'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, maybe like let's rephrase it really quickly, and then we can get back to the who is a church or not later. But like, if it said, "Does God love the non-Israelites as much as the Israelites?" What would your answer be?
Well, then again, like you're, I'm gonna have to pull this up so that you guys can see it, but like no, we are the new Israelites are the church.
What?
We
Are we
Where
are
in the
all
Bible does he
Israelites?
call y'all Israelites? Paul never calls y'all Israelites ever in this book. So where are you getting that from?
I don't think it matters. So if is everybody Israelites or are some people not
no,
Israelites?
no, only the chosen.
Um, hi,
Hold
John.
on, pure Goddess. You don't come in and interrupt, okay?
I guess what I'm saying, like, does God love some people more than other people? Let's start with that.
Uh, yes, he would.
Okay, it's a great start to start getting towards answering a question.
God damn it! Why is my computer not
You have
working?
to type
God damn
harder.
it.
If you push harder,
I know, right? If I just smack it, will it work?
Who thinker, when you were a Christian, would you have ever said God damn it?
No,
No,
not
No.
I
as a
meant God
Christian.
damn my computer. God damn my computer.
Well,
May God
either
damn
way.
it.
You're still saying goddamn,
Mhm.
but it's like, yeah, not Christianing.
he's not going to have the computer bring the verses up if it's damned.
I know.
I
It's
don't
the
know if
devil working. The devil
John,
working.
John, I don't know if you're a Christian. You're saying God damn it, and you don't know what's in the Bible. You're just making stuff up. I feel like we got
Mm,
a fake Christian here.
yeah, maybe.
And you're a theologian. He was in
I
the comments, I
wait.
think, saying that he was a theologian.
I never said that.
Somebody in the comments, when you came up, said this is the theologian. So how did they know that you were going to talk about theology?
Well, maybe because I wanted to talk about theology, and I normally talk about theology, so maybe they may have misconstrued me as a theologian, but I am not a theologian.
I
Well,
guess
they put it in air quotes. Well, they did put it in
Yeah,
quotes. So
if they put it in air quotes, then why would it be that? Then why
I,
would I
I
be
think
that?
they're saying that you think that you're a theologian.
And no, I don't think I'm a theologian.
Well, you were talking about theology. You came up and you did mention theology, right? When we asked you a very simple question and you're trying to answer it from a theological standpoint, are you not?
Yeah, that doesn't make me a theologian, though.
No, I said you think that you're a
No, I
theologian.
don't
That's what
think
they're
I'm a
trying to say.
theologian.
No, I
No, I
said
don't
that's
think
what
I'm.
they are trying to say, that you think that you're a theologian.
Okay, well, I do not. Well, to whoever that is, I do not think I am a
Oh my gosh,
theologian.
we understand that. She was just
John, where did you learn your theology? Do you guys have a Bible study or something that you'll do?
No, my father is a theologian, and I actually learned a lot from him.
So it
But
was your
that's not my strong suit, though.
No.
So your father told you that today's Christians are the chosen and are the Israelites?
No, I was able to read that in the scripture.
What? That's why I asked, like, where in the scripture does Paul call Gentiles Israelites? Call Gentile Christians Israelites?
I'm trying to get there, my lady. And if you,
All he types, I just want to like wonder if, if it is the case that God loves anyone more than anyone else, then all the times that, he's doing like good things for the Gentiles or saying like God so loved the world, or like these types of things are kind of thrown out there. Is it like early virtue signaling?
what would you mean by God, for God so loved the world? What would you mean by that?
I don't know the Bible that well, but I think there's a verse that says that. Is
Well,
it?
no, there is a verse, John 3:16, and
I haven't gotten that far.
yeah, but I did. So, what would you mean by what would be the world?
I mean, I guess like Earth and the people on it.
Okay.
What would the world mean to you?
Well, through hermeneutics, it would be talking about the chosen.
But so it's just like a typo. Like they should have put the chosen, but instead they said the world there.
Well,
Exactly.
there's
Pure Goddess. I'm going to
is
give
like
you
this is
Pure
like
Goddess. John, one moment. Pure Goddess. The
Yeah.
rules of the live is that you do not just come in and interrupt, right?
I
So
didn't
I
do
will
that.
raise my hand or something.
Yeah, that would be helpful. John, is your name Pure Goddess?
No, you said just come in and interrupt. I didn't
I did
interrupt
not say
anybody.
that. I said Pure Goddess. The rules of the live is that you do not just come in and just interrupt.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you.
Yeah, it's like if you don't really pay close attention to the words, you can misunderstand things. Like if the words say world, for example, and then you're hearing something else, like that's a good example of a misunderstanding, I think. Just to bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's three potential meanings to the world. It could be the world as Mezzo described it. It could be the chosen people as John described it. Or I'm going to guess that it means just the lost sheep of Israel. Now, how are we going to determine which one is correct? Should we call Herman or?
By what authority would you use to
He said, should we call Herman?
Mr.
yeah.
Nudix?
Mm-hmm. No, it's only Herman. It's only Herman. It's not Mr. Nudix. He doesn't like to go through
Dr. Nudix.
that. No, it's
I
just
don't
Mr.
like. We
Nudix.
can't get Herman nude pics up here right now, but I think we can like figure it out through scripture.
That's what I would
Mm-hmm.
say.
I think it's crazy that it's taking you that long to find a scripture, though.
He broke his keyboard. Didn't you hear
Yeah,
that?
my keyboard is broken.
His computer's
Sorry.
damned. His keyboard's broken.
This is
Like I started searching, but I smashed the shit out of it.
Let's see. Brother Tribe. Hello, Brother Tribe.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, are you a Christian?
Nope. I was at one time.
Okay. I'm going to have to take you down because the box you're in is for a Christian, okay?
Why? Why just only Christian?
Why ask why?
I'm not an atheist.
But
I'm
you
not
don't believe in
Muslim.
you don't believe in this God.
No, I believe in the Most High in Christ.
Oh,
But
you.
who are you to judge me
Where did
Who I
I
believe in.
judge you? Where did I judge you?
Well, because you
What
said you have to
judgment did I
let me
give?
go because I'm not a Christian.
I said because the box you are in is dedicated to a Christian. I did not judge you. You are the one who told me you were not a Christian.
I'm not.
Okay, so then if you're
So why
not a
let me
Christian,
go?
why ask why? Why not just
Why
follow the
let me
rules?
go? Why can't I
Why not
speak
just
on
follow the
here?
rules?
Am
Like
I
why do
not
you
human?
victimize yourself? Why
Am I
victimize
not
yourself?
human?
Like no, I don't
Do
give a
you
fuck
think
if
you
you're
know
human.
more than
Like
me? Do
oh
you
my
think
gosh,
you know
shut
more
the
than
fuck
me?
up.
I
Shut the
can't.
fuck up. You whiny ass man.
This is the worst Sadakmak I've ever heard from.
God damn.
Yeah, I'm ready to do a judgment if we can go around the table and say I would say that this guy sucks.
Yeah, he sucks.
Okay.
I agree.
You whine so fucking much. And then like if you believe in the God of the Bible, just fucking say that you believe in the God of the Bible. And then I would have let you stay on the stage. It ain't our fault that y'all don't want to be called Christians. The fuck? Do you want to stay on the stage, tribe? Because I fucking can. You know what? You got to go now. Now I am judging you. You too much of a fucking whiner. I can't do whining.
Just checking in. John, that's not your dad, is it?
No, he's in. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. He's in bed.
Right. You.
And besides, he would have he would never do anything like that. He would have everything offhand at that. He would never. No, no, no.
He sounds actually really smart. Sounds like a great guy.
He is. He's my hero. He's my who I always look up to every day.
Like in my head, this is what I hear. Why you to say I'm not a Christian? Like that's what I hear.
It was that. It was
Oh
weird. That was
God.
a fully grown adult.
Yeah, that was wild.
I'm a person, aren't I? I'm a person.
Ain't I human?
Don't I bleed like you do? If you cut me, won't I bleed?
Oh my god, the self persecution is fucking too much.
They need it. They need it.
Well, that's not really self persecution. It's more of just self adoration they need.
Hey, why?
That's what I need too.
Because
I'm gonna
like
go love myself.
why?
I gotta go, guys. I gotta get down.
Oh my god, Mezzo.
I love you all so much. I really do. I mean this. And Joel, for you, romantically, I'm gonna add that in there.
Ditto.
And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thanks for having me, Thinker. I really appreciate it. It was a
Have a
fun
good
live.
sleep.
Bye,
You're welcome.
Mezzo.
Thank you for coming up.
Later, Mezzo.
Bye, BBFF.
Okay,
He
Galatians
said I'm gonna go
six
myself.
sixteen. Do you mind if I read that real quick?
Yeah, I can pull it up if you like.
No, I can read it, and you can pull it up as well. I'm reading through the ESV.
You say
So
6 and 16?
I beg your pardon.
You say Galatians 6:16?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and as for all who walks by the rule, peace and mercy upon you, upon the Israelites of God, Israel of God. So therefore, we are the Israelites.
Why did you read that as Israelites of God?
I said Israelites by accident, and then I re-corrected myself and said Israel.
What would he have to run from you for, Gallison? Jellison, whatever your name is. Why would he need to run from you? He don't even know who you are. Why would he be running from you and he doesn't know who you are? Right? Like he doesn't even know that you're in the guest request box. He was a guest. Why would he be running from
He
you?
was a guest.
Huh?
Me?
I'm talking
No, I
to
just wanted to talk
Gelatin.
to him. That's all.
Gelatin. What?
Skeleton.
Why would he be running from you?
I never. I never
Don't
meant to
lie.
say
I
that he
just
was
read it. Don't
running.
lie. I
I
just
said, why are
read
you
it.
running, going to sleep?
Exactly. So why would he be running
As soon
from
as I
you?
came on, he's gone off.
Does he know you?
No, he doesn't.
So
You made
why
him.
would he be running from you? How would he know that you're getting ready to come on stage? Can you explain that?
Who knows?
Yeah, why do y'all make yourselves the main character? Like, how the hell would he have known that you were coming on stage?
I'm not making myself the main
You
character.
made yourself a main character. Yes, you did.
How did I do that?
Why,
By annoying you?
why would Mezzo's decision to go to bed have anything to do with you?
I never said it does.
Literally
I was
did.
being comical.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
Y'all are like, y'all claim y'all have this spirit in you,
They got a
but for
spirit.
some reason this spirit just makes y'all lie.
They
Like,
got a spirit.
y'all are incapable of being honest.
I'm incapable. How am I incapable? I've only just come on here and you're already accusing me of something.
Yeah, because you're a liar.
I've wrote it
You're a
in
liar and you have main character
How am
syndrome.
I a liar? How am I a liar? I mean, do you like arguing with people all day? All you've done is try to disprove the Bible
You're a fucking
all
liar. There you
day
go
long.
again. There you go again.
That's what you've done. You've tried to dispute. You've tried to
Yep.
use text, but once
You
you
know what's
say,
so fucking? You know what's so fucking crazy is that y'all like me like this. Y'all don't want to come in this room unless I'm like this. You are attracted to it. Y'all like fucking
"No,
suffering. You like
I'm
people
not
treating you
actually
like shit
attracted.
because it means you're being persecuted.
I don't
Like,
think
y'all
there's
look
anything
for
wrong with
shit
you.
that says that this book is true. Y'all want me to talk shit to you.
I
When I
don't
was
want
being
you to
nice
talk like
and we
that, to
were
be honest.
reading the book and studying, I offered for y'all to come up and study together. Y'all didn't want that shit. Y'all want a devil.
No,
Y'all want a
I was
demon.
actually on
Yes, the
YouTube.
fuck you do. Yes, you do. And that's why you type what you type in the comments.
What did I type that was so bad? And why are you so annoyed?
No, oh, you want to know why I'm annoyed? Because you are a liar and you have main character syndrome and you want to victimize yourself, and that shit is irritating.
You just are
That's
just the
why.
last person. You think I want to victimize myself? Why? Why
That's
would
why.
I want to?
Like,
Hey,
y'all didn't
Gelson,
come up
wait,
until somebody called y'all
Gelson,
cowards. Y'all need to feel like you're being persecuted.
You literally jump on
Gelson. It's
anybody
just
that
because
comes
she's a
on.
woman, she thinks that she can just be a nasty black bitch and say shit. That's it.
No, she just she. I'm on.
Wait,
I'm
shut the
sorry.
fuck up right quick.
What was
Shut
that?
the entire fuck up. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you actually think that you can sit on my motherfucking live and say that bullshit and think that I would be okay with that shit?
I don't care if you're okay with it. I just
Well,
said
get
it.
the fuck on.
Shut the fuck up, you dumbass bitch. You ignorant ass. Like, y'all are some of the worst humans.
That's why he know what
You
the
are some
fuck
of
he
the
talking
worst humans,
about.
and your bitch ass can go too. Cause how the fuck are you gonna sit there and let another man say that shit and be okay with it? The fuck off my stage, nasty ass motherfuckers.
Felt like it came out of left field with that fucking John.
Cause he figured out he wasn't the chosen one. Stupid ass.
Yeah. He was like, okay, I'm not gonna win this.
He
He
can't
was a
find what he was
piece of
looking for.
shit fuckface, that guy, yeah.
That's what Christians do. Like, they don't, like, they come in here and they fucking whine all the damn time. Hey, you bully Christians. Why you only got one Christian on stage at a time? Let more people on. And then when we do the shit, y'all motherfuckers don't come up. Y'all want to sit in the comments and fucking whine still. Y'all want people to talk crazy to you.
I mean, being a little spicy is pretty fun. I will say that. But yeah, they're dumb.
They're fucking
I mean
stupid.
that thing came up out of him. You talking? He act like the damn exorcist.
The crazy thing is that I know they don't like black women because black women are the shit. Like the fact that they think that we don't fucking know it. We know who the fuck we are.
They not like us.
Like, what the fuck? And every time you act like that, every time y'all come in here and y'all say and do the shit that you do, y'all, it ain't hurting me. You ain't gonna disrespect me, but I fucking know why you saying it.
Ooh.
And see, it be times like this where I say fuck the Christians, like, and I would just fucking read all night. I'll research all night. Like, I don't have to talk to y'all. I'll
Well,
make y'all asses sit there and fume in the fucking comments because you can't leave. Your own fucking ego won't let you leave, won't let you scroll, won't let you block. And you'll be in the comments fucking fuming mad at the shit that we uncover about your God and about your religion. Because you're not gonna come up in here and disrespect me, and you're not gonna disrespect anybody in this room. The nasty ass people.
I think
I don't
can I
have to
have the
be calm.
Discord?
Like, if you think that I need to calm down, come over here and fucking calm me down, Brandon Carlisle.
Is that Brandon in here?
On YouTube, in the YouTube
Oh
comments.
yeah, he's always on my lives too, just being very Christian.
Yeah, he mentioned your name a couple of times already in the comments over there.
Yeah, I don't think he's on TikTok, but I think he's planning on coming up on the Discord. So if you can get your Discord going, then
I
maybe he'll.
tried that. I don't know how it didn't work the other night. I don't know how to set it up.
I sent you. I think I sent you a message on Discord about it because Mezzo had mentioned it, but it's tricky with a panel. I think Meg is sleeping.
who is those snoring? Oh my.
That someone's sitting beside a bulldog or something.
Man, I think maybe there was a dog next to her. That sounded like
She
that might
got
have been.
sleep apnea.
It sounded like it might have been a dog. I don't think that was her.
Yeah, that didn't sound like a human.
Yeah.
Pinko, what's the Discord so I can go join on that side?
Unfortunately, you have to be a member for 2 months before you can get access to the Discord.
Okay.
And to do that, you see the yellow star at the bottom of the screen that says
Oh,
subscribe.
and remember you're on TikTok.
Yeah, to this live. So like
Okay.
yeah, it's like $5.99 a month, and the reason why we do that is just to make sure that we don't let in people who have
Anyone,
ill
yeah, it makes
intent.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
like the assholes that were just up here. See, y'all, we should have went on and studied about the Canaanites.
Exactly. Like I swear I don't feel like arguing with Christians tonight. I don't. That's what, like, Thursday night is supposed to be the night to chill, you know, like to get away from all of the fucking like debates and shit. But goddamn, like they don't read their own book. They're not interested in learning. They just want to fucking argue about shit they don't know. Michael, are you there? Hello. I mean, is that Michelle? Michelle. Hello, Michelle. All right. Mean Buster.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Are you a Christian?
I look at myself as being a child of God, a follower of Christ.
They're calling that Sadakmak these days. Have you heard of Sadakmak Biftaj? Have you heard this term?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, it's just this new way of identifying people that aren't Christians but follow the teachings of Jesus. It stands for so I don't actually call myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. So if you are ever in another live, you can just be like, "Oh, I'm Sadak Makbibtaj," if someone asks if you're a Christian, and we'll all know what you mean.
Oh, what's wrong with following the teachings of Christ?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, like, if you don't want to identify as a Christian, but you still follow the teachings of Jesus, there's a term for it, and it's Sadak Makbibtaj. You're welcome, because it's just going to help you, identify what you believe really quickly when you're, just hanging out in lives or just your day to day, even like at the office or whatever.
Oh, good. Like, I believe and follow the Bible, but I don't celebrate like Christmas or Easter or none of that kind of stuff.
Is that a Jehovah's Witness?
Well, the Jehovah's, they got some of that too. They take a lot of other religions take pieces out of the Bible and use part of their religion.
Joe, look.
Is it really? Is Sadak Makbibtaj?
Oh my gosh,
That's
it's up
amazing.
there.
That's incredible.
There it is.
Oh my goodness.
That's amazing.
What's that? The Urban Dictionary?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, you can use that. It's Sadak Makbibtaj. It's like everyone's using it. It's like just perfectly normal. But it sounds like you're unique in this your own little Sadak Mac because you don't celebrate Christmas.
Right.
Apostolics don't do it either.
Oh no?
No.
Isn't Jesus going to be bummed about that? He's like, so many birthdays you guys missed.
Christ don't tell us to celebrate Christmas. Christmas ain't in the Bible, I don't think.
No, that's fair, but like when I took my birthday off of Facebook, because I don't want people to know that I'm getting older. I miss it when people like don't wish me happy birthday on my wall. So I don't know if Jesus is like, man.
I don't even think he was born in wintertime.
No, I know, but we don't really know the exact date, so we might as well just like choose one and then celebrate it. And I'm sure he'll. It's just like, do you go to church on Saturday or Sunday?
I praise God. Actually, I don't go to church.
Could have guessed that one, but. Like, do you have a Sabbath?
Sabbath is what, Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So do you believe in the Trinity or no?
The Trinity?
Yes.
Not really. No. I don't believe in the Trinity.
I wonder how many people just go like, not really, when they're asked if they believe in the Trinity. I feel like people are usually a little bit more.
What I believe the Bible speaks to one set of people.
Thinker.
Huh?
Are you gonna put your board back up so they can choose, so we won't just be talking about stupid stuff?
Charlie.
What y'all believe? What you believe, Thinker?
I don't believe in this God.
Oh, you don't believe in God? What God you believe in?
Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes.
Oh, they got a good song. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. Yeah, they got a good song. I like.
Yeah. Can you pick a topic? Wait. Did we establish? Is he Jehovah's Witness? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I think he's Sadak Mac with his own little colors put in there. Like.
Oh, he's a Sadak Mac.
He's Sadak Mac, and yeah, he actually. Are you a Hebrew or Israelite? Mean?
No, I just believe in what the word of God says. I just follow the word of God.
Yeah. So Sadak Mac, and he's got some unique little takes, but yeah.
And yeah, he a blue note.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead and pick a topic.
it's I would say believers. It say believers don't like the Old Testament. Let's go with that one. Believers don't like the Old Testament.
Are you true or false?
Uh, some people I ran into, they don't like the Old Testament. Some do. Let's hear. I would like to hear the thinker take on the believers don't like the Old Testament.
Thinker's off tonight. This is the crew.
Oh, the
No,
okay.
well, when you ask the question, then you ask the question, then you tell us what you think about it. What's your take on it? That's why you chose that question.
Oh, well, I believe that some people don't like the Old Testament because of the laws, and I think a lot of people want to live how they want to live, so they don't like the Old Testament.
And what
They
about
just
you?
believe me. Oh, it's all history. The Bible is my history, our history, my history. Yeah, I don't mind the Old Testament because we need instruction, and without instruction, you won't operate in your full potential.
What's one of the laws in the Old Testament that you really love, but you think that other people just do not want to follow?
The one I was talking to a coworker tonight on the other side. Like the one about we shouldn't eat pork and stuff like that. I mean, if you look at it in the black community, that's one thing that's destroying us is that hog. And we can't seem to let it go, but God told us not to eat it. And we love it. So that's why some people don't like the Old Testament, because he gives the dietary laws. People just want to eat what they want to eat and do what they want to do.
So you think it's the not eating pork thing that people reject in the Old Testament?
Yeah, that's one of the things.
Okay.
Because you finna eat that ham come Thanksgiving. Finna eat that big old ham. People got high blood pressure. They still finna eat that big old ham.
So do you appreciate all the laws in the Old Testament? Like I assume you don't eat pork. Do you follow all of them? Like you don't wear clothing with mixed fabrics, no shellfish?
No, I don't eat any shrimp, crab, or lobster. But the fabrics, I try my best. But I try my best to buy 100% cotton, 100% wool. But some stuff, if it got polyester in it, I still wear it. But that's what Christ came for.
Generally speaking, you're like, these are all really great laws.
But
And we should follow them.
Christ came to get you out of polyester.
No, Christ came to bury that burden of us. He came to fulfill the law.
It was your burden.
We can't reach.
It was your burden.
Yeah, because we living in the land of our enemy. So our enemy is very cunning. So we might think we doing all the laws, but really we not. You know what I'm saying? Some laws we can't. Like we have to work on Saturdays. So Christ is that.
Well, are you a Hebrew?
A Hebrew?
Yes.
Christ was a Hebrew.
Well, I know. I asked,
Hebrew.
was you? No. I said, were you? Are you a Hebrew?
Yeah, I come from that lineage, the descendants of slaves.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm just a follower of Christ who believe in the word.
Is there a Sadak Mac for Hebrew Israelites? Because I think that's what's going on here.
No, I just, I'm new to TikTok lives, and I just been scrolling through TikToks while I'm here at work, and I was just hearing Thinker voice and how she talking, and I was just hearing some, things and coming across our live, and I decided to join. But
It
Yeah.
sounds like mean that you're
Y-
doing the thing that Christians often do, where they kind of distance themselves from the laws in the Old Testament by saying that Christ fulfilled them. And in one breath, you're saying that you are like, yeah, let's not eat pork. But then you're like, well, we can wear mixed fabrics, and Christ, he changed all of that. So I feel like even though you're saying you're a fan of the laws, you're still kind of not, right?
no, Christ, he didn't do away with the laws, but like God said, he said you will be in the land of your enemies, and our enemies,
Wait, so what verse and chapter is that?
um I think that's somewhere around in I ain't got my Bible here with me. Or if I like
I got mine. You give me a verse. I find it. Since you know about that.
uh
About us being in the land of our enemies and stuff.
I can't search it because I don't know the exact address. I can't really search it because I'm on my
Yeah.
phone right now. But he say you will be in the land of your enemies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's where we at. We held captive in the land of our enemies.
Uh-huh.
And
You do know that the laws that are in the Old Testament were not for you, right?
I thought they wasn't because I used to go back and forth too with like my pastor and stuff, and I used to think that too, but I found out that like he said do these things and from generation to generation to generation to
But
generation.
he wasn't talking to you.
He was talking to his people, and I'm his people.
Well, technically, you weren't his people when he was talking
Why you say that?
because you weren't. He was talking to his Hebrew Israelites. He was talking to Israelites. Those were his people. That's who he was talking to. That's who he
Or what?
chose.
What the Israelites at today?
In their skin.
They here in America.
You're not.
They here.
I. But okay. But
Do
are
y'all believe
you?
Christ is
Are
black?
you?
Christ is
Uh,
black. Do y'all believe Christ is
no.
black or no?
I think he psychedelic.
They say he got hair like wool, skin like bronze.
You got hair like wool.
Yes.
I really
See,
don't want to do.
our enemy told us that our hair was nappy, but it's really hair like wool.
Really?
You
Have you
don't
ever
have no
seen a
damn hair
wool?
like no
Have you
wool.
ever seen a wool? I mean, have you ever got
Yes.
wool?
You
Have
don't
you
have
ever
no
seen a
hair like no
sheep?
wool.
Yes, I seen wool hair.
You have, and that's how your hair
I mean,
is.
a sheep hair, lamb hair. Yes,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
curly, thick.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He said the
Your
other
hair does
nation
not
had.
look like that.
He said other hair had nation like other nations have hair like dogs.
If you are an
He say
Israelite and if you are
I'm
an
sorry.
Israelite and Jacob is your ancestor, why does it say that Jacob was a wandering Aramaean from Mesopotamia?
Why do it say Jacob was a wandering Aramaic? I don't know.
Aramaean.
Aramaic. That I'm not sure. That's what's on the screen
It's
right
in your
here.
Bible. Yeah.
You shall make this response before your Lord your God, a wandering Aramaean. He went down to Egypt and lived there. Lived as an alien, few in number. They became. They talking about Jacob right there.
Who went
Christ?
down to Egypt?
Who was in Egypt? Moses. I know Moses went to Egypt. Joseph went to Egypt.
Who became a great nation? Who became a great nation, mighty and populous?
Great nation. I'm not really a whole Bible scholar, but a great nation.
How are you calling yourself an Israelite then? And if you don't know who went to Egypt and became a great nation, how are you calling yourself an Israelite?
He had a name change.
Became mighty and oh, who had the name change? That was he was wrestling. What was Jacob?
Hmm.
How
That
about
was
that?
wrestling. That was wrestling. He got it with the angel and got his name changed. Yeah. But Moses went, Joseph went.
So
Are you not understanding what this scripture is saying?
Yeah, what chapter is that?
This is
What book is that?
Deuteronomy. This is Deuteronomy 26:5.
Have you ever heard the names Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Yes, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, yes.
They're the patriarchs of this religion. And
Yes.
then Jacob, as you guessed, becomes Israel, and they become a great nation.
of which you're not a part of.
It looks like they were Aramean.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got the what would you call it? The genealogy, or
You said it. You said it was Deuteronomy what? Thank you.
26:5.
Thank you.
Are those people gone today? Where are those people at today?
They
They're not
dead.
you.
You said they
What
dead.
do you mean?
Oh, you talk about them people. You talk about the
What
people who you talk
what a
about back there.
lineage? Yeah. I mean, are these nations gone?
Where's your lineage? Where's your lineage?
My lineage came on a slave ship from
Okay.
uh,
Do you know which part you came from?
where they was selling on the coast of Ghana.
The coast of who?
Ghana. Down on Ghana. Came from
Uh-huh.
from Ghana.
Okay, so you think that's Ghana and over in Canaan is close by one another? They down the street.
Canaan? The Canaanites? The
So
Canaanites.
when Abraham sent his servant to find a wife for Isaac, he told his servant to go to his hometown. All right, he said, "Go find a wife from my homeland." You remember that?
Not really. I ain't.
Why
Go
are
ahead.
you
What else happened?
claiming? Why are you claiming to be the people in this book and you don't know the story of this book?
I can't recall a lot of things, but
I mean, but the things that
I'm
we're
still.
talking about are foundational. They're foundational to the story. They would be foundational for you claiming to be the people of this book. These are like basic foundational things. Why would you take on an identity that you don't know anything about?
Nothing about.
So who are we in that book?
We're not.
We're not. I'm
We're
sorry.
not in the book at all.
Do y'all believe in the book or not?
No. Like believe in the book. Are you asking, do we think that there are some things in the book that are true? Or are you asking, do we believe in the God?
I'm asking, do y'all believe in the God in the book?
No.
I'm asking, do y'all believe
I
in the
think I
Bible?
think the God exists in the minds of y'all. I think y'all just like the believers make their persecution real by the shit they do. I think believers make their God real by the shit they do and say and believe.
once upon a time, I didn't believe in God because I thought it was like a scam. I thought Jesus was a scam because they had a picture of a white man, blue eyes and stuff like that.
Oh, but you
Until
started believing in it was somebody told you he was black.
no, I
Yeah, you
found out
did.
not when I started believing in him. His picture was still white to
Uh-huh.
me. And then when I found out, like, because I studied with other different religions, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh Day Adventists, Islam. I studied with some Muslims, and it just kept leading me back to
Did you
the
study
Bible.
them like you studied this Bible?
Yeah, I was studying.
Well,
Yeah,
then
I
you
was
ain't do a
studying.
You
good
ain't
job.
study. If you study
You
like you
ain't
studied
do
this
a good
Bible, you
job.
ain't studied. You haven't studied anything.
I'm
Let's look at
I'm
this right
still
quick. Let's
studying,
look at
but
this because you brought this
you know,
scripture up earlier, right? Read that for me. Now, just so you know where we are, this is Revelations chapter 1, verses 14 through 15.
and this is what version is this?
This is the New Revised Standard Updated Edition, so the NRS.
Yeah, so that's another thing too. We gotta watch out for those.
No, you don't, because the
Oh
King
Lord.
James, we can go to the King James, but the King James mistranslates a lot of stuff. Like the King James got y'all fucked up. And the fact that y'all can't move on from thous and thises, right? Like it's almost as if y'all have idolized King James and he fucked up a lot of shit. But let's read it from let's do a comparison right quick, right? Since you're saying that you have to look out. Okay, we're going to read it from the King James first. Read that.
His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as flame of fire.
Okay, stop right there. This is King James. All right, now let's read it from the NRSV. Go ahead.
His head and his hair were white as was white as white wool, white as snow. His
Okay.
eyes were like a
Hold on.
flame
Stop,
of
stop, stop,
fire.
stop. We only read 14. All right. We stopped right there. His head and, do you see that word and in both translations?
So that means his head was the same color his hair. So if his hair was white, his head was.
You see, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So this word is often missed by Hebrew Israelites or black people thinking that they are the people in this book or thinking that Jesus is black, right? His head and his hair were white. Now, the King James says his head and his hairs were white. What's this word right here?
Like wool.
No, oh, just this word.
Like.
Like, and then in the NRSV, that word is
As.
so when these words are used like or as, what is it doing? It's saying this
It
is what it is, or is it comparing it to something?
is comparing.
Yeah, it doesn't say his hair was woolly, does it?
No, his hair doesn't. It doesn't say his hair was woolly.
Right. Saying it looks white, like wool looks white. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was also white as snow. Right? So it repeated it so that you know what it's saying. It's saying his head was white like wool. His hair was white like wool. White as snow. Head and hair. He wasn't European in this vision. He wasn't black or African in this vision. He wasn't Middle Eastern in this vision. He was a freaking sheep. He was a transfigured sheep.
What about 15? And his feet.
This is what I don't like the English language because it doesn't like the fact that we're talking about one, like having to say he went from a lamb to a sheep. It doesn't feel right, but yeah, he's this is a vision of the lamb being transfigured to an adult matured sheep, right? And he has multiple aspects of his body, right? His feet were like unto fine brass, right? To show his royalty, right? As if they burned in a furnace. And his voice as the sound of many waters. It's to show his divinity, right? It's not talking about a human. And this is a vision that this person, John, whoever he is, they have no idea who this person is that wrote this. It's a vision that this person is claiming to have.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So when Moses in Egypt, when Moses was able to blend in and with the Egyptians, and we know the Egyptians was of dark skin, how was Moses able to blend in with the Egyptians? And also Joseph was able to blend in. And
The Egyptian, do you think that first off, hold on. When was Genesis written? When was Genesis and Exodus and all that written? What time frame was it written?
Genesis means beginning, so I guess it was in the beginning.
No, when was it written? Not what it symbolizes.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I'm not exactly sure when it was written, but I know it was written. When it was written, I'm not sure.
It was written between the 6th and 7th century, right? And then finalized around 550, 559 BCE. At that time, when the writer is writing this stuff, right? Do you think Egypt was diverse at that time?
Around that time, no, because the Arabs took over Egypt. After Egypt was black.
When did Alexander the Great go into Egypt?
I can't recall.
So let me ask you this.
So
So do you know?
What year the pyramids?
Do you know about that? Do you know about the Hyksos in Egypt? Let's go back a little
Hyksos?
further. Do you know? Yeah. Do you know about the Hyksos, the Asiatic, Semitic people that ruled the lower delta in Egypt?
Semitic, Shem. No, I don't know them. Shem, Semitics. No, when was the pyramids built?
So in Egypt, around the Hyksos got expelled from Egypt around 1570, 1560, 1570 BCE, right? And they ruled the lower delta for about 100 years, right? So you have these Asiatic people from Western, from Central Asia, right? That came down, right? They were not Kemetic. They were Semitic. The Hissops were Semitic. And they ruled and lived in the lower delta, right? During that time. So you had that community of Asiatic people living in Egypt, right?
I'm listening.
Then you have the Greeks, who came in around the 8th century BCE. They started infiltrating and living and habitating in Egypt. And then you have Alexander the Great ended up going into Egypt around 330, 332 BCE. So by the time the writer is writing the Torah, Egypt, in their life, right, in their time, Egypt was already a diverse place. It was already an urban nation. It was one of the largest nations in the Levant. It was not just black people from Egypt or Kemet living in Egypt. It was diverse at that time.
Can I ask you a question?
And go ahead.
Have you read Blacks in the Bible?
Have I read Blacks in the Bible?
Yeah, it's a book.
It's a book called Blacks in the Bible? Or you
Yeah.
actually
Yeah. I'm just.
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, okay. Just curious. Go ahead.
Is that a book you want me to read, Blacks in the Bible?
I just thought you had read it because of what you were saying. But go ahead.
Oh. So in the Bible, they speaks of
Actually,
different
go ahead.
nations. They speak of many different nations. Like, so what nation of the people in the Bible did we come from? What nation did we come from?
You didn't come from no nation in the Bible. Then what did you just tell me your lineage came from?
From Israel, from Christ.
You didn't tell me that. You gonna say and tell a lie.
Right, Israel. Christ.
You didn't
Christ
say
came
that.
from Israel.
I said your lineage.
Oh, my lineage came from but we go further back than that though. We just didn't show up my ancestors, my people just didn't show up as slaves. We had to come from somewhere in the beginning.
I said, where did they come from? Where did your lineage come from? I didn't say they showed up nowhere as slaves.
I said we came from the South, came from the slave ship. They came from through the door of no return in Africa.
Okay.
But we had to come from somewhere before that.
You did come from somewhere before that. You came from the other side of that door.
See, because the Arabs know they came from Ishmael. The Arabs know they came from Ishmael.
That story ain't even true.
That story, you say you don't think that story true that it came from Ishmael, Hagar?
No, that's all symbolism. But so the 26th dynasty, the Sate dynasty. Have you heard of that dynasty?
The 26th dynasty.
Yeah. I think it's spelled Sate. Let me see. Yeah, around 664 to 332. The Sate dynasty. This would have been the biggest infiltration of non-Egyptians, like indigenous Egyptians, into Egypt around this time frame. So if someone is writing about Moses and the Exodus and Abraham and all of that, during the 6th and the 7th century, then you would expect them to use their knowledge of their current history while they're writing fictional history to try to date it back. And that's how scholars know that Genesis was written during the 6th and 7th century, because the writer would forget, right, that they were trying to write a story and say, hey, this was written 300, 400 years ago. They would mention things that was actually taking place, right, during their current lifetime.
Okay.
So when you say, how did Moses blend into Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Bowen said scholars are just suppressing truth in their unrighteousness. When you say, like, how did Moses blend in? Like, the writer is, when they're writing in their mind, Egypt is already diverse. It wouldn't have been hard for Moses to blend in.
It's like when the Assyrians withdrew. The Assyrians, they're in the Bible. They are when
Minnie Bush, what's your name?
they said
You're not a Syrian.
no. The Syrians were enemies of God. They was enemies of the Israelites. It's one scripture in the Bible when it says the Ramses. What dynasty was the Ramses in?
The 13th dynasty, I believe. Just a second.
So not in your cousin?
I mean, this is just a lot of stuff in the Bible that kind of fit. Because God said his people will be robbed and stolen of their history.
No, it didn't.
You know what? I feel so sorry for us. Because we're so lost. We're looking for something so hard.
That's
you know
what he said.
Now listen,
no, he didn't.
I found part of my heritage. I'm Igbo. That's just one part of who I am. That's just my father's side of who I am. And I was able to trace it back to the person who actually got on the boat, the name of the boat he got on, and where he got off when he came here. And I was proud to find that part of me, because that's who I am. I'm not wasting my time looking in some book trying to find a place that I don't belong and don't nobody want me there.
Oh, you say from the Igbo tribe?
That's what I said.
The Igbo tribe are Israelites in Africa. They still over there in Igbo right now, and they know who they are. The Igbo tribe. Yes, they are descendants.
You know who they were told that by? You know who told them that they were Israelites?
Who told them that?
An Israeli man told them that.
I mean, it's true that
no, it's not. They have no lineage. They have nothing to tie them back to it. They're doing the same thing you're doing. You don't have any DNA to any biblical patriarchs to prove any of that. Saying that DNA can prove it, nobody has found any bones of any of these biblical patriarchs for you to be talking about DNA.
And you do know
if they did, they still wouldn't tell us. Because Psalms 83 said, "Come, let us cut them off."
It would benefit them if they did. They have, like, honestly, it would benefit them if they did have DNA. It would benefit them if they did have these archaeological graves and bones. There's no reason for them to hide that. They actually need it.
Instead of you spending all your time trying to glorify somebody else, do you realize that you come from a rich heritage your own self?
Yes, from
Why
Christ,
aren't you trying to find out about that? But stop.
That's where I come from. Can we look at Psalms 83? No, you don't.
You come from underneath a rock.
Psalms 83 ain't got nothing to do with lineage, and we're not about to get into no prophecies. but
Uh,
you
because Psalms 83
you
just
don't come from a, you don't even, nobody even knows who this Jesus really was. And like you're talking about like a supernatural, like saying that you come from Jesus when Jesus is seen as a henotheistic supernatural God, right? It's just like saying that you come from Yahweh and it's somebody's imagination.
okay. So how y'all think we got here,
My mama,
and how your mother get here?
Let me
husband.
ask you a question. Are you going to be able to do a DNA sample on Yahweh? Is that why you asked that question? Do you have Yahweh's DNA? You have a sample of his DNA that you can send to Ancestry?
Ancestry? No, I don't have that DNA, but they can trace you back if they willing to do
To
it.
Yahweh's
They can
DNA?
trace you back.
To Yahweh's
No,
DNA?
to the people, not Yahweh, because that's the
What
creator,
people? Can trace you back to what people?
they could trace you back to the people of the true Israelites, to Christ,
To what people? Like what
to
people can they
Mary and
trace you back
Joseph,
to? They
to
have Mary
Mary
and
and
Joseph's
Joseph.
DNA. They have samples of Mary and Joseph's DNA.
I mean, they can trace you back to that
How?
lineage.
How? What DNA do they have of Mary and Joseph?
They don't even have a grave site for Mary and Joseph.
That's that's you're right. You're right, because only mummies they find it because the mummies was mummified and wrapped up. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. Okay. I get. Yeah.
Lord
Yeah.
have mercy.
They and I'm just saying too that if they did, they wouldn't let us know. They wouldn't let us know because then we'd be walking
For
in our
what? Like
true purpose.
what's going to change? Let's say you
What's
are
going?
an Israelite. Let's say you are the chosen. What's going to change? What are they
What's going?
so afraid? What are they afraid of by you knowing that you are an Israelite? What's going to change?
Because when his people really wake up, that's when he'll return, and that's when he'll put his kingdom back here on earth.
So they're scared of him returning. They're scared of him returning.
Yes, sir.
So then why
And
do they have a
I got.
whole ass plan? So then Mean Buster, why do they have a whole ass plan right now that they have that some of y'all who voted for DT is helping them bring into fruition
In
because
fruition.
their plan is to make Jesus come back. So why are they spending so much money, spending $200 million a year to send to Israel because they're trying to make Jesus come back?
Oh yeah.
Why would they spend all this money but just keep a secret from you because Jesus gonna come back if you know you're an Israelite?
What
And you
can we
know you
look
ain't
at
gonna be in the family
Revelations
picture,
3 and
right?
9? Revelation 3 and 9.
That just went over your head.
I'm
They're
just saying,
already trying to make Jesus come back.
They don't even found the red heifer. You know what that is?
are they trying to make him come back, or are they trying to escape here?
Did you hear what I said?
Oh Lord.
Their plan is to jumpstart the rapture because they said Jesus needs help coming back. They're already trying to make him come back. They're not
No.
scared of you.
And
Actually,
you
they
They're
are
not
scared of
scared of
what
you.
we
No, they're
what we will
not.
become.
No,
If we
they're
knew who
not.
we were, because we are the most
They're,
powerful people
Me
on earth.
Buster, they're not. Trust me, they're not scared of you. They literally came and told y'all who believe. They met with several of y'all who believe that y'all are the Israelites and lied to y'all and told y'all that they were going to sign the deed to America over to y'all if y'all voted for Donald Trump. They're not scared of y'all.
Do y'all know that we are the most powerful people? The black woman is the most envied
You're
out of
welcome,
all the
Joel.
nations. The daughter of Zion. That's who the
mean
black
Buster,
women
Buster.
there's
are, the
no
daughters
point.
of
There is
Zion.
absolutely no point of you even saying stuff like this because honestly, like for a black man to be up here talking about the black woman is this and we are all this, but in
Hello.
Yeah,
out of the mouths of a black man, they'll call a black woman
A
a bitch in a
bitch.
moment. Will say it ain't
because
my
they was.
job to protect the black
You got
woman
to
in a
ask
moment.
why.
No, I like it doesn't. It is so pointless for you to be up here talking about we're the chosen, right? And how powerful we are, right? And how everybody is scared of us. While inside of the camp, that ain't what it is.
The truth
We
of the
got some
matter
Judas.
is,
Yes, we got some Judases
mean
in the camp.
Buster. Mean
We
Buster.
got Judases in the
Mean
camp.
Buster.
Yes.
Listen. You're not invited to the cookout. You're not going to be in the family portrait. Okay? It ain't about you, baby. So get somewhere and sit down.
You know
Like
what he
y'all,
say?
like I asked
That's
one
why
of
they
the
gave us
Israelites
that pork
one
in
time. I
slavery.
asked one of the Israelites one time, how do you plan on getting the promised land? You don't have an army. Like who's gonna like give you the land if you are an Israelite? Like with what
Christ.
army? What army?
We don't
Huh?
have. We can't fight them.
Yeah,
We can't
you
fight
can't
them.
fight them. So what the fuck are
No.
they scared of you for? Like, you think that they think that some supernatural power, y'all gonna turn into like superheroes once y'all all believe that y'all are Israelites. Now y'all gonna all be able to fly. R. Kelly's song is gonna become true.
R.
No,
Kelly
I'm
song.
serious. Like,
Do you?
what are they scared of?
Okay.
Y'all gonna be
Okay.
doing magic tricks? Like,
Do you
y'all
know?
gonna be like, fire's gonna come out of your hands and y'all gonna be able to zap them with their tanks? I'm trying to. What are they afraid of?
You know. I'm just throw this out here. In this scripture in the Bible, he say you should be able to run and not faint. You should be able to fan the mountain in the
What the
mountain.
scripture at? What the scripture at? Give me
Can you
scripture.
just you know
Don't throw nothing out at me. Give me the scripture. If you can't give me the scripture, shut up.
just
Because
type
you finna tell a lie.
fan mountain King
I ain't no
James.
fan no
Fan
mountain. I'm not
mountain
typing
King
out a
James.
thing.
If I had my other phone with me, I'd Google it and it'll come up. Fan mountain King James. He said you should be able to run and not be weary.
What you gonna
You should
fan the
be able to,
mountain for?
you probably got to get past that mountain instead of going over it.
How you gonna get past it?
Damn.
What's your plan?
He said you're gonna fan it.
What's the
But
plan?
in the when they say they going to space, they're not really going to space. It's just a
Nope.
firmament. It's
Plan.
a
What's the
firmament
plan?
up there, right?
Nope. What's the plan?
The plan is to believe in Christ.
No. What is the
Christ gonna fight
plan?
our
So you
battles.
have no plan, and they're afraid. This,
No,
this conversation right here, you think that they are afraid of.
They gonna
This is
fan
what
the
they're afraid
mountain.
of. This illogical
They gonna
ass
fan the
rambling.
mountain with it.
it's not logical. Why you think they
He
spend
said,
millions of dollars of separating us from God? Spend millions of dollars to teach us to call our
Really?
women
Yes, they're
B's and
spending millions
H's.
of dollars to put the Bible
Yeah.
back in school. You
it,
make no sense.
No,
They spent
no, they spent
millions of dollars
$1 million.
to
They destroyed
advertise
our
Jesus
history.
to you
that
during the Super
if they
Bowl.
spent millions of dollars to separate you from something, it was from your own beliefs and your own religion. Because when they brought
With
your
the
ass
rap
over
music.
here, they throwed that ragged ass Bible in your hand.
I mean, they did, but they knew we couldn't read it, so they manipulated. They manipulated the teachings of it, but they spent millions of dollars to teach us death and destruction, to rap death and destruction, and we
Are black people the only ones that were indoctrinated into this religion? Did they only do that to black people? Mean Buster.
they only do what to black people?
Indoctrinate black people into this religion. Like, are we the only ones?
No,
Exactly. So
no.
what are you talking about?
See, because too, I mean,
No,
we the
at
only
first,
ones
yes, no,
that
it was
we the
not.
only ones that call us each other B's and H's. We the only ones that
That's y'all's
they
fucking
hide.
fault. That's y'all
Mm-hmm.
fucking fault. Y'all saw them doing it, so y'all did it. You know
Yep.
what's so crazy is that there's a book called The Destruction of a Black Civilization, and it is talking about Egypt when the Hittites first came into Egypt and conquered the Delta, and the Nubians at the time, the men wanted their status back so fucking bad that they were willing to give up their women, their wives, and their daughters to the Hittite men for the purposes of just procreating and having sex with them because they saw their women as prizes. And they hid their women behind curtains. Their women were in jewels. And they said that the black woman was only good for a fuck. And the men offered their daughters and their wives to the Hittite men as gifts in hopes that they could get their status back, in hopes of getting proximity to the the Hisok men that had taken over the Delta. And ever since, like when you bring up, oh, if we were, then we wouldn't be calling each other. We're the only ones that call each other black hoes and bitches. I wonder why. Is proximity an issue in our community? Do we focus too much on proximity? Are we willing to sacrifice one another to get that proximity, to get that status?
No, it didn't start out like that. Rap didn't start out like that.
Did you just
What?
say rap? Did you just say rap?
Oh,
I mean, that's where we got it from. But I'm gonna go back to what you said about the thing that was going on in Egypt. In Egypt, like you said, we are not the same. Well, we are not the same people of the Egyptians. When they were selling blacks in Africa, they knew exactly who they were selling. They wasn't selling the Nigerians and the Bantu people wasn't selling their own people. They were selling the Israelites. They were selling the people. They were selling the Igbo.
If you say
people.
Israelite one more time, I'm gonna slap you through this phone.
Just like Revelations 3 and 9. Is that 3 and 9 or 2 and 9?
I'm
He said,
sorry,
I know
but
your
I
works.
this like if I right, I'm just a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I have no army, none, right? No wealth, right?
Right. I'm
If
glad you're saying
I
this. Go ahead.
if
Go ahead.
I if I don't have the fucking patience to listen to this bullshit because
Uh-oh.
I think that it is just rambling, incoherent, uh, unintelligent, no stamina whatsoever. If I don't see any value, right, in listening to this, there is no way in hell that powerful people who control the wealth and the resources and the influence on this earth give a damn about it. None. There is no way in hell that they're sitting around spending money and discussing on keeping black men from learning that they are characters in a book that was written 2,500 years ago.
A whole bunch of gobbledygook.
What about when he said on eat pork? And why is in the black community we got so much high blood pressure and we love that pork? And that's what they gave us during slavery.
What is you got high blood pressure?
No,
Do you eat pork?
no.
Okay.
I
Problem
Making
stopped
solved.
12
sure,
years
making sure,
12 years
making
ago.
sure capitalism work is another motherfucking thing. Making sure that there is somebody, that there is inequality in the world so that capitalism works is another thing. This has nothing to do with you being an Israelite. This has everything to do with somebody keeping a specific status in society so that capitalism works.
And I know one thing, honey, coming into this year, we finna come into. You better get your mind back here and get it out of Israel.
See, when we say Israel, we think of them people that's over there.
I don't give a flying fuck
Do
where
you
they
see it? Do you see how do you see that? Like they're like, I swear, like if they were sitting down having a meeting about world power, right? And attacking and all that, like that ain't no fucking way. I know he would be like how Peter was. Like if this was our representation,
at. I know, right?
yeah.
Damn,
When they
damn.
had
Schitt's
the
Creek.
meeting at the yeah, we'd be up
Oh
Shit's
no,
Creek.
no,
They would look at him like the disciples,
Damn,
the apostles looked at
damn,
Peter.
damn.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
we only 14%. We have no army, no nothing. Oh, of course they gonna wipe us out. So only thing we could do is just be believers of Christ. That's it, and follow His word. We
Gosh.
can't fight nothing.
But you go right on ahead, baby. You just go right on ahead, okay? Because you got that in your mind to do. So you just go right on ahead. Now, all right. It was nice talking to you. You done got on my nerve. You got to go.
Exactly, Jay. Like he ain't responding to nothing we saying. Like
It's a
there's no
waste of
substance
time.
Amen.
there.
A waste of time. So I see you.
I
Bye
said
bye now.
this. Did you
All
see
right,
my
y'all.
message earlier?
I haven't even seen it. But this is why I don't platform Black Hebrew Israelites. People like say, why don't you platform Black Hebrew Israelites or Black people who think that they're Israelites? This is one of the reasons right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is one. It's an unfruitful, unproductive conversation.
Exactly. Just waste of time. Waste of skin. He just determined he want to put himself where he don't belong. He ain't one. And he can sit there and go through all them changes all he want to. Folks sitting there laughing at him.
Convict, you've been on Teacup for way too long, and that is like literally against the rule of this live. Are you even there? Okay. Robert,
Hello.
hi, how are you?
Fine.
It's one thing, Trayvon, to say that we are all still learning. I agree. We are all still learning. But when you reject knowledge, when you don't engage properly with the conversation, like we're not obligated to put ourselves through that. We don't have to sit and listen to nonsense, especially with someone who's not willing, right, to engage properly in critical thought. It's your choice if you want to sit around that and deal with that, and you have the patience with that. Kudos to you, because I'm not that one, and I know that, and I never told anybody that I was. Robert, are you a Christian?
Uh, no, I'm not.
Do you consider yourself a follower of the God?
Of course. Of course, definitely.
Why don't you call yourself a Christian?
Well, because of it's a long story, but try to make it really quick. How they interpret the teachings from the New Testament, I don't really agree with totally. You know, the
But what's the
following.
definition of a Christian, though?
Well, you know, originally it was said as a slander, but those who really follow
Well,
Christ, I would assume.
yeah, but okay, so the Bible doesn't say that it was used as a slur. Y'all take it as that because people say, oh, those are the Christians, to identify the ones that was following this Christ. Y'all are taking it as it's saying that it's a slur, and it can be interpreted that way or inferred,
Well,
right? I get it.
the lean that they gave it within the scripture was that it was of offense. So
No,
I
it
mean
says
that's
if
bad
being a
thing.
Christian is of an offense, not of being called one. He said if being one, not of being called one.
Okay, same thing to me.
So now you're not a Christian because being a Christian was seen as a bad
No,
thing?
that is not why I'm not a. That is not why I'm not of any denomination because I don't agree with their teachings. I don't think they are Christ-alike in actuality.
Give me just a second. I don't know how they expect people to actually believe that this Jesus is talking to anybody, and they all are confused. Everybody is saying that's not a true Christian. That's not a true Christian. That's not a true Christian. Like, how do y'all expect us to say, "Yep, they got it"? Like, it's just weird to me.
Have you read the things on the board, the 7 points that are on the board?
Yes, I did. I checked them out.
Okay, have you chosen one?
Um, yeah, I saw one that caught my eye. Well,
Okay.
a couple of them, but the one that say believers don't like the Old Testament.
All right.
That one stuck out to me the most.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's because you know how it is Today, everybody wants everything in an instant without having to work for it. You know, they just want faith to like a pill and take a glass of water with it, and there it is, and put it in the microwave instant. You know, they don't want to put in the work, and they think it's hard, and you know, the sinful ways has gotten accustomed to them. They can't break the disease. So yeah, when they come with all those rules and stuff, that's why I didn't agree with I said beginning about the New Testament. According to Paul, they take away those laws, and so do what you like. You know, and I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm. You don't agree
Paul
with
has
that?
never told y'all that. But Carolyn, are you there? Carolyn? Okay, I don't think they're there. Go ahead. Where did Paul say do what you like?
Well, I don't have the book in front of me, but in several letters, epistles that he sent out, and he says, you know, he did away with the old law to believe in Jesus you don't have to follow the old law and everything. I'm quite sure you're familiar with it, right? You know those verses, right?
Where did he say do what you like?
In one of his epistles.
Where?
I just said I don't have the book in front of me.
Can you find it for us?
Do you got a book?
Yeah, just find the scripture.
What is your belief?
What does that matter?
I mean, you want me to go find a book and look it up? I want
That's
to know
because
what it
you
is
said
while I'm
something.
doing
You
so.
made a claim of something. You
Yes,
either
I
can back
did.
it up or not. Then
Oh,
back up your
definitely
claim.
can.
Okay, why are you getting mad? Because I asked you to find the scripture.
You the one getting loud, lady.
My name is Thinker.
Well,
My
you
name is
ain't thinking too
Thinker, and
well
you are
tonight
on my page.
today.
Like you are the one getting mad because I asked
No.
you to find the scripture. Like just find the scripture,
And I asked the question while I'm in the
and
process
it ain't
of
none of
doing
your
that.
business. Like I don't have to tell you that.
Oh, you so lame. You ain't a thinker.
Okay,
You know why
You
you
ain't a
okay, it's
thinker.
okay. I don't. It's okay. I don't
Go
care.
on up out of
Okay,
here.
thinking
all right.
is
It's okay.
Your inadequacies are showing. Your inadequacies are showing. You don't know the scripture. You don't know the word, and you feel exactly. Get the fuck on.
I didn't do that, but I I wanted to.
Yeah, it's okay. I already know. I already
I
know
didn't
how
do it.
they
I
act.
can't
Like
do it. So
yeah, yeah. I don't care when they like. I trust me. If I need them taken down, like I'll let y'all know. Like I don't.
he didn't drop
I don't
himself.
care. Yeah, he dropped himself.
Yeah, he
That's what I
did.
thought. Yeah.
He did.
You
But
gonna
thinking,
act like come out here and act like you gonna talk like you know what you're talking about, but then when you ask her, okay, where you get it from, show the scripture. It ain't our fault you can't find it. It ain't our fault you ain't got no book in front of you.
thinking,
It was so peaceful. Like what, an hour and a
right?
I'm
half
over here
ago.
munching on asparagus.
Thinking you call that man a sheep.
Huh?
You call God a sheep.
I call God a sheep?
You did
When?
Yeah, you did when you said he was
about
when you were
45
giving
minutes ago.
the description
Oh,
of
that's what it is. Like he was the lamb and then he transfigured to a full grown sheep.
say he was a
Yes,
trans he said he was a
Ain't that the
transfigured
correct
sheep.
terminology? Like he's
it
a sheep?
is. But I was
Um
crying because I
I
have
had
never
never heard that. Really, you really educated me. I never thought of it that way. Really,
he's the lamb, right? And
yeah,
then
you're
he
right.
transfigured, he
Yeah,
matured.
transfigured sheep. You're
Yeah.
absolutely
You
right. I'm
said a
just saying.
transfigured sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he transfigured to, a grown ass sheep. Yeah. And it don't sound right to say like sheep just sounds plural. It don't sound right, but and then like he is the sheep of all sheeps.
I've been
Transfigured
laughing for
sheep.
the last 45 minutes.
You say he started off as a lamb,
Uh,
then he growed up, he transfigured to a sheep.
That's what
He's
it's
a
supposed to
sheep.
recommend. That's why his head and his hair were white.
White as wool.
I but I never thought of it that way. I really am serious. You just put something in my brain. I never looked at it like that, but it does make sense.
But
Amina? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
no,
Hello?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not actually a Christian. I'm currently agnostic. I used to be Muslim. And I was listening to your guys' live, and I feel like you guys have a lot of good opinions, and it seemed very intellectual. So I was wondering, what's your current belief system? If you're open to talking about that, if you're just
I'm not.
um,
Brandon Carlisle, what are you talking about? No, I'm not open to talking about my belief system. No.
okay, no problem. I can't really tackle any of the prompts since I don't really believe, or I never believed in Jesus Christ and that. So you can bring somebody else up.
Okay, thank you for coming up.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Hey y'all, let's get these likes up to 200,000, please. Um, Also, Thinker still has a gift goal of the fiestas. So please help her out with that. Continue on. Let's build these shares up. I think we can get to 300 within the next 20 minutes. Don't forget to subscribe to YouTube, Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker. And yeah, let's bring some more Christians up and hopefully it gets.
I'm so over the whining. I think that's why I'm so fucking frustrated. I'm over the whining. Like they're over on YouTube. She raises her voice a lot. Like the fuck. Like what do y'all expect? I was thinking about this today. Like how do y'all handle when people are disrespectful to you? Like is your response, please don't talk to me that way? Please? Like is that how you handle disrespect? Like I would like for a Christian to come up here and tell me how you handle disrespect. Like, do you beg the person to treat you with respect? Like, do you, are you like, oh my God, why are you doing that? Like, don't talk to me like that. Am I human? Do you see the human in front of you? Like, I just need to know. Do y'all walk around whispering all day? Are y'all not used to people articulating and projecting their voice and their words when they talk? I really need to know. Like I was thinking about this today because the whining is ridiculous. Eternal, how are you?
Hi, everybody. I'm good, and you?
I'm doing good, thank you. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian, but I'm Muslim, but some of the things you mentioned in the board in here caught my attention, so I just wanted to share my opinion. Is that okay?
As long as you're talking about Christianity or the God of the Christian Bible, we're not talking about Islam.
Yeah, I think we have some similarities. So the kind of questions like you guys are asking yourself is sorry, English is not my first language, so please bear with me.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that you understand that the topic
Mhm.
isn't Islam, though. Like,
I
as
do,
long as you
I
can
do.
tie it to Christianity.
Yeah, I do. I think so the free will thing, I think it's like we have something similar. So like many Muslims are asking themselves like the same question that you guys are asking yourself. So that's why I come up in here. So can I just say what I'm
Yeah,
thinking?
that's fine.
So yeah, like free will. So many people are like, so I think when I'm talking about people, it's like black people. So I think many black people like are questioning their religion. I'm from Africa, so especially in Africa, you know. So some questions we never used to ask, like now we're doing it, you know. So the free will thing is like, so it's, in Islam they tell you like God give you free will,
He knows what you're gonna do. You know, he been knowing from the day, like even before you were born, like it was written. You know, he knew what was going to happen. But at the same time, like you have a free will too. You know, so it's like, do I have a free will if God decided all the things that I'm gonna do, and if he was like gonna, and there's like something else, like God is gonna God guide who he wants to guide, and he doesn't guide who he wants. So it's very confusing. If God like didn't want me to be guided, and he knew what was going to happen in my whole life, you know, how does free will work, you know? So it's kind of similar. Does it make sense?
I'm sorry. Do one of the non-believers want to respond?
Free willed out.
Miss Charlene or
Yeah.
Selena?
Celine, you there?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that free will, for me, free will isn't a thing. It can't be because of what you said. If I was asked, because there's a scripture in the Bible that says we are predestined, how can there be free will if there is predestination? And if God already knows our end from our beginning, how is that free will? Like he made the plan. He knows the plans that he has for us because he made the plan. How do I have the free will to act any other way outside of what his plan is if he is the plan maker? So for me, free will does not exist. Like we have a choice. No, I'm sorry, we have an ultimatum. Believe me or perish. Believe in me or be tossed into the lake of fire. And we don't even know what that looks like, because as you can see with all the Christians coming up here, they're all confused as to what Christians are or what Christians are supposed to do.
Let me ask y'all a
So,
question. Can y'all put a 1 in the chat right quick if you think that I share my views on Christianity, the Bible, and God on a daily basis? If you think that I share my views, put a 2 in the chat if I don't share my views about God, Christianity, or the Bible on a daily. I just need to know. Thank you. Go ahead, Selena.
okay. It's so for me, I write scripts. And when I write my script, my actors do things when it's time to film it. I know what the end of the movie is going to be. So they can't do anything outside of getting to what the end of that movie is going to be. If I have a character that's going to die at the end of that movie, that character can't do anything but die. Now, they may have a choice of how they act out what I have written, but they can't go outside of the scope of what I have written, because then the story changes. And as the creator of that story, I will not allow it to change. So therefore, the actors don't have that. I have never used that analogy before in my life, but I like it. Therefore, the actors
That's a good one.
have no other, thank you, Miss Charlene, have no other recourse but to act the way I want them to act in this film, right? And if they don't, then I fire them. My firing is God's hell. And I will yield my time.
Eternal, did you want to respond?
Yeah. So some examples they give in our community. It's like when a teacher tells you that oh, you're gonna have a test sooner or later. You know that you're gonna have a test, but does he give you the answers? No, right? It's up to you to figure it out. That's one of the example they use, and the other one is like, when your parents have been telling you your whole life, okay, this is good for you, this is bad for you, but at the end of the day, you have a choice. So it's up to you to choose. They tell you, okay, choice, and like you have a choice at the end of the day, but God is supreme, you know. So it's very confusing, you know. And so why do we have a test? Like that's another question that Muslim people ask themselves right now. Like why do you have to be tested? Oh, it's because Adam and Eve. I'm sure we share that. You know, I'm just bringing things that we share between like Christianity and Islam. Oh, it's because Adam and Eve like disobeyed God, and then Satan was like, okay, I'm gonna mislead every human on earth, you know. And then God was like, okay, only the one who are like who will follow you will be put to hell, and the good ones will follow me, and they'll be grateful for me to be putting them on earth and giving them like all these good things, whatever, you know. But so if God and Satan had a beef, and let's say Adam and Eve are real and they are our ancestors, what do we in 2024? What do I have to do with this? You know, what do I have to do with a human being that made a mistake like so many years ago? Like, why do you have to be tested? You know. But if you ask that, it's like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You know. So that's it's so confusing.
And my mama always said, if it don't make sense to you, then it's not for you. So it's for a while for me, it hasn't made sense. And are you still a practicing Muslim, if I may ask?
I was my whole life, but like recently I'm not, because I'm just
Okay.
asking so many questions, like so many people in my community, and we're like,
Yeah.
all the things that we've been told all this time, like, is it really true? You know. So like sometimes like even Christians who ask the same question, or like we talk together, and it's like we have so many similarities, you know.
Mm-hmm. No, and I only ask because it's like that was going to be my point. If it doesn't make sense to you, then it's not for you. But you've made that decision; it's not for you. Sometimes we do things because of tradition, and we do things because we don't want to be alienated. We don't want to be the black sheep of our families. We don't want people to look at us differently, especially if we've been doing the thing for decades or for however many years of our lives. And then now all of a sudden it's like, this don't make sense to me. And then people feel like you're attacking them because it's their belief. It's how they get through life. And now that you don't believe how they believe, they look at you like you're taking something from them, when it's no, I'm walking away from something for me. And for me, the free will, as soon as I read that we were predestined, I'm like, okay, so we can't have free will, which is not even in the Bible, but we've been taught that so many times. It just doesn't make sense, especially because it says, the word says, do not add or take anything from this word. But we do it every single day. Like, we'll have even preachers in the pulpit adding things to the Bible that's not there. For the longest, the most misquoted Bible verse was for the love of, money is the root of all evil, when it's actually the love of money, which is something to help keep us in poverty or help us part with our money, because it's easier for us to part with money if we don't have an affinity to it, if we don't have an attachment to it. Because, oh my gosh, I can't love this thing. The church needs it, so therefore I'm going to give it to the church. Therefore I'm going to give it to God, because it proves that I don't put money over him. Money is not my God, but he is. It's all a game. It's all a ploy. It's all a way to keep us under the thumb of a God that we don't even know whether or not he exists, and to fatten the pockets of those who have found out the game.
So we also talk about Christianity and Islam. So the only thing I'm gonna mention now is like, okay, when people, like, I'm not gonna talk about the how evangel, the angels, like it's all connected, right? Like Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. That's another topic. But like sometimes when we question stuff and we're like, okay, maybe we should look at another religion, then we say, okay, we look at Judaism, and like we found Judaism like very crazy because it's like your mom has to be a Jew, and it's like it's so complex, and it's not like very inclusive, so it's like, is that religion really from God? No, Judaism cannot be real. And then when we think about Christianity, like they always tell us, Christianity, like the Trinity problem comes. So for many Muslims have like a very big problem with the Trinity, so whenever like we try to discuss even between friends, like how can you explain the Trinity thing? Like it's always so complex and we don't understand it, because what do you mean God is one time a spirit and then one time he's like Jesus himself, and then like that's one of the problem. And then also the innovation thing, it's like, oh, the Bible is like, it's not really stable, you have so many versions and it's been changed for so many years. So like, do you think that's the real religion? No, it's not. So like, since the Quran has like been intact, so like that must be the truth, so this is one one of the things that we tell ourselves, to be trying to believe.
And I'm not I've never been Muslim. My husband grew up under his father, who was a Muslim, and his mom was a Christian. Yes, they were married. But I from my husband, he's like, they took ideals from Christianity. I don't even know which one is older. But he said like there's ideals that were taken from Christianity and mixed to make more sense to Islam. Thank you, Amina, because it's one of those things where Christianity took from other things to try to make themselves look better, or try to make sense out of what they took, and it's just all messy. It's just all messy. But
Well, I want me a mug.
that I want a mug. Sorry. But unfortunately
That's the
this
best way,
morning,
like asking questions, right?
mm-hmm.
And I think like you're doing the right thing, eternal. And I think one of the things that you said that I find very interesting is that both of y'all, like both Christians, some Christians and some Muslims, are both realizing that the things that they were promised from these religions, that it's not happening, right? And so that question of, is it real, right? And a lot of times when you start to have these questions and you go to leadership that is in your community, because they don't have answers for you, they make shit up, right? Or they'll say something dumb like, if you don't understand something, there's no point in trying to understand it, which is, it's the basis of these religions. Don't ask questions, right? Just leave it up to God. I think the more questions you ask, right? The more questions you have, the best thing to do is to try to figure it out, and don't let anybody, gaslight you and try to make you think like they'll try to create an explanation like free will. Free will to me is the scapegoat for all of the Abrahamic gods, because the God isn't actually showing up in society, right? Like it isn't showing up in the material world to do the things or be the thing that it was promised to be to you. So they made up the whole concept of free will, and then to put the onus on you. You're not seeing what you're supposed to see from the God because you are the problem. That's what free will does for this God.
Exactly. I think the conclusion I came to is like, like all the three Abrahamic religions, like they they're the same, you know. Some stories might differ, you know, like the main, I don't know, like some stuff might be different, but like at the end of the day, they're very similar, you know. So it's like, especially for like Black people and African people, it's like, I think we've been played, kinda, but yeah, but
Not
Yeah.
kinda. We have
Yeah,
been
not
played.
kinda.
yeah, but I think religions, like it doesn't come from logic, because when you try to be logical on religion, like nothing really makes sense, you know. But like I do understand like some people who want to follow it because of faith, you know, because it makes them feel good, you know, because of like spiritual stuff, you know, like discipline and stuff like that, you know. Like we have to respect each other on that, you know. If but like if you try to explain religion on a logical level, nothing makes sense, you know. So like that's like I'm always confused, like when people want to fight with logic, like why are you fighting with logic? Because at the end of the day, we're not seeing stuff, you know. You can't prove anything right now. But like when people are like, okay, this is my religion and I feel it makes me feel good, you know, spiritually, and this is what I choose, we can't have a problem with that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We can
I think that
coexist,
the
yeah.
issue is when they try to tell you that you must believe it in order to be considered a good person, right? Or they try to tell you that if you don't believe it, when you die, you're going to burn in hell. Or I'm not sure the concept of Islam's eternal damnation, but that's where the problem. And then when they start creating laws, right, based off of their religious belief system, and I was talking to my cousin today, and we were talking about, you know, the recent election, and one of the things I asked him was, how in the hell did they convince immigrants to vote against their own interest? How did they convince Muslims to vote against their own interest, like to vote for a man who very publicly said that his goal is to rid the United States of all Muslims? How did he convince them to say, yep, I'm going to put you in the White House so that you can become a problem for me?
So I think I can answer that because I know like how Muslim people in America are thinking and why they kind of choose some of them. It's not like it's only like I'm a minority that like chose like to vote for Trump, because most Muslims, they were like, we don't care at the end of the day, you know, like Trump and Kamala at the end of the day, like they are for the genocide of Gaza, because like this is one of the a very important like
No, they're not. Like
important like for Muslims
Kamala isn't.
genocide.
Let's not do that.
What?
That Kamala isn't. So let's not do that.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just sharing people opinions. Like, is that bothering you?
I believe in facts. So if we're gonna discuss that, really, I really don't want to get into politics.
Okay, if you
Thinker
don't want to
usually
discuss that,
doesn't
I
like
can.
that. So let's not do that because I don't like misinformation pushed on her live.
I wasn't trying to push anything. I'm just trying to answer because she was like, okay, why do Muslim people like vote for someone who wanna deport them? Like, I didn't bring this subject up.
Well, yeah,
We
it
can
didn't
speak later.
have, I wasn't talking about Gaza, right? We're talking about how religion is used to get people to do things against their own interest, right? Like how they use the religion to convince a person to do something that is harmful to them,
Yeah,
right? Like
I
he
was
very
trying to
publicly
explain
said
that
that
because
like he caused a lot of harm towards the Muslim community by the things that he was saying, but yet there were Muslims who voted for him and championed for him. Same
Mhm.
thing with the immigrants, right? They He very publicly said that he plans on deporting immigrants and retroactively taking away citizenship, but yet a lot of them voted for him. And so the question is like, how does one get so much power over a person that person is willingly saying, "Hey, come and harm me and everybody that I love."
Yeah, I was trying to answer that, but like, can I, or like you don't want this discussion
Well, I
right
don't
now?
want to get into the Gaza thing because that's very political.
Well, because the Gaza thing
So
is like a religious thing to Muslim people too, so it's not only political. I can understand like it's only political for like
yeah, but
some
that, like,
people, but for some people.
as far as saying that,
Mhm.
um,
The only reason like I
but,
was
but
trying to bring it, it's like for like Muslim peoples, the way they view like both like Trump and Kamala, it's like they support Zionism and they will not do any good for Palestine. So that's how most people view them.
but that doesn't explain
Um,
why. Like, even if they saw it that way, that doesn't explain why they were willing
so
to
why they
vote
choose,
for
it's
Trump.
like okay, both of them they were like okay, we have two choices and both of them like support Zionism, but like Trump, when it comes like to conservatives, you know, he was like, okay, he's like against like
You know,
transgender rights, like in a young age and stuff like that. So that's one of the things that Muslim community is opposed to, you know. So they were like, okay, at least we're gonna be on
What
the same
if
page
they're
with.
not here? If they're not here in the United States, how does that help them? If his goal is to get rid of them and get them out of the U.S., what would his views on gender identity? How would it benefit them if he deports them from the U.S.?
But he can deport some people who have like nationality.
oh yes, he
He
can.
literally is saying he's
Yes,
going
he
to do
can.
it.
How he can? Because
Like,
they
I don't
Hold
know if you
on.
heard me say that he plans on retroactively revoking naturalization,
which he
revoking
can.
citizenship.
And he can do that. That's why y'all should have been listening.
And one
I
thing
didn't
I
hear.
will
Like
say,
I
hold
thought
on.
like the whole thing was
Excuse
about
me.
illegal
Hold on.
immigrants.
Okay, hold on. One thing I will say is those that were in Palestine wanted Kamala in. It was the people that were in the United States that had a
Hmm.
problem with her because they didn't want to listen.
And we tried to tell him. You always pick the lesser of two evils, and y'all did just the opposite.
No, I'm just trying to understand. So, like, from what most people knew, it's like he's like always talking about illegal immigrants and new immigrants, you know. But like, if you already
That's what y'all
An
thought.
American
He's not just
citizen,
talking about
can they
illegal
deport you?
immigrants.
Can they do that?
Eternal. He's not just talking. That's what y'all thought, and y'all wouldn't
Exactly.
listen. Like, people held lives, 24-hour lives for months to try to tell y'all,
Because
and
he
y'all would
said that's
not
what he was going to
listen
do.
It was even in
What can he do
videos.
that?
It
How
was
can he
all
judge like
over.
American
Y'all didn't
citizens?
want to
Like,
listen.
because he can, and he's already
Oh my
started the process.
gosh.
When he won, that was the first thing he said that he was getting ready to do. They had the plan already ready to
And
go.
exactly. We kept
okay,
hollering,
that's
Project
crazy.
2025. We kept hollering that. So y'all cut off your own nose and spite your own face. So
Yep.
we tried to tell you.
Okay, that's really crazy. But like, I wanna ask something. Like, I wanna know like why some like African American people think that this was like an attempt to go against them because it wasn't really. It's why
We're
like
not
this.
going there. We're not going there. We're not
No,
going there.
I'm just asking. Like, I'm
One
really
thing,
curious
well, you
because
know what? African Americans
I'm a
not
black
going
person
nowhere.
myself. So like, please,
Okay, but
can I
we're
just
not
ask
gonna
that?
do that. No. I mean, it's thinkers live, but
I don't
Yeah.
even know what she
I'm
talking
sorry.
about.
yeah, I don't even
I
understand
don't even
why
know
it's
what she
even
talking
going
about.
there.
Like I said, y'all cut off your own nose to spite your own face. And y'all getting up out of here. Because he said that was going to happen. So y'all be back over there with him. Good luck.
And
Au
I think
revoir.
like one of the
I was
ways
never
that
on
I
another
think,
live. What is this
don't talk to the comments while you're on stage.
This is my
One of
first
the
live, by the way, on this account, so I don't know
that's
what
fine.
the.
Don't talk to the comments while you're on stage. It's gonna confuse the conversation.
Okay,
I know I
okay.
do it a lot, and y'all be confused as hell when I do it. But the one of the ways that I think that they can do it is by lack of education, right, and a rejection of knowledge. Because as much as Parker and Dean were on live, Mr. Jones was on live, Jeff was on live telling y'all what was coming. And so many of you rejected the knowledge and
Yep.
went and voted against your own interest anyway. And unfortunately, y'all are finna find out.
And it's going you'll have no idea what's coming down the line because you wouldn't listen. And some of you
As a
are
matter of
still
fact,
not listening.
Trump was talking to Bibi Netanyahu or whatever his name is, with, all along, which he wasn't supposed to be doing because he wasn't president, but they were talking, and he told him not to because Biden had worked out they had worked out a ceasefire. That's what they were working on, and Trump called him and told him not to do it.
But y'all
And
don't pay attention to those things,
we
do
tried
you?
to tell y'all that. We tried to tell you the difference between Kamala and Trump. You say both of them was behind what was going on over there, but the difference is Kamala wasn't threatening to deport nobody,
And she wasn't president. So I don't
and
even
she was not
understand
president
how y'all
exactly.
keep blaming her.
She had no power to do nothing no way. She was a vice president. The only thing she could do is break ties in the Senate.
That part.
Exactly.
Y'all need to start educating yourselves on the system instead of just talking out the side of your necks about things you don't know. And then you don't want to pay attention. Like Thinker said, there were tons of people on live holding lives for hours. There was video after video with after video pleading with y'all to listen, and you wouldn't. Now you're about to fuck around and find out.
But
And
you
if you
have to
think
understand
and if
that
you think that some of your rights ain't gonna be revoked, yes, they are. All of that shit, like we're about to go backwards. So thank yourselves for that.
I just wanted to say, but I don't think it's like a huge community of Muslim that voted for him. It's only like
Child, please. No, 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 no. We're not gonna do that. Y'all stopped that whole thing in Michigan. Was it Michigan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all made a point to stop her in Michigan. So don't do that. You got to own it. You got to own it now, baby. You just got to own it.
okay, as you wish. Anyway, Tinker, thank you for welcoming me in your platform. Okay.
Ain't no as I wish.
That's the problem. Like people not wanting to listen, and then until
Yeah,
they
and then
they
she
they go
Right.
through shit. Like it
mhm.
And
literally
she talking about he
says,
can't do that. He can't. The hell
And
he
she
can't.
still ain't gonna listen. As you
yep.
see,
It
she
literally
wants to be
says
combative.
even documented immigrants would not be safe because Miller has declared that he will pursue the seldom used process of denaturalization to
Denaturalization.
go after people who have been citizens for years or decades based on suspicions about purported fraud on their naturalization applications. Individuals stripped of citizenship would then be subject to deportation along with Miller's other targets.
And that go for birthers too. And people when they hear birthers,
Yep.
they just think about this Latin and Spanish
Yep.
people. But honey, anything that was birthed over here by parents that came over here, you know what I'm saying? They consider birthers too. So if your
And
mama
they
and
say
your
he
daddy
shouted,
came over
America
here
is for Americans only.
only.
Like
So we
how
see.
in the fuck? We see one way that they were able to get people to vote against their own interests, rejecting information.
Mhm.
And it was out there because
Just
everybody
what
and their
she
grandmama
did
was
just
talking about
now.
it. Hmm.
Just what she did just now. That is why y'all in this situation.
I downloaded. You know, you could download a copy of the 2025 thing for free.
Project 2025,
Project,
yep.
yes, you can download it for free. You ain't got to pay for it, and read it your doggone self. Which is what people kept saying. Y'all better read. Y'all better read. Mm-mm. You thought y'all were hurting. See, they thought they were hurting Kamala. Kamala gonna leave her post, go back to her family, and start writing her book. She ain't thinking about y'all. So you ain't heard her. You heard your damn self.
And
Hmm.
then the ones that don't know that they voted to have their health care taken away.
That
The ones
Nah,
part.
cause they
that
don't
think
even
that
Social
they're
really.
hurting,
Security,
yeah,
everything.
everything.
And what
Yeah.
about the tariffs? They
Now on social media crying, talking about, I didn't know they had two different names. I didn't know it was the
Yeah.
same
The same
Didn't
plan.
you
thing.
hear
Cause you're
that shit?
stupid. Cause you're stupid. You're stupid. I didn't know. See, they so big. Cause Obamacare, see, that was attached to a black man. I don't care what you say. And that's all they
That's
were thinking
exactly
about.
what it
That's all they were
was.
thinking about. They wanted to get rid of it. They cut off their own nose and spite your face. That's what the old folks say.
Dude
So
was
we gonna
like,
all
I'm okay with Obamacare being taken away. The Affordable Care Act is good. That's what I have. And then somebody responded to him, was like, you dumb fuck. Affordable Care Act is Obamacare. And he's like, well,
Yep.
why they got the same name? Why they got two different names?
cause you stupid.
Y'all need to
Rejecting
start reading the
information
fine print.
is
I
ridiculous.
mean, and you and that's I mean, and even she was saying out of her mouth, they kept talking about she didn't have a plan. Had they listened to what she was saying, she was telling them what she had planned to do. She told them that, huh?
I agree.
Yeah,
I
but they didn't
agree.
want to hear it because they couldn't get their way. They want to take they don't. You know how if you get mad, yeah, I'm gonna take my ball and go home. Well, you're damn sure going home now.
It's insane.
And I hate to sound like that. I hope I hate to sound not. Um, well, I
I'm
don't. So
sorry.
I don't.
I
I
I don't
don't care
feel
no.
bad for
I don't
them.
feel bad. I don't. I'm sorry.
I can't. I'm
Yeah, I can't
done.
feel bad
Cause you know
for
what?
people
Cause we
who
got to
asked for
live
this.
here. We gonna be here these 4 years trying to make it, honey, because of shit they did. I can't feel sorry for you. I got to cover my
Exactly.
own ass. I got my own ass to cover
Did
and
y'all
figure out
hear
how
about
I'm gonna do it.
the cruise that's 4 years long?
Yeah,
You
I
say
did.
what?
There's a cruise that is 4 years long to help
Yeah.
people escape the United States during his presidency, and it's $40,000 a year per person.
What?
That they have made a cruise that is 4 years long to help people escape the presidency, and then a lot of countries are now advertising their dual citizenship processes, giving
Yeah, because
people dual citizenship.
Italy is one of the places
Yeah.
you can go.
Yeah.
They got houses over there for $1.
They're offering people a place to escape for the next 4 years.
hmm
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be
Yeah,
bad.
Yeah, it is,
it's
and,
gonna
and
be
and and
real
it don't
bad.
it didn't have to be that way. So yeah, I can't feel sorry for you. You know, because you did that to yourself, trying to be spiteful. So I can't. I
Going
ain't
to
got time.
Italy.
I'm sorry.
You said you going to Italy?
Said I'm not. You're not going to Italy.
I was following this guy on TikTok who did the year cruise. I will share his post sometime. I don't know if y'all ever saw him. He's a black guy, and he did a year's tour. He went around the world
I bet you it's
on a
beautiful. I don't
cruise.
know if I could
Huh?
do it
Oh
for that
man,
long.
I couldn't do it for
it,
4 years. I'd be ready to get the fuck off the
you know
cruise
Yes,
what?
when
I
it's a week.
He
I'd be
said.
like, it's time to
right,
go.
right.
He said he started getting kind of homesick. Towards the end, because they saw every country. They went to every country, and and he did a TikTok to follow. You could follow along with him, and but it was beautiful. They went to some beautiful places. Went to several places in Africa. I mean, just places you just didn't even think a ship would go to, but they did literally go to every country, every continent. So if that was a year, what the hell you gonna do for 4 years? Yeah,
Mm-mm, I
yeah,
can't.
I couldn't do that. That's a bit much.
They gonna get the fuck away from Trump's dangerous ass. I tell you that.
And sad thing about it, I
I
got
do
my
want to look
passport, but
into that dual citizenship.
it sounds good. I got a passport, but I can't go to work. I ain't got no money to go nowhere with, so I'm gonna have to do with my citizenship right here.
What I don't know is if he can change the process to where we don't have elections anymore, because I know that that's their goal. But
Yeah,
they,
that is their goal.
yeah, and I don't know that
But
they've told anybody what their
well,
plan
see,
is on how to make that happen. But that's scary too, because again, didn't think Roe v. Wade could be overturned. So I don't
well,
know.
if Roe v. Wade could be overturned when he didn't have a majority in nothing, can you imagine? He got the Senate, the House, and the Supreme Court. So that's all the branches of government. It's only four, right?
Mm-hmm.
Presidential, legislative, uh, what's the other one? The judge, the ones who do the judges.
Judith.
That one, judicial,
Mm-hmm.
and what's the other one?
Wait, it's the Supreme Court, the House, and the judicial.
Senate. Mm.
Well, I think the Senate and the House, they go under one. I'm under one
No, you're
umbrella,
talking about Congress, right?
right? But I'm saying they
Okay.
go under one umbrella, right? So that's gonna be because
Yeah,
they make the
executive. That's what
laws. Yeah,
executive.
All
executive,
three are the
presidential, yeah,
executive branch.
right. So he got all of them. That's my point. So he can do really whatever the hell he want to do. Because you know them Republicans, them same Republicans who was trying to tell me they were voting against him, they gonna all fall in line now and do just whatever the
Yep.
hell he say.
They're gonna kiss the ring,
And kiss the
Y'all
crap.
unfortunately.
gonna have to put a picture of Trump in y'all house and salute it every morning.
The
The
devil is a
fuck?
lie. And it don't wear bikini drawers either. Mm-mm. So,
Hey, Dr. Bowen, how are you?
I'm well. How are
Hello,
you?
Dr. Bowen.
hello,
I'm
Dr.
good.
Boyne.
Good
It's been a
morning.
weird night. I think I'm doing away with Freeform
Nobody?
Friday after tonight, just to let y'all know.
Well,
I can't deal with the Christians this way. Like Freeform Friday has gotten really weird. I don't know that I'm doing away with it after tonight. It does like they don't like it's just too. I can't. I can't. Brown girl. I tried. And I really did try. Brown girl, are you there? Huh?
hello.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, hi, Grand Rising guys. I didn't know you added me. I was texting on in the chat part saying hello. About to say good morning, Grand Rising. How y'all doing today? I just was listening. I'm gonna follow you. Wow.
Did you come up on purpose?
Oh yeah, and I stayed because I liked the conversation that was going on. So I just stayed to
Okay. What was the reason that you requested?
Oh, I didn't. Somebody just put me in. I was just listening. I
Oh,
was.
okay. I'll take you down. Thank
No,
you
it's
so much
okay.
for
You
for
don't have to
coming
take
through,
me
though.
down. You can take. You
No,
can leave.
yeah, I don't let people chill on the stage.
Oh, I
But
understand. I didn't know to come in because I didn't know anybody, and I didn't want to, just come in
uh-huh.
without talking about important
Yeah, it
stuff.
was an accident. Like it put you in the box, so I added you because you were in the request box. But I'll take you back down to the comments.
You can leave me there if you want to, because I like the conversation y'all were having.
No, I don't let people chill on stage.
Oh, what
Uh,
you mean chill?
I don't let people just sit on stage just to listen. So
Oh
like
no,
when
no, I
when
was in the
people come on,
comments listening. I didn't. I
right?
didn't
But
happy now because I said they talking smart, good stuff, information. So when I
Yeah,
see,
you just have to, you can go back in the comments.
oh, I can't join in the conversation.
We're not,
no,
that was
I
not a
only do one on
discussion.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we only
Oh,
do one-on-one conversations in here, and when you come in here, you have to be discussing one of the topics on the board. So like I don't do this isn't one of those lives where you can just join the stage and just like join a open conversation. Does that make sense?
oh, okay. Because I didn't really know how it go. I like
That's
saying,
okay. TikTok just threw you in the request box. And I
yeah,
added you to the stage because I thought you requested on purpose. Take you down and put you back in the comments, okay?
yeah, it's okay. I just love the conversation we're having. It's educational, and people don't read stuff and they don't listen. They looking for.
Why do people push us to that point?
Hey, baby, let me whisper in
Why?
your ear. Let me tell you what.
Because
Hold on.
I don't get it. Like I try to be nice. Like I try to be really nice, and like,
That's why I just went ahead and dropped her.
I no no one like on our side. I don't know what that means, but I was trying to be nice and I was trying to tell you, right? Like that I was gonna move you back to the comments, but you weren't listening. Um, Auntie Kimmy, hi, how are you?
Hiya, how are you? It's so lovely to. I came from YouTube, came here because you guys are saints. Fighting indoctrinated people is some sort of sainthood. It takes a certain amount of patience that I'm seeing, and being a deconstructed turned spiritual girly turned just Abrahamic religion and religion. The patience I see you guys exercising is, whew, you know.
It's starting to run out, but thank you so much. Like, um, I will say, like, I can handle them when they're on stage. I think like the patience that you know when they say, "Oh, you wearing my patience," what our parents used to say when we were younger. You wearing on my patience. It's the complaining, and the um, just the I don't know the intentional lies that they tell in the comments, and it just makes me want to say like, no, why did you do that? Like, what made you say something like that? And the pettiness that's where like it's weighing on my patience. But I appreciate you so much for coming from YouTube and joining us over here. So you've deconstructed. How long have you been deconstructed?
I think the last time I ever set foot in a church was like maybe 2019.
Okay, so
And
about 5 years.
5 years, and it's been a roller coaster because in that time I also had to tell my very, very indoctrinated and religious mother, and who just could not compute. And then I also had to be like, oh, hi mommy, I'm pansexual, hi. And her also being African, that whole thing, I saw a few of these topic points, like I saw in real life, like the whole robot versus slaves for God is the exist. Like I want to write a book about that,
You
because
should.
you know the cognitive dissonance, like when you guys dealt with Mean Buster, you gave a fictitious angel new wings. And when that man came in and he was like, you said, oh, what book are you quoting? Because they never know what book. Well, excuse me, shut up. I said, oh, sir, this is not the forum. I've been dealing with this my whole life as the argumentative one that always asks questions, and of course that deconstructed and left. And now, because I started meditating, I started finding spirituality, of course I'm the witch. So when I saw the comments, people saying, well, they're witches, they're Satanists, I said, oh, well, a witch is just a woman who's harnessed her power. And Satan is a made up figure. So
Oh,
think of
they
it.
were calling us witches and Satanists?
Oh, good thing you're not reading the comments then. If you, if you know, an hour ago when someone asked you what you believe, I think it was Amina something rather
Hmm.
that said, she left Islam and she was asking, okay, what do you guys believe? And then you said, it's your belief.
I,
Everyone's
I
right.
don't have a belief, but I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves. And I
Yes.
think that it's irrelevant, like to come up here and say, what do you believe? That shouldn't help them with any of these questions up here. And I think that when a person asks, what do you believe? It's because they need to attack the person, and because they don't know how to attack the information that we're discussing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, and they hate it when I say that's irrelevant, because it really is irrelevant to the conversation. The only thing they need to know is whether I believe in this God or not, right? And I tell them I don't believe in this God. I don't believe in this Christ. That's all you need to know for this conversation. Like, you're not obligated to that. Even if I did have a belief, I'm not obligated to share that with you because we're not discussing that belief.
The whole
So,
problem, the
but yeah.
reason we're here is proselytizing, people thinking that you ought to share my faith. I believe in this, then you ought to believe in this. As knowing now how misogyny, the patriarchy literally are what rule everything from religion to politics. So then the whole witch trials and everything, witches are just women who know who they are and know their power and have figured out how the world works. So when anyone calls me a witch, or when I see anyone call anyone a witch, I'm like, oh, you think I'm a powerful woman? Thank you. I'll take that. Oh,
Right.
so kind of you. That's so very kind of you.
All they're doing is letting us know that they are
Yeah.
afraid of us. Like when they say stuff like that. Like honestly, there was one guy that was saying like warlocks, like talking about warlocks and stuff, and I'm like, you at your big ass age are talking about fighting warlocks, right? Like our biggest problem in the world today are other humans, right? Humans with ill intent to harm other humans, to starve other humans and put other humans into positions to where they can't and don't feel safe. That is our biggest issue, not some fucking
I
warlock.
think they are used to, I think what we don't take stock of is how in organized religion, especially in evangelicalism, there is this pontification and this whole thing of someone standing up with a mic and saying, we fight every warlock, every witch, every this, we cast them down as unto strongholds and I'm like, okay, World of
They
Warcraft
see
is not
themselves
so
as the
kind.
characters in the kingdom.
Yeah,
Have you seen that show, The King?
you're
They
laughing,
want to
my
be
G.
Uhtred. Uhtred.
You are larping at this point. You're
What
playing like fantasy
what
games.
show
And
is that, Thinker?
Kingdom.
it's literally larping. And and so that's why having African parents and having spent time on the continent as a child, back and forth and whatnot. I'm based in England. If you can't tell this dead giveaway of an of an accent, but I've seen people even act as if like they're like Goku, like sending freezing powers to people like whoosh, and people being so brainwashed and falling on the ground. I'm like, Auntie, why are
Wow.
you falling on the ground? Auntie, what's happening? What's this falling that you're doing? What's this? Like, like he didn't touch you. But because they're so indoctrinated and enamored by the pastors, most of these women are like sexually frustrated and also like attracted to these pastors as well. One touch from the pastor, they're like, oh, I'm like, babes, it's not the Holy Spirit that you're feeling. You are feeling the touch of a man that you have idolized and put on a pedestal. That's what that is.
Exactly. Exactly. And then, our community has idolized King James, and put King James on the pedestal. So like, it feels like the hierarchy is Jesus, then Yahweh, then King James, and then their pastors. That's the hierarchy to me. Yeah.
And where
And then
does
don't forget Satan. Satan is in there too, and I think Satan is right above King James. So yeah.
Mm.
He's sitting
Hmm.
on King James' shoulder.
Yeah.
What they don't, I think, if people read about psychology and intrusive thoughts, they wouldn't say the devil put in my mind that this and that. You're human. You have a range of thoughts. You have, like, people don't realize. There's something that happened with ADHD called echolalia. But I honestly think that this happens a lot with people that don't have ADHD. If you ruminate, if your mind like works in a circular motion, you regurgitate words and things that you've heard before. What happens when people have been brainwashed and told that it's every thought you have, it's from the devil. That's if it's good, it's God. If it's negative, it's the devil. If a thought, that's how you get confirmation bias. If God is telling you to do this, if he puts it on your brain, this person's name on your brain, it literally could just be a memory you're having. You could just have heard a similar name. You could have just seen a prompt. You could have just seen, but we spiritualize. Well, religious Christian people spiritualize things that are so scientific and natural and psychological and neurological to a degree that is dangerous.
Yeah. I agree 100%. There was somebody in here the other day, and a very nice person. They're probably still in the comments, but they were talking about how they talk to demons, and that they could feel the energy of the demon. Like if they just say the demon's name, the demon just pops up like a genie in a bottle. But a lot of, I was trying to share with her too, like it's what you're saying sounds similar to a believer who says that they talk to Jesus, right? And all they have to do is say the name of Jesus, and Jesus is right there in the midst, like the where two or three are gathered together, there will I be in the midst. Like it sounds similar, to that aspect of Christianity. And a lot of it is just based off of what you believe, what somebody has told you, and what you read. And then in your mind, you are creating these illusions, right? That become events or experiences that you think are real. And not that like I invalidate anyone's experience, because it is an experience, but it's based off of the information that you take in from your surroundings, right? And the experiences that you have in your life. And sometimes they can translate into traumatic you have traumatic experiences and they come out as demons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that there's a lot of um, because if you even see in the new age community, right, there's a lot of people that will be like, I channeled this goddess, and I whatever you program your mind with, whatever you put your mind to, you are going to. That's why they were like, well, energy, what you put your energy to, that's what is going to manifest in your life. I was seeing, as someone who's extensively studied West African cosmology and West African religion, and all if its offshoots in the diaspora from Brazil to South America and whatnot. And then seeing someone who's a palm colored new ager saying that I summoned this ancient Yoruba Nigerian goddess, and saying she's and actual Nigerians, Ifa people being like, babes, no, that's not how that works. But what we're not seeing is that there's a thread in belief and people that are leaving Christianity, not deconstructing, and going straight into conspirituality and then having spiritual psychosis. So at the root of it all, there's some people who think they're free. Some people think they're working at a capacity of having their faculties and being like, I'm spiritually autonomous and all of these things, but you're still under the same subject and you're still subject to the same rules of Christianity and organized religion. That's why I left organized religion completely and just went and deconstructed, read about science, read about psychology, and then found my own spirituality because, of that.
I think one, that's a beautiful thing, to be able to do. And I'm not against spirituality per se. I do agree that it can definitely lead to psychosis. But I think that when people say spirituality or spiritual, that they're really just talking about their like intellect, like what they know. Because a lot of times it has to do with knowledge. And then I think they're talking about their emotions, like their feelings, and they're calling that spirituality. But I think spirituality isn't defined enough to say that it's a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, it's an umbrella term, and that's why when people, I think it's an umbrella term for different dogmas, different different ways of practice. But I believe that your thoughts, harnessing your thoughts as a human being, is what brings you the spiritual practice and the spiritual efficacy of like, okay, this is what I'm doing. It starts with your thoughts as a human being. And that's why if a lot of these girlies are like, I'll do them, but you're not, but people are scared of like meditation and yoga and stuff like that because of not deconstructing, because of Christianity. Because I told my Christian mother that I have chronic illness, I have a disability, I'm starting yoga to stretch, to help my body, whatnot. She was like, yoga is witchcraft. Don't do it.
Like,
Don't.
how is stretching witchcraft? And they're saying that it's because the positions are named after like other gods or something. But stretching your body is witchcraft. So like if you do the same movement, right, and don't call it that thing, is it still witchcraft? Like it to me, it's just it's crazy. And then I saw a video where a girl was saying ASMR is demonic because you're giving glory to something other than God. Like it gets to the point where it's just freaking foolish. Um, I, yeah, they demonize everything. But then like I put in the Discord, there was a video of a woman speaking in tongues. And you know how when you're on the altar and there may be somebody like claiming to cast out a demon or giving you some type of like spiritual revelation, and they're like right, whatever they're saying, and like they're like, oh, it's coming out. Like this lady is like literally doing this to a gyrating snowman in Walmart or wherever she is, right? And
Yes,
you can tell, yeah, have you seen that
I
video?
saw that.
And like you can tell that she's saying the things that she would say if she was doing this or saying this to an actual believer on the altar. So like you can, this Holy Spirit or this tongue that you're speaking, that's supposed to be some spiritual revelation for this person. You mean to tell me that you can do that same thing to a gyrating snowman the exact same way, and it's not an act? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That
and
part.
yeah. Sorry, someone was saying. No,
No,
I
go
really
ahead.
believe they put it on because I grew up in ultra Pentecostal, ultra evangelical circles where they would not let you leave the altar until you're speaking in tongues. And most of us, I will confess and say, I have left the cult. No aunties with bad breath can be in my face, spitting in my face. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, okay. And they will literally be like, in your belly, rivers of water, in your belly,
Yeah.
touching your belly.
Uh-huh.
And then there's something about someone like touching your belly in a weird way, like slamming your belly with their hand, and it kind of tickles and it's unexpected or something. So then you're like, oh, you kind of cave your belly in like a Capri Sun, and they're like, oh, Holy Spirit.
There was a video of a lady that was getting punched in her stomach on the altar, and the lady's like speaking in tongues, and she's like punching her in her stomach. And I'm like, this is just freaking ridiculous. There's another one where a guy puts his feet on a man's face. Like it just gets ridiculous. But here is the hold on. Here it goes. Let me see. I don't know if y'all can hear it. Can y'all hear that?
No.
No, I don't hear anything. Mm-mm.
She's like, oh, yosha, yosha, na
I
na na
don't
na na
hear.
she did like,
I don't hear
she
anything.
did. Hold on, let me play it again. Hold on, let me see if I can
Heard
play
it
it
in
over
my
here.
spirit though. So okay.
Hold on, let me see how I can get it to play. Like it's, I don't know. And then she's like, now, and you can tell like this is what she would say if she was on the altar telling somebody that the spirit was coming out of them, like a demon was coming out of them. And it's like, if you can do this to a freaking um Frosty the Snowman, then what? Like, and then you see the believers in the comments talking about, all right now, Frosty getting delivered, and it's like, if we were doing that, right, they would be yelling blasphemy,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah.
like the hypocrisy be on 10.
If I brought my little sage and I was like, okay, Frosty, we are smudging you of all the Walmart business, all the energies you're picking up from the people walking past you, Frosty. You're an inanimate object, but you are hollow and full of air. So which means you trap energy, Frosty. I believe it, Frosty. So we're going to smudge you, Frosty. They'll be like, see, these witches, these warlocks, we come against them, and it's just like, okay, so you get to do it, but we don't
Mm-hmm.
get to do it. Okay. Okay, so
Yeah.
but I learned that they are taught these things. There's a script. My mother's younger sister was a pastor. They had a church, and her husband was running away from debt because they were like flexing. They didn't have the money for the lifestyle they were living, and they were renting everything but telling people they were buying it. So they ended up running away from the church and relocating to another country, and so when they did that, someone else was taking care of the church, and then they were like, yeah, the morale is down, people are leaving the church, people. And then she was like, yeah, it happens. When she heard the tithes are down, that woman went on a plane, got on a plane, and came back to England and said, they will tithe more when they hear me. I need to give. And she would spend the week at my house writing a rousing, sermon, being like, this will make them give. This will make them.
Wow.
This will get them. This will get them.
Wow. Look, okay, here it go, y'all. Hold on.
Now, sir, take now.
And if y'all could see the way that she's like holding the head of the Frosty, the snowman, like she's holding the head like she would be holding the head of a human on the altar, right? And like her hands, even just the way her hands are, and she's like putting it on his head, like she's like anointing the head, and she's like, like I'm like, how can you like do that,
She
at Walmart? But
she
also
probably
like that story.
calling herself rebuking him, because some people think those things are demonic too, especially if they don't celebrate Christmas.
Now they were laughing at it, like they were like she was doing it as a joke. But
Ah,
No,
but also in the movie, what's that movie where the actress starts speaking in tongue, that like the movie just went
New
viral.
oh yeah,
Day,
yeah,
uh
the
yeah.
Deliverance. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
And so like she just starts speaking in tongue, and she's like on this tour, and she's like, oh no, that wasn't a part of the script, it just came out. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
so the Holy Ghost decided that it needed to make its debut for Netflix. Like the
That
Holy Ghost
part.
just like knowing that everything that y'all are doing was fake, like it was all staged. It's a script, but the Holy Ghost was like, oh yeah, let me get in here and let give a message or the anointing. Like for fucking what?
And they're talking about nappy coochies in that movie, and the Holy Ghost decided to still make an entrance. Still,
Exactly.
okay, okay, and also, doesn't their God doesn't he find being gay deplorable? Isn't the director gay? So he's gonna
Oh, I don't
anoint.
know.
Yeah, it's by Lee Daniels. So on like pick one. Is this a religious thing? Like this is why this is the cognitive dissonance. Like before I forget, by the way, what made it funny for church kids, by the way, that snowman picture I just remembered, there's a grimace on snowman's face, and that looks like deliverance. And when I saw in people's face, like comments, they said Frosty's getting delivered, that spirit of anger is coming up out of there, all of this, Frosty's getting this. So it looks like, so when you now know that these are psychological social cues that people are given, that if someone touches your head, you cave your neck in like a Capri Sun again, and you throw your hands up, and you literally throw yourself on the ground, and you make noises, you grunt, you do this. It's a script. Even if, because Darren Brown, a British magician, did a show in front of Christians, and he was quote unquote faith healing people. He's a magician. He's an atheist, and he wanted to prove how gullible Christians are. There's a documentary about this in the UK on Channel 4, like years ago, a decade ago, and people were saying that they're healed. People were saying this is a true man of God. He hired out a hotel thingy room, like a hotel conference room, and he just invited some poor, unfortunate souls that were like believing him. So it's the same thing. So when Andra Day says that, it makes me
Unfortunately,
question.
they're so used to lying. Like they just,
Well,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah,
Like
because Peter Popoff had his wife in his ear telling him people's information. The
Yep.
most prolific televangelist who was doing miracles in the 80s and 90s and the early 2000s had his wife in his ear telling him they're like, oh, he prophesied. And most of his testimonies were, money showed up in my account. From where? Report it. That's fraud. Money, miraculous money. If you want miraculous money, buy this product for me. Okay, so it's a commercial. Okay.
That should just be making me. Benny Hinn admitted to lying. He
Mm.
admitted to lying, and they just forgive it over and over again because like they need, right, to hang on to the religion. They don't care about it being harmful or untrue. They don't care. Shut up and fucking stop lying, Andres. Like you come in here lying. That's what I'm talking about. You see that? This motherfucker doesn't even know that tonight is Freeform Friday, right? He has no idea that tonight is the only night of the week that people can come up and go off topic. But then he comes in here and fucking lies, right? Y'all kicked the last guest off for going off topic. Now y'all letting Auntie go off topic. He's a liar. Do you see what I'm talking about? They don't care about lying.
Mhm.
Thou shalt not lie. What does Exodus say about lying, Andres Villa? Mm?
They just I cannot. Like I'm just gonna start asking them when they come up, are you an or are you deconstructing? like I don't know. Like they don't want to be called Christians. Cool. I'm just gonna call you an
Uh, or you know what? Most of them. So do you know what it is? What I saw, you know, that man that got belligerent when you asked him to quote the book and whatever. What I saw, and what I see in a lot of people that don't want to identify as Christian, but they are still entrenched in the indoctrination, in the doctrine of it, right?
mm-hmm.
But it helps them. There's a cognitive dissonance they have to create for themselves to cope. There's certain lies we tell ourselves. You saw the last girl that she had to tell herself certain narratives, right? She had to tell herself certain things to feel better. And that is how the human mind works. We need to placate and lull ourselves into this false sense of like self-soothing for our world to make sense, because critical thinking, it makes you question everything you know. There's a reason why people have depression when they deconstruct and leave major, especially Abrahamic religion. There's a reason why people get depressed when they leave, even just as Christians, but leave a church that was their whole life, their whole community, because doctrine requires indoctrination, and indoctrination takes away all form of free thought. And when free thought is taken off, anything they give you certain guardrail to tell you, if you think this is the devil, if you think this, and it's either thought terminating cliches, it's either fear that they put into you for detracting. There's so many guardrails they put around you. So these people are literally contending with their minds against their minds, because we are making them think in a way that has taken years. It would take years to undo. We can't do it in
Yeah.
one night. That's why Mean
Yeah.
Buster, you can't do it. There was yesterday you were fighting Mean Buster and the brother that was there yesterday, the very Christian brother that was like, everyone was giving him reason, science, doctrine, theology, everything. He was like, yeah, but the fantasy book, yeah, but Holy Harry Potter says, yeah, but this, and I'm like,
She said
forget
holy
Holy
Harry
Harry
Potter.
Potter,
Oh my
because that's
gosh.
what it is. It's a fantasy book. But when you've been told it's your life. Listen, I was 10 years old when I was told thy word is a one lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. Psalm 119, 105. I have deconstructed how many years ago? I can still parrot that. I don't believe in that Holy Harry Potter. However, hello, I still can quote scriptures and cross-reference them, you know.
Yeah, I agree, and it gets going roping back around to the patience thing. It takes a lot of patience to understand that we were once where they are now. You know what I'm saying? And just remembering that we didn't um we were willing to take it all in overnight. I'm 5 years in as well. I started like towards the end of 2019 with deconstructing. I used to be a preacher. I used to be the missionary on the altar speaking in tongues,
Mm-hmm.
right? Laying hands on people. So I know where where a lot of them are, but I was never the one that would try to convince other people what I wasn't sure of, if that makes sense.
Mm.
And then if I saw something as illogical, I was never the one that would try to explain illogicalness away as logic. So that I'm having trouble with empathizing with.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that I I also don't like intentional I don't like whining, and I don't like intentional rudeness, and I want people to lie. So that's all of that coupled together in one individual is really driving me crazy.
I think finding shadow work taught me that these people trigger me so much because I'm the same as you. Like when people are like literally trying to obfuscate what is right there, logical fallacies, but they just would try to do everything but let people see clearly. When I see people that have clung onto disinformation, have clung onto, what has they were taught to keep them in a box, because what they don't realize that if we don't question, and what I'm seeing with most men, black women, we have no problem studying, we have no problem educating ourselves. That is reading voraciously, that is reading deconstructing, and actually if we wanted, like, if we wanted to know, we're like, okay, let's do a degree on theology. My brainwashed mother has a degree in theology. She just went and got a degree in brainwashing, but and got for further the brainwash because it's ministerial theology. But black women will go and get a degree. Black women will go and read. Black women will go and start a business. Black women are self-starters. What it is with brothers is that it's a circle jerk of, that's deep. Yeah. Wow. You were talking. You're talking. And they don't, because of the male ego, they don't challenge each other's thoughts. We'll say, sis, are you sure? Because that don't sound right. Sis, are you sure? But men will be so like, oh, what do you think? So men don't want to think for themselves. They want to or quote, what, dominate, subjugate, all of these things. And when we are figuring out the system that we are subject to and finding ways to circumvent that system, they are busy trying to find, we was kings, we was Israelites, we were in Israel. Well, yeah, I am from the South, but before that, where did that get us from? I am Southern African Bantu. My grandmother is from the original tribe in Africa, in South Africa and Botswana. Okay, I can tell you, Africans were here before those people that were. Just because their history is written and our history is oral does not make our history any less legitimate. But if you don't want to read a book and you get your knowledge from your blunt rotation, it shows.
And they sit around saying, "Hey, man, y'all know them. You know why we hate it so much? Because we the real people in that book, dog." That's how that revelation comes about. Because like I
Exactly.
literally asked him about Jacob, and he didn't fucking know who I was talking about. And I'm like, how are you saying that this is your lineage, right? This is why they're called the foundational patriarchs, right? Because this is who it all started with, and you don't know who that is, but you the real people of this book. You want to come up here and argue like it doesn't, like I can't. And then the whole thing about, oh, they scared to let us know who we really are. What are they scared of? You don't have an army.
Okay, if
You
it's
don't have an army.
one to one, yeah, in a boxing ring, oh, they're scared. However, policy, when it comes to policy, they can wipe you out. They're wiping you out without heavy policing. They're already policing like violently and wiping. Oh, you don't see what's happening. You're thinking in, oh, they're scared of you. You should actually be mobilizing and seeing that no, we should be wary of those people. And if people thought like this, we wouldn't have had the Black Panther Party, because we would have been
Mhm.
too easy, like with our heads in La La Land. We wouldn't have actually organized and fed the hungry and actually
Hey,
protected people. You know what I mean? Because people are too used to, oh, this is what it could be. This is what it is. That let's actually ground ourselves in the system that is, in what you have. What, oh, real eyes realize. They realize what? What are these real eyes realizing?
Ezekiel's will. Jesus's white wool head. His feet that are brown that makes him African.
Mm.
That's what they
said it
realize
in
are
La La
realizing.
Land though. Really? Really?
No, but
Kamari said, "Lala, you got to mention."
you got name checked. No, what it is it's actually a colonial mindset. It's actually what led these people to making religion. They want to see themselves in a savior. They want to make a savior unto themselves. You want to see yourself as a god so that you can find
Oh my
dominance in some
god!
way.
All the fucking whining.
So
Would you get? Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me cut you off for just a second.
uh,
Do you get offended if I ask you, um, if you are a Christian, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist? I know that you like. Do you get offended by that question?
do I get offended? No, I don't, because it's fact. It's just an identifier of, but I choose who I say what to. But yeah, because
Right. It's just an
basically,
identifier, right?
yeah, it's just an
I
identifier.
don't. Right. And then, whenever I ask that question, I don't follow up and say, "Well, what do you believe
Mm-hmm.
about?" Spirituality, right? If you say, no, I'm not a Christian, I'm spiritual, right? I don't follow up and say, well, what do you believe about spirituality,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or when a Christian is on stage, I don't say, well, what do you believe about your God? I tell you what I believe about your God, and there's 7 topics on there, right? Or what I believe about the religion, right? When they get into their whole ass, well, I'm not a Christian, or I was born as a Christian and I was baptized when I was 2 and I believed in, I stop them. I don't care about what you believe. Like, I'm not asking you that. All of y'all have different beliefs. I don't care about your beliefs, but like to sit on social media and fucking whine as a grown ass person,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you feel that because you want to get up here and you want to like get all in my head. Don't you, Palin? You want to be all up in my head and you're pissed because I said no. And you sit over there and fucking whine.
You see, they want to own. You know how these maggots want to own the libs. These people want to own the non-believers, and they also want to convert you.
Yep. But also it's the one thing that gives them ammunition because they don't actually study their book. They don't actually understand what they're reading when they do read it, right? They've been taught not to go outside of the book, right? And so what they're reading, they can't actually, they think you have to have this supernatural power to understand it when all you really have to do is like understand the cultural context, like read history,
Yeah.
right? If they would allow themselves to do that, pull up a fucking lexicon or a concordance, you don't need a Holy Spirit, some ghost to come and tell you what these words say in a book that were written by fucking humans. But because they think that and they don't actually understand what they read, they need ammunition when they come on the stages, right? Like they need to know what else can I pick apart since I can't pick apart the fucking information. And their whole ass whining I can't get around her boundaries. She's such a bitch. It's unfair.
I think also it's one of those things that they are, their mind is full of logical fallacies, and it's easier to believe these things are easier to believe if you look at the world for what it is. A lot of intelligent people are depressed. A lot of people that know the world for what it is are depressed, but you see the happiest people are the brainwashed people. They are like head in the clouds, this and that. And when I was a Christian, oh, you couldn't tell me anything. You couldn't tell me. Like, I had a boldness that I even cringe retroactively now. I'm like, who did you think you were, ma'am? Like, what were you thinking? What were you? But these people are still acting in that. So when they come up on stage, it's one of those things of, okay, I have to stand up for my people. I have to put on for my city. Like, literally, I have and you are questioning and you are literally owning everything they stand on. That's their identity, you know. And for you, it's intellectual. It's not
Well,
emotional.
it really is emotional for me because it used to be my identity as well. But I also, like, because my family is very religious, right? I deal with Christianity on a daily basis. Like, I've had dreams about why me and my mother don't have a relationship, and like the board between us, like, and I'm trying to get to my mom and I can't, right? In the dream, what's the board between us? The board between us is this religion, right? So, like, I do think, like, for people who are indoctrinated into the religion, we have just as much of a right to study and discuss the impact that this religion has had on us, and to deconstruct ourselves from that and heal, from that. As much as a believer believes that they have the right to further indoctrinate themselves, and their selfishness doesn't allow them to see that, right? They can't see how we they don't see the reasoning behind why we would engage in conversations like this in order to help heal ourselves, right? Our past, our minds, so that we get better clarity. Like, it's almost like, have y'all seen the new little things that you put up your nose, and it gives you like mental clarity, but it kind of gets you high a little bit. They sell them on TikTok. The little things that, like, you sniff up your nose, and it's like it cleans your brain. Bash had told us about them before, but y'all said they sell them on TikTok now.
What
No.
is it called?
Yeah,
Huh?
I'll send y'all. I saved it, but I'll send y'all. I'll put it in the
Because
Discord.
I need one.
Yeah, it comes in different flavors, and it, like, gives you like a temporary high, and it
Mm.
cleans your brain. And but it's like for mental clarity, right? And to me, like, having the conversation, studying, right, and finding answers to questions that I've always had, to me, that's the mental clarity. It's like cleaning my brain out. What those things do, this is what knowledge does for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, it gives you, like, how Atiran gives people with ADHD, it allows them to
Mm,
focus.
I
This
do.
claims to do that same thing.
You saw it on TikTok?
Yeah, they sell them on TikTok.
Oh, really? Okay. I ain't seen it.
Hmm.
'Cause I
Yeah,
sure
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
did
have
and
was
to.
all they have is like the variety. They sell out fast. They only have the variety packs left, I saw. But they sell out fast.
mm,
I want to say
It's
boom
not
boom
smelling salt.
sticks.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's what they're called.
called what?
They look, they boom boom sticks. I think they look like
Oh.
little chapstick tubes, right?
Mm.
And you
Oh,
open
I
it.
know what you're
Badge
talking
said he
about.
did it once before. Badge said he did it once before, and it, like, he said that he said that he was, like, thinking straight for like 2 days straight, like straight mental focus for like 2 days straight.
Oh. I don't know if I
Yeah.
want that.
That
I
sounds
like to
good.
be I don't this is why I don't like taking medicine that takes my mind away. So like I can't do sets at all because it'll take it'll take my mind away, and I don't I like my mind. I need my mind. I can't smoke
Hmm.
ganja.
Yeah.
I've tried. And like I don't like my mind. I don't like to not be in control of my thoughts, if that makes sense. So any if I have to have like pain medicine or anything, they have to give me medicine that won't take my mind away. Or then I'll just have to like get as much relief as possible, and that's it. Unless I'm in the hospital. If I'm in the hospital and all I'm doing is like sleeping and I'm admitted, I'm cool. But if I gotta go home, I can't. I gotta have my mind. That's just how I am.
No, I'm scared of the smelling thing because it sounds like it's probably like a vasoconstrictor that will like decongest your nasal basically the vessels, blood vessels in your nose, and then allow more air and probably give you more air in your brain, like more oxygen in your brain, and it'll probably do something else. But you see, I didn't go to medical school, but having 11 chronic illnesses was my medical school because I just read up on everything. I just read it. I was like, oh, so that sounds appealing, but with my TMU body, we're not trying that. We're not
Yeah,
doing
like
it.
I don't mind trying it. I'll try it one time and see what it do. Like I'm not against the that like I told you I used to be on D drugs when I was younger, right? And it was the D drug of my choice was different, right? But I mean I'm not against people smoking weed or getting some stimulation. I just if for some reason, damn, did I just fucking say the word?
You
Did I
said
say the
getting
word?
some
You said
stim. You
D
said getting. You said D drug and getting some
D
stimulation.
rugs.
Okay. It just made me too high. I can't do it. And I think
Yeah.
I don't yeah, I just can't be too gone. I can't do that.
Yeah.
Well,
So you
You
know,
don't want
ain't
to
no
be
man that
like me
as
and
long
think
as I'm
that
at
you're
home,
drowning inside your bed.
or like me and fall slap out the chairs at your friend's house, just tip over.
like me.
See,
I
I knew
fall.
I said it. Yeah, like the broccoli. Yeah, the one time when I did, let me not talk about it. Like, well, I'm just gonna say, like, literally laughing at a double cheese crystal for fucking what? You know what I'm saying? Like, no.
I
Every
don't know
bite I
why.
took, I'm
I
sitting there
like meat
cracking up
like
laughing
that.
at this double cheese crystal. I mean, the crystal, the
Look,
triple cheese crystal. Like, just every fucking bite, I'm like laughing at the crystal. Like,
I
for
was
fucking what?
laughing at the wall. Think I got you beat.
You was what?
Laughing at the wall. I was drowning, but I was laughing at the wall.
See, I
I
can't.
got. I call my kids and tell stupid jokes and get on their nerves.
I
And I
call my
think
best
I'd be so
friend.
funny. I think I'd be so funny.
My brother told me. My brother told me he told us one time that he said he was so gone that he was on his way home, and he said he was at a stop sign, and he said that uh he like kept looking like, man, I just passed that stop sign, and then he was like, I just like why I keep passing this stop sign. So he said he got cotton mouth. He said he thought he was dying because he wasn't going away. He just kept looping. So he thought he was dead because he kept looping the same stop sign. And he said he had cotton mouth, and he was like, I'm done. I'm done. He couldn't open his mouth. He was like, they sewing my mouth together. So he said he was like, Mama, like he thought he was dead, and realized that he wasn't even fucking driving. Like he was just
You just
parked at
sitting
the
there.
stop sign. Yes.
He was passing
I'm like,
Oh
I said I thought I
my
was dead. I'm like,
gosh. Yes. Yes. That's
the
worse than me making that TikTok where I thought I made a TikTok. I had took a gummy and then it didn't do anything. So an hour later I took another one. After that I took another one. So I got up to make a TikTok. And next thing you know, 3 hours later, I was still in the same position. They didn't
Oh
make
my
not
god.
one damn video.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's too gone for me. I can't do it. Uh-uh.
The first time I ever did it was with my husband. I was like grown because I had never done anything like that before, and I wanted to try because I want to see what all the hype was. So I did it, and I kept saying, "It ain't doing that. It ain't doing. I don't see what all the hype. I'm talking big shit. I don't see what all the hype is." He just kept looking at me. He said, "Just keep on." I said, "Oh, this ain't that. This ain't that." Then all of a sudden, I got hungry, right? And I didn't understand it. I went in the kitchen. I grabbed a bag of Oreos that we had, and I went in there and I was sitting on the bed and I was taking them Oreos and I was taking them, but I wasn't chewing them. I would just put them in my mouth and like kind of stuffing them down because I was hungry and I didn't understand that you get the munchies. I kept stuffing them thing down my throat, and then I started choking. And then I started praying because I was in church then. I thought God was punishing me because I was doing something I had no business. And I was saying, "Oh God, please don't take me, Lord. If you don't take me, I won't, oh Jesus, I won't do it no more. God, don't take me." My husband just laughed. He was laughing. I said, "God, don't take me. I ain't ready to go, God. I got children." I was going on, you know. My husband say, "Charlene, you're killing your food because you're stuffing the Oreos down your throat without without chewing." He said, "Chew the damn things and stop stuffing them down your throat."
Oh my
I thought
gosh.
I was being punished and I was
Oh
praying
my
like I never prayed
goodness.
before. I said, "Oh God, please don't take me. I won't do it no more. You ain't got to worry about me, God." I
Mm,
said, "That stuffing the Oreo
mm.
cookie down my throat without chewing."
Oh my
We
God.
accidentally drugged my mom when I first became like chronically ill. I was like under medicated. So my brother, 420 to the bone, he started making me cookies and brownies. So that's what I started eating. I started sleeping because I'd been in the hospital for a while and I was having like long procedures and stuff. So then my mom was like, "Oh, she's getting better. Wow, what's happening?" And we're like, "Well, the prayers are working." And so my mom had just been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. So my brother wanted to hide the brownies that he was making for me. So he said, "We're going to make her one without the 420, in it. And we're going to make ours very decadent. We're going to put everything that's sweet on it. Nutella, all the chocolate shavings, everything. We're going to put so much stuff on it." And then she'll be like, "No, that's too much sugar." So, because that's the only way I was sleeping. So then she was like, "Oh, mine looks boring. I just want a little bit of yours." We, we knew it was at least 200 milligrams. And we were like, oh no, this is bad. This is really bad. So we couldn't not, we were like, "No, it's bad for your diabetes. You can't have this." She was like, "It's just one little bit. It's just one little." She ate it. This woman was laying on the ground saying, "I'm just stretching out my back." Um, she didn't know that she'd had this. To this day, she doesn't know. She goes, "I just need to adjust my back, align my back. I've got, I just feel like my back will stretch out like a chiropractor without a chiropractor if I lay on the flat, hard ground." And I was like, "What?" And this woman was splayed out on the ground, snow angel style. And we were like, "Oh, we've drugged our mother. We have drugged our mother." To this day, she doesn't know she was drugged and why she was snow angeled on the ground, self-adjusting her
Oh
back
my
without a
gosh.
chiropractor.
Oh my god. A little old lady gave me a
Not the little old lady.
yeah, on the plane. She asked me if I wanted a gummy, and I didn't think anything of it. She asked me if I wanted some candy. I took one, and then I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is happening to me? And then I asked her, I was like, what was that? And she told me that it was THC, and I was like, the fuck? And she was like, well, you were nervous because the plane had dipped, like we were on a jet. The plane had dipped, and I was scared. And so she told me that she gave it to me because I was nervous. But the whole damn time, like there was a little girl. Well, she wasn't little. She was like she was in her 20s, sitting next to her. I thought they were getting ready to try to traffic me. So the whole time I'm like sitting on the plane, I'm watching their every move. Then when I get off, when
Yep, you
we
get paranoid.
yes, I was paranoid as hell because I'm like, that don't make no sense. I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I wasn't that nervous, like for her to give me that. And when I get off the plane, I'm thinking they following me. I'm walking in the airport, like looking, over my shoulder. I get outside and I'm waiting for my daughters to pick me up, from the airport. I look around, I see all adults with backpacks on and cell phones, but they look like kids to me waiting outside at the like after school for their parents to pick
School
them
bus.
up. Yes, and I'm like, like why do? But they all look like kids, like
Oh
with
my gosh.
backpacks on, like yeah, it was crazy.
Oh my
Mm,
gosh. Yeah.
But I
Never
just
ever again.
I love the freedom of us black women being able see what happens when women get together. Like we're able to laugh at our high our high experiences and in reality and not make up history. I love this for us.
For us too. As a matter of fact, I got something
Oh
by
my
my
God.
dresser on my dresser right here. I might look at.
Oh Lord.
Miss Charlene. The little lady that's selling the boom boom sticks on here, she's an older lady. She said,
Mhm.
"Why did I wait until my 60s to get high for the first time?" And like she's saying, like the boom boom sticks is what get her high. But you can tell, like I don't think they get you high like that. But you can tell,
Yeah.
like in the video, she's like her eyes get big and she's like, "Oh," like, and then she goes, "I'm high." Like, and I'm like, "No, sis, you're not." I'm like, "No, you're not." Like, you think you are. Like, that's not. But it's a older lady selling them.
I
I
bought
wanna
some of them
I
Cheech
wanna see
and
it.
Chong ones that they were advertising, Cheech and Chong. And I said, oh, this right here gonna be the good stuff because you know about them. I got that crap, man. I done chewed a whole mouthful of that stuff. They did not one thing.
Cheech and Chong betrayed your trust.
But man, did they, but I was pissed the fuck off. You hear me? As a matter of fact, I
Mm-mm.
still got it sitting by on my, still got that too. I kept popping in my mouth. I had a mouth full of them damn things. Didn't do nothing.
I think Cheech and Chong need to advocate for just going straight to the source, straight to the plant.
Well,
Because
I thought, but see, what you, I don't know how old you are, but do you know who Cheech
32.
and Chong are,
Oh yeah,
right?
I'm 32. I know Cheech and Chong. I know
So
about
I'm
Chief
thinking, oh
Marine
yeah,
and yeah,
they know what they talking about. Oh yeah,
yeah.
that's good stuff. Him. I paid $50 for that shit too.
Yeah, celebrity endorsement. That's how they get you.
I was not a happy camper.
No, well, but Auntie, I thank you so much for coming up. I do have people in the guest box waiting to come up as well. I enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, me
It was
too.
refreshing. Oh my
It
gosh.
was.
Thank you for
Yeah.
having me and sending all you sisters love.
You're
Same
so welcome. I
here.
think the chat is in love with you too. It's like
Yeah.
she is so
Yeah.
fire. So
Love, love, love to you all. I'll join again another Friday. But yeah, sending you love from England and I don't know how I see myself out. Please throw me off.
I'll
we'll
do
take you
it.
down.
All right. Have a good
Have a
one.
good one.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one who don't know how to take the
I
second
think
one.
we needed that laugh because,
Man,
child,
yeah.
these past couple of days.
Ooh,
Yeah, I told y'all like once we opened up to YouTube that like it was just gonna be different.
Mhm.
The YouTube land is very different, very different. So, but all right, let's see who's in the guest request box now.
You need me to bring him up?
Yeah, I keep opening the box and it keep shutting down.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the
All
bathroom
right.
while you do that. I'll be right back.
I know one thing. I am laying on the edge of my bed because the dog got me on the edge of my own damn bed.
Menta Kareem? Um, oh, he's asleep.
I finna say he's snoring. Is that what picture was that? Did that look like to you, la la? Did you see his picture?
It looked like what?
I said, did you see his picture?
No, I wasn't really paying
Oh,
attention.
okay. I'm seeing things.
Chai. Oh no, they sleep too. Hummingbird?
That's my
Oh no. Hummingbird? Are you sleep? Um,
that's my animal. What you call them? Your what you call them thing? You say they're your oh shit, I can't even think of it. Never.
Parrot?
Yeah,
No,
my
not
spirit animal. Thank you, Lala.
mm.
Hummingbirds are my
Uh,
spirit animals.
that person
Dolce?
is not. They're not there.
Mm.
While we find somebody that is actually in the box on purpose, I did see some people ask about Freeform Friday. This is the last Freeform Friday. Just to let y'all know, we're not doing it anymore. On Thursdays, it's just going to be the regular one-on-ones, or like I don't necessarily want to do the deconstruction studying on live, because that, like, they'll still like want to come up and like engage in that. So this is gonna be the last one, y'all. It just doesn't do us any good. It's too frustrating. Uh,
Unruly work. Unruly work, are you there? Oh gosh, I just went through the whole list. I don't think I have anybody else. Nope.
Hmm.
there's a crazy cat 101. Jada is Monet, Tina, and Sean the goat. Crazy cat. Okay, they're not there. Sean the goat. Well, Jada is Monet.
Where you see Shonda go?
It's
Uh,
Jada Simone.
oh. Oh my god.
Jada is my name.
No, I said Jada is Monet. Like, it
Oh,
look.
Oh,
Shonda go.
Yeah. Oh my god.
it's Jada Simone. They're not there
They're
anyway.
not there. No. Oh my god.
None of us can see.
I
You.
can't. I cannot. I
They said Shonda
swear.
dog. I said, where you see Shonda dog at?
No, Sean the goat. Like, she's here in the box. Like, I haven't added her. I'm saying the names of the people that's in the box. That, I mean, in the request. In the request.
Yeah, but one person had came up and I thought you were saying that was them. And I'm looking at the name like, what the hell she see that?
No, there she go. There's Sean the goat right there.
What?
Oh,
Oh,
Uh,
Sean the goat.
oh, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Are you? Did you come up on purpose?
No, yes.
Okay. Did you want to discuss one of the topics? Did you have an off topic
Yeah, I did
thing that you
wanted to
want?
ask us discuss one of the topics.
Okay. Are you Christian? Deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Well, I classify myself as spiritual. You know,
Okay.
hmm
Which topic did you want to discuss?
God violates free will.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that God doesn't violate free will. I think that, as we grow, it's our choice. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a room for responsibility. You know what I'm saying? To consciously and graft ourselves into His Word. You know what I'm saying? To become more like Him and to emulate His ways. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like if He didn't do that, where's the growth of the growth of knowing and not knowing? What's the growth of responsibility? What's the growth of love? You know what I'm saying? Because if you have an inner desire for something, you will incline yourself into it. You know what I'm saying? And when we have a desire for something, we take that vibration and we go after it. So I feel like that He doesn't violate that. He give us that free will to know Him and to cultivate ourselves in His ways. You know what I'm saying? Not by what I'm saying, not by will and saying that if we don't do this was going to happen, but by putting His word in our heart. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on that right there.
So, do you have to have this thing called free will in order to experience growth?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Why?
So
Why?
because
Hold on just for a second.
it,
So,
it
I hold on for a
if
second. Let me explain my. So, I don't. I know that I don't have free will, right?
why?
Hold on.
Mhm.
Sean, have you watched this show before?
Yes.
Okay. Because I think I've seen you in the guest request box before, but you've
Mm-hmm.
never really joined the stage.
Right.
Um, so then the so that we can have a good conversation, the
Mm-hmm.
best thing to do is for you and I not to talk at the same time and like give each other a chance to answer. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
Okay, thank you. And then, like, I'm not going to interrupt you unless I need to. Like, if you're not answering the question that I asked, then I will reiterate and get you back on topic. Okay. But other than that,
Gotcha.
I tend to allow you to finish your sentences.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I don't, like, I know that I don't have free will. And the reason is because I know what the definition of free will is, and I go by that definition. Um, and so I know that when believers, um, say free will, they actually just mean they have the freedom to make a choice, right? To make
Mm-hmm.
choices in life and to take accountability for those choices, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that that's what you mean when you say free will.
Mm-hmm.
When I think about free will, I think about it in the grammatical sense of that I don't have the ability to do things according to my own will without it being influenced by things that I need or me having to take into consideration some fate or consequence attached to the decision that I make. So I know
Mm-hmm.
that I don't move about on this earth in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so with me knowing that I don't move about on the earth in that way, I am still able to learn and grow from experiences that I have in life. I'm able to
Mm-hmm.
learn and grow from experiences that other people have in life and share with me voluntarily or involuntarily. And I
Mm-hmm.
can learn and grow from the things that I learn, that I read and study. Right. So that
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily need free will in order to learn and grow. Not
Mm-hmm.
me. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to you. I definitely hear what you're saying, because everybody have different perspectives of, how we use terms and words and whatnot. And, what you're saying make logical sense. You know what I'm saying? And, me personally, I feel as though if we can have an effective argumentation and integrate those two and coexist, we could both put those thoughts together and come to agreement. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. And I agree, I get your viewpoint, your perspective, but my question is like, I don't know what your background is. Are you like Christian atheist or a non-believer, or do you deconstruct?
Well, that's why I asked if you watched the show before. I think I've
Yeah.
seen you here several times before. I said, multiple times during the live that I don't believe in this God. I
Oh,
am
okay.
not a Christian. Like, I mean, there is nothing that comes out of my mouth that would even make a person think that I'm Christian,
Uh-huh.
or that I believe in this God.
Okay. Uh, and your my question is, you don't believe in God because of the over the years of the many Bibles that has been created, because there has been, and
No, that
also
I never said that.
no, I'm not asking. I'm asking. I'm not telling. I'm
No,
asking.
I just don't like. I don't believe in the God because one, it's illogical, and then I study and I research, right? So that's the conclusion that I've come to for myself,
Okay.
right? And
Got it.
and again, I talk about that a lot as well on live.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Cool. But I believe that me personally, like I said before, that my perspective of free will is the growth and the ethnicity of knowing right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? And the people that revolve around me. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe that if we didn't have it, there'll be control, despotism. You know what I'm saying? And if you have despotism of someone, you're like taking away their responsibility from growth, their responsibility to know from right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's like you instilled in them then the way you want them to go. You understand what I'm saying? So that takes away that free will from my perspective.
So as a believer, like I mean,
Hmm.
you're spiritual,
Yeah.
but do you necessarily believe in the God of the Bible that we are discussing in here?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And
Okay,
I
and
think that
so do you believe that this God does things to people in the book to get them to learn a specific lesson in life?
I believe that discipline. I believe that that's discipline. You know what I'm saying?
But do you believe that he does things to the people in this book to get them to learn specific lessons in life, regardless if you call it discipline or not. Does he
Yeah.
do things? So then he would be violating that free will.
How is that violating, if you will? You know what I'm saying? I
Like
mean,
if
go
you're
ahead.
saying that they have the freedom to
Mm-hmm.
learn right from wrong on their own,
Mm-hmm.
but if he's manipulating that lesson, he's violating that freedom for them to learn on their own what right and wrong is, based off of your explanation of what you think free will is.
Well, I kind of disagree because it's kind of like having a household. If you got a child in your household, right, and you give them ordinance and decrees to follow by, but yet they don't do it, then what's the disciplinary action that you're gonna tell
I
them?
didn't say I didn't say he couldn't do disciplinary action. I said that he would be violating that free will. You said that the free will is
Mm-hmm.
the ability for you to learn right and wrong on your
Exactly.
own.
Mm-hmm.
But if there is a higher power manipulating that lesson, right,
Mm-hmm.
and manipulating which lesson you learn, then
Yeah.
that is a violation. You're not the one deciding that something is right or wrong. That higher power is deciding that for you. So
Well,
that would be a violation of your free will.
I wouldn't necessarily see it as a violation. You know what I'm saying? Because if we have that free will to do, okay, we have that free will to do it, but that we're following his ordinance, right? And that's what I'm talking about, responsibility and and knowing. So I don't consider this a violation, because if we're following on his ordinance, I don't think that he's violent. I think he's just teaching us a lesson. Okay, you can still go this route, but yet there's this is my way, and if you don't decide to follow this way, then that's disciplinary action. So you can get it, because sometimes we're not perfect, first of all. So you know what I mean. Life consequences
Like
come.
what do you think that I'm saying though? Like I'm not saying that you don't have consequences, right?
Yeah.
I never said that. I never said that you're not being disciplined, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's still a violation based off of your definition. And I think the thing that you don't like is the word violation, because you feel like he has every right to do it because he is your God. Just
Mm-hmm.
like you would feel like you have every right to do it because you are the parent of your child, right? And you give your child rules
Yeah.
and they break those rules. You feel like you have every right to discipline them, right? But so what I'm saying is your child, you didn't influence your child towards a specific outcome or a specific choice. For example, let's say
Mm-hmm.
you give your child a rule not
Yeah.
to smoke ganja,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then your child goes and smokes ganja,
Yeah.
right? And they love it on their own, they love it, but you don't want them to like it,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you go and do something to influence a bad take when they smoke again, to
Mm-hmm.
make them change their mind about how they feel about smoking ganja, then you violated that child's free will. Does that make
Well,
sense? So if you're
it makes
saying
sense. It,
if
it,
you're
it
saying that that's what God is doing, if God is influencing a specific suffering to make a person see something as good or bad, then the God is similar to the parent that's influencing a bad trip because they
Mhm.
want the child to think that smoking ganja is bad, although when the child smoked the ganja on their own, they saw it as good.
Well, see, so okay, so this is where the guidance come in at. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I kind of I agree with that perspective. Well, I don't agree with that perspective because number one, if the child smoking ganja, but yet from your understanding that it's bad and how it's going to influence them down the line, then that's why I come in as disciplinary, not
I'm
making them
not.
suffer.
We're not discussing discipline, and we're not discussing right to discipline. We're discussing violation of free
Yeah, well, okay,
will.
violate. Oh, you want to use the word violation? Okay, I would say that I won't violate them. I will show them. I won't violate them as far as making them suffer, but show them that look, this is not the way that you should be going. You know what I'm saying?
That's
You know,
guidance. That's not the same
yeah, that
thing.
is guided. So I don't believe that God violates. I believe that He guides. You know.
Not if he's influencing. Like if he sends sufferings, right,
Uh
to
huh.
make a person see or think a specific thing a specific way that matches his will, that is a violation of that person's free will. You are saying that what you would do is guide your child and try to convince them that way to make a decision that matches your will, right? But
Yeah.
ultimately, it would be the child's will to take your advice,
Yeah.
right? That's not the same thing as the God sending a storm, right, to
Yeah.
cause the Israelites to suffer so that they can then see that an action that they performed was bad because the
Yeah.
God thought it was bad. Those are not the same thing.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but okay. So based off what your perspective, what you saying God violate, then how do we know that we're going down the right path? Then
Again, it would be like you said, if you truly had free will,
hmm
and based off of your definition, right,
yeah,
of free will being that you have the ability to learn on your own what is
hmm
right and what is
yeah.
bad, then you would just have to uh, learn on your own what's right or bad, right? Like bumping your head, taking advice, researching,
Okay,
like,
what you just said,
right?
taking advice, but who we're taking advice from, though? You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter who you're taking it from because then it would be your choice to say, yep, I'm going to take that advice.
Because if that's the case, I
It's
should
not,
I
the
mean,
advice isn't being forced on you.
okay. So if that's the
well, I
case,
mean, I kind of disagree because it is. I think it does matter what advice, because if we were following this
No.
Bible,
I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that's not important to this conversation, right?
yeah, I hear
Like
you. Yeah.
defining who the person is that you're taking advice from, that's not important to this conversation.
hmm
What's important is when advice comes to you, right?
Yeah. hmm
You're the one who gets to say, I'm going to take that advice or not.
Exactly. That goes
Right?
back.
You're not being forced. You're not being forced to take the advice. Just like right now,
hmm
I'm not forcing you to accept my perspective of this God violating free will,
Exactly.
right?
hmm
Right. So I'm if you, by your definition of what free will is to you, I'm respecting your free will. I'm
Of
offering
course.
information right? I'm offering
Yeah.
information to you, and you get to choose whether or not you accept it or you throw it out. But
Exactly. And
let's say if I was God, let's say
hmm
if I was God, right? And I wanted you to see that I do not violate free will.
yeah.
And if I sent to you an angel that tells you in your dream or in your ear, like you believe you can talk to God, I don't know. But let's say I sent an angel to you,
hmm
and I have the angel tell you that if you get on TikTok and if you don't defend my name and convince people that I do not violate free will, then I'm going to uh, take the life of somebody that you love, right?
Uh-huh.
And you have that dream and you're like, oh God, talk to me. I have to believe that God doesn't violate free will. I have to defend that, right? And
hmm
so that would be God influencing your perspective or your choice to accept or reject any other information that comes to you about that free will.
hmm
That God has influenced your choice, right? And
Yeah.
violated your ability to make that choice on your own.
Nah, I kind of disagree with that, because if he coming in my dream, then it's up to me to really accept it, because he
I just
can,
said that. I
yeah,
said that.
and also
You're
he gave me,
repeating what I said.
okay, but he giving us if it was for a good cause, then yeah, he gave me a premonition to make civilization better, not to worsen or whatnot.
I
Just
never
like he
said
used,
anything about whether it makes civilization better or worse.
well, I'm saying that for myself.
Like right now, I would say that because of your loyalty to the God, right?
hmm
Your free will has already been violated, right? For whatever reason, you're loyal to this God. So you're disagreeing just for the purposes of disagreeing, even though you're disagreeing about things that I never said, because you need to say that this God doesn't violate free will. For some reason, you need this free will thing to be completely free. I'm actually like agreeing with you, and you're choosing to find things to disagree about.
No, not necessarily. No, I'm not. No, I'm just
Okay,
trying to have
okay.
a. I'm trying to have an effective argumentation, because like you said, you got two different definitions of free will, and
I'm working off of your definition of free will, though, not mine.
okay. You
can
know,
reference.
Can I try it?
go ahead. You could, yeah.
Okay. To me, free will would be that I'm going to do this and I know I'm going to regret this. Lord have mercy. I knows I am. If I was Eve in the garden
Uh huh.
and you were Adam,
Mm-hmm.
And God told us we could do what we need to do whatever we want to do in this garden. But then he pointed out this tree and said, but this tree, I don't want you to eat from it. Right?
Yeah.
Now, he said, because in the day that I eat, that we eat, we're gonna surely die. That's that. So he's telling us if we do this, there's going to be a consequence to it, right? We're gonna die,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But now if I truly had free will
Yeah.
and I looked at that tree and I thought the tree looked good and I ate it,
Yeah.
free will allow me to eat from that tree with no consequence. But if there's a consequence attached to me eating to that tree, then it's not free.
Well, I mean,
It's not free if I can't go to that tree.
Regardless if you follow regardless
Hold
if you
on, hold
follow
on.
the
Who's
definition.
talking right now? Wait, who's talking right now? Who's talking?
My name's Lala.
Where are you talking from? Which
My
account?
cell phone.
I just added multiple accounts to the page. Where are you
The
talking from?
same Sean Nicole account.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you
Okay. All
okay.
right.
Oh,
Okay. Go
I
ahead.
got confused. Don't do that. I'm too old for that.
My-
Uh
But my thing is, if you don't follow the definition of biblical teaching of what free will is, and you go
What
off
is the
your own
biblical
yeah,
definition?
what is
of
that
free will
biblical?
of God, of you having the decision to choose what
Where
you
is it
want
in
to
the
do.
Bible? Where is that in the Bible?
You asked me what I thought what I think the definition
No, no, no.
is.
Where well, you said biblical definition, where is it in the Bible? Because if you say biblical definition,
I
that
mean,
means that there is a definition in the Bible of
I
free
mean, if
will.
whatever definition you feel that
That's not
Christian
how it works.
people
If you're
have
gonna
for free
say
will.
that, you need to
Okay, then
give the verse.
let me rephrase that. Scratch biblical teaching. What I'm saying in general, the point I'm trying to prove overall is that you reference Adam and Eve not eating from the tree because they'll surely die. But if you think about today, if you commit a crime today, you don't want to commit a crime. We're all making decisions on our own, and in whatever decision we make, we take the responsibility for it, and we're forced to
But
do
I
certain
think I
things because
agreed with him on that, right? I agreed
because
with your husband on that. But the
that's my
thing
brother.
is, oh, your
That's my
brother.
brother.
I agree with your brother on that, right? Like taking his definition of what free will
Mhm.
is, right? But
Mhm.
even with that being said, if there is an outside influence, right, that influences your choice, right, on whether you see something as being good or bad, then
Mhm.
that outside influence has violated your ability to make that choice by yourself. Like
Is
if I let's take me for example, right? I'm the outside influence. Okay. If your parents told you not to leave the house after midnight and go to the club, right? Now, your parents has given you a directive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you yourself can make a choice on your own whether it would be good or bad to disobey your parents and go to the club anyway, right?
Mhm.
Now, if you made that choice on your own, then you made that choice on your own. If you decide on your own to disobey your parents and go to the club and you suffer the consequences, right?
Right.
Now, based off of your brother's definition, if I as your friend, right, came to you and said, "Girl, don't worry about your mama. What's the worst she gonna do? Whoop you? Like she gonna whoop you, and then the whooping to be over, and like the a few minutes, we gonna go to the club. We gonna have fun. We gonna meet some dudes. We gonna drink for the first time. Like I'd rather get a whooping, right? Have fun. Like ask for forgiveness later. Like what is it? Ask for don't seek permission. Ask for forgiveness. Something like that. Whatever it is. Like, and I'm like influencing you, right? And I tell you that the guy that you really like gonna be there. He asked me if you was gonna be there, and he said that he got something for you, girl. Right? I'm influencing you. I'm this outside influence, right? That's influencing your decision. And then as you're making that decision, I guilt trip you and I say, you remember that time when we were on the playground when we were in second grade and I took up for you? Like, how you gonna let me go to the club by myself for the first time, right? Like, if you don't go with me, then I'm not gonna be your friend no more. Like, I gotta find me some friends that can kick it. Like, I can't fuck with you no more if you gonna be like this goody two shoes, right? And I give you this ultimatum, and that influences your decision, and you say, well, you know what, it's okay, it's gonna be all right for me to just go. I deserve to have fun. You know, I'm a teenager. It's about time that I go out and have fun. Plus, the guy that I like gonna be there. Like, I've influenced it, right? And then you go, and you didn't make that decision on your own, right? The outside influence, which is me, helped you make that decision. So that would be me violating your free will to decide whether or not to obey your parents on your own.
Okay,
I
but
could.
I feel like if you're gonna, you still have to take responsibility on your own. I would have to make that
Yeah, I
decision
never said you didn't.
regardless of.
We're not talking about consequences or taking responsibilities. We're talking about the decision making process to
Yeah,
the
I know,
choice. Like,
and
who's influencing the decision making,
you can
not
only
the consequences,
influence me if I allow you to, and that's based off of what I know and how much wisdom I have. I can
right?
only be influenced
Mm-hmm.
by what. How could I put this? I can only be influenced unless I allow you to influence me.
Right,
If I
right.
don't
So
want to do that, I ain't
if
got.
you didn't influence me, then you didn't let me violate your free will, right? But if I influence you, right? If then I violated your free will and I influenced that decision.
But still, even if I did violate, like let's just say, even if I did violate something God told me not to do, and I go against what He say, I still have room to be forgiven for my sins
Yeah, but nobody's
by grant.
arguing that. That's not. We're
No,
not saying
I'm just
you
speaking in
don't.
general. We're not arguing at all. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying I
No,
still have the
When I
right.
say argue, that does. When I
If
say
I
we're
was
not
Christian or
arguing that, hold on for a second. When I say we're not arguing that, that doesn't mean we're arguing. That means that's not the discussion, right? That's not the point of contention in the discussion. That's what I mean when I say that. Like, that's not that's not the point of the discussion. Like, we're not arguing whether you are forgiven, right? We're not arguing whether you have consequences, right?
yeah, but I know what we're having a discussion about. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that God does give you free will, and He doesn't necessarily violate it. If
he
He
does not.
if
He
He
does
gives you
not.
the
Okay.
opportunity to make your decision, still, even if you do screw up, He give you that opportunity to come back and ask for forgiveness. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but the fact that
Hey,
okay, listen, okay,
I was gonna say something. What's your name again?
Her name is Thinker.
Thinker.
Let's speak.
Yeah, Thinker. You there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I like the illustrations that you use, and I kind of agree with you what you were saying by God being influenced. But here's where the part come in at. I do think that He does influence us to, to make us go in the direction, not as far as control, but to give us that decisions to make that choice of being between right or wrong. Like the illustration that you use between like the parents saying that you can't go out. I think it's an influence of putting us in the right direction so we don't have to suffer the consequences. That's my perspective on that right there.
And that's okay if you see it that
Yeah.
way. It's
Yeah,
still a
yeah, I do.
violation of
Yeah,
your free
because if
will.
I believe that God is a good God, and I think that He does play a part in being an influence, but for the better of our situation in humanity, not in the sense of being controlled. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's not the point of argument either. And that would be your perception, right? Like, and that's
Yeah.
an opinion based, right? Uh, view that you have, perspective, right? But that isn't the topic of conversation. The topic is whether he does it or not. And I think, like
He
you and
don't.
I
I don't think he
now,
don't.
you just said you agree with me that he
But
does, but he
the
does it for
influence
a
part,
reason.
the influence part. But I don't.
That's a violation. It whether regard I know you don't like the word violate because you
Yeah.
see him as your God and you belong to your God. So you don't see it as a violation, which again to me doesn't make sense why you're calling it free will if you are property of a God. But again, I what I'm doing is working within your definition of
Yeah.
what free will is. And based off of your definition of what free will is, if this outside influence, which would be the God, right?
Mhm.
He is violating it. If the outside influence is Satan. right? Let's say Satan is the outside influence, and
Yeah.
Satan does something to influence your decision to a bad thing. Did he violate your free will?
Nah.
How not? How not so?
Wait. Repeat what you said. If you said something about Satan, whatever.
If
Like,
Satan influences you to make a bad decision,
yeah.
right? Did Satan violate your free will?
Yeah, he'll violate my free will, but it's my choice to rather
But
to
hold
choose.
on, Smooth. I mean, Sean. Um,
But I'm
you can't,
Frederick, by the way.
Frederick. Okay, you can't say in the same exact situation that Satan violates your free will, but the God doesn't. It's the same situation, and again, this loyalty that you have to this God is already a violation, because you're incapable of saying that this God can violate free will, because the loyalty already that you've been indoctrinated to is a violation for you to make a choice on your own.
But I do make my own
Because you
choices.
just, and the same, you literally don't, in the
How?
same situation, right? Because we
Yeah.
just put God and Satan in the same situation. We
Yeah.
just put
Okay.
them in
Yeah.
the
All right. All
same,
right. Well,
in the same,
let's. Okay.
right?
We'll take that. I'll take that back. He can influence me, Satan, but it's up to me to make that decision. To the extent I allow him to influence me. You know what I'm saying? That's where
Hmm.
my free will comes. Is
Same
I can.
thing
I
with
can.
God.
Yeah.
It's the
You're right.
same
Same
thing with
thing.
God.
It's just what I just said.
but
Yeah.
but
God can
but the,
influence us.
but what we're discussing now is that you are able to say Satan violates your free will in that same situation, but you're incapable of saying that the God did
I know. Hold on, wait. Like I
in
said,
that
I
same
took that back.
situation.
He can. But it's up to us whether or not which path that we choose. You know what I'm saying? It's just go back to what you just said with the little story. You know, if I'm not allowed to go out, it's up to me. At the end of the day,
Not if
it's on.
not if the outside influence, not if the outside influence is influencing that decision, especially if that outside influence has more power. Like if you take a powerful CEO,
Hmm.
right,
Yeah.
who, let's say your sister Sean, right,
Hmm.
your sister works for this powerful CEO,
Yeah.
and there's something that he wants her to do, right,
Hmm.
and he uses his power over her as her boss,
Hmm.
right? The power over her as the person who pays her health insurance, the person who pays her. Let's say, for example, if you had a sick relative,
Yeah.
right, and that this boss is responsible for the health care that your sick relative is getting taken care of, and he uses that power over her to influence a decision. Let's say he wants her to embezzle some money. He uses the power that he has over her, right, to influence her decision to embezzle the money for her,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
If a higher deity has more power over you, in this case your God, right, if he sends some type of suffering to you to get you to learn some type of lesson the way that he wants you to learn a lesson, or to see something in your life the way he wants you to see it, then he's not letting you learn on your own. He's influencing the lesson that you learn.
Yeah. But I don't think he would use. I don't think he would cause suffering to allow me to learn that lesson, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, earlier in the conversation you said he would.
No, I said discipline.
No, when I asked the question,
Yeah.
well, I'm sorry, and I asked if in this book do you see him doing that? Right, he sends certain things, he allows certain things, or commands certain things to happen to the Israelites, right, so that they learn a specific lesson,
Yeah.
right? And you
Hmm.
said yes, you agree with that, right? Exactly. He did it to Job. He allowed Satan to do certain things to Job, right?
Yeah, because he was
He,
testing Job's faith. That's why. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying?
right.
Yeah, but he
So
knew Job. But he,
your belief is that the tree in the garden,
uh-huh.
right? The typical Christian belief is that the tree in the garden was there because the God wanted to test the humans. Is that right?
But test Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Why was the tree in the garden?
Yeah, because he told them, if you eat of the tree, you shall truly die. But that's referring to a
No.
spiritual
Why?
death.
Why was the tree there? Why did he put it there?
He
Something that
put
he
it
didn't
there
want them to have anyway.
exactly because he knew that they would eat, they would die. You know what I'm saying?
What was it, a test? Like, what was the point of putting a deadly tree in the garden?
Well, the tree wasn't deadly. You know what I'm saying? It was a
Yeah, well,
test.
if it was going to kill them, what was the point to put that tree there? He did not want them to eat from it. Why was it there?
Why was it there? It was there to be
Hmm.
guarded. That's why. Mhm.
It was there to what?
It was there to be guided. That's why he told
The
them.
tree was to be guided. Who was
No,
supposed to guide the tree?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the tree was there for them. He just had it there. I don't know the purpose why he had it there, but it was just there. But it was not. It was forbidden to eat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, why was the serpent in the garden? Why was Satan in the garden?
The Satan was in the garden to test him. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
just go there. So
Yeah.
your God sent Satan or put Satan in this closed in garden, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Eden
Yeah.
with two brand new humans, right? Who didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. And
Yeah.
that serpent was there. So it was there to test them. So he sent the suffering there, right? This test there, right?
Yeah.
To test them. So for you to say that you don't believe that he would do it to you, but he did it to Adam and Eve, that goes against the nature of this God. And then he does it throughout the whole Bible. So like you would have to explain to me why he wouldn't do it to you today. And then you would have to also follow up and explain why do those of you that believe in this God suffer today?
We suffer because we don't fall in the ordinance of God. We don't fall in that path. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it goes back to
But
that.
why? Like
Huh?
what does that do for you? Like by not following his ordinances, he allows you to suffer.
Well, it's
What is
not.
his
It's
hope
not.
in
Hold on,
that?
wait. It's not God allowing us to suffer. We suffer
Then
our
why
own.
isn't he okay? So then why isn't he delivering you?
Oh, He is delivering me. You know what I'm saying? We're not perfect. We all gonna go through trials and tribulations through this life here, and it's up to
Why?
us, huh?
Why? So what's the point of him then?
What's the point of Him? If the point of Him is to guide us and to cultivate us in His ways. You know what I'm
But if
saying?
he's guiding you and cultivating you into his ways, how is he doing that?
By daily studying Scripture, meditating on His Word, revolving myself like-minded people. You know what I'm saying? And and just growing spiritually. You got to realize this is not the only life that we have. Yes, suffering is going to be here, but God didn't put suffering here. Man did. Not by. Hold on, wait. Not by.
So there's no physical contact, no physical manifestation of the God. So like everything that you're getting from the God is coming from you reading the book and talking to other humans.
Yeah, and
Am I
embodying Himself. That's how we show by reflection, body and body. Because God is a spirit. We are spirit. We just embody in this physical body from a third dimensional plane. You know what I'm saying? But
okay?
we do have
So
a
have you ever
consciousness.
prayed to the God and asked the God to get you out of a situation or to deliver you from a situation?
Oh, absolutely, and He did by my faith and
Every
understanding.
single time he's
Every
delivered you
single
from a
time,
situation.
without a doubt. Every single time. It may not be, the way I want it, but He has, because God work in
Why
mysterious
would it not
ways.
be the way you want it?
Huh?
Why
Because
would it
because
not have
you
been the way you wanted it?
because what it says in Job, my thoughts are hiding your thoughts. My ways
Okay,
are unknown.
so because he knew better than you, right?
Of course, absolutely.
So then your will wasn't done. It was his will that was done.
What happened?
It wasn't your will done. It was his will done.
Yeah. Thy will be
Okay, so
done in earth
there
as
we
it is in
go.
heaven.
There
That's it right there.
yeah, there we go. If his will is done
Hello?
and not yours, right? Then it's
Then you
a
don't have.
violation of your free will.
That's it.
Well, hold on. First of all, I mean, you just asked me, did He deliver me? Yeah, He's gonna deliver me by His will. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I took
I
your
pray
answer
because
there.
if I'm praying to someone, then I'm asking Him for guidance. So apparently it's going to be by His will, right?
Well, you said it wasn't done the way you wanted it. So it
Yeah,
wasn't
because
your
I'm
will, it was
saying, because
his.
if I'm asking for guidance from someone, if I'm not outlining the scriptures the way that I wanted it, you know what I'm saying? I'm only waiting by faith and understanding that God will find a way. It's not the sense of me
I mean, that's
scripting it out.
perfectly fine. It still wasn't your will that was done. It was his. Like, regardless of how you get there,
Uh huh.
right? It still
Exactly.
was not your will done, right?
Yeah,
It
of
still
course.
wasn't your will, right? It was still his. So, therefore, it was a violation of your will because your will was not done. You did that. He didn't do what you asked, and
Yes, He did
you
because I
just
prayed
said
for Him.
that. You
I
just
just
told us it wasn't. You just told us that it was
well, hold
not
on, wait,
what
wait.
you wanted.
You wait, hold on. Because if I prayed to Him, yeah, He doing my will to ask me to get me out of the situation. So obviously it is. You know what I'm saying? But it's
No,
by
I
His
mean how?
will.
No, and this
But
is why I said like this is why I could never be. This is why I say like you don't control yourself, right? Like your loyalty to this God controls you. Like the fact that you just sat here and said that
uh-huh.
the God did not do what you want. You said that. You said he did it
No,
his
no,
way,
let me
not your
rephrase
way.
that. What I'm saying is
But
He probably didn't do it the way that I outlined it. You know what I'm saying? But He did get me out that situation. because I prayed to him to get me out.
Even if you say he didn't do it the way you outlined it, that still wasn't what you wanted, no matter how you word it.
Okay,
But
so
again,
what
we're right
what
back. Hold on. We're right back to your inability, right, to be able to accept that this God violates your free will all the time because your loyalty to the God actually has already violated that. The God already owns you. God already controls you. You have no free will.
yes,
The
I
choices
do.
that you make, you're not making them on your own. You're making them because of your loyalty and your whatever guilt or belief you have in this God.
Can I
I
try
got
one more
well. Hold
again?
on.
Can I
Yeah, I
can I
mean,
can I can I,
I mean, you make sense to a, like a partial extent. Yeah, I gave my life to Christ, so therefore I'm under His influence, and I'm doing it because a better circumstance and a better lifestyle to live spiritually, because that's the way I was brought up and cultivated. You know what I'm saying? But it's still at the end of the day, because my love for this God and my desire for this God, I give my influence to Him. It's my choice. So
Yeah,
therefore,
I agree.
it is my free will to give my
No,
that.
you may have had, you may have, let's say, you may think that it was your free will to give your will to the God.
So
And I don't want to get, hold on, I don't want to get into that part, but let's
yeah,
just focus on the fact that you have given it away. Therefore, it is no longer free. It is no longer yours.
well, I mean, I
die?
can agree with that. I can agree with that because it's it. What other life? What other? What? Why would I? Oh, how can I put it? Who else would I give my will to? You know what I'm saying, for a better life?
That's
Because
not the conversation.
okay,
Your justification of it, that's completely on you. The topic was, does the God violate the free will?
but
And
I don't
that's
think.
it. Like, right? Like zeroing in on that specific topic, right?
But like I said, I don't think he.
We like, if you want to go backwards, right, to continue the
Yeah.
conversation, you can. But you've been doing this whole time like a tennis match. You'll agree and then disagree, agree and
Well,
disagree,
so
agree
certain
and
things
disagree.
like certain things you said I agree
It's
with,
your
and certain things that
loyalty.
I
Can I
disagree with. You know what
can
I'm
I
saying?
try
So
can I try it with you one more again?
what
Just one more
happened?
again. I said, can I try it with you one more again?
She said one more game.
One more again, one more again, just one more again for the good time. You
All
ready?
right, go ahead.
Okay. This is all about me, right?
Yeah,
Now, here I am living on this earth,
yeah,
doing my thing. I get introduced to God,
yeah,
and he said, "Oh yeah, I love you, and I want you to be mine, and you be mine, and you ain't got to worry about a thing. You got free will. You can do whatever you want to do. I'm not going to interfere with your life. I just want you to be mine. And if you be mine, then at the end of your life, you will receive a reward." I said, "Okay, God." So I'm going through life. God's sitting up there looking down at me. And at first I'm doing good. I'm in the church. I'm doing good, right?
yeah.
Then all of a sudden, I decide, well, you know what? I think I want to go to the party tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I said, well, he said, I got free will. I can do what I want to with no consequences. Because at the end of the day, I done gave myself to him. And at the end, I'm going to get to, have my reward. So I go out to the party and I have a good time and I'm drinking and I'm doing my thing.
Yeah,
Okay. Then I come back and everything's doing God good. God's still sitting up there looking at me, looking at her. Like, look at her, look at her, look at her.
yeah.
You know. But he ain't said nothing because I got free will. I'm doing what I want to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doing
Yeah,
my thing. I'm going through life. I done met me a man. And man, what you talking about? We having a good time. I mean, I am fucking out of both sides of my drawers. I'm just having a good time.
yeah,
You know, he's sitting up there. He looking at me. He said, now look at this bitch right here. But I
yeah,
couldn't say nothing. I gave her free will. I'm just living my life. I'm doing me because, I love the Lord.
yeah,
So at the end, I done laid down and I died. I walks up to the pearly gate. I rang the doorbell. Ding dong, Avon calling. He come to the door. He peek out. He said, yes. I say, what it is? I'm ready. I'm here. He said, oh, I'm sorry, baby. You can't come in. What you mean I can't come in? Well, because the things that you was doing while you was down there is contrary to,
yeah,
what I taught. Now, wait a minute, God, you said I had free will. Free will means I can do what I want to do without any consequences. Long as I said I loved you, which I did, but I was doing my thing. You can't punish me at the end of this thing because I got free will. So if you're going to turn around and punish me, then I didn't have free will all along. You were sitting up here looking high, looking low on me and judging me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I didn't have free will.
Well, I mean,
Free
well, okay.
will, free will would have let me in that door and
Mm-hmm.
dancing on them golden streets, habba baba, habba baba, habba baba,
Mm-hmm.
because I had free will to do what I wanted to do without any consequence or any outside, have to worry about anything
Mm-hmm.
other than myself. I made my decision. This is what I wanted to do. God said I had free will. I used my free will. You can't punish me at the end. You can't turn around and punish. Then you're gonna be an Indian giver.
Okay, but what was your commitment when you gave your life to God?
That wasn't the point. It
The,
wasn't the commitment didn't come in.
what was your,
No, 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 no. He didn't say nothing about commitment.
oh yes, it does.
And neither
It
does
does.
this question.
In the
Wait a minute.
Bible, in the Bible,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This question said, "Does what? Let me put my glasses right. Where it's at? It says, where is that? Believe what? I can't find it, y'all. Where is it? Oh, God. Does God violate free will? It didn't say nothing about, does God say nothing about commitment that went in the contract? Nothing. He said, does God violate free will? Free will comes with no condition, with none. If it came with a condition, it's not free. There's a consequence. Therefore, it cannot be free. And the thing says, does God violate free will? So if I get up there to the pearly gates and I done did what I wanted to do because that was my free will to do so, I don't expect, the only thing I expect him to do is let the gates swing open. Otherwise, he's a liar. Bottom line, I didn't have free will. Because if it's free, I don't have to pay nothing for it. That's what free means. See, that's when you go to the store and they say you buy one and you get one free. I expect to pay for one, but I expect to get one for no charge. So if I have free will, I don't expect there to be no gimmicks at the end of this thing. Because otherwise, I didn't have free will. And he done lied to me.
so who made the choice for you?
It ain't got
Same
nothing,
God.
it ain't got nothing to do with choices.
All
It
right.
said, does God allow me to have free will? I did with my will as I wanted to. I had that right because I have free will. If it's mine, I'm free to do with it what I want to without worrying about any consequence.
Why does everybody in the comments, every time Miss Charlene talk, they be like, man, the food in her house be off the chain. They just know Miss Charlene can cook.
Let me
think
And then
Fee
look,
wanted to go
in the
also.
YouTube in the YouTube comments, they think I'm the one who said I'm fucking out the both side of my drawers. That was Miss Charlene. That wasn't me.
That took me
I,
out, Miss Shirley.
I mean,
I
that
think
mean,
Fee wanted to go though next after Miss Shirley.
oh,
Miss Shirley, you are hilarious. The free with the free.
yeah, I'm
You
free,
ain't
baby.
got me on
And
that. I'm
did,
telling
did you hear
you,
me
got
speaking
me
in my
right
tongue?
there.
Did you get my tongue? Hubba bubba, hubba bubba,
A
hubba
hubba
bubba. Did you
bubba?
hear? Hubba
No, you
bubba,
did not. The hubba bubba.
hubba bubba, hubba bubba.
I like her. Keep her on the panel. She funny as hell. Jesus Christ, girl, hilarious. The potato salad probably good. You gotta give me some and give
That
me a
potato
little
salad be swinging, girl.
swing,
It be dancing
swing,
right beside me. Both of us. Hubba bubba, hubba
winning.
bubba, hubba bubba.
Let me get the message.
Hilarious, man.
Let me
Where
get
you
the
get her
message.
from? Why you find her, thinker?
She just dropped in our lap
Tell her
one
we're free
day,
in
and
Christ.
we wouldn't let her go.
Please
She became
don't.
our auntie.
For real, that's Auntie, your Auntie Shasha, Auntie Charlene. Keep her. I like her. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What you saying, Fred?
I was telling her that who made the choice, but we're free in Christ. So
He
therefore,
ain't listening. Tell him to go sit in the corner.
She said, she said
Sit in
exactly
the
what you said.
corner. Because he
hey,
not
hey,
listening. He
hey,
being
hey.
hard headed. He
Li-
not listening. He keep
I'm
trying to
listening to
throw
everything you
other
said, Miss
things in.
Charlene.
You keep trying to throw stuff in there that don't belong.
Okay, listen, I'm listening, but like I said, I agree with some of the stuff that you and Thinker was talking about, and also I disagree. You know what I'm saying?
You have
You know?
that right.
Yeah, exactly. You know what
There
I'm saying?
you go. And
I
I'm not gonna hold you for it. I ain't gonna penalize you for doing it. How
can,
about that?
are you able to hear me now?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying I'm not gonna penalize you for not agreeing with me because
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that
like,
was
have
that
hey,
was
to.
Hold
Nelly.
on, Nelly.
we
Oh,
can
that was
have
Nell. I'm sorry.
we can
Okay.
have an
Hold
effective
on, y'all.
communication. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, y'all. Hold on.
But
Fee was next.
I'm sorry. I'm gone. I'm gonna mute myself. Bye bye now.
Sean, we love Auntie Charlene around here. She is the best. I requested up when Thinker and I forget your brother's name. When they were talking about the analogy that Thinker used about ganja use, right? I thought that was such a great analogy. There was one piece that I think could have been or would have changed the understanding that your brother got. Because in Thinker's analogy, she said that you don't want your child to partake in the ganja use, right? I just want to make sure I'm not mixing it up. That was what you said, Thinker, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you know, for whatever reason, you don't want your child to do that. But in this scenario, the way that God, in this analogy, the way that the God would be violating the free will of the child is in that if you are the parent in this analogy, you know your child enjoys it, you really
see,
want them to.
see, real quick, they're saying you're too low. They can't really hear you.
Is this better? Is this a little bit better?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
better.
that's
Okay, sorry about that, y'all. In that regard, as a parent, if you knew that they enjoyed it, you don't want them to, and just say you sprinkled a little something else on top of it to make their experience worse.
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it because I
Yeah,
was like, okay, that's going to. Yeah, go ahead.
but it's exactly what the God does in that analogy that you were using about I think the Israelites. I forget which story it was where he sent a storm to make them scared so that they would turn to him. That is a violation of free will because it's interfering with what would naturally happen. Your child first consumed it. They enjoyed it. It wasn't a negative experience for them. But as a parent, you don't want them to enjoy it. So you influence, i.e., violate what happens when they do. That is a violation. It's not to say that you're taking their choice away. And I think we keep conflating choice with free will because the definition of free will means that you're able to do what you want to do without the necessity of fate or consequences. You're not talking about free will, and I can recognize that you're talking about a choice. No one's insinuating that your choice is taken away, but in this regard, the God does influence it so that you make the decision that it wants you to make. That's not your will. Your will in this scenario, your child's will, is to partake because they enjoy it. It relaxes them. But you, as the authority figure, you don't want them to do that. So you influence what they experience when they exercise their free will. That's a violation of it, or when they exercise their choice. Does that make sense? And if
Sean.
yeah, Sean, you guys are on mute.
Girl, I've been there, forgot about this conversation. I ain't even know. I didn't even know she was talking to us. I'm so sorry.
Well, that's all right.
I do
It's all
apologize.
good.
I am so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're
So,
fine. It was just a thought that came up when Thinker was when
would you
Thinker, your
mind
brother, were talking about
reiterating? I
that.
think it went kind of low. I don't know if it's on my end where my phone is acting a little wacky, but it goes in and out where I can hear you, but then I can't because it's super low. So if you can hear me, say something because
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
yeah. But yeah, if you
Okay.
don't mind reiterating what you were saying, I don't know if you want to
I will.
make it
I'll try
brief.
to. I'll try to make it brief as possible because it was a little bit long. But I'm just saying, in the analogy that they started with about the use of ganja, a parent not wanting their child to use ganja, and then finding out that they did. If the parent did something to the stash to make the next use unpleasant, that's a violation of free will because it's not the choice. The child still has the choice to do it, but the parent is violating their experience of it. And that was analogous to the God sending a storm to scare the Israelites to make them run back to him for protection. That is an example of a violation of free will in the way that you guys use the word free will.
Yeah, and I think that's what I was saying when I was saying that the parent influences the child to have a bad trip. And he was saying that that wasn't
Right.
a violation. Yeah, I don't think he didn't agree with that. Um, Sean, is your brother there? Sean.
They're teacupped from what I can see.
Yeah, they're teacups. Oh
Okay.
wow.
I don't know. I think they may have gotten a phone call. I don't
Well, damn.
know. Hold on. Let me see if they come back.
Hey y'all,
Who said hey?
Hey Vita. Hey
Vita.
Oh,
Melly
hey Vita.
Mel.
Hey,
I
Vita.
don't have nothing to add to the conversation. I just came up to ask, what should I put on Miss Charlene's emote that I'm about to make?
Hubba bubba.
Hubba bubba, hubba
Hubba
Bubba.
bubba.
Is Vita the one that made mine?
Uh huh. I made all of y'all's.
Oh, can you remake mine because it's cut off at the top?
Okay, I can.
All
Thank
right,
you
I'm
for the
doing
thank
that right
emote,
you.
now, as a
Vita.
matter of fact.
Thank you,
She
Miss
can't.
Vita.
She can't
You're
beat accent.
welcome.
I'm so sorry.
So, Hubba bubba. Okay.
Hubba bubba.
All right. Okay, y'all can let me down.
I'm trying to open the box up. Give me just a second.
Hey, Fee.
Hey, Auntie Charlene, how are you?
I'm doing good. It's always good to
I
hear
don't
your
see
voice.
them.
Did y'all have a good night last night? I crashed y'all. I was so
Mm-mm.
tired from staying up the night before.
You ain't missed nothing.
Yeah, no. This is the last Freeform Friday. I'm
It
not
was the
doing it
same thing.
anymore.
Can't keep
Yeah.
believing.
They like
It's
well they complain about not being able to have multiple of them on stage at once. They complain about not being able to go off topic, and then the night that we do it, they don't show up. But as soon as we started like researching, right?
mhm.
Um, we started reading from John the Baptizer, talking about the contradictions in Paul. They want to hop in the box, and then they want to come up here and debate. Then they started complaining. They came when I tell you they like ants. They came out the woodworks, like kind of like what we saw the night of the fundraiser. I'm not doing it no more.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, it's even with the conversation with the last guest, Sean and her brother. That it was, I think, it was a good conversation for the most part. But you would ask a very direct question about the actual violation or the influence, and he would go to the reason, or he would go to the consequence. It's almost like the natural train of thought is just they have to jump to the talking point as opposed to engaging in the actual conversation on the topic we're discussing.
Yeah, and that's why I kept trying to point out that like he doesn't even in doing that, he doesn't even realize that he's not doing that by choice. It's his loyalty that's driving him, right? His loyalty to this God that's influencing his inability to be able to logically track one that I was agreeing with him in using his definition of what free will is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like they don't have the ability to agree with that. Their loyalty outweighs that. And him saying like that he gave his will to the God, and then him wanting to refute that, that's them also needing to hang on to the power of free will because it excuses in their head why the God doesn't answer their prayers or doesn't show up in their life the way this book says that he should.
Yeah. I mean, there's a prayer in the book, right? That somewhere that talks about not your will, but not my will, but yours. Like, how is it not you're asking the God to violate your free will every time you ask for His will to be done? You don't. You ultimately are telling yourself you have to deny who you are and what you are, follow what He says, do exactly what He says, and simultaneously proclaiming that you have free will, and you don't. Like, and I can't understand how they can make those two things connect to each other.
They can't, and that it doesn't even matter that they can't. The justification matters. All they care about is the why. They don't care about the what.
Or the how.
I was gonna dive in, and I was gonna use Bash's uh, uh, point that he had made a little while ago. I think it was about 2 days ago, and he had mentioned about the tree. Why didn't he make the tree a different tree instead of it being the tree that it was? And I was going to try to tie it in, but yeah, that I think it's very interesting that how nowadays whenever it comes to believers and me being recently away from it, it just kind of the clarity is almost uncanny, and the I wanted to jump in and be like, hey, as a recent, diving away, I wanted to be able to let y'all know, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of contradictions. I mean, just being able to cite or state, oh, well, God has to test, but you also think he's omniscient. So if he already knows, what's the purpose of a test? It's just these logical pieces, and they're small little nuggets that I don't think are difficult or, super complex, that I think the vast majority of believers don't ask themselves. I know I didn't when I was a believer.
Oh yeah, and then even your point of the I'm sorry, the prayer, the Our Father prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Thy will be done. Even when believers bring that portion up, it's like not my will, his will. Not my will, his will. Okay, if it's not my will anymore, and it's never been my will, you see what I'm saying? It's exactly as you said.
Yeah.
It's completely right.
I mean, like even in that situation though, like when he came up and when he was like, God answered his prayer, then he says, not the way I wanted, but he did answer, like he did deliver me. He
Yes.
wasn't even willing to acknowledge that, the God violated his will, right? All he
Mm-hmm.
cared about was the fact that the prayer was answered in some sort of way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he was incapable of saying that God violates the free will again, because he thinks that he's the one making this choice. He's not. It's his belief, it's his loyalty to the God that's influencing his choice. Like he can't say it. I think he thinks that it would be like putting his God down, or speaking negatively about his God if he says that it's a violation.
That's sure how I felt. Like especially when I had first came in here, it was like I almost didn't want to speak against, but it's as we've spoke about in the past. It's like you like to I value information way too much, and I value being honest. I can't be a liar, and if I were to be a liar, I would sit back and just, not I would get on myself. So when some people, as you said, they're so loyal, they're so loyal to the thought, they're so loyal to this entity, they're so loyal to the idea that if they did, step against them, that it would be a direct consequence. And that in and of itself is your point the whole time. The whole point was that if you were to go against his will, then it never really was yours. It was his the whole time. So it's my knees hurt.
Yeah, Sean, you can come back up if your connection will allow it. That there's several people up here who wanted to like engage in that conversation with you. Uh, James, hi, how are you?
Well, thanks for having me up.
You're welcome. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm somewhere between a Christian and an atheist. So to elaborate, I've been raised in a Christian society that is clearly not as Christian as any other, as far as I can tell, any other point in time. So it's been difficult for me to understand everything that's being, everything that is, believed by a good Christian. So I'm in the process of trying to discover whether or not it's the right direction for me or not. So I'm also, like I say, I suppose I'm in a bit of a limbo whether I'm constructing or deconstructing, because I believe that, as far as I can tell, there are a lot of very harmful problems, particularly with the first point on the list. I think that's part of when it comes to things like idolatry, my understanding is that one of the definitions of idolatry, for example, is that not just that someone should idolize a physical being or any kind of physical object, but also, from my interpretations or my understanding of the original Hebrew meanings, is that thou should not idolize any other gods other than Yahweh, which opens the door to polytheism to some extent, and which seems to be a bit of a contradiction, although my understanding now is that it's more of a monolatristic ideology, the Old Testament. But yeah, it's I think the history that I'm discovering about Christianity and how it's been imposed on and people to almost with a concerted effort to try and subdue them, at the same time as inspire and discipline them, is creating this kind of conflict.
Okay, so you're deconstructing right now, it sounds like.
Okay.
Did you come up to ask one of the questions, to talk about one of the questions on the board, or did you come up to ask an off-topic question?
I suppose it's that first topic, really. It's that first question, really, and it's associated with that point that I've just made, and whether or not it's a form of idolatry for Christians to worship a god of another people's.
And that God would be who? The Israelite God?
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a very tribal.
I wouldn't necessarily. I guess not, because they just literally, Christianity is Judeo-Christianity, right? It's just an extension of Judaism, so
Yeah.
it really wouldn't be idolatry, because they've taken on ownership of that God.
But it's also
So
been
by their means, it wouldn't be considered idolatry.
Even it's I think my issue comes from how it was mapped onto a lot of European paganism, like Norse paganism, because at the time the Romans were fighting these two wars. They were fighting a war on two fronts, as far as I could tell. They were fighting the Judeo-Roman wars, but also the Germanic tribes of the north, and that's why you can see so many pagan rituals existing within Norse pagan rituals within.
Right, but when you ask, is it idolatry for them to be worshiping the Hebrew God? The Hebrew God doesn't have paganism in it. It would be Christianity that's embedded with paganism.
Yeah. So my thinking is it a form of idolatry for Christians to worship an Israelite God when they're not actually?
No,
they're a separate tribe.
No, it wouldn't. Again, because they've taken on ownership of that God, right? It would be considered idolatry if they were worshiping, if they knew that they had a worship in there of like the Greek god Pan, right? And they were worshiping Pan. Like the idolatry would come from the Christian side. Like for example, Jesus would be considered an idol.
Yeah,
if they did it. So like not so. I thought you were asking if it was considered idolatry if they were worshiping the Hebrew God, but Jesus is a completely separate deity. Although they say he's henotheistic and wrapped up into one deity along with the Hebrew God.
That's where my confusion lies, because yes, it seems that Christ and Jesus, because of the way that Christianity developed in Europe, I'm in agreement to some extent that there is some separation, because those beliefs, I think, create that contrast between Christians and Jews. However, because they also then conflate him with the Jewish God, then that's where the idolatry seems to come in for me.
But it's not idolatry though, because the Christians are an extension, right? So they've taken possession of somebody else's God, where they didn't have their own at first, and so it would be through the extension of the Hebrew God, their deity Jesus has now become a much larger, more popular deity, where at first he was nothing.
So my point now would be so when you say that they didn't have a god, we did have multiple gods. And
no, I said the Christians did not have a god, not pagans. The Christians did not have
the early Christians were Jews. So there was
They did
never.
not. They did not have like their Messiah. Like the early Christians did not believe that Jesus was the son of the Hebrew God. No Christians
Yeah,
in the first or second century believed that. This was um, a later addition.
yeah, I agree.
They were saying that he was the son of a different God who came to correct what there were different sects.
Gnostic.
Some followers of a Christ, and it wasn't necessarily like there's nothing that necessarily says that it was this Christ, this Jesus, but there were some who believed that a Christ came as the son of a different God to correct what the Hebrew God messed up.
Yeah.
There were some who believed that Jesus was human and that he was a Messiah, but not the son of the Hebrew God. Well, a lot believed that he was a Messiah, but not the son of the Hebrew God.
Yeah, and that's why it's confusing, because there were so many opinions at the time, and that's partly why there's so many conflicts. And this is why I think, obviously some areas of this for me are causing this grey area, especially considering the fact that there seems so much motivation behind the fact that it seemed purposefully, to some extent, the influence that has between all the different motivators has led to this situation where it wasn't exactly. It was imposed on us. Okay, so if you're familiar with the history of Charlemagne and how he destroyed the Nordic gods and idols, it was imposed on us by the sword, and that's part. What I don't want to do is, while I at the same time I want to find a relationship with the highest power, I
I don't
also
believe
don't
in a
want to.
highest power, so I don't believe in any of the gods. I think they're all man-made. They're just, to me, right? They're just all ideologies that men created.
So, do you believe? Would you believe that there is a philosophy, a highest philosophy?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Would you believe that there is a
Like
value system?
I'm not the person to help you find the answers to what you're looking for, as far as like that. That's not what this room is about.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah.
appreciate you having me up anyway.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your help.
I don't know if are there any Norse pagans in here in the comments that know about Norse mythology that could help him out. I know we have some Norse pagans in the Discord. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, I see a lot of nerds in there. But a lot of you accidentally request a lot. So can you comment and let me know if your request is on purpose? Z-Bay, Slammy, Hector, Debonair, the user Papa Perkins. I'm not sure if you are a nerd or not. But I see you accidentally request a lot. So can you let me know if you're in there on purpose? Chi-Town girl, you accidentally request a lot. Please let me know if you're in there on purpose.
Papa Perkins isn't a nerd.
Okay. User Papa Perkins, are you in there on purpose? You request almost every night but never come up. Molly Post, James Jewett, Adam, and then there's a user account. I don't typically allow accounts without a username on stage because I don't know if you're a troll account or not. Adam, haven't you been on the panel before? Adam?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me
Haven't
on
you been on
finally.
this panel before?
Maybe once. I think they got mad at me because, I don't believe in God.
Nobody got mad at you for believing in God. Don't lie on us like that. If you got taken down, it's because you either lied on us or you said something disrespectful. Like
I
nobody's
think
gonna take you
I
down
was
because
talking
you
the
believe
truth
in God.
about
That's a
Islam, and I
lie.
think they got mad about that.
We don't even discuss Islam in here. Stop lying. We
I
don't
mean,
even
maybe
talk
I
about
could have been a
Islam in
different
here.
room because there's other rooms like this. I could be getting it confused. I don't know. Probably getting it confused. There's some like Islam room or something.
What did you come up for?
Oh, just
Like you,
there's God
I saw
isn't
you
real, and
comment.
like,
I saw you comment in the comments like it's hard to get on this panel. So I know you know exactly where you are.
but yeah, like God isn't real, so it's like all
Okay,
these
so what did you come
discussions.
up here for?
Just to let you know, God isn't real, and like help you like all these
Why
discussions
do you
about
need
the
to let
Bible are
us
like
know that? Why do you need to let us know that?
to help you out. A lot of people like
Like
are
so
like I used
you
to.
think that we're Christians in here.
Somebody, I think if I like I could. I mean, it's early in the morning. I could be getting confused. But I heard
So
people. I thought people were
so
talking about the
so
Bible and stuff.
so hold on. So you came into a room that you thought was a Bible study to hop on stage to just disrupt that Bible study and just yell God isn't real.
Well, I'm helping you out because you're
For
studying the
fucking
Bible.
what? For fucking what? If people don't ask you to share your opinion, like you're just as worse as a Christian that would go up to an atheist and yell, "You're going to hell." You're no better. Like if we
I'm helping
were,
people out. Like
if we,
people are
no, you're
people.
not. No, you're not. You're disrupting their space. You're crossing boundaries. If
Yeah.
nobody invited you to come in here to discuss that, like your whole intent of why you are here is fucking gross.
Yeah,
You
you're
are
going
no
from
worse than a
live to like,
Christian. You're no better
go,
than a Christian.
going from
You might
live
as
to
well put
live
a P
just to
on your fucking chest.
antagonize folks. That's not what we do here.
The
Like, leave
fuck?
them folks alone. What they believe
Exactly.
in is what they want to believe in. If
They're
they want
not
to come up
bothering
and
you.
have a discussion with us, that's as far as we go. Unless we have to match energy, then all bets are off.
Like honestly, there's no point in your ass being an atheist. You might as well be a religious ass atheist. You going around preaching God isn't real. You are a fucking religious ass atheist. You do believe in something. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Might as well put a C on his fucking chest. Jay,
Hello.
hey, how are you? Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. I just came up right quick to say this was my first Freeform Friday, and I'm sad that it's gonna be no longer, but I did enjoy myself, and once again, I appreciate this platform so much.
You're so welcome. I'm gonna try to figure out. Like, I can't do it this way no more, but I'm gonna try to figure out. I'll figure out something, but it won't be like this.
I
it's
mean,
just,
it's to the
it's
point
too
where
much.
I literally just want to text like all of my Christian friends because I mean, I don't know how they will feel being on a panel or a platform, but I've just found that I'm able to have conversations with them about a lot of different, things. And I'm like, if we need us some Christians, I can get us some Christians, friend.
I mean, that's only if they want to come in here, right? Like everything is voluntary. And
Right.
like the way I run the space is the same way I am in life. Like I don't force what I'm learning on people who are believers. And I learned that by setting boundaries with my family and how to be a family with them. Um, respecting their right to their belief and then setting boundaries to where I enforce that they don't force their beliefs on me. And so it's all voluntarily. If they come to me and they ask me questions, or if they cross a boundary and they say something, I'm gonna let them have it, right?
Right.
But I don't just go and try to lay it on them without them asking for it or opening that door.
All right. And I'm the exact same way. I think even for a long time, I don't even think people realized that I was no longer a part of the faith because I'm really big on respect and understanding that everybody has their own path to walk, I let people, think and believe what they want to believe, and I try to understand perspectives. So yeah, but I mean, I hope you can figure it out. But nevertheless, I had an amazing time. It was fun to me.
Really,
Like,
it
I don't
wasn't
know how it was
frustrating.
supposed to. I don't know how it was supposed to go. No, I laughed so much because I don't know what it is, but tonight I was I'm like reading every comment. I'm listening. Some points I'm getting frustrated, but then it's like I'm reading the comments and they're saying something funny in the comments. I'm like, and I just thought about it. I'm like, yo, I've literally sat here and laughed from like 11 p.m. until now, just laughing. And I think even in the beginning where it was no one up and we were literally doing the Bible study, I'm like, yo, I never would have thought in a million years that I would enjoy a Bible study. It seems very productive. It doesn't feel like you're just being told what to think. I just learned so much. I don't know. If it just goes exactly this same way every Friday, I would not mind. I would be right here with y'all.
Look, she's good. I'm over here like, this is just, you're violating my free
You got
will.
you rethinking it, huh?
No, for real. Yes, listen, happily so, because if I can influence it, I mean, I didn't know what to expect exactly. So if you would have never said, like, what is going on, we're not doing it, I wouldn't have known the difference. I had so much fun. I love the panel. I love Miss Charlene. I love my girl. Like, I loved everything about it.
Oh, we love you too, Jay.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
it
So
made
that
me
now
want
we
to
know we got the
keep
hook.
it.
You ain't going nowhere, right? You're gonna be right here with us.
Listen, I am so here for this.
Hey, I've got a question, Jay. Is this your first time on Thinkers Live, period, or just on Friday?
No, I've been here.
She's a nerd now.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
remember I had trouble subscribing and finally I was able to do it that day. I know my name's a little different now. I don't even know why they did that to my name, but I think
Oh,
Oh,
because
you
I
didn't
changed
you
my
didn't change
handle
it?
altogether. I think I changed it altogether because it was Jay's Exotic Pets, which was a business that I owned. Which I'm no longer doing that business. So I changed it to Jay the Catalyst, which is my handle for my other platforms.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, Fee, you remember we talked to her and she's the one with the 4.3 GPA and didn't get to graduate because she was
oh,
taking other classes.
okay. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I
Yeah.
definitely remember her. I
Yeah,
just
that's
didn't
sweet.
remember the name.
Yeah.
When I didn't hear the Freeform Friday last night because I stayed up. I was trying to be grown and stayed up with Thinker the night before. So I missed everything. But
Fee, I was late. I was
were
late.
you?
Yeah. I woke up like maybe 15 minutes before it was time for the live.
Hmm.
And then I was still half sleep. Everything that I was knocking over shit, I was signing into the wrong shit. Like I started, I think at 11:15. Somebody put in the chat like, "Thinker, where you at?" And then somebody said, You. It was like, "You better show up." I was like, "I'm coming," but I was still half asleep when I started the live.
Oh, I'm gonna need 3 to 5 business days to recover from last night. I'm telling you now, because I was struggling. But I wish there was a way, like during the week when we have the good conversations, like the good exchanges with the Christians. I wish we'd be like, can you come back Thursday night into Friday morning and be on the panel? Because it seems to be every Freeform Friday I've been able to be on. The issue is maintaining believers on the panel that can actually engage in dialogue.
They didn't come up at all last night. We had 800 people in the room. 800 fee.
Wow.
And they were not requesting. And it's like they would rather do the one-on-ones, but when we do the one-on-ones, they want to be in the comments and complain about it being one-on-one and unfair that more Christians aren't on stage helping the Christian, right? Then when we invite them and we're like, it's 3-on-3, you're on stage with two other Christians, right? Talking to 3 other non-believers. And then I'm not even like, I'm telling them like, I'm not going to talk. It's y'all that's going to have the conversation. They don't request. But then when I switch to teaching, the moment I switch to teaching, they come out the woodworks. They want to fill the request box up because they want to argue with me is what they want to do. They want to argue about the Bible instead of actually studying and researching it. Yeah. And so,
Same
like,
old, same old.
yeah. And so, like, and I could do the deconstruction live and just have Thursdays be the day that we research online, but it could get very tiring with me reading books. You know what I'm saying?
That's a lot
But
on
like
you
we,
too.
huh?
That would be a lot on you too.
Yeah, yeah. So the only thing I know to do is to just go back to the 101s, or just be like, instead of doing the 3 on 3, just like it just be freeform topics. But again, I can't let the panel get filled up with just all nerds either, because then we'll become an echo chamber on Thursdays, and I don't want to do that either. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. I'll
Yeah.
figure it out though.
I was trying to come off mute when Adam was up here, but he was right. He was here before, and he did the same thing that he did today, and you said the same thing to him and dismissed him. You don't remember?
No, I don't. I know I remember doing that to another atheist, but I don't know if that was him.
I'm pretty sure it was him because
I remember who you're
his
talking about.
picture they came up and did the same thing because he kept to my y'all because I saw what he put on there about Christians, y'all Christians, and then he comes up and go God, whatever he said, some stupid, but his picture looked familiar to me.
His picture looks familiar to me too, but I think he came up one time and we actually had a conversation with him. But I don't know. I remember I told y'all Brian timestamps certain things in the live. He did timestamp the first time when I did that. So if I can go back and check to see if it was him, but if it's like, he should be blocked, because that to me is that's gross, and it's I don't know. It just seems very childish to do, and it seems
It's
like the
mean.
intent is just to
Mean
hurt,
spirited.
huh?
It's very mean spirited.
Yeah, the intent is
So he
just to
comes to
hurt.
I'm trying to help you. You trying to be a son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Miss Charlene.
I
Like,
also think it's indication of not truly deconstructing, because if you've truly deconstructed this belief system, this way of thinking, you wouldn't turn around and do this to someone else. You wouldn't.
exactly. Like he might be the church hurt atheist.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's weaponizing atheism.
Yeah, yeah. Giving people who are genuinely like, I just don't believe. Like, I can't believe he giving us bad names out here.
And I think that's part of, how you have like factions. Like I didn't realize that there were more than one type of Hebrew Israelite. I had no idea until somebody mentioned it the other day that their mother was in a fringe sect of it. But you're gonna have that across the board in any culture or subculture or group where you have like people who move in one way as opposed to people who move in another way. Like I'm personally, just my personality, I'm not an antagonistic person. I'm direct, but I'm going to respond to what you bring to me. I'm not going to come to you and tell you, hey, if you believe in Jesus, you know that nigga ain't real. I'm not doing that, right? Because that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. So I
He might
think
as well
it's,
go stand on the corner.
yeah, like you're doing the very
Knock
thing. You're
on
fussing
doors.
at them for doing what you're doing. That doesn't make any sense.
Like you
And
said,
then one
he's
thing I
not
will say, I
listening.
wish more Christians would hold, people within their belief system accountable as well, not to do the same shit to us. But they won't. They will co-sign bullshit,
Yeah.
and that's the thing that irritates me when I see Christians in the comments knowing that their fellow Christian on stage is lying, being dishonest, is confused. They'll tell them 100 or that's right or I agree. And even when they get caught in the lie, when we do the playbacks, the Christian will be like, but I didn't say that, and then they'll still be in the comments after hearing the playback saying they didn't say it. They didn't say it. Like, not holding their fellow brother or sister accountable to say, hey, go ahead on, like, you got caught in 4K, you said it, like, don't, go on and own up, don't be disingenuous. They don't do it.
Hmm.
And that's the thing that irritates me too. Like, you're just as disingenuous as the person on the panel.
I think they get off on it.
I think they do too.
I really feel
Yeah,
like they get off on it. I mean,
yeah.
there's
He act like
no other
he sounded like he
explanation.
had a Woody. He sounded like a Woody.
Yeah, it literally
So
sounds.
he was
It,
just over there just a pant. Yeah, he was you getting off a raggedy motherfucker.
I don't know that he fucking out both sides of his drawers.
That took
I
me
swear
all
that's
the
gonna be
way
my new
out.
saying.
Miss Charlene, you took me out. You know, you reminded me of my late granny. That's what she used. That's what she used to say. She never called nobody a slut or anything like that. That was her way of saying it. Oh, you giving away out of both
Out of
jaws
both
legs, ain't
sides of you,
you?
there you
Yep.
go.
Yes,
That was my
yes.
first time ever hearing that. Like that's a saying.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
probably a southern thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old folks say
My
stuff
granny
like
from
that.
Georgia.
I'm from Georgia too.
See, there you go. Y'all probably
Wait
some
a
Uh-huh.
sister
minute. Wait a
Charlene, for
minute.
all I know.
Must be a Georgian thing.
We
Yeah.
got three
My
Georgia
grandma.
peaches up here.
Oh yes, baby.
I didn't know you were from Miss Georgia, Miss Charlene.
Yeah, from the AT Earl.
Me too.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna have to come see you. We're gonna have to get together for coffee next time I'm in town.
Oh
That would be
please,
awesome.
look,
Because my family's all there.
I'm from Decatur, West Greater. Okay,
I'm gonna be in town in about 2 weeks.
but now
I,
I'm not. You know, I live in North Carolina now, though, baby.
oh, you're in North Carolina. Okay. I
Yeah,
was
I'm
like, I
out
was
here
gonna
at
get this
Fayetteville.
meet Miss Charlene for coffee. That would have been
I
awesome.
wish. Me
Think,
and Lala, we tried,
Yeah,
but
we still
I
trying.
listen.
tell people all the time. I say, when I was young, I used to sell pussy out both draw legs.
There
So
you
I,
go. Out of both
so
sides.
that's a saying. People say
Oh
it's
my
something.
god. Well, I'm gonna
Yep.
start saying it.
That's them
Me
old
too.
people saying. My grandma used to have a lot of saying. She used to be like, you could tell a lie for a cat could lick his ass. We used to be looking at grandma like, what does that mean? Oh, she used to have some sayings on her.
Somebody in YouTube said, "Catch a fart with your hand and smell it on camera."
What?
Yeah, that's some nasty shit right there.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, I ain't never heard that.
What
Oh,
the
yeah, I
fuck?
think that's something they made up.
Oh my god.
No, they didn't make that up. People really do that. I've seen them do it on
What?
TikTok. Yeah, they think that's cute. That's nasty as
What
hell.
they be doing?
Farting in the hand, catching it and smelling. It's nasty.
Oh my god.
It's
What the
Hold
nasty.
on, you
fuck?
guys. Bad
Yo,
B.
the internet is not a real place.
Oh my god.
You know who mostly do it, right?
No, I was just about to say that must be them Southern people because
That's where you
I ain't
go.
never did
That's where
Hold
you
on,
go.
you
They
guys.
do shit
Hold
like
on,
that.
hold on, hold on. Bad B with a big head. Can you please come off mute? I'm trying to make sure this isn't a minor. Um,
Oh, they're on teacup.
1, 2, 3. All right, bye. Carry on.
Let's see. Yeah. Give me just a second.
And
Let me see
also
if I
they'll
can.
strike a match back there and think that's funny because it's methane. Hope they blow their booty hole out.
Miss Charlene.
You ain't never seen them do that either.
No. Miss
What
Charlene, what
part of
the fuck
TikTok you
does
be
your
on?
FYP look like?
Right?
What you doing?
What?
Miss Charlene, what part of
What?
TikTok you be on? You be on fart talks.
I
She be
guess
on
I
fart
do.
talks.
I'm serious though. They do. They think that's funny. And then and when they do it, like they'll bend over and their friend will come there. They'll do it, and the friend
What?
come there with the match. And when
Miss
and
Charlene,
then
I'm
they
trying to
blow
figure
out
out
like
why
a
you
flame.
stopped and watched the video long enough to know this.
She probably be
Well,
stuck over there
I
now.
ain't got nothing else to do. I get
Miss
bored.
Charlene say I'm bored.
I get bored.
Uh-uh.
But I'm watching because I'm waiting. One day that shit gonna blow their booty hole clean out their mouth.
Oh my god.
No, literal tears.
Reese, are you in the guest request box on purpose? Michelle Bell, uh, are you in the guest box on purpose? Can you comment and let me know? Yeah, but yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. What do y'all want? What do y'all want to do? Because ain't nobody the Christians aren't coming up on Freeborn Friday.
Well, we can shoot the shit, or we could go and or
Y'all can keep shooting the shit.
you know I'm a good shit shooter. I shoot it from a distance.
I'm telling you, listen. You know, my daddy was old. He when I was a foster child, right? So when they got me, I was 4 months old, but my daddy was 52, right?
Mm.
So
Ooh.
he was way older than I was. So my daddy, when I told everybody last week that my sister had died, right? But I told I told it to people like my daddy used to tell it to
Oh
people
wait,
when
wait.
people
Did
died.
your sister die?
Yeah, girl, she was shit. But
Oh my god.
look,
Well, my
but
condolences anyway.
Yeah,
thank
my
you. But I
condolences
told
as well.
but I told Bash, I said, y'all know how I told y'all a couple of months ago that my sister had one foot on a grave and another one on a banana peel? Well, she slipped. That's what my daddy
Oh,
used to
oh my
Oh
god.
my
my
I
gosh.
was
daddy
on
used to
there.
say,
I was
my
listening
daddy
to
used to
it.
Lord.
say, Lord, say, well, she got one foot on the grave and the other one on a banana peel, and she slipped. I'm like, Daddy, that's not how you tell people died. He said,
Oh
well,
my
that's what I'm doing.
god.
Oh my
I,
goodness.
I was listening to Bash when you said that, Lord, and I wish you could have seen my face because I didn't know
And
what to do.
Bash
You know
said,
when you
what?
don't know what to do.
I said,
I didn't know what to
that's how,
feel bad
that's how
or.
my daddy, that's how my daddy used to come home and tell us
I said,
that
did she just
somebody
say her
had
sister
died.
slipped on in the hell? What happened?
Mm.
Mm. Bash been busy, ain't he been working on that album.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't fit. Somebody sent something out about Bash a song. I was trying to open it, but you know I don't be knowing I be doing. And I thought maybe that
Wait,
it was an
who
album,
sent somebody
huh?
sent you
Yeah. There's
something about that?
No, I don't think Bash sent it out, but somebody sent it out in the. I tried to open that damn thing. It was an album.
Who was it?
Was it on
Bash.
Discord?
Yeah, it was on the Discord.
I
Oh,
don't know. I wouldn't click that, Miss Charlene.
yeah.
That
Don't
might
I
be
wouldn't
some
click.
yeah.
spam.
I think
Yeah.
it's it's either Spotify or YouTube link to one of Bash's songs. I know what you're talking about, Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they posted it in Discord. It's just a link to. I think it's a song that somebody discovered Bash did, wrote, or sang. I can't
Oh,
remember.
okay.
Mm.
Yeah, it was a Spotify. That's yeah. But I didn't. I thought I said, "Was this his app?" That's why I didn't know what to think because you know.
No, this not out yet. The only songs that are in the Discord are the ones that he has recorded for his Deconstruction album, but that's not the album that he's working on. He's working on his country album right now.
Right. I can't wait to get it. Love you.
Every song on that album is gonna be like platinum. It's gonna be hard to pick a favorite because every time he release, like he lets us hear a new one, you be like, damn, this one my favorite.
Yep.
Like, damn, I can't wait for this one to come out. It's gonna be hard to say to
I
pick a favorite.
must say, she likes some handsome. That is.
I like
Listen,
that too.
I told my daughter. I said, look, I think I'm gonna trade my car in so I can get a convertible so I can bump that. I love that song.
I'm gonna be riding around on my scooter pooty. Bump did the bump. I can't wait for the album because I like everything on there too.
Like
And that's a good
I
album if you like all the songs.
Rocksteady sent me a message. I can't say what so he wants to do a tribute, and he asked me if I could sing a song right in Florida for a tribute, and I looked at that and I just closed it down for a second because I'm like, I don't think that I can follow those shoes. Like, ain't no fucking way. But I don't know.
I cannot wait
I
for
haven't
Florida.
responded to him yet. Yeah, me too.
It's gonna be fun. And I Miss Charlene, to your point, like it's rare that I get an album and I listen to all the songs and I feel like I don't want to. When I listen to it the second time, some of them I'll skip. I'm like, yeah, that one was okay, but I'll skip
Mhm.
through every song that Bash has played so far. I'm like, I don't see me skipping any of these. Like every
Exactly.
single one of them, I will listen to every single time it plays. I think it's gonna be
Telling you,
Same
amazing.
I
here.
I feel like this
Same
is
here.
his. This is his brandy, Never Say Never. Like that's an album with to me, with no skippable songs. I can listen to it from top to bottom every time. It doesn't matter
Hmm.
how long
I
it's been
love
since I
that.
heard it. That's what this album is like to me. And I like albums like that. Years ago,
I was just gonna say they
people
don't make them
used to
like
put
that.
multiple good songs
Yeah,
on
Hmm.
albums.
it I
Now everybody is trying to go for a viral moment. So they might have an album and they might have one good song on it. But years ago, people used to put multiple good songs. Look at Thriller, Beat It, Billie
yeah.
Jean,
Hmm. Yeah.
Now
multiple good
Beyonce
songs on one
Beyonce
album.
album,
Exactly.
her latest album got I like everything on there. I you know the Cowboy Carter, I like everything on there.
But people don't really do that anymore. They
They
they want
don't.
like one song
They
and
yeah.
then like go to the next album. But really, so I don't know. Maybe I'm
That's just
crazy.
like
The
when they used
goal
to
of your album, it used to be to stay on Billboard for as many weeks as it could, right? So you could have airplay, because I'm talking about the radio, right? For years and years, so that when it's time for Grammy nominations, they could be, hey, this album is blah 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 blah. But people don't do that kind of stuff anymore.
and I feel so honored that he's allowing us to go along for the ride. I love to watch him work and how he puts it together. He can walk out that door and come back with a song, child.
Hmm.
I love it.
When we first started like doing the lives together, when he first started like coming on here, Bash would leave the live in the middle of the live and
Yep.
go and write a song and
Hmm.
then come back and have a whole ass song.
Wrote a song about it, want to hit go.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
And I'm sorry. Yes, I'm trying not to get started on Prince. That's why I'm not gaming cat.
Did he
I
say?
never get started. No, Vanity says something about Prince, and gaming cat said, "Don't get her started on Prince." Yes, I didn't say nothing about Prince. I'll talk about him this morning. It's too
Did he
early.
What
say
Prince
he
is your
was gonna?
favorite?
What?
I like little Nicky.
Listen, my house. Let me tell you something. My house is a shrine. My whole life
Really?
is a shrine to Prince. That's all it is. Like that's really all I live for. You know, my daughter is an adult. She do what she wants. So my whole life basically is a shrine to Prince. I don't have anything else to do.
What's your favorite Prince song?
My favorite Prince song is a song that a lot of people don't know, but it's on his Parade album. It's called Another Lover Hole in Your Head. It's very obscure, but that is probably my favorite Prince song. Now, my favorite Prince album and his best album, people will talk about Purple Rain, but I think 1999 was better than Purple Rain.
Oh
But
yeah. Oh
my
yeah. I
1999.
favorite Prince
definitely agree.
album, period, is Sign of the Times.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's my song right there, Lord.
People like Purple Rain because it was popular, and
And
people
then they had a
confuse
movie too.
popular with good, and Purple Rain was good, but
Hmm.
1999 is way better than Purple Rain.
Yeah. I've been a Prince
I
fan.
feel bad because I don't know all of these songs. I know Purple Rain and I know name it 1999. I know. I think those are the only two Prince songs I know.
I know you know
Per-
Little Red Corvette.
Nope.
Okay.
you don't know that song? Listen, you
Play
should
sing
just
it.
Little
Little Red
Red
Corvette,
Corvette.
baby, you're much too fast. Listen,
I know
just go
Diamonds
on
and
spot.
Pearls.
Go
Yeah.
on Spotify and just listen to 1999 from the front to the back. The last song being International Lover. International Lover. You know,
I don't know
Prince
that one.
Prince
Yeah.
has a penchant for putting one good, like slow song on every album. Sign of the Times was Adore. 1999 was International Lover, where he says it's really about him inviting a woman to his bedroom, which he compares to an airplane. And he
Mm.
says if there is ever a drop in cabin pressure, I will automatically drop down to apply more. Just listen to
Oh
it.
yeah,
Like
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
this
international
99,
Yeah,
international number is
1999
next level.
is a much better album than Purple Rain as far as I'm concerned.
I
I'm
think
gonna
it
have
was
to
the
check it
Well, I
out.
subtlety.
love Dove's Cry too.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
think
know
I like
Doves
yeah, I like
Cry.
that too. But I
it's
like Little Nicky.
see Miss Charlene. Miss
Darling.
Charlene.
That's, yeah, of course you would like that, Miss Shirley.
I haven't
You
heard God created
oh,
woman. I haven't like, but that again, like it is because of church.
the
Like
most beautiful
we have
girl
to
in the
like
world. A
sneak.
lot of people have heard that. Could you be the most beautiful
Beautiful
girl in
girl
the
in the world.
world?
I know that
Yeah.
one. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
think all the ones I know were either in a movie soundtrack or something. Like, but I
so.
don't know
So
any
just
of.
listen. Just listen to 1999. AUTO-matic. That's listen. Don't take it from me though. I'm a Prince fan, but I like Prince because I like lyricists. I think that's why I like Bash
Yeah.
because I like people who can get around words,
And Prince was a
right?
genius.
Mm-hmm.
Prince was a
And
genius.
Prince, because they had all kind of restrictions on, because actually that song, Darling Nikki is the reason
Yeah.
why you have parental advisory on lyrics now because Al Gore's wife
Bitch.
brought the album for her daughter and she
Yeah.
heard Darling Nikki and
Yep.
didn't know he was like, I met her in a hotel lobby masturbating on a magazine. And she was like, what? And so they created this thing and they went to Congress, and that's how
They
you
sure
get
did.
parental advisory stickers on albums,
I remember that. You right about it.
I have a
right?
question.
Yes.
Is the 1999 album the one with the song I think it's called Sexy Motherfucker. It's like you sexy.
No, that is, well, I can't remember what album that's. It's funny because I just looked at that video yesterday. I can't remember what
You
album
That
that
That's
used
the
to
is.
be
one
my
sexy.
with the
song when I
symbol
was
album.
younger. Cause we got
On
away
one of
with
his symbol
cussing when that
albums.
song came on. So that's like one of
Say
my
she
favorite Prince
she
songs.
say we got away with cussing. That might have been was that Diamonds and Pearl? No.
Was it under one of the symbol albums?
Yes, it was the one. Yes, it's the love symbol. That's the album it's on. It's on the one with Seven. Oh,
I'm
seven
definitely
and you
about to go
watch
stream
them.
him today.
Yeah, sexy motherfucker. That's listen, and Cream. He just got some good
Oh,
songs.
yes.
You do.
Like that
But I
too.
think you should listen to night. Just go on Spotify and listen to 1999 because he was a. I like people who can work their way around the lyric, and because you couldn't really say a lot of shit back in the day, like Little Red Corvette, he was like, "I guess I must be dumb." She had a pocket full of horses, Trojan, and some of them used.
Mm-hmm.
Like she was a whore.
Giving it
He
away
was a
out of
little
both
red
song
Corvette,
lyrics.
right? You better
And you
slow
know
down.
what? His last concert he did in Atlanta. He sat at that piano all with nothing else. And he gave them folk a show on his just on his piano. He was a
Telling you,
genius.
that's why I like him because
He
I
was a
like I
genius.
like people that can work their way around. Because I think if you can't really, I don't know. I listen to songs today, right? And I'm like, yeah, what are you saying?
I was
Like,
telling
because
my
a lot of people can't really work. They know how to rhyme shit, but they can't really work their way around a lyric. That's why I like Bash because his lyrics are like, oh my god,
yes.
yes, I love it.
It remind you of the old time stuff when people was really writing music and when they had good
Yes,
writers like for Motown and stuff. I was
but
telling my daughter, I said,
people don't do that. I mean, well, that's because a lot of people don't write their own songs. That's why I
not
like
just that,
Mariah
but the stuff they
Carey
be
because
writing
she
don't be
write her
it's
own
stupid.
songs. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people have to get writers
Yeah.
for their albums because they can't really write their own songs.
What's the song I was telling my daughter? I said, when we have love songs, that stand the test of time. The songs that I listened to when I was young, they stood the test of time. I said, when you get old, I don't think nobody want to be talking about no whopping. I
Yeah,
said,
ain't
'cause that
nobody
shit
gonna be
gonna be
talking about wop wop wop
no, cause
wop wop.
you know
I'm a fuck
why?
'em
Cause
up
them
wop
whopping
wop wop.
gonna be
Ain't nobody
them
gonna be
lips gonna
talking
be
about
hanging
that in
so
40
low.
years.
When she get old, them lips will be so low, honey. It'd be whopping for real then. Whop, 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 whop. That shit. I said, that's not something that's gonna stand the test of time like the song we made. And they put their little, they was discreetly, put little things in it. And as a child, of course, went over my head. I didn't realize a lot of them songs said what they said till I got grown.
Same.
Didn't have a
The
clue.
thing is, I did. That's the thing. I did. And I used to be giggling like, oh, we talking about something I ain't really supposed to be knowing about. I did. That's the thing. Like a lot of people like, I never knew this song. Oh, you didn't? That's the best part about the song.
Mm.
Definitely flew over my head. My granny raised me, so I just vividly remember singing "Man in the Boat" around my dad, and he had a fit. I didn't know what I was singing. I'm just singing the songs that Granny played. So thinking about that now as an adult, I'm like, yo, I had no business singing that at like 7 years old. It's
And
crazy.
I was raised by old people,
Hmm.
but like my mama was a car partying, cigarette smoking,
Mine
cussing
too.
lady. So
Mine too.
I mean, those people, that's who I was raised around. I was the little girl going around giving people beers at the car party, and they would give me like 5 cents, 10 cents. And now I would sneak a little sip of beer because I would open it. My daddy would let me open it. Now I sneak a little sip of beer and go bring them their beer.
When my mama and them used to have their card parties, they would always put on Richard Pryor. And I grew up listening to Richard Pryor and Rudy Ray Moore. And I mean, when Rudy Ray Moore did the what it was,
Peter Restro, when he did
way
Peter
down
Restro.
in the jungle deep. The signified monkey, that's what it was. Signified monkey stepped on the what do you say, on the elephant foot.
It's a dignified something.
It was
Feet foot.
signifying. It was signifying. He was a signified monkey. He said,
Oh,
"Motherfucker, can't you see? You stepping on my goddamn feet." Me and my sister, we be in the back. They be in there listening, playing cards, listening to all that stuff. We be back there. We know all of that. All of Richard Pryor, all of him, everything. They had no business. Cause Richard Pryor was
Now
funny
they
as
had some
hell.
raunchy people like Millie Jackson.
Oh yeah.
They had some raunchy. Millie Jackson had an album cover where she's sitting on the toilet with her drawers down. Man, in the 70s, that was some raunchy shit. You
She,
understand what I'm saying?
and you were Kojic, Miss Charlene, and you were able to listen to the music.
no, I wasn't in Kojic then. I didn't get in Kojic till
Oh,
I
okay.
got. I lived.
Oh.
I had fun when I was young. Thank you, Lord. I wait till I
Yeah,
got grown and
it
started getting
took
Kojic.
our youth.
I had a child. Trust me, I had a ball when I was young. I was very mature. My body was very mature, and I had a lot of older men hitting on me. Now, when I say mature, I was in elementary school, but I had the body of somebody in high school. I don't know where that body went. I sure wish it come back. But anywho, but yeah, I lived a good life before I got saved. I have no regrets. I have no regrets.
Did you stop like when you got saved? When you got into Koji? Did you stop listening to the music and stuff?
I did. You know what?
You
I didn't start
did.
back. I stopped listening to music, secular music. I stopped drinking. I stopped cursing. I stopped wearing pants. I didn't go anywhere. And I went into Kojic when I was 21. And I stayed in that, not necessarily Kojic, but I went from Kojic to Apostolic. And I got out of that in 2016. That's how long I was wasting my life. But you know what? The first thing I did when I got out of church, I went to the movies. I went out with a girlfriend of mine to get drunk, and I ate some pork. I cooked some pork chop.
Wait,
Don't
in your church y'all couldn't eat pork?
Oh, honey, we couldn't do shit, honey. In the church, the last church I went to, it was such a cult. When I tell you, them folk, the preacher had them folks so brainwashed they wouldn't even go to the doctor. He was pulling their teeth,
Oh
birthing
no.
their babies and all kind of shit.
No.
Yes, Lord.
Wow, that yeah, you
I was
like
in a
we
cult.
the doctor thing and not going to the movies, not watching TV, all of that stuff, but not like we ate pork chops all the time.
That,
And we
that was
ate pork all the
that was the
time.
first thing I did. I fried me some pork chops and I ate my little fat ass happy.
I bet it was
It
good.
was good. Ooh, what you talking about? It was
When you don't be done
delicious.
had something for a long time and you get to experience it again.
I don't miss. I don't look back, honey. I don't miss it at
That's why
all.
low key I be feeling so bad for believers because it's like the lifestyle seem boring. You can't do nothing.
Nothing.
Everything you do is under scrutiny. I know when I finally realized it wasn't for me, it felt like a huge weight was lifted off my shoulder. And I'm a person that wasn't even heavily into it. I just when I realized that it was all just fabricated, I was like, oh, okay, so it's all on me. I bet. Like I got this.
We couldn't wear makeup. We couldn't even cut our hair. We had to wear sleeves below our elbows. We had to wear them long ass dresses down to your ankle bar, just
Yeah.
about. Walk around looking like sad sack ass. And this my thing. You supposed to be serving a God that's supposed to be the, give you this and he got this and he got that. What you walk around looking like sad sack Sally for? Ain't no joy in you. You look like you're depressed all the damn time because you ill. But I mean, oh, I don't miss it, y'all. Mm-mm, not at all. I before I got on last night, I had me a good old cold beer.
See, I think that's why I never. Well, no, I used, like I said, I used to go to church, but I just never, I just never could believe it. And also, how am I? Y'all talking about being chaste and being this, and I'm over there giggling to Prince lyrics, and she's a bad mama jamma. Like, you want me to follow
Okay,
God
I
with
know
all
that
this?
one. I know
Yeah, how
Bad
you want
Mama
me to
Jama.
follow God when all this good stuff is out here in the
I
world?
know
It's,
it. I missed
this
out
is
on a lot.
Hold on,
good.
y'all. I gotta read the super chat. They got a question for y'all. So this is Flanker from YouTube with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Flanker. Flanker says, "Seeing folks like you and others on TikTok and YouTube give me hope. What's your feelings on trends of people leaving the church? Does truth win ultimately?"
What's our thought on trans people leaving the church?
So trends. What are your trend? What are your feelings on trends, not trends?
Damn.
Miss Shirley.
Free in your
Sorry,
mind. You
baby.
feel free.
And I,
Trans.
I was ready for it too. What you think?
Trend. That's my country accent.
Oh, you mean like
Trend.
Trend.
as far as it doing, I would say as far
No,
as it being trendy,
Yeah.
no, don't do it because
not a
it's
fan.
trendy. Do it, I mean, because if you're doing it because it's trendy, that means that you're not really doing any research. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're just doing it to follow along. So I would say do it when you're ready and it's not because everybody else is doing it.
I agree
Yeah.
with
And you do
And
your
if
research and you really get down and read the Bible front to back
yeah, and
and
I agree.
really learn who that God is.
I'm sorry, Lala. I didn't mean to cut you off. I agree with her 100%. And if her question is asking about the trend of, like, it seems to be that a lot of people are leaving the church, I think it's just inevitable. And it's a part of evolution. In the
yeah,
same way that there was a point in time when everybody believed that thunder was, God throwing a lightning bolt or something like that, or the vast majority of people accepted a belief system because that's what was understood.
we
As
thought
more
he was being
information
funny
becomes
sometimes.
available, more people will start to gravitate towards operating on data. It's going to be a while. As somebody said a little while ago that it was predicted that by 2060 America would be a secular, more secular than religious. I think that's a liberal estimate because I don't know if they talk to the people that we talk to. I don't know if it'll happen that soon. I definitely don't think it'll happen in my lifetime, but it's inevitable. I mean, that's just the nature of evolution.
I
Well,
think that I think that the church has worn out its welcome. And when I say that, I mean people are tired of the attitude of do as I say and not as I do. They giving everything they got. They paying their tithes. They going hungry for trying to support the church. And then you got the preacher up there in a suit that could feed millions of people. And then he gonna get out and ride home in his nice car to his home, and you going home to your hovel. You know, people tired of that stuff. And then
Yeah,
they sit and then they lying to you. You realize that what they're saying is not true. You know, you started investigating because you always had questions, but you was just afraid to ask because you were taught you shouldn't. You
But
yeah,
know,
that fear
it's
to
the
question
fear.
it, I think,
Yeah.
overtakes them right now and still controls them right now. So whether truth wins in the end, I think um not in I don't I'm not sure that truth will win in our lifetime.
no, me neither,
Um
thinker.
yeah, and not because the people don't want it to. I think the powers that be are going to put up one hell of a fight, and
What they
I think
doing
what we're
now.
seeing right now is an aspect of that fight, and it's going to take for people to start playing the same game that they're playing. Like
Well,
instead, like the people are too humble right now. Like they've been trained to be meek and low and humble and
Hmm.
fight kind.
yeah,
You know.
and I also think until the powers that be find another effective use of control, then religion is going to stay because ultimately that's what it does. It controls the people,
And it's
once,
been that way since the beginning.
yeah,
God started that shit.
and once we, once people realize now we can communicate with each other and fact check information, it's only a matter of time.
Why is sex and primarily from men, why is women's genitals the main thing that men tend to like bring up in these type of topics? GB Capone says, and now look at our people now walking around with no moral or standards, confused and without no chastity.
And
Like,
we fucking
why
out of
is it
both
always
sides of
about
eyebrows.
fucking?
That is
Huh?
crazy.
I would love to have a conversation with someone like that so that they
I
can
would.
walk me
Be,
through how my chastity or what I do with my vagina
Hmm.
Got
impacts
to do
them.
with him.
Yeah, because it really doesn't.
It's
And
about control.
To me, that sounds like it's coming from an insecure man. If that makes
until
sense, like
my
if it's
coochie jump from between my legs, run over there and knock on his knee, it ain't none of his business.
Period.
That part.
yeah, like when men bring up the women having sex, or when they bring up uh LGBTQIA and make that the whole basis of um you know why society isn't going the way they think that it should go. To me, it just screams insecurities to me. Like,
Society is going the way it's going is because people are so judgmental of everybody else. They can't mind their own business and live in their own house. They want to live in your house, the house down the street. They want to be in your bed. They want to check your drawers. If people would stop doing that and just mind their business and let folk live, long as they're not hurting anybody, it's not hurting you. Mind your business.
yeah,
but
because
but
I don't understand like who I fuck, how that affects their life, right? And then they, like he said, that our people are walking around with no moral standards, like
who is
as
our
if
people?
morality. I guess he's saying black people, but like um, they're like I don't. They still to this day cannot explain how they think black people or just people in general get morals from this God, because they like literally they will excuse away immoral shit for the loyalty of the God. Like
Hello.
so, it doesn't make sense to me, and that's why I say the only thing I see from a statement like that is insecurity.
Yeah, it's about power and control. They want to control something so bad, but can't control themselves. Like it's
And
ridiculous.
that's the thing.
And
You
and
want
then
to
to have a
control
black
me.
woman in the comments talking about, let me guess, no father in y'all's household.
Wow.
My father in
Why
his
is that
grave.
always
Wow.
the
My
go-to?
father under
Yeah, I
he
was
under the dirt. He under the dirt. Now what?
Why is that the go-to though?
Wait,
That's
is
what
that
I'm
a woman?
Ebony Star. Let me see.
It's a
Yeah.
fake
She
account.
no,
2 followers. It's a fucking troll.
I mean, she's been on here
No, it's a
before. I think
yeah,
she
it's
was
a
on
real account.
Christina's live. Let me
Hmm.
guess, no father in y'all. Let me guess, no father in y'all household. No faith in life. Faith doesn't have anything to do with anything. Faith means that you don't know.
literally.
That's what faith means. Faith means that you gotta guess. You hope that motherfucker coming.
Exactly. And why she
That's
talking
what
all
that
that shit
means.
about fathers in the
Wait,
house?
y'all
It's
didn't
so
block her, did
going
y'all? Oh,
around.
okay, good.
No.
I'm trying to see something. Hold on.
Say no fathers in the household. What that have to do with anything?
Exactly.
Not a
Why is that
damn
always the
thing.
go-to? It doesn't
What?
matter what the subject is. That's their favorite go-to. No father in the household. What does that have to do with
Because what
anything?
difference do it make if you got a dad in the household if your fucking mama make the most money? If he make more money, what difference do it make? She ain't doing nothing but taking care of another child.
And what's the
I'm
difference
trying
if you
to
got a
see
father in
if
the
she's
They
house?
want
but
to come up. They want to come up, thinker.
Drop,
they can come
drop.
up. I don't care. I'm trying to.
Somebody
But
got
the
to drop.
profile picture is tripping me out.
Somebody got to drop.
Here, I can't drop the TikTok thing
Y'all can
because
drop them.
TikTok thinker.
Okay, y'all drop
Okay,
them.
whatchamacallit, drop.
But she's so into somebody's father in the house when her
You
husband's
got a
sneaking over to my
request.
house,
It's projection.
sneaking over to my house, knocking on my door,
Her daddy ain't love her. It's projection.
probably.
No, but this is the
Or he
thing.
loved her a long
You
This
time.
is
have
the
to,
thing.
hold on. You have to request Ebony. Hit the request.
Can she?
Like
Can she? She
what
may
does
not
she
be able to.
expect that would happen differently um by there being faith and a father in the house? Because like for a lot of households that where faith is and where some fathers are is SA
That's what a
is
hard is.
abuse, the
That's
mother
it.
getting abused, right?
That's it.
Like I don't know what she expects to be able to come up here and prove that having a father in the house and have coupled with faith is gonna do, and be able to prove that not having a father in the house is gonna prove. Like I don't know what, like all she's gonna come up here and do is just talk a bunch of
Try to tear
nonsense.
her fellow black women down. That's what you're gonna
It's
try to
all
do.
projection.
Yeah. Listen,
Yeah, yeah.
there is an article. It's old. Called. They did a study, and it's called "In Thy Father's House."
Mm.
Self-report findings of sexually abused daughters from conservative Christian homes.
Well,
And
All she's doing is repeating a white supremacy trope. That's it. And like
that's
she
it.
would, yeah, she would be one of those black Christians that me and my cousin was talking about yesterday that voted against their own interests for a hope of like proximity to whiteness. Like they think that they're the answer to whatever status they hope to have in life is to achieve whiteness. And I'm not talking about like to be white, but whiteness, the what I don't even know what word to put it on. Like
culture
it's
of
a
it. The
Proximity to
culture.
yeah.
whiteness.
Yeah, the
Yeah, but
proximity
but
culture.
whiteness is a construct, right? Like it's a,
Yeah.
I don't it's a thing. I don't know
Yeah,
what to,
yeah.
it's
Well, I
a
know what you mean. The whiteness and all the trappings of whiteness. That's
Yeah.
what
yeah.
they expect to achieve when they do that. And there is nothing. I don't know if y'all ever saw it. It right after the voting,
Ebony, you have to request. Like nobody's gonna do the fucking work for you. Like
right after.
you already done opened your big ass mouth.
No, well, she may
Request.
not be able to if she only has 2 followers.
Wait, didn't y'all say she was on Christina Live though?
No,
Somebody
no, she
said
was
that she's
in.
been
She
on
was.
this
She
live.
was in the comments. She was in the comments. She
Oh,
was. She. I
okay.
don't think she ever requested up. She may not be able to.
Yeah, that's why I feel like this a troll account. I don't like because she only has 2 followers and she's following 11 people, and I bet you the 11 people she's following is the motherfuckers that she don't like.
Well, this guy, this black MAGA guy, was on TikTok and he did a video. He said after the election, he went in a MAGA chat room to and he did a thing on TikTok. He went in a MAGA chat room and they told him like you'll never be welcome in here. We use you to get your vote
Yeah.
and that's it. And you saw him and
I
he was
saw
like,
that.
well, why would they
And that's what
tell
he
me that?
get.
I love MAGA. I love MAGA. Why would they say that to me?
That's what he get.
This was a black guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
he had the MAGA hat on and he
They
did a
they
video
they
on
tried to beat him
TikTok
up, didn't they? Didn't
about
they attack him?
I think that was the same guy. And he had that hat on, and he said the night of the election, he went in a chat room that they had, and the guy told him, "You'll never be one of us. So we use you for your vote. And that's it. But you'll never be white. You will never be one of us. We
And
don't want you in here. They told him to get out, and they made him get out of the room.
it hurt his feeling.
And it hurt his feelings. And he went to TikTok. I'm gonna see if I can find it. And he went to TikTok
Yeah.
and complained with the MAGA hat on. I love MAGA. Why would they treat me like this?
But look,
They don't love you.
This
have
is
you
why
have
when I was talking to Mean Buster earlier, like, what the fuck makes you think that they are scared of you? What the fuck makes you think that they are holding some secret that you are the true Israelites because they scared of you finding out your true identity?
bless
They're
his
not
heart.
scared of you. They know you want to be them. They take
Mm-hmm.
advantage of you because you don't know yourself. They fucking know that you're like this transparent ass uh part on the coloring board. Like they can fill you in and make you whatever the fuck they want to make you because they fucking own you because you
Exactly.
don't know yourself and you
Yep.
don't want to know yourself. You want to be everybody but yourself.
Yep.
And they use that shit. They color you into whatever color they fucking need you to be for the picture
But
that they
but
trying to create.
look, do y'all remember Fat Albert, the show back in the day, the
I do.
cartoon show Fat Albert?
Yeah, yeah.
Do
Hmm.
y'all remember the character on there that was the little fella who had wore the hat and he had his all you could see with his eyes?
Oh
And when
yeah.
you finally
Then
saw him,
Eduardo, come and teach me history. I want to learn. I fucking like learning.
when you finally
Like,
saw his face looked just like Tim Scott face.
Oh yeah, with the big
Yeah, now don't he look like Tim Scott?
with the big teeth.
Eduardo,
Yeah.
come to TikTok. Come to TikTok and show us how pick me we are. Bring your ass on over
Your
here.
mammy.
They can't have a single original thought, expression,
First of
nothing.
all,
This is
Mm-mm.
first of all,
crazy.
and I know this might sound crazy, but we up here talking about MAGA and black people. Eduardo, what the fuck are you gonna tell us? What are you talking about?
He said we were pick nannies.
Mm-hmm.
He said we
Your
were
And he
what?
mammy.
said,
Your bald
pick
headed
middies.
mammy.
Oh well, that's Eduardo. Let me not
I
say
bet
it.
he voted for Trump, and then he's gonna be on TikTok crying because half his
Yeah,
family
because
got
you're gonna
deported.
I
be
was just about to say that it don't matter if I'm a pickaninny. I'm gonna be a pickaninny right in this
you're gonna
motherfucker.
be
You gonna be a
Jesus,
pickaninny in
Jesus
Venezuela. I'm
on
gonna be a
that
pickaninny
midnight
in this
flight to
motherfucker right
Puerto
here.
Rico. Where? No, that's part still that's part of America. Let's see. Where you going? Mexico
I don't know. You walked all the way over here just so he could send you back. Don't do it. Don't do it, Eduardo.
with a one-way ticket back.
He done got finessed by the black Hebrew Israelites who done told him he one of the tribes of Israel.
Marco, who you see?
No, but well, I've seen somebody from like another country who wasn't black. Is that the guy we were talking to? He was from a Polynesian country, saying he was a black Hebrew Israelite.
Mm.
Saying he was a Hebrew Israelite. He was from like Tonga or somewhere. I'm like, you serious?
Oh, Eduardo, that's a burn. That was the most intellectual thing that you said.
Well, is he coming?
No, he's not gonna come. He's a pussy. He's a bitch. He's not gonna come. He's scary. Like he'd rather sit over there and type in the comments. That's their
Gaslighting.
big plan.
He was from New
Eduardo.
Zealand. He was from New Zealand and was trying to tell us that he was a Hebrew Israelite.
Wow.
Really? You from New Zealand trying to tell us you a Hebrew? How did that get way over there?
D. Sarson said with the $5 super chat, I am a non believer, but I think that people encouraging women to be conscious of their sexual life is not entirely evil, among other things it can protect.
It ain't
Tell the
entirely
men to be conscious of their sexual
Exactly.
life.
It can
Like,
protect what?
as
What
a
is it?
being a non-believer doesn't mean that you get to just say whatever and we're going to agree with you. Both people have genitals. Both people are able to
Exactly.
fuck. So tell the men to be conscious of their sexual life, not just women.
No, but
Women are not
Tinker.
responsible of making sure men can control themselves. We're responsible of protecting ourselves, but we're not responsible for making sure y'all can control yourself and respect other humans. That's not our responsibility.
But you know, thinker, I always say that the reason why people want Roe versus Wade overturned is because they believe that having a baby is punishment for a woman, is punishment for having sex. That's the only, you had a baby, you had sex, you had unprotected sex, so your punishment, because you know my whole thing is people don't like children. They don't. Too much shit happen to children for me to think that people like them. Right? They can't read, they can't do math, especially in the US. They can't
Mm-hmm.
read, they can't do
I
math.
think this God don't necessarily talk a lot about you. Like,
Yeah,
there's nowhere in the book where the God says to even baptize your kid. Like,
exactly. They're
yeah.
hungry, right? Y'all don't care about these children when they get here, right? Because you make sure you do everything you can to make sure they have the worst possible
I,
time
I
when
told
they
Exactly.
you
get
this
here.
dude was an insecure ass motherfucker. Guess what he said?
What?
Eve destroyed the world.
No,
This is
she
a
didn't.
motherfucker that believes in a fake ass character
Exactly.
and
Which
blames
one
this
was
fake
that
ass
one?
character for every problem he has in his life.
And let's
Eduardo.
say she was real.
Eduardo.
Let's say
Hmm.
she was real. Their eyes didn't open when Eve ate the fruit.
You
They
know
could.
what?
But even if
Eve
she
could have.
was weird, even if she was real, that's 8,000 years ago. She ain't what the fuck she did 8,000 years ago ain't got shit to do with Eduardo's life
Nothing.
being fucked up.
You're right. You're right.
Eduardo.
My
Non-accountability. They
dick is
can't
bigger
accept
than yours.
accountability ever.
No, but that is what it is. Their life is shitty. They have a shitty life. It didn't go how they planned it. Well, because they didn't plan it. Most people don't plan their life. They just do shit and hope it come out good. You
And if
can
it come
tell
out
people
good, they thank God.
whose life has been planned versus the people who just let their life happen
It happened. Yeah.
because
Just
it's a
like
difference.
free will is the excuse for the believers or why the God doesn't do what he needs to do. Eve is the excuse for these religious ass men who feel like their life um like who feel like they can't do anything in life. Like, I can't get a business because of Eve. I can't get respected in society because of Eve.
But you
Like,
know
Eve
what?
Eve is their free will. There is their scapegoat.
But
But
how they blame?
the truth of the matter is, it was Adam old punk ass that fucked everything up. Because if
I
he
was
was a
just about to
man
say
and did
that.
what he the one who was told what not to do, had he been a man and done the right thing, he could have made
Yes, Miss
Eve
Charlene.
just evaporate. And it could have been another one. He already got rid of Lilith. So it
No,
was
no,
punk ass
seriously
Adam.
though. No, seriously though, like this, we're like not seeing themselves and not taking accountability for themselves, right? If they want people to look at them like, oh, they're the men, right,
Sure.
and they're dominant and they're so fucking intelligent, why the fuck did he just stand there and watch her talk to the serpent? Like,
Exactly.
Exactly.
literally, Eve is the one who's having a conversation with the serpent, which means that she was more advanced
Intelligent.
and knowledge, and she was able to comprehend what the serpent was saying, right? And then on top, Adam was created to take commands. Like, he was, that's what his uh purpose was. Like, he was created to be a slave. He was created to take commands. So all Eve had to do was command Adam to eat the fruit, and he did it. He didn't have the knowledge or the critical thought to say, wait, why is Eve talking to the serpent? What are they talking about? He didn't even
Exactly.
have the critical thought to refuse Eve. Like, you fucking blaming Eve for some shit that the man could have fucking said no to. You talk about free will. Like, if you got so much motherfucking free will, you decided on your fucking own to eat something, right? That the woman offered to you. You could have fucking said no. But you
Adam.
want, here you are 8,000 years later, right? According
Mhm.
to the book, here you are 8,000 years later talking about Eve did this, Eve made us eat. Eve made us eat the fruit. We didn't want to. We didn't want to. That's
Being
what
a
you sound like.
Adam.
follower.
We didn't
Adam.
Being
want
a
to.
follower.
Adam was
I didn't want to.
Adam was standing up there, standing behind Eve, farting in his hand and smelling it. That's what Adam was doing, farting in his hand and
What's a
smelling
snake? What's a snake? That's what you sound like.
Just dumb. Which proves the point that women are the natural leaders. They want us to believe that they're the leaders so bad They want to be the leaders, and we think with logic and all this other BS. But no, that is not the truth.
Oh,
That is
come
not
make
the
me be
truth.
quiet. Come make me be quiet. Like this is what I'm talking about, you fucking man. Like all you just like typing that scripture over and over again. You are a fucking bot. Like you were created to be a bot.
He probably crying.
Come make us be quiet. You are on YouTube pissed at women talking and saying shit that you don't like and copying and pasting fucking scriptures that you probably got in your notes app. You were created to take commands.
Shouldn't he be at work anyway? The fuck?
Now cry about that shit. D Swanson with the $10 super chat. I'm not saying that it is anyone responsible, and I'm not no, not you. You weren't the one saying it, D. We weren't talking to you. I'm not saying that is anyone responsible, and I'm not exonerating a man irresponsible sex activity, but women may suffer more unfairly because of the misogynistic way of the world. And I agree with you, but it's not our responsibility to make sure men do not harm us. Like it's not our responsibility to police your body. And it shouldn't be the only way to keep us safe is for y'all to police our bodies.
Yeah.
But again, what you said, thinker, that is a throwback from white supremacy. That's how they expect black people and to solve racism. Well, just don't talk about it. Well, just don't. The onus is on us. The onus is on us to solve racism. Well, we didn't create it, right? All you got to do is stop doing what you're doing. But you want to pretend like you can't, right? You want to pretend like you can't do it. So we have to protect us, which is crazy, right? Because all you have to do is stop doing what you're doing. That's it. It's so
That's
simple.
it. Too much
Yeah,
like
like
life.
I'm not gonna raise somebody else's son. Um, Gargar with the $5 super chat. I saw this TikTok saying the final form of a male bop is a religious man.
I mean, I ain't gonna raise nobody's son.
What did
I
he
ain't
say?
gonna
What
raise
now?
nobody's son. But if you get out of hand, I might lower some fucking body's son. Riding slow, singing low. So I'm just saying. I mean, if that's how y'all want us to protect us, we can do it like that too.
Mm.
We can do it
uh,
like that too. We can unload every time we see y'all.
Eduardo said, "Babble, babble, babble." Oh my God. Have
I,
Adam been a man and not been fault temptress to women? Oh my God. Oh my
So
fucking
he's
God.
admitting that weak. Men are weak then. That's what
Yeah,
y'all
but
keep
he
saying.
said not been fault to temptress to women.
What?
That's been going on since the beginning of time. The oldest profession, prostitution excuses. That, ladies and gentlemen, is critical thought of the bot.
But you know what's so
Oh,
funny?
no
If
self
pro-
control.
they say prostitution is the oldest profession, it's a reason. It's a reason for that. I watched a 48 hours yesterday where this man was with a girl, he had a baby, and then he got with another woman. This woman convinced him, and goaded him into waiting at his baby mama's work, pew pewing her, and then when she got out of the car, when she wasn't unalive, he went and with a knife 44 times,
Oh
and
wow.
she convinced him to put on black makeup and a beard so the people can think it's a black person.
Of course.
Oh
A
wow.
man let a woman he sat there, and and they showed the interview where he was like, she just kept goading me and goading me and goading me, and I just said, okay. They ended up giving her more time than him. He got 43 years. She got 2 life sentences for planning the whole thing. So yes, men are weak. They're like SWV. I get so weak. That wasn't our song. That was theirs.
He should have
So,
got more time for being stupid.
well, let me tell you what happened. Because he turned state's evidence against her, and because they had all of the text messages of her saying, "Oh, you're gonna do it. Oh, you're gonna do it," and it showed that she bought the makeup and all of that kind of stuff, and he wore a fake beard. They gave her 2 life sentences, and he got 43 years.
Damn, so weak in
Like,
every
well,
aspect.
Mm. You know, when the African societies was booming, it was when the women was leading, you know, the communities,
Yep, we're the natural leaders.
and that culture was
damn,
flourishing.
Eduardo must think I'm fine as fuck to think that I have multiple baby daddies, an ex-husband, and a boyfriend. I got to be fine as fuck for Eduardo to think I'm pulling it like that. Unfortunately, I'm skinny. I don't have an ass, and I've only had
Well, I
one
already
boyfriend in my life, and I married the motherfucker. And I've been celibate for 5 years, so I'm not that fine, Eduardo. But I thank you for thinking that.
Team Jezebel, because that's all they really think about black women is that we're all Jezebels. I just came up to say that midwifery is the oldest profession. Prostitution is the oldest form of slavery that the males and the patriarchy created. Just wanted to put that out there so we could start putting that there. Well,
That's
mid.
because they felt like they had to make women sleep with them. Like they know damn well. Like that's why they trying to put us back into sexual slavery now and marriage slavery now. They whining asses. That's exactly why they trying to take away our rights now because they know we don't fucking want them. And like this is what I mean when I say critical thought because neither one of them have thought about the fact that Eve's punishment was that the man would be over her, which means that it was most likely either that they were equal or she was over his ass. There was some form of reversal for it to be a punishment, dumbass.
It's crazy how they keep accusing us of being prostitutes when they're the one that's paying for it. It don't make sense.
Hey,
How could it be
At
prostitutes
all.
you
if
know that
y'all ain't
pop the
paying?
balloon show? You seen that pop the balloon show on TikTok where they bring somebody
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
room? I saw an excerpt of one yesterday. Big guy. He had a bunch of like, those diamond wrap chains on, and he went to a girl, right? And he asked her, "You ever been in a private plane before?" And she said no. And he said, "You want to try it out?" And she said no. And he was so hurt. He was so hurt. Like, we're on a dating show. Why are you asking, am I going to be dating a pilot? Am I going to be dating a plane? Why are you asking me if I ever been on a private plane before? A smaller plane.
He thought he was flexing.
But then you will call her a prostitute when you lead with the only thing that you think is valuable to you, money. If you lead me with that, I'm following. Because if you ask me if I ever been on a private plane, then I'm gonna figure you got some money I can steal while you're sleeping.
Then accuse you of being a gold digger. And
Exactly.
they don't even be
Accuse you
having
of being a
no
gold digger.
gold. Like they don't have nothing to that. They don't even be having a bank account. It's so funny.
Well,
But you came in a pop the balloon show with every rap chain that you had on. It's a reason for that.
yeah.
It's a reason for that. Cause you shaped like an upside down triangle, and that's the only way you gonna be able to get you a girl is cause the rap chain.
And
Well,
mad because it still didn't work.
ain't no shame in my game. When me and my husband split up, and I got out there and was throwing that thing around, they had to leave money on my dresser before they left, and I don't feel bad about it. Goddamn, I had to make the rent. I mean,
You
because
know,
I was
big.
working.
You
I had
know,
to lay
Big
up there with
Free,
George.
the rapper Big Free from New Orleans. He got a song like that. I'm a punk under pressure. When you finish, put the money on the dresser. That's what he said.
Exactly. And I was serious about that thing, and I don't feel bad about it. You were wasting my time. Half the time your little shit didn't get up no way. I had to work extra time. Come on. Got to pay
Wow.
me. Ouch. Mm.
Okay, y'all, let's get these likes up to 350, please. Also give the host and panelists. Continue to share the live and subscribe to Arc Thinker on YouTube, ARCH Thinker on YouTube, as well as Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Batch.
I got to get me that little thing we talked about, Lala, so I can get my
Oh,
taps
yeah.
going.
Now, Lala, that sounded like an old radio commercial, and I expected some Silent Night to play after that announcement. Right? Okay.
The Temptations version.
Yes, the Temptations. You know how they used to have these little bit commercials between the songs. I expected to hear "In My Mind," right?
Oh, my God.
I used to think
What
she
I
did it
miss?
so perfectly. I used to think that it was a
No,
recording.
I said Lala made her announcement about helping you with your gift goals and everything. And I said that sounded like a radio ad. And after that, I expected to hear the Temptations in my mind. That's like it just sounded like we should play some Christmas music after that.
What is that sound?
Me
Miss Charlene
tapping.
Chaplin.
Oh, what are you tapping, Miss Charlie?
You
I'm
don't have
tapping
to
the
tap Miss Shirley.
Oh
It's
my god,
better that
Miss
you
Shirley!
don't tap.
God
We want the people in the
damn!
comments.
Sing up there.
I follow instructions. Lala said get the likes up to 300,000, and I'm working on it.
She was gonna do it come hell or high water. She was
Got that
singing
right.
outside of that screen.
Let me find. I got
He
a.
said, "Bitch, I work overnight. I'm a crane operator. What do you do? Go to
Dang,
go to go to your app store. Go to your app store, Eduardo, and look for an app that spelled NODAT. You can go to Google or you can go to Apple. Download that shit. That's me, bitch. You can also Google me.
Now what?
what did I tell you? And his wife, probably the principal of a fucking high school, got that lady making all the money while you over here worrying about what the fuck we do. If you got a wife, because the same ones talking about we got 50 boyfriends don't never have no wife. They got children. They done drop children everywhere. They don't never have a wife.
Charlene,
You still
you don't
here?
you don't have to tap up here.
I got my little tappy thing that got the little rubber on the bottom. I thought I was quiet.
No.
Okay. Let me. I'm gonna mute then so I can do my job. Because I be on my job.
Yo, Job.
You know, we still
You
bringing
are a
people up.
crybaby.
Speaking of
Is
I
there
jobs,
mean,
I
are
know
there
y'all
people
don't
in the
think
box?
nobody's in there. No, I thought there
Mm-mm.
was.
speaking of jobs, I know y'all don't believe I have one, but I had to actually go to the office 2 days this week. Uh, I know y'all don't
The
believe I
office
have
in
a job.
Nigeria. It's the
No.
office in Nigeria.
Uh-uh.
Oh, I have a job. I swear I do.
Well, Lord.
A job. I have a job. It's just I just work from home.
Thinker said, you ain't got
I
no
want to
job.
be like Lord.
She said, Tommy, you ain't got no job.
I think Lawrence is just rich on the sly. That's what I think.
No, I'm
I believe.
listen, listen. I wish I was. I wish. Let me tell you something. I wish I was. I wish I was. Listen, I'm not. I'm not poor, but I wouldn't call myself. I wouldn't call myself rich. I wouldn't call myself rich.
You comfortable?
Yes, like if like I would survive. I would survive a few towns, but I wouldn't call. I'm not like. I'm not the people they were talking to during the election. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you give that vibe.
Are you hood rich? You know, we got different standards in the hood.
Yeah, I no, I would say I'm a little more than hood rich, but I'm
With
not.
with a
Oh,
name
you
like
good.
Eduardo, like you think that we're a pick me, like you for real a pick me.
Ask him what he getting out of this. Like, did his bank account increase? His credit score went up? Like, what's going
Like
on?
he's insecure. Like he can't leave. He wants to argue with women on the internet because he's insecure as fuck. That's why. That's
Well,
what he getting
why
out of
does it
it.
matter if they're pygmies or not?
You
Huh?
scared me.
Like,
You
why does
said
it
what?
matter? Why does it
Why
matter
did
if you're a pygmy or not?
If who's a pick me?
Any of y'all. Like, why does it matter? If you were, so
Now, I'm not no
whose
damn
life is
pick
that?
me.
Yours or his?
Oh no,
Who's
he's
the what?
saying. I think he means why does it matter to
to
him?
him?
What
Yeah.
what's going
No,
on?
that's why I said like he's insecure. Like that's why he's focused on it. Like it's feeding his
Also,
insecurity.
it's making him
It's
feel
very
better.
weird.
Yeah. Like
Oh, strangers
it's
on the
feeding his
internet.
insecurities. Like we're fucking with his dream.
And we
His
having
dream of
fun.
being the Israelites.
We
Yeah.
having fun
Like
doing it.
exactly. Like it's fucking with his dream of being an Israelite. And he don't like that.
That's always been a very odd thing for me. Like clearly, there's nothing about you in this book. Clearly, clearly, like you have to admit that. You have to admit there's nothing about this book about you. But if you want to believe it, that's fine. Just cut out all that harmful shit. Stop
I,
doing
s-
that shit.
I swear I think the black men that or even the Latinos I'm sorry, Corella told me not to say that word no more. She said Latina dad was created. That is racist. So I'm not gonna say that word no more. But I don't know what to say. But men who are of I don't know. Like I heard Hispanic wasn't right to say either.
Could you
No,
say of
they
Latin descent?
well, you know what?
Latin
The
descent.
only yeah,
Yeah.
Latin descent because the only difference is right. Latinos are from well, are from countries in Latin America, right? Hispanics are from countries that were usually colonized by Spain. Um, and they speak Spanish, like um, um, Brazil is in Latin America, but they speak Portuguese, right? They were colonized by Portugal, so but they will be considered Latino. They wouldn't be Hispanic because they don't speak Spanish.
She
So
said
they're
that term was created so that whew, those that were of a certain color could leave their lineage behind and become white.
Mm.
So she
Like
said
like like
she was
some
like it's not a good
Dominicans.
word to use, huh?
Like some Dominicans. I find that I know a couple, and if you say that they're black, they kind of get real offensive. But like, sir, like we could be brothers.
Mm.
what that man say, me no black, me
Like,
Dominican.
sir, like you look like we came from the same exact mom.
Yeah. So I don't know what to say, but I think black men who believe that they are the Hebrew Israelites and then men of Latin descent who believe that they are also of Hebrew Israelites. Like it just remind me of when we were kids we used to sit in front of the TV and watch cartoons,
Or
and we
like
used
Power
to
Rangers.
like the Power Rangers black. I'm the green
Right.
Power
I was the
Ranger.
Black Power Ranger, but you couldn't tell me nothing.
Yeah. Or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, I'm Leonardo.
Oh
Right.
Lord,
Yeah. That's what
I
like
was the rat.
I'm of the tribe of Naphtali. I'm Judah. That's what it reminded me of.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Think I'm excited that you're not doing freeform Friday anymore because it had devolved into trash. Like you couldn't get a good,
Uh-uh.
huh? I know you like it, Jay. That's fine. That's cool. But like it always devolves into it's either, they got three playbooks. It's like misogyny, I'm a yell, or I'm just gonna just deny what is in front of me. Like there's no other
And that's
defense
even
they
on
have.
regular. That's regular, right? Like they don't. It's not like
Yeah,
they
but
have
then now
sense
you got
during
to
the week.
multiply it times three.
Oh, they don't come up. That's the problem. If they came up, I'd be okay with that. They just don't come up during Freeform
Yeah,
Friday.
That was their
I'm be
one
honest with you.
guy.
Like the whole learning aspect and like we having like a study, I like that a lot more
I
than
can't do that for
just
11 hours
grinding.
though. I can't
Yeah,
do. I
no, you can't
cannot
do it
do
for
that for
11
11
hours.
hours.
No, no, no. That's asking too much work to be put on you. But like and I know you don't want to like have a bunch of nerds and stuff on the stage. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I go to Christians' lives. I don't comment. I don't do anything. I go to listen because I know. I'm not speaking for you, but everything you've said that I've heard, I 100% agree with. I think we agree with a lot of things. But again, I don't like echo chambers, so I go in and see if I can learn something. I usually don't, but sometimes I do and I get what you're saying. I understand.
You cut out.
Oh, I cut out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just saying that I understand what you're going through as far as what that you're trying to like. I don't ever. I'm not 100% on what I know. Like I'm not 100% certain on everything that I know. So I always like to be challenged to see if I really understand what I know because I work in IT and something that's true today isn't necessarily true tomorrow. Just because this standard worked today doesn't mean somebody couldn't break that standard or break that security. So we have to change. So what's true today isn't necessarily true tomorrow. And that's what I look at when I think about what I think and what I believe. Like just because I had certain information today doesn't mean that if somebody gives me some other information tomorrow, that what I thought today, I mean, it could still be the truth. It could still be accurate, but with new information, you got to re-examine what you really think and what you really thought you knew. Maybe I'm not making sense.
So basically, you leave yourself open to learn.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, and I'm the same way.
Yeah.
And I actually enjoy when the Christians get it. I do find it more entertaining, but not for the reasons why it should be entertaining. It's kind of like I think we're all down in the comments, like saying what they're going to say before they say it because it's all so textbook Christian. We know when the crash out is coming. We know,
Oh
if
yeah.
they're gonna cuss. So, but I'm the same way. I leave myself open to learning new things. I never have like a final decision on anything because I never know. You don't know what you don't know, and like for me, that's exciting.
Hmm.
So I can understand why she wouldn't, want an echo chamber.
Right. And it makes sense, because I mean, I think it's the most honest you can be is that, I'm fairly certain what I believe. I'm fairly certain. But there's always that I know there's more information out there. There's something I don't know. Maybe somebody else has a perspective that I don't know. Right. So if I can hear somebody who doesn't think like I think, maybe I can learn something. Maybe it can either solidify what I believe in, or maybe it can disrupt what I believe in. And maybe by me being open like that, I can learn more. I can learn more not only about the world, but maybe I can learn some more about myself.
Right. Me personally, I just be hoping for a fresh take on it. And it's never a fresh take. But I don't think I like to learn so much as to be persuaded in one direction or another. I literally just enjoy people's thought process.
Hmm.
So that's what it is for me. I want to know why you think the way that you think. Like, why does it make sense to you to think that way? Even with a lot of people, like if we're non-believers, even if we're more or less thinking the same, we articulate it differently. So I'm also listening for that. I'm listening to the articulation. I'm listening to how they arrived, to that, the answer or the conclusion that they arrived to. And that's very, very fascinating to me, because at the end of the day, just because we may think similar, we're very different people.
And you know what, Jay? I think part of the reason that Freeform Friday has become so frustrating is kind of highlighted in what you just said. There is no methodology that a lot of believers utilize to hold their beliefs. So just like you, I love that aspect of conversing with people, but it does get frustrating when I'm trying to, understand, like, how did you reach that conclusion? And there is no how. They have an answer, but they don't have a reason as to why they hold that answer or why they accepted that answer. And it's almost like we want to go a little bit deeper, but they're really good at and comfortable with staying at the surface. And it's almost like they don't even realize that there are levels below their bottom that even exist. So it does get very irritating, because it's like, that's not what we're talking about. Like, that's not even remotely close to the topic, but they end up ping ponging all over the place.
Right, and I agree with that 100%. So definitely, when I'm speaking on the different perspectives and how you come to certain conclusions, I'm talking about us. I'm talking about you, panelists. That's what I'm talking
Yeah. That's why I be wanting to sit back and watch. I'm like, I don't want it to just be me all the time having the conversations with the believers. Like, I learn from listening to other thoughts, right? And so the goal was to have 3 believers and 3 non-believers conversate, and then I just jump in every now and then, like, let them lead. We've had a few that were successful. Last week was really successful, and that's where the thought,
Yeah, it was.
yeah, and that's where the question number question number 5, does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh? It literally came from a conversation during Freeform Friday. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't want it to just be me having conversations with believers all the time, but I also can't have it full panel during the week, because of my neurodivergence. I will fucking go crazy and y'all won't see me. Like, I will shut this shit down, and I can't do it. And so, like, once a week, I can handle that, because it even gets a little out of hand on that, just that one day where people all want to talk at the same time. But having to beg believers to participate on Freeform Friday, that's one thing that I can't. I just can't.
Yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
you can't make them. You can't make them. But I think what you just said about it, being a lot, I think that's why we love and we, like, tell you we appreciate the platform so much, because we're in the comments and we're watching and we're like, man, I would have dropped them custom, like, well before it turns left. We're down there like, oh my God, they have so much patience. Like, they have so much patience. So I think I think we recognize that, and obviously, we wouldn't want you to take on more than you can handle. And ultimately, like you said, you can't beg them, but that is a conundrum. Why is it that y'all complain about things, and then when a solution is offered, you refuse, you don't show up?
Because I think they just want to complain so they can, in their head, I'm the devil, right? Because I've created a platform to make it safe and easy for people to outwardly say they don't believe in this God. So that, like, for them to see me implement part of their feedback, or to even just, kind of show that I care about what they're saying, it goes against them saying that I'm a devil. Like, one day there was it was one day this week, I think it was, there was a guy on TikTok. Maven had told him not to type in caps, right? And so he commented and said, raise your hand if you need to type in caps because you have migraines, and typing in caps helps prevent the migraines, right? So I responded, I was like, hey, you can type in caps if you have a vision impairment. I was like, just, let Maven know and we'll add you to the caps list. He never responded to me. So then he just responded to everybody else, but still using lowercase. So I would tag him and say, hey, if you have migraines, but please feel free to type in caps. He would go silent for a while and then he would come back and then type in lower caps again. So I added Maven. I said, hey, Maven, can you add such and such to the approved caps list? And he went away and came back and typed in small caps again. So I added him again. I was like, hey, I don't want you to have migraines. You're approved to type in caps. And he respond to other people but me in lowercase. And I was thinking to myself, like, why is he, intentionally ignoring that I read that he has migraines, that the caps rule is set aside for people like him to, but the only thing that I could think of is that he had said in his head that I'm the devil, and there ain't no way in hell the devil's gonna do something, that is caring, right? I can't agree with her. I'd rather type in lowercase than go ahead and type in caps. That's the only thing that I could think of. So, like,
Yeah.
in their mind, I can't be nice to them. They can't accept me being nice to them because I am the literal devil. Because I said I don't believe in their God. That's the only explanation that I can think of.
It tracks because they have to have something to go against for the whole religion to work. It has to be some type of opposition. And
Yeah.
they
And I think when you add that to the fact that, think about how, and we've said this before, think about how we were all taught to believe or view atheists or non believers. We were told a certain thing about them. They didn't know the Bible. That's why they never read their Bible, so they don't know God. They're mean, they're callous, they're angry, they're depressed. I was told all of these things about non believers. And then I became one, and I'm like, I'm none of those things. And then I found this community. I'm like, there's a lot of us that are none of these things. So I think coming into this space and realizing that we're people who have read this book, we're people who are willing to discuss things and willing to learn. And we're not people who don't give a shit about other people. I think we show that we care about other human beings way more than the vast majority of believers do. And this is not a comparison thing. This is just an observation. And it's that observation is based on how they come in here and represent themselves. So if you want that to not be true, then don't come in here acting like an ass. If you want
Mm-hmm.
that understanding to change or that perspective to change, then demonstrate that changed behavior. But you can't simultaneously say, like, that's this dude, he wants to hold on to his belief system about who and what you are, and stick his head in the sand when there's data to the contrary. And it's the same thing they do with this God too. So it's them continuing the same type of mental gymnastics that they do to hold on to a belief that makes them feel more comfortable.
He would rather have migraines, right? Like he would rather let himself suffer a migraine than to admit that somebody who doesn't believe in his God could actually have compassion, because they believe that you can only have compassion if it comes from their God. And Maven just said that she responded to him and told him that he could type in caps, and he didn't respond to her either. And so, like,
I don't
it's to me it's
Sounds a little misogynistic. I don't
but
know.
only throughout their actions, their beliefs, and the things that they say. I don't even think it's misogynistic. I think it literally has to do with what they believe we are, because we're literally their God's enemy, right? By saying we don't believe in their God. And so, like, they're willing to suffer for Christ. They're willing to suffer with Christ, or willing to suffer for whatever Yahweh wants them to suffer. And him, you know, refusing to do what he needs to do to not have migraines, so that he don't agree with the so-called devil. He's willing to suffer a migraine for that shit. And, like, to me, it's a example of their God being real, if that makes sense. Like, their actions, their beliefs, the things that they do say and believe, where you know what I'm saying, where I say, like, thoughts become things. To
right.
me, that's a you know, where Jesus is the word. You know what I'm saying? And it's the word becoming life. It's in their actions and what the beliefs and the things that they say and do. It manifests into reality. They're the
Right.
ones creating this God. They're the ones creating their suffering. They're the ones creating their devil. That's what it
Right.
feels like to
Listen,
me.
headaches for the Holy Spirit is diabolical. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think also they're angry at us because it's like, how dare you not be so afraid of this biblical God that you know, won't follow it. I think that's what it is. It's they don't understand or they can't see how we're able to, in a sense, stand up to the God, because the God was dead ass like follow me or burn
Hmm.
forever. And
Like I don't even
Gasoline.
know what JD, like JD is in the comments talking about, but what feelings of yours was hurt? Like why? Like who the fuck was talking about our feelings being hurt? Like y'all can't even like listen and be present in a conversation and engage with that specific conversation, that you're so dead set on finding an enemy. Like you create your own enemy. Nobody, what the, why, like what do you need us to be hurt about?
I mean, you just put it in the thing, right? Like the devil belongs to believers, not to us.
Exactly. Like they create their own monsters.
And I
Like I'm
also
nobody's
think
enemy
a
because I
lot of
don't believe.
times it's because they're angry, right?
yep,
That we have broken away from the
yep,
indoctrination.
yep, that's what
That
it
they
is.
don't
Then why are
understand
you here, Israel?
how how we were able to do it and they can't.
Right.
That's all it
Then
is.
they talk to us like we're legion. They talk to us like we're legion. So you
Hmm.
guys don't believe in anything. We're not a
Monolith.
legion of demons. Like we don't all believe the same thing. Like we're individual people talking about our experience and history and research of a religion. We're not a legion.
And we're all at different stages.
Nobody's owed what we actually believed. I only start sharing a part of my belief because I saw black women out there getting unneeded hate, and it didn't seem like, from what I saw, nobody was standing up for them. So I was like, well, I'm gonna at least let y'all know that if y'all ain't got nobody, you got me. And that's the only reason, because a lot of my beliefs, they're not logical. So why am I sharing them? You know? But that's one part I do. I think it's because we won't be like, well, let me tell you what I believe, so you can have something to pick off of and argue and break down. Nah, we're good.
Erica, that's okay. You can believe in a God. Nobody cares. I can tell you I don't. I don't care if you believe in a God. Just keep your
Um,
belief away from me.
who cares?
Like your belief is yours. My life should have nothing to do with your belief.
Can one of them come up and
And
tell us why it makes them so mad? Like, why? What does their salvation have to do with anybody else? That's the crazy part. It's like that old saying, "What you eat don't make me shit." So it's like, why? Like, why does it bother them so much?
They
you
try
know
to make
what?
sure that their belief is in our laws, is in our life. Like keep your belief to yourself.
And
If
the
y'all
thing,
kept your beliefs to yourself, we wouldn't have to fucking have whole ass conversations about it, or theses written about it. Keep it to yourself.
Yeah, it's their
and
fault. You
And
know
the
if it's so good, somebody wants it, they will come to you and ask you, like, what are you doing? Why is your life so great?
Yep.
Can you share that with me?
exactly. And the thing about it is, I'm 61 years old. I've been in this thing where
Eduardo,
I
fuck
know.
you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't owe you any respect. Bitch, you
Thing of,
came into my comments whining and crying with your insecure ass. I owe you no respect.
None.
thing about it is their lives are not good. You know, I always say that he is the get by God. God is the get by God. He allows them to simply get by. Their lives aren't good. Their lives are
And
not good. That's why they have to come on here and whine about all of the suffering that they're willing to endure
go
for their
through.
Jesus. because that's all they're doing is suffering. Their lives aren't good.
And the main reason I walked away from this
Try to
thing,
convince other people to suffer with them, talking about suffering grace. Like what?
Jesus, the main reason I walked away from this thing is because I saw no kind of no kind of empathy, no kind of compassion, none of all the things that you would assume that Christians should have. I didn't see that. All I saw was judgment. All I saw was, you know, hate, bigotry of other. You know, that's an other. That's a other. I didn't see any of that love. And
Yeah.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that because I can't just walk around my life uh, with my nose up in the air and looking down at somebody else because they don't think the way I think, or they don't love the way I love, or they don't look the way I look, or they don't, that's stupid. It's wasting time that we really don't have to waste.
Yeah.
They
So
think suffering is noble, just like they believe that poverty is noble.
That's the
They
thing I couldn't
believe
get with.
that suffering is noble. They believe that being poor is noble,
Could not get with that. No, man.
right?
but how could you
Like,
believe that when your own Bible tell you that you're supposed to be what they say, the cattle on 1,000 hills belongs to him? You know?
no, but they'll also tell you a rich man in the eye of the needle and all
Yeah, I
that.
know.
That is their
Yeah.
excuse for their life being less than mediocre with a God. Well, God doesn't want me to be prosperous. If you notice, um, anytime they talk about, like when that guy was on, was that, I don't know whose panel he was on, but I think that was yesterday. Yeah, when he was on Thinker's panel yesterday, and he was talking about, well, God won't give you a Bugatti. Why not?
Yep.
Why not?
So you got to ride around in
Why
a
do you feel
hoopty.
that you have to be poor and scraping by for your God?
Oh yeah, that's when I was like, ain't no way, it's no way that there's a God that created me with my vision and my desires and my goal and my willpower just to be like, nope, but you gotta be poor, can't want nothing. Because if you want anything at all, you can't come to heaven. It just never made sense.
You
Never
know
made
what's so
sense from
funny
a little
about that,
girl.
Jay? Is that the same people that you follow, they are prosperity preachers. They're not poor.
Yep.
T.D. Jakes,
That
Joel
was
Osteen, those same people who church you run to every Sunday, they're not poor. They don't
Mm-mm.
preach that shit. They don't preach that eye of the needle.
they
I'm
And
don't.
the
telling you,
same,
I am the
and
rich
those,
man that has gone through the eye of the needle. They don't
and
preach that poor shit.
Joe Osteen was that same prosperity preacher who, when they had that bad storm there and everything was flooded, wouldn't even open the doors to his church to let people come in and be safe.
That is crazy.
Yes, Creflo Dollar, they have jet planes. While
I,
y'all over here talking about suffering and something, they don't suffer.
Exactly.
I love that story. Well, not the tragedy of it is, but it's like there was a furniture store right during Hurricane Harvey that opened its doors. Like there was and they were like, everybody just come on in. We don't care about the ruined merchandise. Come on, and the church had to be shamed. Many churches had to be shamed to open their doors, and it's like, yeah, why on earth would we want to be a part of that kind of culture? Like that's not community. I want to be a part of a community, and that doesn't feel like community to me.
Let me tell you something. Not only did the guy's name is Marcus Mack, he does a whole lot of stuff in Houston. Not only did he open his not only did he open his furniture store, he kept the furniture store open. And if you wanted to go in there and buy furniture, you saw the people living on the furniture. He didn't care. He kept it open. People were walking around buying furniture, and the people were living in the furniture store. He didn't care.
But the place you should be able to go to and find refuge, which is the church, had their doors locked. They
It's
want
No,
it's
you
because
in there. They didn't
he
want you
still
in
had
there
that
messing
six
up their
hundred
stuff.
thousand dollars in that wall. He couldn't let nobody in there.
That's probably what that was.
Nothing.
it sits empty all
Okay, let me tell you
day.
what happened. One Sunday, they found $600,000 missing from one of
Yeah,
his
I'm sorry.
services.
One second,
Listen,
Trader, you're lying. The very fact that you are on this live listening to some shit that you don't believe in, you just told a fucking lie. Go ahead, Lawrence.
He first of all, JD questions, who are you even talking about? Shut up. He one Sunday, $600,000 was missing from a service. Listen to what I just said. That was the collection from one service. It went
Wow.
missing. You never heard about it. But a couple of years later, a few years later, some construction people were working on the building and found the $600,000 hidden in the wall.
What?
Yes, man.
But am I? Yeah.
It was
hmm
Olstein. Olstein, right?
Olson,
What?
No,
yeah,
this
Joel
Osteen.
Olstein.
was,
Yeah, that was Osteen.
they found it
It
hidden
is.
in the
Is it
wall.
different kinds?
They never investigated it. You never heard anything about it. Just like when that police officer got killed here, right? You never heard it. Once they found out that he was sleeping with another woman besides his wife, and then all the police started that was investigating it started sleeping with that lady, you never heard nothing about that case anymore.
What?
Anymore. There was a guy that got killed. They say somebody just walked up to him and shot him. He was a police officer, right? And they made this big old stink about it. They made this big old stink about, oh, we gotta protect the police, and but the when he got when he died, he was he was in his car, he had his uniform on, but he was with his girlfriend. He was with a woman other than his wife, right? And then when they started investigating it, the detective that was investigating it got fired because he started sleeping with the girl.
Oh
He
my.
started sleeping with the woman he was with in the thing. You never heard any more about that because like three or four police officers got fired for sleeping with the lady in the
Wow.
thing. You never heard anything. His wife got like $900,000 from GoFundMe. I think she did it. I think she had him off. But you never heard anything about it. That's that same thing that happened with that Joel Osteen. Nobody, even after they found the $600,000, you never heard anything else about it. Like who put it there? How did it get there? Who stole it? You never heard anything else about it.
Wow.
They protect the church. The government is the church's God.
Yeah, they love
They
churches.
pro-
I'll be trying to tell people a church is just a business. They don't want to listen to me.
No, a church is a business.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Yep.
yeah.
A church is a business. And you take your money
That's
that
why
you're
they
going to
have
get.
EINs.
Yeah, you're gonna take your money that you get taxed on and give it to them, and they can do whatever they want with it
Yep.
untaxed.
Tax free.
You're gonna take the money that you have to pay taxes on,
Yep.
that you gotta pay taxes on, and give it to them, and they're just gonna do whatever they want with it, just
Yeah, tax free.
untaxed.
Yep.
And then why doesn't God get taxed? Like what was their um rationalization behind the churches not paying taxes?
Ooh, this is one of those like history things that I love talking about because basically it wasn't supposed to happen, right? This was the establishment of separation of church and state, right? Like the whole point is the reason that churches shouldn't be taxed is because the state doesn't have a right to tell people that they, like they can't control the speech of churches. But that means that there's this restriction on churches. That means that they're not supposed to talk politics, right? So if a church gets involved in politics, they are supposed to lose their tax exempt status.
But
So we
they
can
but they
actually,
do they can get
they do.
involved in politics.
I was just
They
Yeah.
gonna
they
say
do
they do all the time.
because the IRS is a reporting agency. So they don't get in trouble unless somebody reports them because we don't have the agents, the IRS agents to actually go and do audits and all that stuff.
No,
So
there's a
people have to
way.
actually
There's a
report them.
legal way. No, there's a legal way now. Under I forgot the article number that they just can't endorse a specific candidate in their church, but there's a legal way that they can get involved in politics now. The Southern Baptist Convention donated a lot of money to Trump's campaign, and then they presented a proposal because the government is saying that the church needs to take on Medicare and welfare because they're saying that
You're
that's the
right.
church's, yeah. And so they
It's it,
they they submitted a proposal saying that if they take that on, then because they get taxed right now on their real estate, that they
mhm.
do pay property taxes, and so they're like, if we take on the Medicare, like the welfare and the single moms and the orphans, then we shouldn't get taxed on our property. So they're
I
like,
think
they were
yeah,
negotiating with this last election.
yeah, and that's what it was. It was like it wasn't politics. I overspoke. It was politicians, and they're not supposed to endorse politicians, and yeah, this whole like restriction on churches has been diminishing over the years, right? It used to be a lot stricter, and I think there were the IRS did go after churches that used to get involved in political movements and all that stuff, but now, right, because we have Christian takeover of the government, then now it's just being ignored. So yeah, like there's I mean, to me, that whole thing about like tax exemption for, the separation of church and state, there's nothing about that. That, like, to me, the separation of church and state means that all churches should be taxed because they are businesses, and it doesn't make any sense to me why any business shouldn't be taxed.
But
But you
again,
Greg
know,
Abbott
the
gave
ignore.
up his tax exempt status. Like, he's no longer 501c3. He gave it up so that he could endorse a presidential candidate in the
They
pulpit.
listen. This is the thing. They ignore parts of the Constitution like they ignore parts of their Bible.
yeah.
Yeah.
They ignore that. They ignore laws, parts of the law, just like they ignore parts of the Bible. Right. The only parts of the Bible that they want to talk about are the parts that show their God in a good light.
Right.
Right. Just like they don't want to. They don't want to talk about they're talking about the First Amendment, but you never hear anything about the separation of church and state.
Right.
They have that belief. What is it? The rules for thee, not for me. Yeah,
Yes.
there's a set
Hmm.
that they can protect the conservative. That's right. The conservative mindset is basically there has to be a set of rules that protect but don't bind the leadership or the ruling class, but bind and don't protect the lower class. So it's the same set of rules, but they're applied differently, and that is what we're living in.
Right. And I wanted to say another thing that a lot of people don't consider with the churches not paying taxes. Banks love doing business with churches. Because if you understand that the way that banks work, banks are for profit. They're for profit organization. So with these churches being able to put all of that money into banks and the banks being able to make money off it, give them large loans. How do y'all think these pastors are? They're not flat out paying for a private jet. They're not flat out, you know what I'm saying, buying a house, buying a luxury vehicle. They're doing all of this because of the tax breaks.
Well, Jay, when I
Hold on. Greg Locke. I said Greg Abbott on accident. It's Greg
Greg Locke,
Locke.
yeah,
It gave up
I
his yeah, he gave up his taxes and status.
I used to work for a bank, and this is I'm old, so I don't know if y'all remember when long time ago when you would write a check, at the end of the month, the bank would send you your statement and send the check back to you with a little meter on the back of it, showing that the bank had reconciled it. It would have a little stamp on the back of it with a bunch of numbers and the bank's name. Well, I used to do that. That's what I used to do. I used to work at that machine. Mm. This big church in New Orleans, every week, they would open different checking accounts with 1 cent. They were able to open checking accounts with 1 cent. And I'm like, why would a church need all of these checking accounts?
Mm-hmm.
Why would a church need all of these different accounts?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Listen,
I
it's
do have a
about
story if you
money.
don't mind.
It's all about money. That's what it's money and power. I'm telling y'all, that's literally the answer to all of our questions. It's about money and it's about power. And churches have a lot of power. They do. They have a lot
It's
of
the
power.
perfect place for money laundering.
Yeah, literally.
I mean,
Think
the
about
Catholic
it.
Church is the largest property owner in the world. The
And the
Catholic Church,
Mormons.
When you
yes, and the Mormons.
when you think about it,
Do you know
like
the Mormons? There's a group of Mormons
yeah.
that sued their own church for embezzlement because the congregation was so mad that at the temple leaders in Salt Lake City that they were like, "You're not actually spending money on like the people that you should be that we're putting the tithing into. What the heck?" So like I don't know if it's resolved or it's still going on, but yeah, there's a whole group of like Latter-day Saints sued their church because of that.
That's why the story of Ananias and Sapphira, like it instills the fear. The Holy Ghost killed them right then and there, and then the goons came in and carried off their bodies. Like that's why it feels like mob. The Holy Ghost was the hitman, and Peter was the gangster.
Well, I don't know if you remember, this guy Anne Hathaway dated went to jail for trying to sell Catholic Church land to rich people.
I ain't
Yeah,
heard
the
of
girl who
that.
played in The Devil Wears Prada. Yeah, he went to jail for trying to sell like fake land that the Catholic Church owned to rich people. And so when he started dating her, of course he got access to way more rich people than he ever had. Like he was shown like at Clinton Foundation dinners and things like that. And he was going around telling people, hey, the Catholic Church has these properties that they don't want anymore, and they're willing to sell them for pennies on the dollar. The Vatican, yes. And so he got in trouble. He may still be in jail. But for they got him for like money laundering and wire fraud and stuff like that. But he was purporting to be a representative of the Catholic Church and giving people fake deeds to properties that weren't even there and stuff like that. Mhm.
I mean, just think about it. The Catholic Church used to sell bonds to heaven. Like
What?
yeah, called indulgences.
Yeah.
They used to sell bonds to heaven.
And people bought them.
Yeah, there are some people this day that still have like bonds.
I think I like that a little bit better than the spring water, the magic healing spring water. They're creative. They are very creative. I can't believe people
But
bought
you
it.
know what? You don't even have to be that creative, right? Well, I don't know if you know that was on Christina's Live. There is a website called, I want to say it's Fluminalis, and they sell old Catholic Church relics for thousands of dollars.
I saw that. It's a
Yes,
website you can go to.
yes. You don't even have to be creative. You just have to say, "Oh, this belongs to somebody that liked God," and then that's
Wow.
it. They sell pews and old crosses on a website. You want a
Wow.
relic from a saint? You can go get it.
I'm not even
You-
finna hold y'all. I'm so tempted.
Listen,
I
if
mean,
I
like
think
Israel is making bank off of this, right? Like
I'm so
you
tempted.
could go and tour hell, the Valley of Ben Hinnom for $850. You can tour the Shrine of Pan, Caesarea Philippi, where Jesus was, for like $800. Like $800 for a tour.
Oh, I am so tempted.
I'm telling you, you go
They
to
make
their website, you can get anything you want. You want a lock of some saint, somebody's hair, you can get it from their website.
Well, y'all know
And
I got Paul's finger out there in the
selling it
backyard.
for hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. Some of them, they don't even have the price. You have to actually call them and see so they can tell you what the price is.
They're gonna see how much they can get out of them.
Yeah. Hold on, I got $5 super chat. The same people who are so skeptical of establishment, government, and science have no skepticism for an ancient book and huge organizations behind it. That's the irony. And then they say the government wants to take all their money, but it's the church that's taking all their money.
And
That's
giving
the
it to the
irony.
government. I'm telling y'all, they're in cahoots together. Cause why else would they be tax exempt? Literally, I'm telling you, it all boils down to the money. And I'm telling you, banks love churches because they get to bring all of that money, and they have other things going on with the banks. Yes.
It seems like every time we learn something new, God gets pushed further and further away. Like, they had fire gods or gods of the trees, where we kind of figured out what fire was and what a tree was. And seems like we've pushed God all the way to like the edges of the universe now. And it seems like
Guess
the more we find out, the more it gets pushed away.
guess what a Christian just commented on the YouTube.
What they say.
So we're talking about how the church is very lucrative, right?
Mhm.
He says, "Yeah, if you mention that you were if you mention that you were molested, that's very lucrative."
Wow.
Really? Really?
That's what he said. His name is Greg S. That's
That's
his name,
disgusting.
Christian Greg S.
That is disgusting. You are a
The
disgusting person.
shithead.
Disgusting.
Now bring me down, cause see, I be ready to fight, and
Mm.
I don't want to violate no rules or no
Oh,
laws.
but this is the thing.
But
If
they
this is
That's a Christian for you.
but they wonder why
these
people leave
people
in the
that
church in
believe
droves.
that their church, these people that believe that their church doesn't do anything, right? Or first of all, they're lying, they know it, right? They're lying to themselves, and they know they're lying. So uh, this whole
I feel so comfortable to speak on it though. That's
of
that's
making things up just to spite the church is
Mm-mm.
crazy.
Sad.
Who are you talking about, Didi? Were you talking about Adrian? What dude are you talking about? Adrian? The one on the stage?
Talk to me. What's up?
Hold on, before I read it, let me see if he's talking about you. Oh, yes. He said you're happy being on your knees. He said this dude is just there. What he says, things that are just because he is happy being on his knees.
Yeah, I am. What's the big point?
I would say the mama.
What's the issue?
Yeah. You know what he's saying, right?
I know exactly what he's saying.
This the same one sit up here and told that lie about talking about how we was in here saying we left the church because we didn't want to be poor.
Oh
What?
well,
Who
I
said
mean,
that?
I'm
That's
around
Didi
women that I like to be around.
Sarson. Because I started talking to him.
He,
Told him you
that is
lying.
is Diddy like this motherfucker gonna say I'm a non-believer? Like he don't like us because we're women. Because like this is the thing, he's a non-believer, but he's here to disagree.
Here
He
what he said.
doesn't like us because we're women, because we're intelligent women.
I've
So his
I've made a
response.
lot of guys happy with them on their knees. So like I don't see why anybody would
I'm
take
just
that as an
saying,
insult.
like, I'd rather be around women than a bunch of dudes. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, it ain't no. I'm not shaming nobody for what
That's
they like,
definitely it.
Here's what he
but
say. Think
I'll be with the women. I'm
he
You wish
said
good.
you
somebody
was up here
he
too.
said they even said they left Christianity in part because they don't want to be poor. Ain't
You a
nobody said
damn
that.
liar.
I
You
told him
are
he was
a
a lie.
fucking lie.
I said
You are lying.
you gonna sit up here and tell a lie. Ain't nobody say that.
A lie we didn't even ask for.
And some of what they say is about leaving Christianity because it promotes lifestyle. I say you a lie. You a lie.
And then my big thing is what if I was up here and I like being like what why does it matter to you?
He want to be up here too.
Come on up.
I don't know, but I ain't killing nobody with kindness. Fuck that.
Oh, I'm not either. Yeah, and it's weird that and it's a lot about this religion that does that. You're so concerned with other people. Just like, why is this book so concerned about genitals? Why are you concerned with who's having sex with who? Who gives a fuck? Sex has been happening since before I got here. It's gonna be happening after I got here. I'm just trying to figure out where I can fit in it.
God loves sex. That was the first commandment God gave. Then Christians, I don't understand why. That was the thing about that. Honestly, it's another contradiction to me that got me out of the church. Because it's
Sound
like,
you came in like really loud with God loves sex.
sorry, my mic must be really good. I'll be quiet a little bit more.
Imagine joining the live with her saying that.
But that's the thing, right? It's like from what I learned the Bible, right? Like I was raised with the church. I was raised in the church. I've talked about all the different denominations I've gone to, and like what I read in that Bible was like God wants people to enjoy the material existence that we were given in this time. And like the fact, whenever any preacher in any denomination of any religion, not just Christianity, but like when anybody is like, you shouldn't like what God gave you, what God gave us, I'm like, well, no, that to me is sacrilegious. I am going to listen to, the messages, the wise people from throughout time who are like, yeah, no, we don't know what God wants, but we're here. Well, let's enjoy ourselves and let's like make our lives better let's make other people's lives better while we're here. To me, that's the greatest of God's wisdom. And like, I don't need to pay tithes to a church in order to live that life.
Hold on, I need to read a super chat. Thank you to Furious News, who's also joined us on TikTok as well. But Furious says faith can be used to justify anything. That's why it's dangerous and harmful. Bad justifications preceded every atrocity in human history. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. So true. Random fun fact, I have a little brother named Furious. That's his birth name. My mom named
Oh,
him.
wow.
Yep. That's my baby bro.
Get your life. I have it. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
You
I
probably
told him
need
to
to
get
get
your
yours
life.
back from Yahweh because he is fucking it up.
That's me. Thank you.
Oh, that's you. Oh, my
I was
bad.
saying, I was telling him, I was telling
Friendly
D.
fire.
Saracen to get he need to get a life. Get
My bad, because I was ready to talk
help
shit.
me out, one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's why I said I'm trying to slow down, right? And be like, who you talking to first? Like, I'm trying to do that, but it don't work like that all the time.
Thinker locked and loaded, y'all.
They getting on my nerves. Like, they just, like, ugh. Ugh.
Y'all know what I always wonder? Like what they said to
Erica
your face.
says, so it's not God, but simply us as people who is getting God context mixed up. Unfortunately, we hear this a lot. I feel these are old beliefs we were taught and it affected us. Erica is Muslim. She's not Christian. What are y'all thoughts?
What she said, context?
She said, so it's not God, but simply us as people who is getting God context mixed up. Unfortunately, we hear this a lot. I feel these are old beliefs we were taught and it affected us.
Was that what she was commenting about what I was saying in terms of like listening to the wise people of history and like not shaming the material life that the supposed God gave us?
I'm not sure what she was responding to. I think she might be talking about the whole conversation.
I have something to say about the context of God. Why he just
Go
ain't
ahead.
make it plain and simple for us?
That would have been too much like right.
If we just so slow and we just can't understand and we don't know how to read right or we don't have the right spirit or we don't, why he just ain't put it in plain whatever understanding where we can understand it? Like what context? You cannot, what is the proper context for him demanding a bunch of babies to be unalive? What would ever be the proper context?
And what's the context of that little naked boy running out the garden to eat?
Somebody
Nobody say
tell me
nothing about
that,
that.
please.
Like, what could be the proper
I just need to know like
context?
what the proper context is for a god, for a deity needing mortals to praise it. I still don't get that shit. Like, why does it need that or want it? Right?
What's the
Like,
proper context for Judges 19? Please let me know that.
Like, yeah, it's not enough context.
well, she's Muslim, so she doesn't have a Judges 19, and a lot of the
Oh,
stories
I was just
that we're naming, her Bible doesn't have,
Oh yeah,
or
you
her
did
her
say
book.
she's
okay.
Muslim. Well, that's how they explain the context, please, because what would be the proper context for any deity, just at all whatsoever, especially if he's a deadbeat tyrant and a sociopath? Like literally, like what would be the purpose of that? It just doesn't make sense. What would be the
Don't pull
purpose?
no punches, Jay.
Oh Lord. Honestly, like what's the context? And why can't they ever
She
explain
says
it?
she's talking just in general. But Furious said something that I was literally thinking about earlier tonight. I went into a deep thought um, tonight, that there are as many gods as there are Christians because none of them agree on anything. And I genuinely believe that because I think their God becomes real based on their own thoughts, their beliefs, and then their actions bring their God into reality. So I agree with Furious on that, 100%. I was literally sitting over here earlier, like late last night during the live. I went into a deep thought thinking about that. Like there's literally a bunch of gods, um, on Earth because of their differences in beliefs.
I agree with Furious as well. And it reminds me of a thought I had a few years ago. What if whatever we believe is what happens when we unalive? So Christians believe they either get heaven or hell. So boom, there you go, that's what they get. Whatever all the other religions believe, that's literally what they get. What if? Because it's literally that many religions and that many gods. It's just too many for any one to be the real one, right one.
And thought is probably the God, thought and word. Like when in the council of gods, right?
Mhm.
When Yahweh goes up and he is at the council with the gods and he's like, aren't you all sons of God? Aren't you all gods, sons of the Most High? Is what he says. And so, like, if you think about it, if thought or word is the God, then at that point there were multiple nations with multiple gods, right? With different cultures where Rome had to pull them all into one. Like I bet you, like if we go through, all 70 of those gods are going to belong to 70 different nations. And then with Jesus being the Word, and then he's wrapped into Yahweh, the God. It's all it is just thought and word being wrapped into a God. Like I mean, being wrapped into the concept of a God. That's
Right.
what, like, yeah. I think thought is the God, and that's why, like Jesus says, "Isn't it written that all y'all are gods?" Everybody's their own, created their own God by their own thoughts. And
Yep.
I didn't say thought,
God
but that
did not
makes sense.
create us.
What thought? Huh?
They believe God created us, but we create the gods.
That part. That's why they believe that their God don't condone slavery. Like the book doesn't change, right? In the book he did condone it. Jesus never condemned it. But today, because they see slavery as immoral, so does their God. And they're unwilling to acknowledge that their God's morals change because their morals change, or their perspective changed on that specific topic.
They were taught that God never changes. He's an unchanging God. I remember that sermon in church, being told that God is the same today, tomorrow, and forevermore, and blah, whatever it used to say. But I remember that. So it's like their God is like a catch-22. On one hand, they want to believe that he is all powerful, all knowing, all everything, all loving, all goody, goody, good, good, good. And when you point out that they're not, they have to, that's when the mental gymnastics starts. Like they have to jump through hoops to justify it for themselves. And I just learned the hard way with human beings, period. They'll do and say anything so they don't have to be wrong. What is wrong with saying I'm wrong? That, like, literally, if you're a person struggling to say I'm wrong, I was wrong about that, just say it every once in a while. I promise it feels good. I love to be proven wrong. I love to be like, you know what, I was wrong about that. Let me consider this a different type of way. Oh, I never thought about it like that. Oh my God, that was so. It's nothing wrong with just letting go. They don't let go at all. They don't even let an inch of my. It's like literally, what do they think is gonna happen if they say, you know what? I thought it was one way, but it was really the other. Thanks for pointing that out.
We saw them not even be able to do that when their own voice was playback.
And it's okay for them to be in a delusion, but what is up with the people in the comments like, yeah, because that's not what they said. Like, what is up with that? What
Exactly.
like I can understand the person being a part of their own delusion because okay, that's your own issue, but it's like the amens and the yeses and the you know what? Now I'm starting to understand why Freeform Friday is no longer finna be a thing. I get it. I got
And
it.
another thing,
I
like
know.
they have a refusal to say I don't know. It's okay to say I don't know because that gives you an opportunity to learn. But they'll sit here night after night and think or bring up something that you obviously didn't know before she brought it up, and now you're trying to give her a whole synopsis and a whole thesis on what it means. You didn't hear about it 5 minutes ago. How are you doing that?
How you
And
know?
the thing about it, Thinker takes her time every night, and she feeds us so well. I mean, she gives us good food, and she
Yeah.
doesn't have to. She doesn't have to do that. She does this. She takes time out of her life, out of things she could be doing to study, to do all this investigating. Then she comes here and gives it to us for free.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and all thing you got to do is just sit here and look, eat the meat and spit out the bone. Whatever works for you, you take it. Whatever don't, you just don't just let it go over your head. But that's too much like right. You got to sit here and bitch and moan. Your punk ass.
So, thinker, you had me going down a rabbit
Huh?
hole. You had me going down a rabbit hole about the Oxford Encyclopedia of Bible and Law.
Oh, did
And
you see how much it costs?
yes, but I found one that's like $2,000 cheaper.
Oh God.
Where?
It's on Abe Books, and this is a legit site because when I was in school, I used to buy my books from here. They sell books for like cheaper than the publisher sells them. Um, but somebody has a set there, and they're selling it for 29.69.73. So it's
Wow.
like $2,000 cheaper than what? Because I'm like, why would a book set of books be $5,000? That's crazy. Because they don't publish them anymore. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. And there is no telling. Like it's the complete Oxford encyclopedia on biblical law too.
Hmm. Yes,
So
two volume set hardback. I
yeah.
mean, it's and it's coming from Spain, so the shipping is like $33. But
Do
and
you mind putting that
the
website?
condition is muy bueno.
Yeah, can you put that in the Discord?
I will.
Thank you.
I wanted to hop
Mezzo
back up.
say I prefer Urban Dictionary.
I wanted to piggyback on something Jay said because do y'all remember that live that Bash had? And I think it was J Rob that popped up, and Bash asked him, "When's the last time you were wrong about something?"
Okay.
And he couldn't answer that question.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, Okay. He couldn't answer that question. I think so. When Jay said what she said a minute ago, I'm like, she's absolutely right because I don't even think they think about their religious belief system through a lens of I could be wrong. They don't have a growth mindset when it comes to, well, not a
growth that would lead to a different trajectory. They want to grow deeper in what they already believe and, kind of enforce their delusion. But they don't even consider the fact that in order to learn something, you have to take in new information, or you have to view that information through a different lens. And then the fact that they come up here time after time, science always gets things wrong. You guys worship science. Science is your God. Like, no, it's not. Science is a process. And the ultimate goal of science is to prove itself wrong in order to get things more right based on the data that we have. But that's not the framework that religion operates on. Religion operates on, I think this is what everybody should do. Don't ever challenge it, and it doesn't need to make sense. You just have to follow it. And that's what they get stuck in. And I don't know if you saw the DM I sent you about that video that we both
I responded to you.
oh, I just haven't checked yet, my bad. But I think that's part of it too. Like, I think it truly is a dynamic where their brains are not, I don't want to say created, but their brains are not set up in a way that allows for the assessment of current information, for that logical, the logical progression of a thought. They just don't do that. And if you get a kid young enough convinced that the way to be good and the way to be a right person is to simply do what you're told, and they see in society that the children that are compliant are the ones that are praised, the ones that are the independent thinkers are the ones that get in trouble the most, what do you think they're going to end up doing? They're going to find more safety and more acceptance in being not adaptable, but just acquiescing to whatever the authority figure tells them they should be doing. And that's why we get adults that aren't able to engage in a thought, well, if your God is omniscient, why would he need to test anything? Just that question alone, like we were saying earlier, that should give you pause. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why would he be able to do that? But instead of actually entertaining that line of questioning, they go to defend it. Well, it's because he can see everything, but he just chooses not to. Who the fuck told you that? Like, where did you learn that?
That's my
Right.
main question every time. Who said that?
Right. And that's the crazy part, because it's not like we're coming up here like asking questions that have never been asked before, or that are so deep. They just don't give themselves permission to entertain them.
And that's so unfortunate. And I'm so grateful that I'm not raising my children that way. I asked my 17-year-old the other day, because I'm not raising them in the church, but they've been to church a few times, like with my grandma and my mom. Because I truly believed in my heart of heart that they will arrive where they're supposed to be just on their own. No persuasion, from me. And I just, out of curiosity, it was Thinkers Live. When I first ever learned about Thinker, I just asked my well, he's 18 now. I asked him, I'm like, so what are your thoughts about like God? And he was like, oh, you talk about Christians? He was like, man, they so annoying. Like, they always, and I'm telling you, I don't talk like that. I don't talk about people. I don't talk down on people, none of that. And I said, wow, that's so crazy that the first thing people think about Christians, about how annoying they are, and he literally was like, and they always telling people they're going to go to hell, and they're always, and I'm like, whoa, okay. I'm like, okay, so I mean, that's just one religion. You know that there are several other religions. Have you ever looked into anything else? And he's like, yeah. So I looked into like Muslim, but it just seems similar. And I just remember thinking to myself that he gonna figure this shit out. He gonna figure it out. He's gonna think. He's gonna ask questions. He's gonna make his own connections. I didn't have to sit and tell him, hey, you know what? I don't believe in the God of the Bible. I never said that to him a day in his life. And he was able to do the critical thinking and go through the processes himself to get to those conclusions. So for me, it's very unfortunate that they're literally stuck. I know a lot of times I'm laughing down in the comments, but I mean, it was one young boy up there. I literally wanted to shed tears because he just sounds so young, and I'm like, yo, that could have been my son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I
I
think
think.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, Feet. No, your voice is more
Hold on, let
heard.
me say this. Let me ask Mezzo a question. Mezzo, I just realized that this version of Sadak Mac is spelled incorrectly. Because I'm seeing that there's no I, right? Like there should be a apostrophe here. Is that right? Is this wrong? Do y'all know? Like, is this wrong? It's right. It's
It looks
okay.
like
So
they
there is
got it
an
spelled
I.
on. They got it with an apostrophe on
Okay.
YouTube.
Okay. I'll see if they can update it and correct it. Go ahead, Adrian.
Well, my daughter asked me a question last week about the Bible because what happens, much like Jay, she'll sit and listen sometimes, and you'll see her face contort when when something odd comes up. And so she asked me, she was like, "Daddy, can I ask you a question?" I was like, "Sure." She was like, I was talking to my friends about Adam and Eve. She was like, "Did it actually exist?" And I was like, "Well, I'm not going to tell you if it actually exists, but let's run down, what it actually says." And I was like, usually, from my standpoint, me thinking about it is like when they start talking about a snake that was talking with legs, it kind of shoots me out of the whole thing. Like, okay, I've never seen any of that. And so just having that conversation with her and answering questions that she had, I think if my believer friends would just either, if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know, or just engage with the kids, then you probably could have kept me if you would have just engaged in my questions. And I think that's what we have to do as parents is just give them the information and then hope that one day, that I gave them enough tools to not tell them what to think, but how to think and how to take information in and how to process it. And if she comes and she's like, "Hey, I'm a believer," that's fine. As long as you critically thought about it, I'm okay with that.
And I think that question that Jay just mentioned is so critical and so crucial by asking your son, so what do you think about? As opposed to telling them what to think about, fill in the blank. That's something that never happened to me in religion. I don't know if it ever happened to you guys. And even if it was this desire to kind of pull out what my extra thoughts were, like Rita, read this and then tell me what you think. Even that piece was very guided. It was directed towards the doctrine. But we have to admit as parents, it's easier to parent when we tell our children how to think. It's easier to parent when we tell them what we tell ourselves is easier because they become so compliant. But what we don't realize is that when we are instilling that level of compliance and the following of authority in our children, we're not the only authority figures in their lives. So
Exactly.
we're setting them up to be gullible down the road. My son is 20, right? I I would be I feel sorry for the person coming to him telling him, "Okay, you have to believe this." I feel sorry for that person because that boy, he and I go back and forth about certain topics. So he is very staunchly he's very staunch about thinking critically. And
Yeah.
I don't have any concern about, Hebrew Israelites coming down the road. Oh, yeah, my brother, this is where we from. No, we not. Like we are truly not. And I think that part is crucial in raising independent thinking, critical thinking adults. Because yes, they're children when they're born, but he's not going to be a little boy his whole life. Like I have to keep in mind that he's going to be a functioning adult in society that makes choices based on the things that I teach him as a parent. That's a huge responsibility. And I think sometimes um, religious people don't allow themselves to think long term. Like, what am I doing to my child? I think I'm doing the right thing by teaching them what I know is right, but I haven't even questioned it. So why would I even do that to my kids? So it's a challenge, and I think it's going to be a challenge for a while until the next controlling thing comes along and people can switch to that.
Right. I
I
agree.
agree. Y'all, it is 10 o'clock. So I'm gonna let everybody say their I don't want to say final words, but last thoughts for today. Go ahead, Jay.
All right. Well, my final thoughts are I enjoyed everything that we spoke about. I definitely learned a lot. Think I have a new set of vocabulary words too. discover. I'm even going to bring the kiddos in on it because a lot of the words you said earlier really got my mind turning, and I just love learning new things. But thank you to everybody. Thank you to every single person on the panel. I love you guys. I'm looking forward to whenever the next time we're going to meet up. And I am going to be sad about Freeform Friday, but I know that I'm not losing out on anything by not having that particular structure. And I love y'all.
We love you too.
Oh,
We're
love
happy that you
you.
are a part of the crew. Thank you so much for being
Sweet.
here and for finding us. I appreciate you. And I promise you, like, it's regardless, like, my whole intention is, to share knowledge and research and for all of us to learn. So that value will always come first. So you
Yes,
won't
and
be
I
losing
love
out
you
on that.
so much, and I
So
appreciate you so much for that.
you're welcome. Who's next? Anybody else got anything they want to say before we shut down?
I just
I
want to
would.
say that just stay curious, ask questions, and whatever conclusion you come up with, just make sure that you're okay with that conclusion, and don't do it for anybody else.
Most definitely. My sanity comes first.
I just want to say that I am so appreciative that I found this group of wonderful people. I love each and every one of y'all. Y'all don't know how much you make my day. You make an old lady smile. I know I act silly sometimes, but y'all know I'll do anything for you. And I'm just appreciative. Love you.
We love you too, Miss Charlene.
I just want to say on Sunday, Christians, get it together and come on Sunday with your mind right. Because I'm not going to take no shit. Because
Yeah,
y'all
get over
playing
that
in our
shit.
faces. Y'all are.
Y'all know Saturday we're gonna be here, right? Tomorrow we'll be here with Justin and Dr. B with the Come At Me Live. That one gonna be a
Oh, that's
motherfucker.
tomorrow?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
tomorrow night.
Time.
Yeah,
What time?
Oh.
8:30 Eastern.
Okay, so it'll be
Yeah.
9:30 on me. Okay.
That's going to be
Is it
good.
going to be on your channel or is it going to be like on all three?
It's on my channel.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. So tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern. I don't know how long we're gonna go. We'll probably go as long as Justin and Dr. B can handle it. Because I'm like the weird one out. But yeah, that's gonna be a motherfucker. It's a lot of people that want to come at us, so they'll get their chance tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, no, no.
Well, we just
Thanks
appreciate you.
for
I know.
letting me be part of the last Freeform Friday.
You're
I didn't even
welcome.
know.
Oh, it's like a farewell and
I
shit.
know.
Yo, Mezzo's asking to come up real quick. I don't know if you have time, thinker.
Okay, hold on. Can you open the box? It won't open on my end.
On this momentous holiday of Sadakmak, in which it has, I'm sorry, I have a quick speech I'm going to give. I have prepared for this moment in
I
advance.
didn't see you like on my screen. You're not there, and then you just start talking. Go ahead.
On this momentous holiday of Sadakmak Bivtaj, I'd like to thank Thinker and everyone else among the nerd group community and the entire deconstruction community. When I first invented this word, it was a complete joke. I actually just thought this will be silly, and and I'm going to tell you why the comma is important because or the apostrophe is important because every time they do it, when they come up and they start to kind of do it, it's so slow. There's this pause. So I don't actually consider, like, they think it's the most unique thing anyone's ever said, and they all do it the exact same way. And that's why we get mad about it. We're like, get to the point, say what you are. You're a Christian. That's why. And Joel came up with that. Like, God, if there was a little apostrophe right there, it would slow it down and it'd look also a little more like Baha'i faith. So it's a great additional joke. But the one thing about it that I think has turned into kind of cool, cool thing is that Christians should get away from that word. They should. It's like a step one in deconstruction. So when people come up and they're like that, I know we all poke fun and we're like, "Oh, here's a Sadak Mac and this and that," but good. Get away from get away from that like Christianity stuff. Like, it's not good for you. It's super toxic, and this is like step one towards doing that. And eventually, people can like I don't consider myself a Christian. Like they leave the Jesus part out, like they can like slowly remove one letter of the acronym until they're like using just themselves.
I agree. Do you want me to unpublish it and have them correct it? I don't know when they published it and how long it took, but I can
I don't think it
unpublish it
matters
and then
that
correct
much.
it. Okay. Are you going to submit one too um with the apostrophe? Because it wouldn't let me do the shorter version in the same one. So like you could submit the correct version with the apostrophe and then also the Sadak Mac without the Biff Taj. Because it won't let me do
Yeah.
both in one.
I can try. I was having a hard time submitting anything. Like when I went to their site a few times, it was like completely down.
It
So
was
I don't
crashing.
know.
Were
Yeah.
you on your Mac? Were you
Yeah.
doing it from Mac? Yeah, it won't work from Mac. You gotta do it from a PC for some odd
A
reason. I had to do it from a
website?
PC.
That's
Yep.
weird.
The Mac it's Mac it's Mac. It's not even because I can't pay my electric bill through my Mac. I have to like log in on a Android or my PC to pay my electric bill. It's something going on with the Mac operating system. Some websites aren't working on
That's
it.
weird. Yeah. Well, Sadak Mac problems, I guess, all around. Uh,
But if you want me to, I can go in and submit. I can unpublish this one or keep it this way. Submit a updated version with the apostrophe, and then also submit the shorter one too.
yeah, just copy paste this and put it and you got to check and make sure it's where it says like Sadak Mac's embrace Jesus teachings like in the text there too and then if they accept it then delete this one. But it doesn't matter that much.
Okay.
I love that this is here because when people come up I'm like, "Oh yeah, look it up on Wikipedia." And I hope they go spend hours looking for it and just don't find it. But I googled it. It does come up now. This actually comes up now.
Oh, it comes
So
up when you Google it.
if you like it tries to autocorrect you, but it's like, is this what you really want to search for? If you say yes, this is the only result that comes up.
Oh wow,
So,
that's cool.
yeah, so it's already
And in a
like
minute,
caught
people are
it.
gonna be writing articles about it. Like, so there's a new term. Did you know that there was a term for people who don't want to be called Christians, and it's called Sadakmak?
I
I
love
mean, all
telling
kind
people
of
like that.
thesis about it.
I just like saying how like
2,000 years, they'll have your
it
own following.
originated in the 1700s, I think, but it's regaining popularity.
That is hilarious.
Let's see.
So you got to click that. Yes, I did
Yep,
make there
there
it
you
is.
go. Yep.
One
and this whole page is gonna be filled up, and I give it 6 months. It's gonna be all kind
you
of
don't see
blogs
that
about
on
this.
Google much where there's that much blank space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beginning. Hey, that's the beginning of a new era, Mezzo. Like you can write the rest of this Google page.
We have the
That's
free
what's
will
up.
to change our destiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, once this gets into linguistic circles, once people start talking about this new word, I'm gonna get to be a guest star and be like, I was there! I was there when it happened. It's gonna, yes, I can't wait. Thank you so much for letting me be part of this community thinker. You're amazing.
Sound, you were here when we started it. Look, you were here from the beginning.
Yes, but it's your community, and I thank you for letting me be part of it since the beginning.
You're welcome. I thank y'all for being here. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Mezzo, you going live tonight?
Yeah, I'll be live tonight. And he said he was gonna be live today, but then he stayed up late with you, so I don't know if he's gonna be on or not. But he was trying to do an earlier stream today, so I might join up with him too.
Oh, Joel was on
Okay.
last night?
Yeah, he came up last night.
Very
Like
cool.
the Freeform Friday was kind of he didn't stay long because we had the one Hebrew Israelite up here, and then he left. But yeah, it was kind of weird. But I am 9 minutes late for a meeting with my CTO, y'all, and then I need to go to sleep. So no, that's okay. I'll see y'all tonight in Mezzo's live. I'll probably fall asleep to Christina's live.
Bye,
But I hope
y'all.
y'all have a wonderful weekend. Thank
Love
y'all.
y'all.
And shout out to the YouTube audience. I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend. See y'all on Sunday. If you are interested, tomorrow will be tomorrow night, 8:30 Eastern will be a one-off. I don't know that I will be streaming it to YouTube, but if you come over to TikTok, it's Dr. Bowen, Justin Deconstruction, and myself will be battling Christians tomorrow night. So I hope y'all have a good weekend. See y'all Sunday.
Get some rest, thinker.
Bye, thinker. Get
All
some
right.
rest.
Yes.
Bye bye.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye bye, y'all.
Love y'all.
Love you too.